The fishing boy already in the heart of Xinzhou, in Baishan City, Baishui Town, Ayun boy Cladina Thinba in coats upon the banks of a jadestone river, his fishing grode in hand, gazing at the shimmering surface off the water. Upon the lake, several lotus leaves brimmed with rainwater, each supporting gas spherical blue from that najep the leaves upward, causing the cascade off. On cephaliafs were recleared, the submerged again, awaiting the next replenishment of frame. Occasionally, a couple of goldfish with sharp horns darted joyfully through the water, creating grippling waves. The boy quietly observed the lotus leaf Pokémon, and Dasrius often to materialize it before his eyes. Pokémon loted level LV8 status healthy gender male type water. Grass ability range dish height 0.5 m weight 2.5 kg held item none moves sing. Astonish, absorb, water gun, sweet scent Pokdex sentry lotad, the water weed Pokemon. Inhabits the surface off Poncer lakes. Although it weakens when eats leaves wither, it occasionally ventures on a land in search of clean water. Lotad, I sit, Linsha murmured while sated by the shore. Lotadissonly weak against flying, poison, and bug types, with no quadruple weaknesses, and is sitter from flying. Neither bug nor poison are particular lipopular types. As a special attacker, its ability allows Citadel light speed in therein, grant and jiffy upper hand in battles. Regrettably, being weak to flying is an inherent flaw, especially after the emergency of Tesweef Talonflame. With this thought, Lynch Ashuka shed, droplets from his raincoat splattering around him. There's no 8 sots a lotad. Lynch expressed his interest. If this been 3 horse wahaven tycotony thingiat. With asai, Lynch spoke Hito himself. Had Kamiretta Day upon hearing that some Eonc captured a Clamperland Thisfery spot, hoping to test this luck. After validating the information with the system, Hess weaved Lickasy location and cast this line. 3 horse had passed, yet regrettably, had caught nothing. Clamperl's evolved form, Huntail, ice relatively powerful Pokemon. With a base to Tataloff, 525, it rivals Thesterer Pokemon, and its swift swim ability allows it town leash maximum attacks in succession. I fit successfully as his shell smash, it could potentially sweep an entire team. For an average trainer, Huntail could undoubtedly serve as a primary Pokemon. Gazing Gather and Soaked surface off the water, Lynch's eyed, never imagining that the dinner to encounter a Pokémon Heseldom utilized enigmy. Having been in this world for nearly half a year, high initial belly evident ob dream, living in a world brimming with Pokémon seemed fantasy. Yet, the Pidgeys perched upon rooftops, the wing ulls delivering packages, the Machokes preparing his breakfast, and the myriad Pokémon encountered on the streets continually reminded him. This was no tadream. Embracing the principle of adapting to his circumstances, he began to explore this world, astonished to discover its remarkably similarity to his original world. The turning point in history occurred Centuria Segalhan countless mysterious realms suddenly appeared in Earth, accompanied by Pokémon that resided within them. Gradually, humanity began to strive for peaceful coexistence with these extraordinary beings, realizing how to tell oft him were fierce and malevolent. They were not the harbingers of destruction for man's civilization rather, the propel the manner to forward. With the advancement of technology, the powers of Pokémon were further harnessed. Thus a Sharingan a mode of feek sustensi entirely distinct from that of world hunt secnil. The development of her arms was significantly curtailed, as the destructive a potential of Pokémon surpassed that of conventional weaponry. The number and strength of Pokémon trainer Cineregin became a crucial measure of national power. Moreover, every facet of human life was infused with the influence of Pokémon. From food and sheltered infrastructure, humanity and Pokémon coexisted symbiotically. Careers such as Pokémon trainers, breeders, healers, and researchers merged, giving Grisito a multitude of professions related to Pokémon. Now, after centuries of development, their relationship between Pokémon and humanity had reached a state of stability. As raindrops gradually fall, the ripples upon the water's surface diminished, and Thesky Grillisgrim, regaining Gisficus, Linshitter Nethis Gazithepinel before him, which had materialized after he received his initial Pokémon. Thepinel presented Wupshinsini labeled identification, akin to the date in Lotad, allowing him to view detailed information about target Pokémon, including its abilities, moves, and current status, in addition to identifying Pokémon. This feature also discerned properties that Lin Shij lanced at his fishing rod, and soon, information appeared before him. Worn fishing rod an old Dan tattered fishing rod. When it's set in water, it can catch Pokémon. Aside from identification, the function known to panel was scout search. Athena mind please, this feature allowed Lin Shido see cut items he needed. By entering Thinamiof to Desireditum, he could swiftly pinpoint its location within a 200-meter radius. Moreover, the detection system could allocate Pokémon or individuals. The cooldown period has elapsed I can circ again, Lyncher marked with an upbeat Tony Shigzamin the panel. Unlike the identification ability, the search function interred a cooldown period Daftiriakias, with varying durations for attempts and Pokémon. Through experimentation, Lin should discover red that if the target item was found during gas search, he could immediately zero Kagain without triggering a cooldown. However, upon detecting a target, a cooldown of approximately 10 minutes ensued, after which he attempted another search, but for Pokémon Andaments, this cooldown period would double, lasting around 20 minutes. 3 hours prior, upon his arrival, he had raised the search ability to detect the location of Clamperl, which was we was certain of its presence here. Without further thought, Lynch activated the search function on Marie, entering Phename Clamperl, and watched Thescan and Greydar Whirl, an unsettling premonition creep in Gover. Detection failed, just as I feared, Lynch eyed. In a brief 20 minutes, the Clamperl had of a dead the radar's detection range, having vanished without a trace. Time ice running out that Lin Shij lanced the clock darkness suits and envelop Thesky, and to avoid Travel and Gat Night, Hani dead to Alakati least in her for his return. Should I continue searching? Heflik Thwadaraf's Ray code, hesitating the forest at night was undoubted Liparilis, as many hostile Pokémon thrived in the darkness. Just as Lin Shippendered, Hefel Tejundagon his fishing rod, his gaze sharpening that a Pokémon is Sonthaline. Raising a Magikarp, Lin Shishar traced the Chesui fly grip the fishing rod, focusing gently and reeling into line, gradually feeling the resistance and pulling from beneath water. Well, it retained Lihisima strength, although Lin was aware that it was certainly no to Magikarp. The force transmitted through it to fishing rod suggests that the tight ways a spirited creature, evoking an increasing sense of anticipation within him. Australian. With that hot, Lin began to employ his fishing techniques, gently irritating third and skillfully applying force to maintain control over the fish's movements, preventing its escape. At last, the surface soft have rippled, and Davai brandfishly upped from water, sunlight cascading upon its golden body, illuminating Jit with a mesmerizing sheen. Show yourself, little darling, Line exerted additional force, fully drawing Jit from water. As the splash subsided, Lingra dualitas or ned the silhouette of Tequita creature. It was a Pokémon resembling golden carp, a door ned with a fins the tree resembled the crown, its golden scales glimmering gradiently in water. Pokémon Kingler level LV 18 status healthy gender male type water ability intimidate height 1.5 m weight 15.0 kg held items Stardust moves leap, tackle, thrash, whirlpool, hurricane. Pokémon assessment Kingler, the fish Pokémon. Its body is primarily composed of scales and bone, rendering it exceptionally resilient, capable of thriving in event the murkiest waters. It is an incredibly tough Pokémon, renowned for its jumping prowess. The Golden Kingler Randred Gyarados. Is the Sashini? Gazing at the continual Lilia Golden Kingler, Lin Wasami wait incredulous. During Thepis 3 hours, although he had caught numerous Kinglers, he had never anticipated drilling Inashinyo. Despite his astonishment, Lin Shan's did not falter a skillful Litterdouth Kingler before a swift Lapulingitantos hurry. Plop. Once ashore, the Kingler thrash about, its tail rapid lie slapping against the ground. However, its ONC metatire, possibly due to excessive exertion in water. Its movements grew feeble, ultimate lilying still with lifeless eyes, as if its scalish had been dulled with the hardships of life. Tired from all this, huh? I warned you Thomas Bave that casting a glance at Kingler, Lin paid it gnome and Dan began to scrutinize its details. Goodness, is this the fighting Fishamon carp? Lin mused. Undoubtedly, this Kingler possessed exceptionally luxurious traits. No ton libosting is a nearly 1.5 time mest hit of Fenernary Kingler boodles so featuring the ability intimidate. More crucially, its Movepol included hurricane, indicating that the Kingler had an extraordinary aptitude for dragon-type abilities. Upon evolving Jinto Gyarados, it could potentially master the dragon-type move Dragon Dance to its remarkable dragon-type pedalant. Dragon Dance, a transformative movie of Tedragon-type, enhances both speed and attack, making it a coveted skill among many Pokémon. Yet, even Dragon-type Pokémon do not necessarily master it. A Cit requires a high level of proficiency in wielding dragon-like power. With this realization, Lin made up his mind such a gifted Kingler could not be overlooked. Moreover, being Gashini Golden Kingler, the Evolvedrid Gyarados would be exceptionally striking. Theonly Drabaquast hat the evolution of Kingler was not arrestly arduous, with each Gyarados being a rare among countless others. However, even if this Kingler could not evolve into Gyarados, Ike would still be a prized possession in a fish tank, wouldn't it? Taking advantage of Kingler being in a state of calm, Lin retrieved an empty Pokeball from his backpack and tossed it towards the creature. In a time, the Pokeball opened, and the Kingler transformed into Erdbemo flight, being captured within the sphere, which then fell to the ground den begin to shake. 1. 2.3. Soon, accompanied by a light full chime, the Pokball ceased its movement. The Kingle was captured. Doerbist, Kingler. Lin's Moldav Pokball. After a day of rain, the weather final likely cleared, and Lin removed his cumbersome coat, stowing away his fishing grow ventured beyond the forest. This waste by forest in Baishui town, the largest forest in the entire Baishan city, home to a myriad of Pokémon types. However, duetoits proximity to human habitation, the Pokémon levels swergen low. Up and entering the house, Lin began to shed this damn powder where while a calling gout to the interior. A woman in hurdies, wearing ganapron, emerged from the kitchen, a spitalane hand and a cureful expression on her face. Did you catch a Magikarp? No, not even a single shell. Lin shook his head, exasperated, and retrieved a Pokeball, opening it. A flash of light erupted, revealing a humanoid Pokémon with a light bluebody informs into living room. Machoke. As soon as it emerged from the ball, the Pokémon called out excitedly. Pokemon Mashoga level LV32 status healthy gender female type fighting ability no guard height 1.6 m weight 130.0 can held item none moves low kick. Leer. Focus energy, body slam, leg sweep, wide guard, protect, brick break, ice punch, fire punch. Pokemon assessment Mashoki. The superpower Pokemon. Its punches and chops, delivered with forearms, are impossible to defend against. Itai say fighting spirits when faced with their formidable foes. Machoke. Thank you for looking Lin. Lin smother affectionate lipided Machoke shed. Machoke. Machoke triumphantly raised its forearms, flexing Ginishwaff strength. Up and noticing the spatulane Lin's mother shand. Machoke's ear sparkled with enthusiasm mace its swift lice Nached Huten Silfra Murgrasp, tied on Anapron, and hurried dentith. Kachinto preparemial, this Mako Kebel and Jedto Lin's father, being Thienli Pockman Heend. In this world, no Deviri one aspires to become a professional Pockman trainer, nor canthi. Binir Liver Yon maintain Sonier several Pockman-ass companions or helpers, justice. Lin's thirded with Mashoki. Similarly, Lin's mother was not professional trainer, yet Shinurcharita Likatungashire partner. Returning to his room, Ling quickly canged in ta Dryclith's sand placed dasmal pouch filled with glimmering, sand-like a material unthoughtable. Stardust to fine la textured and exquisitely beautiful red sand. This was obtained from Kingler, being its shelled item. Frankly, Lin had not anticipated receiving this from Kingler. It was no surprise a thought thighs weighs a golden Kingler it truly weighs extravagant. Stardust consistent like commanded a price Saint he market, with many collectors vying for it, often selling for 1,000 yuan per gram. This pouch contained at least 10 grams, worth around 10,000 yuan. That squiddy income. Lin careful listed Stardust, unable to suppressagrin. Next, Lin lifted discus towards the remaining two items and a larga transparent incubator zimbalinga colossal vase, contininga Pokmonega mercidin. Nutrient solution, beside I trusted if there allow green gradient. Occasional limit and gag low direct towards the incubator, as if nurturing thig within. Linchet Lai picked up the feather, brushing his finger sovereign. Chapter 3 The First Pokemon. New Moon feather a feather from Cresselia, radiating a moonlit glow, concealing the power to dispel nightmares. Lin was quite familiar with New Moon feather in the game. I'd say significant items associated with Dream Pokemon. In Thismet, Lin gazed at Pokmonega head. Acquired Inthus Acretrium, alongside Death a Magnificent Feather of a Divine Beast, hective teth identification function to examinatique. Pokemon again obtained from a wild Pokemon, soundscamba heard from within the shell, indicating imminent thatching what will emerge remains a mystery. Is it about a hatch? If it been Tondace and see obtained thik, and each day had illegally checkadite status. Now, it's appared that Themamintov hatching was finally upon him. I wonder what Kindoff Pokemon it will, that Lin Schiff felt hastens of anticipation after all. These was discovered in conjunction with the feather of a legendary beast, suggesting the type might be extraordinary. How wonderful it would by fit re-divine beast. His imagination inevitably wondered. In this world, that power soft divine beasts were unparalleled, harboring strength far beyond that of ordinary Pokemon. Lincharek lettere porthi hydridaba fursigoanth Fogcita region, where an entire city of nearly alien people was hypnotized and plunged into nightmares. Subsequent investigations suggest that these incidents was likely caused by the mythical Pokemon, Darkrai. Fortunately, those who are hypnotized awoken naturally after a day, suffering gonly from mental fatigue, with no physical harm inflicted. However, the accident Sanchez resulting from the hypnosis led to significant loss as for the city. These was merely the tip off the iceberg regarding the power of divine beasts. These to data top Pokemon hierarchy, alongside the mythical creatures. Asoft Nakat the Dura Compania the Chrysopha long-tailed monkey Pokemon. Husband, warranty opposed to buy groceries. We have brought home such a large fish tank. Lynch's mother looked at Lynch's for the ranth long-tailed monkey, along with twom Macap's carrying the tank. Perplexed, it's tat lit terrascal side he wanted to tell communitive friend. Just placid in thought corner against Thule, please. Haha. That will Machups responded Dan swift like read the fish tank away. At that moment, Lynch stepped out, and a small purple Pokémon resembling a monk leap head from nowhere, landing in Lynch's holders. Huh. You've worked hard, long-tailed monkey, Lynch patted its fur. Pokemon long-tailed monkey level LV, 30 status healthy gender female type normal ability runaway height, 0.8 m weight, 11.5 kg held item none move scratch. Tail whip, sand attack, baton pass, tickling, swift, quick attack, clap surprise, fire punch. Pokemon identification long-tailed monkey, a Pokémon that thrives sandal trees. It maintains balance with its tail while leaping between branches. This Pokémon belonged to Lynch's mother, who had just gone out grocery shopping with Lynch's father. Upon returning home, Lynch remembered the Magikarp had recently lie captured, feeling jit wasn't seem little levite flopping gone thegrout. Thus, he scared his father to buy a fish tank and threw it back, that while Lynch engaged with long-tailed monkey, the Machup sufficient Lysa took the fish tank on depart head from Flynn household. Used to leave until me we bought te fish tank. What Pockman to die catch, show it is, son. After the Machups left, Lynch's father inquired. Alright, let me show you. Step back him about a release of me Pokemon. With a flourish, Lynch took out Pock Balance release Seth Magikarp and the tank. Golden Legend. Wow, a golden Magikarp. TSK, what kind of fluck didest and upon. As soon as Magikarp paired, it capture red heat and off both Lynch's parents. Over the years, they had encountered very fusiony Pokemon, and they could hardly believe a Thierson had such fortune. The couple get around the fish tank, observing forquid some time. Fortunately, Magikarp fade a stable temperament otherwise. Any other Pokémon would have fled under such scrutiny. Son, your Magikarp is indeed handsome. However, evolving such a Pokémon is succeedingly challenging. You can take care of your coffet, but thou will you handle next month's July assessment and next year's Scholargy entrance examination? Though you is fond of it, Lynch's father reminded him of the importance of education. After all, even in this world, the college entrance examination weighs a significant life-altering event. National University is not only offered training resources but also nurtured many exceptional Pokemon that each student admitted could kusia Pokémon as thyro. Naturally, the Beterthurth University, abundant training resources and Pokémon available, which explained was so many aspired to enroll in top-tier institutions. Upon hearing this, Lynch's eyed, as it weighs indeed as source of concern for him. Having gone recently emerged from the secret triumph, he was reluctant to capture and train Pokémon indiscriminately, leaving him with nousable Pokémon besides Magikarp. Oh, but Magikarp like counted a sauceable Pokémon, given its limited compatibility in land. Reflecting gone the secret triumph, Lynch retrieved a Pokeball from his pocket. This ball belonged to his first Pokemon, the adorable Houndour, which had likely evolved into Houndombino. Lynch's Houndour was a gift from his aunt, Huzur Vidas, the captain of White Mountain City Police Department's defense idiom. The standard Pokemon in their police force was Houndoom, and Lynch's Houndour was a descendant of hers. He was immensely satisfied with Houndoom, admiring its dashing appearance and impressive basis that total off 555, making it an exceptional choice as a starter Pokemon. According to Guianol regulations, only Turtle School students orthosieged 17 and above could register official trainers in their respective areas. Only after becoming gone official trainer could done a trilipos thyron Pokémon and obtained her right to capture ethers. These wash because the accretion considered individual stow beetles at 17, recognizing the rights and responsibility as and possessing the ability to discern right from wrong. This measure ensured that Tenseti acquired their Pokemon, they would not engage in reckless behavior and could be held accountable for their actions. Moreover, while training Pokémon was mainstream in this world, it did not imply Tatten could neglect subjects such as language, mathematics, foreign languages, history, and physics. Their restriction on acquiring Pokémon until third year also ensured that students' foundational education would not be compromised. Regular subject examination significantly contributed to their ecology and trance scores. Furthermore, possessing extensive knowledge of Pokémon was essential for a competent trainer. Thus, on the first day of his third year, after registering for trainer qualifications, Lynch received his Houndour tways after he personally captured Houndour in a Pokeball. The TAS system panel with identification and search functions appeared. In the following month, Lynch trained alongside Houndour, utilizing the search function to discover several pearls. With the proceeds from selling these pearls, Lynch earned some pocket money for his little Houndour. Even more thrilling wasn't, during that training session in Whitewater Forest, He managed Tolakitai quality Firestonius Inc. the search function. Fis evolution stones, such as Firestone Sandwater stones, held significant market value, often being sold for over 100,000 for eventhemist mediocre specimens, with superior quality stones fetch in exorbitant prices. Crucially, the Firestone was necessary for Hounders evolution into Houndum, and Lynchi Yadger litis I dead to keep it, dreaming Goftade could seat to facilitate Hounders evolution. Thus, over Thekercio Famith, Houndur progressed from its initial stage to V14, a commendable pace. Chapter 4. The volcano erupted. With a command from Lin Shur, the orange-yellow puppy, known as Katy Dog, erupted into flames, transforming into a blazing wheel that surged forward with remarkable speed. With a resounding thud, it struck the opposing Nidoking directly. Clearly disheartened by the confrontation, Nidoking hastily retreated into the nearby woods, quickly vanishing from sight. Well done, Lin Shur praised, walking over to Katy Dog, stroking its head affectionately. He then opened the panel to review Katy Dog's information. Pokémon, Katy Dog level, LV14 status, healthy gender, male type, fire ability, flash fire height, 0, 8 meters weight, 20, 0 kilograms held item, none skills, Ember, Howl Bite Flame Wheel, Energy Ball, Swift, Morning Sunday Pokédex entry. Katy Dog, the puppy Pokémon. It possesses an honest disposition, easily forming bonds with humans. When faced with foes, it barks and bites, attempting to drive them away. Level 14 now, Lin Shur nodded in satisfaction, retrieving a Fire-type energy cube from his backpack. The quality of these cubes was evident from their vibrant color. You must learn to control your direction while using Flame Wheel. This will not only allow you to close in on your opponent at high speed, but also help you evade their attacks. Lastly, try to merge Energy Ball with Flame Wheel, accelerating as you spin. As Lin Shur fed the energy cube to Katy Dog, he outlined the next training plan. If you train well, I'll treat you to a feast tonight. How's that sound? Do you feel confident? Oh, woo. Katy Dog raised its head proudly, momentarily neglecting the energy cube as it expressed its determination to Lin Shur. Lin Shur smiled gently, encouraging Katy Dog by stroking its warm, sunlit fur. Suddenly, a series of rustling sounds emanated from the nearby forest, as if something substantial was moving through the underbrush. Lin Shur quickly stood up, scanning his surroundings to discern the source of the noise. Something's not right. The sound seems to be drawing closer. Katy Dog, we must leave. Without needing Lin Shur's command, Katy Dog had already perked up its ears, crouching forward slightly and emitting low growls in response to the sound. Upon hearing Lin Shur's order, it darted away with him, distancing themselves from the noise. With a series of crashing sounds, a colossal, gray serpentine Pokémon emerged before Lin Shur. Its body was composed of enormous gray boulders, crowned with a sharp rock protrusion. Onyx? Why is it so enormous? Pokémon, Onyx level, LV30 status, agitated gender, male type, rock ground ability, sturdy height, 15, 0 m weight, 998, 0 kilograms held item, hardstone skills, roar tackle, rock slide, harden, bind, dig, rock polish, rock tomb, iron tail, earthquake explosion. Pokédex entry, Onyx, the rock snake Pokémon. It burrows through the earth, absorbing various hard materials to strengthen its body. Goodness, level 30. Such a Pokémon shouldn't appear so close to human habitation. Lin Shur gritted his teeth, his pace quickening. The significant level disparity left him with no desire to engage in battle. This won't do. At this rate, we'll be caught. The Onyx behind him was clearly agitated, as the panel indicated that something had entered its body, causing its current rage. A rock-formed serpent, quite a spectacle. Yet, regardless of the situation, Lin Shur lacked the ability to assist it. For the moment, survival was paramount. Katy Dog, we must change our route. Currently, Lin Shur had already been chased by the Onyx, moving deeper into the Whitewater Forest. To evade the Onyx, he chose paths with dense trees and numerous obstacles, gradually losing his sense of direction. He failed to notice that at some point, the Onyx had vanished from pursuit, and the forest around him had transformed. Minutes later, it seems like it has stopped chasing us. Let us pause. Glancing back to see no signs of movement, Lin Shur, out of breath, signaled for Katy Dog to halt and slumped onto a nearby stone. Yet Katy Dog remained energetic, sniffing the ground before raising its head and howling continuously, as if trying to convey something. However, even without questioning, Lin sure understood its intent. When he lifted his gaze, he spotted a large, black mountain rising in the distance. Smoke billowing from its summit. Is that a volcano? Lin sure momentarily felt bewildered. Was there a volcano in Baishan? He stood, increasingly alarmed as he surveyed his surroundings. Realizing this was certainly not the whitewater forest he once knew. Secret Realm. The word sprang to Lin Shure's mind. This was an emerging, unexplored secret realm. In this world, secret realms symbolized opportunity, and an untouched one held immeasurable treasures. Yet, equally, the dangers within a secret realm were not to be trifled with. Countless wild Pokémon inhabited these territories, and they would not hesitate to attack intruders. Suppressing his eager desire to explore, Lin Shure recognized that his immediate priority was to locate an exit from the secret realm. Katy Dog, do you remember the path we took? Lin Shure crouched down, stroking Katy Dog's head. Woof, Katy Dog nodded, lowering its head to utilize its keen sense of smell to find the way. Lin Shure followed closely behind Katy Dog, retracing their steps. In truth, he was uncertain whether the pathway into the secret realm still existed, as everything remained unstable in this newly emerged area, including the entrances and exits. Wait, Katy Dog, there seems to be something glowing over there. As they walked, Lin Shure noticed an exceptionally tall and sturdy dead tree in a nearby forest, something shimmering within its crevices. After confirming with Katy Dog's keen sense of smell that no Pokémon were nearby, Lin Shure circled the dead tree and finally halted before it. This is it. Katy Dog, use Energy Ball to break it open, Lin Shure commanded, pointing to a specific spot on the dead tree. With a flash of fire, the dead tree splintered open. Inside the hollow was not large, revealing its contents clearly, a Pokémon egg resting on a stone, alongside a glowing crescent feather. After departing from the hollow, Lin Shure continued alongside Katy Dog in search of an exit. Suddenly, a tremendous sound reverberated from afar, followed by a violent tremor that shook the ground. Lin Shure steadied himself, frowning as he gazed towards the forest's edge, his face paling instantly. The volcano has erupted. Chapter 5. Sparkle, Light of Evolution. In the distance, an ominous red glow surged across the horizon, a sanguine omen dancing in the air. The belly of the volcano began to tremble slightly, akin to a slumbering giant gradually awakening. This tremor intensified, resembling a trapped beast struggling to break free from its confines. Without uttering a word, Lin Shure sprinted backwards with his Corgi Pokémon, frantically seeking distance from the impending disaster. At this moment, he finally understood why his previous journey had been so smooth. The spirits within the secret realm had likely foreseen the imminent eruption and were each seeking their own means of escape. As Lin Shure dashed away, he lamented that time was not on his side this time. A deafening roar reverberated through the entire secret realm, as the volcano's mouth gaped open like a portal to the underworld. Fiery magma and ash erupted, soaring into the sky like an enraged dragon unleashed from the abyss. He was perilously close to the volcano. The air was thick with the acrid scent of burning and sulfur, suffocating in its intensity. The lava flowed down the mountainside like a merciless crimson river, consuming all living beings in its path. The spirits that once inhabited this place were now fleeing in every direction. Nidoking, Odish, Diglett, Bunelby, Farfetch'd, and Onyx. Lin Shure even spotted a rare family of Clefairy among the frantic escapees, each utilizing their unique abilities to survive. From a level perspective, most spirits here hovered around level 35, with some exceeding level 40. According to the League's classification, this area should be categorized as an elite-level secret realm, accessible only to elite trainers. Lin Shure pondered these thoughts. Fortunately, at this moment, no spirit had the leisure to harm him, a mere outsider. Compared to the volcano, even a most unwelcome guest seemed courteous. Suddenly, a glowing white Ursaring dashed past him, seemingly slowing down intentionally as it passed, allowing Lin Shure to glimpse the disdain in its eyes. That was the move Quick Attack. Quick Attack allowed spirits to strike with lightning speed, making it equally effective for escape. Spirits began to employ skills to hasten their flight. He witnessed several Onyxes and Geodudes using Rock Polish, their speed surging dramatically. While the spirits possessed skills, Linsher only had his 2 legs, one weary and the other aching, feeling the weight of his body increase. He could not fathom how long he would need to run. He merely knew that the farther he distanced himself, the safer he would be. Suddenly, a rock propelled into the air landed beside him, causing a tremendous noise and vibration that knocked him off balance. He looked skyward. The volcano's mouth resembled a colossal cannon, launching solid and semi-solid rocks, along with other materials, skyward like bullets. These rocks traced arcs through the air, resembling a hellish fireworks display, causing Linsher to frown, his lips curling slightly in dismay. With great effort, Linsher stood up, hearing the call of his corgi. "Corgi, we must leave swiftly. This place is far too dangerous," he urged. "What are you doing?" At that moment, Linsher noticed something was amiss with his corgi. It radiated an intense heat, as if some energy were about to burst forth from its body. The corgi raised its head and howled at the sky, emanating a blue-white glow as its form began to swell. The light of evolution? How could this be? Linsher's eyes widened, and he instinctively checked his pocket, discovering that the firestone had fallen to the ground when he stumbled. No, that's not right. Gazing at the descending rain of rocks and the flowing magma from the volcano's peak, Linsher suddenly realized why his corgi had chosen to evolve. From a certain perspective, this was indeed an opportune moment. Soon, the evolution completed, and a canine Pokémon several times larger appeared before Linsher. It boasted a fluffy flaxen coat covering its face, brown eyes, and tiger-like black and orange stripes, its long fur dancing in the air like a flickering flame. Pokémon, Arcanine level, LV16 status, healthy gender, male type, fire ability, flash fire height, 1, 9 meters weight, 155, 0 kilograms held item, none skills, Ember, Howl Bite, Flame Wheel, Flare Blitz, Quick Attack, Morning Sun, Flame Burst, Fire Fong, Quick Attack, Flamethrower. Pokémon identification, Arcanine, the evolved form of Corgi, revered as a legendary Pokémon. Its magnificent mane captivates many, and countless admirers are enchanted by its graceful, swift movements. Indeed, Quick Attack, observing the newly acquired Quick Attack skill in Arcanine's repertoire, Linsher felt a mix of emotions. But now was not the time for such musings. The distant rumble of the volcano and the incessant rain of rocks served as reminders of the peril surrounding him. After evolving, Arcanine approached Linsher, nudging him with its head, then lowered itself, inviting him to mount. With a sigh of relief, Linsher ceased to hesitate. Time was of the essence. He climbed onto Arcanine's back, which glowed with a radiant white light, dashing forward like a streak of light. Quick Attack. The shadows of the trees raced backwards as Linsher crouched low to minimize resistance, gripping the fur on Arcanine's back tightly. With the use of Quick Attack, Arcanine moved with extraordinary speed and agility, deftly navigating obstacles and avoiding falling debris from above. Even after the Quick Attack's duration had lapsed, its pace remained swift, and before long, they had covered considerable ground. As the terrain leveled out, Linsher finally had a chance to survey his surroundings, witnessing countless Pokémon fleeing through the forest. Many species fled in groups. Nidoking and Nidoqueen led their Nidoran offspring, while a Bagon carried not only its own young in its pouch, but also several smaller Pokémon like Jigglypuff and Piku. A menacing Beartic was seen guiding its cubs as well. Wait, there's an unusual one. As Linsher's gaze swept over the Beartic family, he spotted a cub with noticeably different coloration amidst the throng. Linsher silently praised his luck, but then his eyes widened in realization. No, a shiny cub should be green. This one was merely gray, and its appearance was different. Linsher quickly turned his head to scrutinize the cub, but it was too late. The Beartic family had just changed direction, their figures obscured by the dense foliage. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him, and he lifted his gaze towards the departing Beartic family, disbelief filling his eyes. That Pokémon, he recalled. Chapter 6, The Egg Hatched. Linsher squinted thoughtfully, and at last, The creature's appearance became increasingly vivid in his mind. I remember the name of that Pokémon. It should be called Bear Disciple. Lin Shi slammed his hand down, fully recalling the memory. Although its name may sound like an ordinary Pokémon, in truth, Bear Disciple is a genuine divine beast. Revered as the legendary fighting Pokémon, its evolved form, martial arts Bear Master, is exceptionally formidable. In the tales from his past life, there was a martial arts Bear Master that defeated the equally divine Regis with a single punch, showcasing its immense power. Having been in this world for quite some time, he had yet to hear of anyone gaining the acknowledgement of a legendary Pokémon and capturing it as a companion. No, I must remain rational. Lin Shi rubbed his face, attempting to calm his racing thoughts. Seeking it out now may not guarantee success, even if fortune favored him and he found it. How could he possibly capture it? Charisma? Lin Shi speculated that even an evolved Swift Hound would likely be no match for it, especially with a cadre of seemingly formidable circle bears by its side. Reining in his emotions, Lin Shi gently stroked the warm fur of his Swift Hound. Survival is the priority. Swift Hound, use quick attack once more. We should be nearing the exit. A few minutes later, Lin Shi rode his Swift Hound back to the place where he had entered the secret realm not long ago. It was unmistakable. They could clearly see a section of the sky nearby, resembling a transparent curtain billowing in the wind, akin to ripples on a tranquil water surface. Splendid, Lin Shi exclaimed with joy. Oh, the Swift Hound howled in response, its paws swift as the wind as it dashed toward the exit. With only a few meters to go, Lin Shi's previously anxious heart began to settle. Taking a deep breath, he glanced back at the secret realm. However, life is unpredictable. One can never know whether tomorrow or misfortune will arrive first, or perhaps that joy often precedes sorrow. Just as he was about to leave the secret realm, an unexpected event occurred. A tremendous roar erupted from the sky, causing Lin Shi to furrow his brow and instinctively look up in the direction of the sound. The sight that met his eyes sent a chill down his spine. A colossal rock engulfed in raging flames was hurtling toward them at an alarming speed. What terrible luck! Lin Shi immediately sought to direct his Swift Hound to evade, but he soon realized the futility of such an effort. The flaming rock was simply too massive, and its velocity too rapid. No, there's no escaping this. Lin Shi gritted his teeth, an overwhelming sense of despair washing over him in that moment. But it's too soon to succumb to despair. Swift Hound, let us give it our all, what? Before Lin Shi could fully process his own words, he watched in horror as the enormous rock plummeted down, raising a cloud of dust. The sky, momentarily obscured, concealed the shadow above. When Lin Shi awoke, it was already the following morning. He lay in his room, and his Swift Hound was nowhere to be found. After assessing his condition, he discovered only minor scrapes. He had lost consciousness due to the impact. Meanwhile, the newly emerged secret realm had entered a phase of concealment. The so-called concealment phase is a phenomenon that occurs with every secret realm on the brink of full manifestation. Generally, after the initial appearance of an exceedingly unstable spatial passage, the next secret realm will not reopen for 2 to 3 years, during which time no accessible passages will appear. Experts speculate that secret realms are akin to wandering spaces. The initial emergence signifies the collision and friction between the secret realm's space and our own, resulting in a temporary passage. Lin Shi held the Pokeball containing Swift Hound in contemplative silence. Darling, don't place such immense pressure on our son. Little Jean might evolve soon. But it's not guaranteed, Lin's mother said, casting a disapproving glance at Lin's father while turning to feed the Magikarp. I just checked. It should hatch any moment now. I have a strong intuition that it won't disappoint me. That night, after dinner, Lin Shi carried the egg into the yard, with a family gathered around it. The egg was now covered in cracks, on the verge of hatching. The weather was splendidly clear, and the silvery moonlight cascaded unobstructed, draping the entire city in a veil of silver. In the next moment, as if nourished by the moonlight, the egg suddenly emitted a radiant white glow, growing increasingly intense, revealing the shadow of a small Pokémon. The egg has hatched. A small bear Pokémon, with a light brown body and a crescent-shaped white pattern on its head, appeared before everyone, curiously surveying the world around it. Bear cub? Pokémon. Bear cub level. LV1 status. Healthy gender. Male type. Normal ability. Pickup height. 0. 5 meters weight. 8. 0 kilograms held item. None skills. Scratch, lick, yawn. Pokémon identification. Bear cub, the little bear Pokémon. It secretes sweet honey in its palms and licks it continuously. Each bear cub's honey has a unique flavor. Hello, bear cub. I am your master. I am your trainer. Linshur reached out to pat the bear cub's head, the crescent pattern shimmering brilliantly. Its texture delightful. Let us have a wonderful companionship. The following day, Linshur prepared sweet honey and fresh milk for bear cub's meals. Naturally, he also ensured that Magikarp received high-quality flying-type energy cubes, as a significant amount of flying-type energy was essential for evolving from the water-type Magikarp into the water-flying-type Gyarados. It is worth mentioning that the funds used to purchase these items were earned by Linshur through trading moonstones. The moonstone was the very one that had been resting beneath bear cub's egg, which Linshur had brought along. Being quite substantial and of exceptional quality, one of the rare top-tier moonstones. Linshur estimated that it could fetch nearly 10 million in the market. So he divided it into standard-sized pieces for sale, earning a considerable sum. It could be said that rather than Linshur raising bear cub, it was bear cub who was, in essence, nurturing Linshur. With that thought, Linshur added another spoonful of sweet honey for bear cub. Observing Linshur's actions, bear cub gazed at him with wide, sparkling eyes filled with affection. What an extraordinary trainer. However, once bear cub levels up a bit, Linshur plans to take it into the forest for battles. After all, combat is the best teacher. Moreover, bear cub's pickup ability is exceptionally suited for outdoor adventures, potentially leading to unexpected treasures. With that in mind, Linshur glanced at the details of the pickup ability. Pickup ability can find items used by opponents or unclaimed items in the wild. Chapter 7. The cub's first battle in the comfort of his home. Linshur was diligently training the little bear. When using the skill slash, you must concentrate the normal type energy in your hands and envelop your palms, he instructed. After several days of practice, Linshur observed that the bear cub possessed remarkable talent. It quickly mastered various techniques and executed them with impressive finesse. This realization filled him with joy as it validated his long-held expectations. With a resounding thud, the bear cub conjured a white claw made of normal-type energy, striking the wooden post with precision. The post splintered in response. Applause erupted from Linshur, who then produced a normal-type energy cube as a reward for the bear cub. "You're full of spirit," he exclaimed. A melodious voice chimed from the entrance. It was Su Chimeng, whose home was directly across from Linshur's. Due to her archaeologist parents' frequent travels worldwide, she often stayed with Linshur's family during her childhood. Su Chimeng was remarkable, intelligent, and charming, with a beauty that endeared her to Linshur's parents. "Ah, the esteemed Miss Su graces us with her presence. A rare occasion indeed." Linshur turned to greet her, opening the gate to his courtyard. "I didn't come just to visit. Old Zhang said that while you can take a break, the assignments must still be completed," she stated, tossing a bag towards him. Linshur shrugged, catching the bag and slinging it over his shoulder. "Your little bear cub appears quite lively," Su Chimeng remarked, crouching down to gently stroke the bear cub's head. The bear cub, wide-eyed and somewhat bewildered, looked up at her, occasionally glancing back at Linshur. "Shall we engage in a battle?" Su Chimeng proposed, rising to her feet. "A battle?" Linshur echoed, intrigued. "Indeed. I've recently caught a Pokémon of a similar level to your bear cub, making it a suitable opponent." As she spoke, she retrieved a Pokeball from her pocket. "Then please, Miss Su, show some mercy." Linshur encouraged the bear cub. "Fight well, and if you win, tonight's dessert will be doubled." Upon hearing the mention of double treats, the bear cub straightened up, raising its right hand to its chest, exuding confidence. "Excellent. Let's commence," Su Chimeng declared, releasing her Pokémon from a ball. A small cat-like creature emerged, its fur primarily brown, with fluffy cream-colored fur around its neck and tail, along with a pair of long rabbit-like ears. Pokémon, EV level, LV8 status, healthy gender, female type, normal ability, adaptability height, 0, 25 meters weight, 6. 2 kilograms held item. None moves, tackle, growl, sand attack, quick attack, wish, swift. Pokémon assessment. EV, an evolutionary Pokémon. Due to its unstable genetic makeup, it possesses various potential evolutionary paths. Lin Shi was somewhat taken aback by Su Qiming's acquisition of an EV, for it was a rare and precious Pokémon in this world. However, considering her parents' esteemed professions, it seemed acquiring such a Pokémon was not particularly challenging for her. Moreover, he noted that this EV had a diverse skill set despite being only level 8, indicating its impressive potential. Let the battle begin. EV, use quick attack. Su Qiming initiated the fray. A flash of white light enveloped EV as it dashed towards the bear cub at astonishing speed. Bear cub, use fury swipes. Lin Shi commanded. The essence of quick attack lay in its swiftness, prompting Lin Shi to counter with fury swipes to force EV to halt. With a resounding clash, fury swipes collided with quick attack, sending EV hurtling backwards, revealing its inferiority in strength against the bear cub. Bear cub, move in and use slash. The bear cub sprang forward, its paws aglow, charging towards EV. EV jump. At the last moment, EV leapt, skillfully evading the attack. Use yawn. Seizing the opportunity as EV was airborne, Lin Shi directed the bear cub to unleash a puff of white mist towards it. Swift. In midair, EV adeptly performed swift and yawn, successfully countering the bear cub's assault. Lin Shi was impressed by Su Qiming and EV's quick reflexes. It was evident they had trained diligently. Bear cub, rush in with fury swipes. EV, dodge with quick attack, then use swift. With a determined cry, EV evaded the bear cub's advance, swiftly creating distance to execute swift. Bear cub, disregard it and charge in with slash. With a roar, the bear cub charged straight towards a swift attack, its crescent-shaped mark on its forehead glowing faintly. The swift attack struck the bear cub, but it appeared unfazed, continuing its advance towards EV and raising its arm to deliver a powerful slash. Throughout their training, Lin Shi had discovered that the bear cub not only learned skills rapidly, but also possessed exceptional durability and stamina, recovering energy at a rate far superior to the average bear cub. With a resounding impact, the bear cub struck EV, sending it crashing into a wooden post used for training, rendering it unable to continue. The battle concluded with the bear cub emerging victorious. EV, Su Qiming hurried to her Pokémon's side, cradling it gently. Your bear cub is quite impressive. I thought you would lag behind due to the 2 months of missed training, but it seems you will catch up before the exams. Su Qiming appeared unperturbed by her defeat, quickly checking on EV before showering Lin Shi with praise. Thank you, Lin Shi chuckled, performing a playful bow. Beneath the gentle autumn sun, a maple tree in the courtyard had begun to blush with hints of red. A soft breeze rustled the leaves, which shimmered with golden hues in the sunlight. A table was set in the yard, where Eevee and the bear cub enjoyed the normal-type energy cubes provided by Lin Shi. When do you plan to start classes? Su Qiming inquired, seated beside the table. Next month, Lin Shi replied. That works, as there's not much happening at school anyway. Su Qiming nodded in agreement. Indeed, Lin Shi mused, contemplating. Starting next month, the school would commence various Pokémon training activities, a yearly tradition. Students with outstanding performance would be rewarded, though the prizes varied, most being items that enhance Pokémon abilities, some so remarkable they were hard to procure. Chapter 8. The Catalyst for Magikarp's Evolution in the Outskirts of the Baishui Forest, Baishan City, Baishui Town. The young Lin Shi returned to this verdant expanse 3 days after his battle with Su Qiming. In his hands lay a collection of meticulously gathered data, detailing the various resources that had been discovered in Baishui Forest in recent years. Reports indicated the presence of water stones, soft sand, and rare fruit-bearing trees. Among other treasures, Lin Shi endeavored to harness this information to enhance the efficacy of his search system. By initially narrowing the scope through human effort, identifying the resources within Baishui Forest, he could then selectively utilize the search panel for his specific needs. This strategy promised to significantly elevate his efficiency, sparing him from engaging in futile endeavors. He clicked his tongue in surprise. The wealth of resources in Baishui Forest exceeded his expectations. This was unsurprising, as the forest sprawled across 3 municipalities, collectively known as the North Source Forest, with Baishui's portion being merely a fragment. Attribute gems, priceless treasures, were in abundance, and he yearned for the coveted struggle sand as well. As his gaze swept across the area, he suddenly halted. Gili fruit? It appeared that someone had spotted a Gili fruit tree in the southern central region of Baishui Forest. The image depicted a white fruit adorned with brown speckles, a rare treasure unlike the more common orange and mei fruits. The Gili fruit was exceedingly rare and challenging to cultivate artificially. Most of the precious fruits circulating in the market were sourced from the wild or hidden realms, with only a select few enterprises possessing the capability to cultivate such trees. Moreover, the Gili fruit boasted remarkable effects. It could refine a Pokémon's power, enhancing its physical strength, making it highly sought after and correspondingly expensive. Lin Shi was particularly intrigued by this fruit, as both his bear cub and Gyarados relied heavily on physical attacks. The wind speed dog also thrived on physical and special assaults. Thus, any fruit that could augment their attack power would be immensely beneficial. He typed Gili fruit into the search box and initiated a search. The detector whirred like a radar, rotating in circles before finally coming to a halt. No results found for the item you searched. The message on the screen elicited no surprise from Lin Shi, considering the search radius was limited to a mere 400 meters, placing him close to the periphery. Let us proceed, bear cub. It's time to train. Lin Shi brushed off the dirt from his clothes and made his way to the riverbank. What appeared to be a river was, in fact, a slightly wider stream winding down from the depths of the forest. Come forth, Magikarp. Lin Shi released the creature, splashing water into the air. Keeping Magikarp confined was detrimental to its growth. After all, this golden Magikarp was nearing level 20, the threshold for evolution. Lin Shi sought to uncover opportunities for its evolution. However, evolution for Magikarp was not merely a matter of reaching a specific level. It required a catalyst. Just as Milotic needed beauty to evolve, or the fairy Pokémon required closeness with their trainers, Gyarados also demanded a unique emotional trigger for its transformation, something experts refer to as emotional value. After extensive study of the Magikarp species, specialists discovered that evolution only occurred when its emotions reached a peak. For instance, intense anger could trigger evolution once it hit level 20, which accounted for the ferocity exhibited by many wild Gyarados. Logically, having identified the cause should have simplified Magikarp's evolution. Yet, the reality was starkly different. Researchers noted that Magikarp's emotional stability was profound, or perhaps its brain was incapable of contemplating anything beyond basic needs. It was challenging to incite any emotional fluctuation, let alone reach a peak. Gradually, the number of trainers willing to capture Magikarp dwindled, leaving only those with no alternatives or those defying fate. As Lin Shi pondered Magikarp's evolution, he recalled the kick from Kojiro, which perhaps had propelled Magikarp into an emotional frenzy, catalyzing its evolution. With this thought in mind, he glanced at his feet and then at the water, where Magikarp gazed back with its wise eyes, seemingly brimming with untold stories. Lin Shi felt an overwhelming urge to give it a kick, though he restrained himself, knowing that even if such a method proved effective, a Gyarados born of fury would likely resist his commands. Magikarp, swim upstream along this stream. Bear cub, and I shall follow suit, Lin Shi instructed, recognizing that swimming against the current would bolster Magikarp's strength, while allowing Bear Cub to engage in friendly battles with other Pokémon coming to drink. Oh, and if you spot anything intriguing or luminous at the bottom of the water, remember to bring it to me. I'll reward you with a special treat tonight. He reminded Magikarp before it submerged, its mouth agape, unsure if it comprehended. By the water's edge, Bear Cub braced itself, crossing its arms to deflect the chaotic attacks of a Nidoran. Since discovering Bear Cub's innate talent, Lin Shi had diligently worked on enhancing its defensive capabilities, ensuring it faced a variety of Pokémon to experience diverse elemental skills. Excellent, Lin Shi exclaimed as Bear Cub executed a powerful attack. Raising its right arm, energy coalesced into the shape of claws, striking Nidoran and sending it flying. Nidoran, recovering from the impact, shook its head and, rather than retaliating, cast an aggrieved glance at Linshur before swiftly retreating into the forest. Linshur couldn't shake the feeling that he had perceived a hint of resentment in Nidorn's gaze. Have we encountered each other before? Not dwelling on it, Linshur redirected his focus to Bear Cub, who had just emerged victorious. Pokémon, Bear Cub level, LV11 status, healthy gender, male type, normal ability, pickup height, 0, 6 meters weight, 8, 6 kilograms held item, small mushroom moves, scratch, lick, yawn, fury swipes. Tackle, quick attack, cut. Pokémon assessment, slightly above average. Linshur nodded in satisfaction. Having reached level 11 in less than half a month was akin to riding a rocket. While his relentless investment played a part, Bear Cub's inherent talent was undeniably remarkable. Linshur speculated that this might be linked to the secret realm or perhaps the moon wing, as the interaction between the Pokémon egg and the feather of a divine beast surely held significance. Regardless, Bear Cub was now his Pokémon, and he welcomed the situation with open arms. Chapter 9. The Battle of the King of Carp as evening descended. The gentle rays of the setting sun bathed the depths of the forest in a golden veil, bestowing a serene beauty upon this tranquil realm. Unlike his usual practice, Linshur chose not to depart this time. Instead, he sought a flat and concealed spot to establish his camp. To ensure his safety, he even borrowed the formidable strength of his father. As night deepened, the forest resembled a slumbering giant, silent yet majestic, with a campfire flickering in the darkness like stars in the night sky. Linshur took out insect repellent and sprayed it around the tent to ward off potential attacks from wild Pokémon. Once his preparations were complete, he settled down and checked his map on his phone to confirm his location. After a day's journey, he found himself gradually approaching the heart of the forest, specifically the center of Baishui Forest. The level of wild Pokémon began to rise, with creatures above level 10 starting to appear. After confirming his position, he began to tally today's harvest. 3 small mushrooms, 1 large mushroom, 2 pearls, and 200 grams of soft sand. The yield was satisfactory, apart from the soft sand, which he intended to keep for training ground-type energy for his Pokémon. He planned to sell the rest, estimating their value to be around 10,000. What was that sound? Linshur became alert. In the stillness of the forest, even the faintest noise resonated distinctly. It resembled the rustling of leaves in the wind or fish scales gliding across the water surface. Initially, Linshur thought the sound would soon cease, but it persisted, thankfully without any further disturbances. As night deepened, he had no choice but to release his Macamp, taking turns to stand guard through the night in the forest. As the sound stopped, upon awakening early in the morning, Linshur discovered that the mysterious noise had vanished. According to Machamp's description, it had gradually faded as dawn broke. Linshur furrowed his brow. He had never encountered such an occurrence before. However, he swiftly dismissed his concerns, recognizing that peculiar phenomena are commonplace in forests, especially those inhabited by Pokémon. After preparing food for Macamp and his Bear Cub, Linshur approached a nearby stream and released his Magikarp, intending to feed it as well. Splash! The golden fish leaped into the water, sending ripples cascading outward. Linshur felt as though something was off with Magikarp today, though he couldn't quite articulate it. Perhaps its gaze lacked the usual wisdom. Bang! Before Linshur could scrutinize further, a fish Pokémon, predominantly white with red limbs and sharp horns protruding from its head, leaped from the water and collided with Magikarp. Linshur quickly identified it as a horned goldfish, which appeared quite irate, glaring at Magikarp with indignation. Had he disturbed its slumber? Though puzzled, Linshur welcomed the opportunity for a battle, recognizing it as a chance for Magikarp to hone its skills. Use Whirlpool to trap it, Linshur commanded. A blue glow enveloped Magikarp, which opened its mouth to unleash a swirling torrent of water towards the horned goldfish. Unyielding, the horned goldfish retaliated with a water pulse, colliding with the whirlpool and creating a mist of water droplets. Before the mist could dissipate, the horned goldfish launched a swift new assault, its horn glowing faintly as it surged through the haze towards Magikarp. Magikarp, jump! As the horned attack neared its target, Magikarp leaped from the water, a notable strength of Lin Shi's Magikarp, capable of soaring high, though its utility remained questionable. Utilizing the momentum of its descent, Magikarp executed a powerful tackle, slamming into the horned goldfish. Though the horned goldfish was sent flying, it refused to concede, launching another water pulse. Magikarp used Twister. A green dragon-like wave emanated from Magikarp, dispersing the water pulse and striking the horned goldfish directly. The horned goldfish was flung far from the encounter, landing back in the water, opting not to retaliate this time as it swiftly submerged and escaped. Well done, Magikarp. Your hard work in consuming energy cubes has paid off. Lin Shi thought, reflecting on the considerable effort he had invested to train Magikarp to obey commands, employing reason, emotion, and rewards of food, including the precious dragon-type energy cubes. Splash! The surface of the water erupted with activity as several wild Magikarp surfaced. Oh, are there really so many Magikarp here? Lin Shi pondered, noting an increase in their numbers recently. However, he dismissed his concerns, recognizing that it was not his responsibility to manage the proliferation of wild Pokémon. That burden lay with the Alliance. Bear Cub, use Brick Break. The fighting energy coalesced in Bear Cub's palm as it swung forward, striking Aparaz on the head. Excellent. Bear Cub is beginning to master the technique. Lin Shi observed with satisfaction as Bear Cub executed the still somewhat juvenile move. The swift progress was partly due to Lin Shi's request from Ma Camp to assist with the training. Unfortunately, time was limited. Otherwise, Lin Shi had intended for Ma Camp to teach Bear Cub the farmer's 3 fists. For now, the focus remained on perfecting one skill before moving on. After harvesting another large mushroom, Lin Shi cheerfully collected the sizable red and white mushroom from the ground. He then retrieved a food item from his backpack and handed it to Aparaz as a token of appreciation for its efforts, a delicacy favored by Pokémon that Lin Shi had procured for such occasions. Let us go to our destination. Lin Shi opened the search panel once more, revealing a map with 2 distinct points, a yellow dot indicating his location and a red dot marking his search target. This target was the elusive lychee fruit tree he had long sought. As he drew closer, the search panel finally confirmed its position. Beneath the golden sunlight, the forest was infused with a delicate aroma of leaves, and sunlight streamed through the sparse foliage, illuminating Lin Shi's face as he crawled forward. So well hidden. Without the system, who could ever find this? Lin Shi remarked, eyeing the red dot now within arm's reach. It should be right around here, he murmured, becoming increasingly cautious. Such trees were bound to attract Pokémon, and undoubtedly, they would be of considerable strength. Before Lin Shi could revel in his good fortune, his expression soured upon spotting a colossal creature circling beneath the tree. A foe in close quarters. Chapter 10. The Lingonberry. I am a colossal rock serpent. Once, I resided in a vibrant forest, alive with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of blossoms, a place abundant with delectable stones and picturesque vistas. Beyond the forest stood a mountain, which the sprites referred to as the Devil's Mountain. They claimed that a demon dwelled within, one that feasted upon sprites, which is why, for many years, I had never witnessed a sprite ascend its heights. Yet, at times I could sense a powerful aura emanating from that mountain. Perhaps it was the demon. I would ponder. I had thought this idyllic existence would endure indefinitely, until one fateful day, a dire message arrived. The demon had grown enraged, and its wrath would consume all the sprites in the forest. I was uncertain of the truth behind this proclamation, but witnessing the fear in many sprites, some of whom began to abandon their homes, I chose to believe it. After all, I was delicate and frail. Safety was paramount. I departed from my home, bidding farewell to the sprites who were reluctant to leave, and began my migration toward a place far removed from the Devil's Mountain. However, my journey was fraught with difficulties. On the evening of my first day, as I prepared to dig a hole to rest, I suddenly noticed a peculiar transformation in the distant sky. I found it difficult to describe. It resembled the moment a chameleon camouflages itself, transparent yet utterly incongruous with its surroundings. Could it be a gigantic chameleon? I cannot tell. Before long, I observed a procession of oddly shaped metallic objects, rectangular to be precise. They reminded me of my acquaintance, the cold tortoise. Yes, shells, rectangular iron shells, came rushing in from that strange sky. Their eyes glimmered brightly, illuminating the far reaches of the forest. They formed an orderly line, advancing grandly into the depths of the woods, akin to a battalion on the march. Once they had passed, I emerged from my burrow and made my way toward their path. As I walked, it felt as though I had traversed a membrane of water, an exceedingly unpleasant sensation. Where am I? As realization dawned upon me, the world appeared transformed. I strained to peer into the distance, yet everything was unfamiliar. Even the Devil's Mountain had vanished. Thus, for several days, I wandered in this strange realm, and I sensed a malaise afflicting me. Since encountering those peculiar iron shells, I felt as though my body had grown heavier, at times even experiencing pain. How vexing! Yet the sprites here were remarkably weak, allowing me to ascend as their leader, a rather agreeable position. I even discovered a tree bearing delicious fruits. Alas, after consuming one, I felt too full to indulge in a second. 3 ripe fruits remained, to be savored at my leisure. They belonged to me, and none could claim them. Gazing at the purple, 4-armed creature wriggling nearby, I felt a surge of anger. Was this my territory? Who permitted your intrusion? I roared, but instead of retreating, the creature approached with a dance. Enraged, I swiftly gathered my energy, forming several large boulders to hurl at it. With a series of crashes, the boulders were shattered by its flailing arms. It turned, wiggling its rear in defiance, an audacity I could not tolerate. Instinctively, I lashed out with my tail, and indeed, my formidable strength sent it sprawling far away. I felt a sense of pride. This was the consequence of provoking me. The purple creature staggered to its feet, casting a glance in my direction before attempting to flee. Not so fast. Now that you wish to escape, it is too late. I would not let this 4-armed monstrosity evade my grasp. I dashed after it, determined to teach it a lesson, to impress upon it who truly ruled this domain. It was swift, and had I not been feeling unwell, I would have buried it beneath the stones. Where are my fruits? The thieves were Lin Shi and the mighty strength. Lin Shi had never anticipated encountering the very rock serpent that had chased him into this secret realm, a classic case of enemies crossing paths. These 3 fruits would serve as compensation for the transgression. Lin Shi had observed that a few unripe fruits remained on the tree, planning to return once they matured. For now, he would enlist the assistance of the rock serpent to guard them. However, Lin Shi noticed that the serpent exhibited signs of distress. It seemed that whatever burden it bore within had yet to be expelled, causing it considerable agitation. Perhaps, in the future, he could investigate further. As night fell, the forest transformed into a beast poised to consume the unwary. Come, come, everyone, let us divide the spoils. By the campfire, Lin Shi retrieved 3 lingonberries from his backpack. To avoid protracted delays, he decided to consume the fruits on the spot. He first offered one to Mighty Strength, the true hero of this venture, without its assistance. Lin Shi would never have dared to provoke the immense rock serpent. Next, he presented a fruit to the adorable bear cub, who gazed at him with pleading eyes, licking its palm in anticipation. The 2 sprites accepted the gifts without hesitation, swiftly devouring the fruits, their bodies emanating a brief glow before settling into silence, reminiscent of Zhu Beiji's delight in consuming the ginseng fruit. Once both sprites had finished, Lin Shi instructed, "For the next few days, Mighty Strength, you shall train alongside the bear cub. Only through intense combat can we maximize the effects of the lingonberries and absorb their potency." The 2 sprites raised their arms in excitement. Observing their fervor, Lin Shi felt a sense of satisfaction, with Mighty Strength as a training partner. The bear cub would soon master the split stone technique and perhaps even begin to grasp the nuances of the bodybuilding skill. The bodybuilding skill, a transformative fighting technique, temporarily enhances both physical defense and attack, holding significant strategic value for the bear cub. Having tended to the 2 sprites, Lin Shi could not neglect his other companion. He retrieved the Pokeball containing his Magikarp and made his way to the stream. Though night had fallen, the moonlight illuminated the surroundings, allowing him to discern the general situation. He had merely come to feed Magikarp and had no intentions of exploring further. Come fort, Magikarp. Lin Shi released it into the stream. After several days of abundant nourishment, he noticed that it had grown considerably plump. "Here, eat this," he said, offering a lingonberry to its mouth. As Lin Shi spoke, he was interrupted by the familiar sound that had cost him a sleepless night. It seemed to emanate from the water. Instinctively, he peered into the stream, his eyes widening in astonishment as he beheld a multitude of Magikarp swimming upstream in unison. The sound was produced by a multitude of fins slicing through the water surface. Lin Shi vowed he had never witnessed such a spectacle of Magikarp in his lifetime. The proliferation of wild Pokémon posed a significant challenge to manage. Shaking off his thoughts, Lin Shi began to observe intently. There must be a reason for this collective upstream migration. Surely, they were not merely out for a midnight swim to digest their meals. As more and more Magikarp surged upstream, Lin Shi's own Magikarp began to leap enthusiastically. Looking into its eyes, Lin Shi seemed to understand its desire. It wanted to join them. The moonlight cascaded down, enveloping the earth in a silver veil, illuminating Magikarp's golden form, creating a dazzling spectacle. In that moment, Lin Shi felt that his Magikarp appeared less wise than usual. With a resigned smile, he concluded, "If that's the case, then let us go." Chapter 11. The Trial of the King of Carps beneath a moonlit sky. The dense woods appeared even more profound and mysterious, with intertwining vines and gnarled branches looming ominously over any visitors. Lin Shi cautiously navigated along the stream, frequently glancing around and listening intently to the faint sounds emanating from the depths of the forest. Along the way, the number of King of Carps in the river did not diminish. Rather, they grew increasingly abundant. Lin Shi had never encountered such a phenomenon, yet it seemed plausible, for a normal person would hardly remain awake in the heart of the forest at such an hour, observing the quantity of King of Carps in the water. Lin Shi's decision to allow the King of Carps to join the ranks of their kind was not a spontaneous one. He reasoned that since these seemingly lazy Pokémon were so eager to proceed, there must be something of great significance awaiting them at their destination. Perhaps the long-awaited opportunity for evolution lay ahead. Moreover, the demeanor of the King of Carps was notably different this time. As its trainer, Lin Shi understood just how lethargic it usually was, often content to linger in the water in quiet contemplation. Yet now, it exhibited an unprecedented fervor, yearning to reach the end alongside its fellow King of Carps. Given the emotional fluctuations associated with the King of Carps' evolution, Lin Shi had always been attuned to its feelings, but he had never witnessed such intense emotional surges before. He sensed a glimmer of hope that this journey might reveal a path to evolution for the King of Carps. The stream gurgled against the rocky shore, and countless red and yellow King of Carps swam upstream, transforming the moonlit water into a delicate ribbon of shimmering hues. Gradually, the sounds around him shifted, and Lin Shi heard the thundering roar of water cascading from a height, crashing into the pool below or colliding with massive boulders. It was a waterfall before him. A magnificent cascade tumbled down a rocky cliff, the water flowing like a silver curtain from a height of over 20 meters. The torrents surged like wild stallions, and the splashes sparkled brilliantly in the moonlight. In that moment, Lin Shi comprehended that this was the very destination of their expedition, for he observed the King of Carps leaping against the current, attempting to ascend towards the waterfall, only to fall back to the water due to gravity, before jumping again. Initially, Lin Shi was perplexed by their intentions. However, it soon became clear that these King of Carps were striving to leap over the waterfall. But how could this be possible? The waterfall was at least 20 meters high, while most King of Carps struggled to reach 2 meters. Only a rare few could manage 3 or 4. The thought of jumping over the waterfall seemed utterly fanciful. Was it akin to the legendary leap of the carp over the Dragon Gate? Lin Shi recalled tales from a past life, describing a dragon gate in the Yellow River, where a carp could transform into a dragon by leaping over it. The design of the King of Carps evolving into a Gyarados was likely inspired by this legend. So, could leaping over the waterfall indeed lead to its evolution into a Gyarados? Lin Shi pondered aloud, observing the relentless procession of King of Carps launching themselves at the waterfall. He felt it was not entirely implausible. The evolution of the King of Carps demanded intense emotional fluctuations. Beyond mere anger, the steadfast desire to leap the waterfall, the overwhelming joy of success, or the deep sorrow of failure could all fulfill the conditions necessary for evolution. Was this, then, a spontaneous act of the King of Carps to facilitate its own evolution? The world was vast, and the Pokémon had only recently arrived. Despite advancements in technology providing some understanding of many Pokémon, it was still woefully inadequate. Suddenly, a notably larger Golden King of Carps leaped from the water, darting towards the waterfall. This was, of course, Lin Shi's own King of Carps, although it had already jumped higher than most, barely grazing 5 meters. It stood little chance of clearing a 20-meter waterfall, unless Arceus were to grant a new form. With each attempt, the King of Carps leapt once, twice, thrice, 10 times. At first, Lin Shi found the spectacle amusing. After all, witnessing a multitude of fish leaping towards the heavens was a rare sight. However, the novelty soon wore off, as the King of Carps displayed no innovation in their approach to the waterfall. If this continued, none would ever succeed in clearing it. Moreover, Lin Shi felt as though the repetitive jumps were becoming somewhat hypnotic. Early the next morning, Lin Shi emerged from his tent, feeling refreshed. Had they truly jumped the entire night? Even while sleeping beside the waterfall, the sound of cascading water had been audible. Rubbing his eyes, Lin Shi glanced towards the water's surface. What was that golden object drifting atop the water? It appeared somewhat familiar. Beneath the waterfall, a golden figure floated languidly on the surface, and in the next moment, his eyes widened in realization. Could that possibly be my beloved King Carp? Hastening over, Lin Shi confirmed his suspicion as he found King Carp lying sideways, drifting with the current, its eyes vacantly gazing at the sky. Upon closer inspection, it was not merely a vacant stare. The poor creature was exhausted. Oh, dear Carp, why do you push yourself so? If you cannot leap, why not rest? Overexerting yourself will not help you repay your trainer's kindness or manage your debts. After a considerable effort, Lin Shi managed to revive King Carp's spirit somewhat and resolved to offer some motivational words. With a splash, King Carp flipped over, exposing its belly. Eyes fixed on majestic waterfall. Do you long to leap up there? Observing King Carp, Lin Shi decided it was time for a heartfelt conversation. King Carp, however, ignored him. Beloved Carp, you might consider a different approach. Do not let your peers influence you too heavily. Remember, I chose you not merely for your appearance. King Carp tilted its body, curiosity flickering in its eyes. Indeed, I value your inner qualities far more than your exterior. Lin Shi gently patted King Carp's scales and continued. Last night, as you leaped, I observed you closely. Why, like your kin, do you rely solely on physical strength against the waterfall? King Carp emitted a sound of confusion. Alas, my teachings seem to have gone unheeded. Lin Shi sighed, shaking his head. Consider this, before leaping, you could utilize your whirlpool skill to generate a current that propels you upward. Then, use your impact skill as a means of launching from the vortex. When you find yourself suspended midair, employ your tornado skill to create an upward draft beneath you. With that, King Carp straightened its body, locking eyes with Lin Shi. What is that look in your eyes? Are you questioning why I didn't share this with you last night? Lin Shi countered. You didn't ask, did you? In a spirited leap, King Carp erupted from the surface, sending waves crashing around. Clearly, it was dissatisfied with this response. All right, Lin Shi conceded. Though your jumps yesterday were not particularly effective, did you not notice that your repeated efforts have significantly strengthened your body? The fruit you consumed last night has already contributed to your growth. Lin Shi chuckled, recalling that he had intended to mention this earlier. But upon witnessing King Carp's determined leaps and its gradually strengthening physique due to the fruit, he had chosen to remain silent. Let it strive valiantly for one more night. Chapter 12. The Revenge of the Goldfish. As evening descended swiftly, Lin Shi found himself stationary by the waterfall, having chosen not to venture elsewhere that day. He diligently guided the formidable bear baby in acquiring new skills while simultaneously aiding King Carp in recuperating his energy. Taking on the role of a theoretical coach in preparation for the evening's Dragon Gate leap. Brother Carp, do you see that waterfall? That is your adversary tonight. By the stream, Lin Shi was massaging King Carp, helping to limber him up. Come, it's time for a meal. While encouraging King Carp, He placed an energy cube into the fish's mouth. In a moment, we shall leap first, setting an example for your little brethren. Now, summon your spirit and get excited. As the sun dipped below the horizon and the moon rose to reflect upon the waters, the king carps, having rejuvenated during the day, returned with renewed vigor to confront the waterfall. Whoosh! A golden figure surged ahead, standing out prominently among the red king carps. Puff! A faint blue glow enveloped king carp as a vortex gradually formed beneath him, expanding continuously. He spiraled within the vortex, gaining speed until, in an exhilarating moment, he leaped upward, colliding directly with the waterfall. Splash! King carp landed in the water, sending up a spray. That fellow, I hope he hasn't made himself dizzy, Lin Sure remarked, observing king carp bobbing about in the water, pinching the bridge of his nose in exasperation. Soon, with renewed determination, king carp attempted to leap again, confident in his ability to surmount the waterfall as planned. However, while aspirations were lofty, reality proved to be starkly different. Although Lin Sure's method was theoretically sound, it required king carp to master his various skills with great proficiency and to execute the timing flawlessly, a task far more complex than mere words could convey. After several attempts utilizing the whirlpool and impact to take flight, king carp often found himself unable to unleash the tornado in time, plummeting back down, or, on occasions when he successfully executed it, he either wasted energy by initiating too early or faltered midway, losing momentum, despite several unsuccessful attempts, resulting in a rather messy performance. King carp had glimpsed the hope of success, drawing ever closer to the pinnacle of the waterfall. Lin Sure keenly observed king carp, noting the increasing speed of his skill execution and the smoothness of his transitions, indicating a growing mastery over his abilities. Repeated practice yielded commendable results, with the closest attempt leaving a mere 3 meters to the summit. Victory was within reach. Feeling a bit drowsy, Lin Sure rubbed his face. But gazing at the tirelessly striving king carp, he resolved, no, today I must stay with king carp. Sleep shall have to wait. On the following morning, Lin Sure emerged from his tent, feeling refreshed and invigorated. He had slept soundly. As he stretched lazily, he reached for a stick beside him and made his way to the riverbank. With a deft motion, he scooped up the king carp that was floating on the water surface. All right, don't be discouraged, Lin Sure said, patting the king carp's crown-like fin. Although he did not persevere until the end the previous night, the current state of the king carp indicated that it had ultimately failed in its endeavor. The king carp lay belly up, gazing skyward, indifferent to Lin Sure's presence. It appeared to be a spent fish. In truth, the king carp had performed admirably the night before, swiftly mastering the coordination of its skills, which had surprised Lin Sure. The reason for its failure to leap over was not a matter of skill or strategy, but rather fatigue from prolonged use of its abilities, which had diminished their potency. Old carp, do you remember the story I told you about the carp leaping over the Dragon Gate? That carp also faced numerous trials before achieving its leap. Lin Sure invoked the motivational, skill, heartwarming inspiration. You were so close, just a meter or two away. Take your time to gather your strength, and next time you will surely succeed. Once you leap over, I will take you to the largest Pokémon food market in the city, where you can choose anything you desire. Lin Sure then employed the skill Grand Vision. Observing that the king carp still lacked enthusiasm, he sighed. As evening approached and the sun began to set, he found himself vigorously shaking the king carp's head. If you can't jump this time, I'll turn you into a mooncake. Lin Sure ultimately chose to stay, uncertain of how long the collective leap of the king carps would last, but confident it wouldn't be for long. Otherwise, such a grand event would have already drawn attention. He noted that they only began to leap at night, though the reason remained unclear. Lin Sure insisted that the king carp adhere to this rule. Therefore, rather than waiting for an uncertain future opportunity, he resolved to seize the moment and assist the king carp in leaping over the waterfall. It would be ideal for it to evolve, but even if it did not, there would be no loss. As the sun fully descended, darkness enveloped the forest, and the full moon hung large and round, resembling a brilliant silver plate. Suddenly, the king carps appeared. Lin Sure noticed an unusually large number of them today, glancing at the moon with thoughtful contemplation. Come on, give it your all. Lin Shi encouraged the king carp with a pat, stepping aside as his companions, the bear cub and Mac Hoke, extended their arms in support. With newfound determination in its eyes, the king carp swiftly flicked its tail, channeling all its strength towards the waterfall. Successfully forming a vortex, it propelled itself upward, and at the moment it was about to falter, a surge of azure wind erupted beneath it, thrusting it higher. Closer, ever closer, 10 meters, 7 meters, 5 meters, 2 meters, plop. The king carp splashed back into the water. Having come so close, it even glimpsed the cascading waterfall and the obscured moon above. I can do this. The king carp reassured itself. Just a little more, today I will succeed. Once more, after a brief rest, the king carp felt invigorated and charged towards the waterfall again. Plop! Another failure. Yet the king carp remained undaunted, sensing it was nearer than before. It continued to attempt the leap, drawing ever closer to the waterfall's summit. Gradually, other king carps ceased their jumps, watching intently as their eyes followed the king carp's movements. The surroundings grew quiet, leaving only the roaring of the waterfall and the rhythmic leaps of the king carp, as the waterfall and moonlight became its stage for a solitary dance. This time, I will succeed. The king carp summoned all its strength, feeling at the peak of its abilities, and surged forward. Bang! This time, it did not leap successfully. In the moment it broke the surface, it was struck by a horned fish Pokémon. Horned fish? Lin Shi instantly recognized it as the same one that had attacked the king carp without provocation days earlier. He was taken aback. Why was this horned fish here? Suddenly, the water erupted with waves as numerous horned fish leapt from the river, continuously assaulting the king carps. What is happening? Lin Shi was momentarily stunned as events unfolded in a direction he had never anticipated. Bang! At that moment, two horned fish, each several times larger than the average, leapt from the water, sporting sharp horns and splendid colors reminiscent of fiery autumn leaves. Lin Shi gasped in surprise, exclaiming, Kingfish? Chapter 13. The Battle on Mid-Autumn Night Pokémon. Kingler Level. 38 Condition. Healthy Gender. Male Type. Water Ability. Swift Swim Height. 1. 5 meters Weight. 40. 0 kilograms Held Item. Mysterious Water Drop Moves. Supersonic, Peck, Water Pulse, Horn Attack, Agility, Surf, Double Team, Rain Dance. Pokédex Entry. Kingler the Goldfish Pokémon. The evolved form of Magikarp. It fights with its drill-like sharp horn to protect its family, residing in rocky caves at the riverbed. Lin Shi immediately identified two Kinglers. Their conditions were similar, though one was male and the other female. The female did not hold an item and was several levels lower. With the emergence of two evolved forms, the Magikarp were almost instantly overwhelmed as the Kinglers launched a fierce assault on them. Lin Shi furrowed his brow. This was untenable. At this rate, not only would they fail to leap over the Dragon Gate, but they might also lose their lives. Seriously, brother, you're still thinking about jumping at a time like this? Meanwhile, Lin Shi noticed that the Magikarp seemed unaffected by the Kinglers. It appeared to have entered a peculiar state. Fixated on the waterfall, undeterred. Whoosh! The earlier Kingler, relentless, leapt again, attempting to strike Lin Shi's Magikarp. Bear Cub, use agility, Lin Shi commanded. The crescent pattern on Bear Cub's forehead glimmered, and numerous star-like energy spheres rapidly surged towards the airborne Kingler. Bang! The Kingler, unable to evade, was struck and fell into the water. Buzz! Lin Shi clutched his head in pain. It was the Magikarp's supersonic, which caused confusion among Pokémon. Roar! A dragon-like blue Pokémon leapt down from the top of the waterfall, featuring 3 upward curving horns and a pronounced dorsal fin, its large mouth revealing sharp fangs. Lin Shi instantly recognized this Pokémon. It was the evolution of Magikarp he had long anticipated, Gyarados. Pokémon. Gyarados Level. 32 Condition. Healthy Gender. Male Type. Water. Flying Ability. Intimidate Height. 6. 5 meters Weight. 230. 0 kilograms Held Item. Oranberry Moves. Leap, Tackle, Whirlpool, Bite, Ice Fong, Waterfall, Roar, Hyper Beam, Flamethrower. Pokédex Entry. Gyarados, the ferocious Pokémon, the evolved form of Magikarp. It is known for its violent temperament and penchant for destruction. In ancient times, This terrifying Pokémon was recorded to have turned entire cities to ashes. Was there always a Gyarados here? Lin Sure murmured as he gazed up at the waterfall. On the other side, the male Kingler's sharp horn gleamed, and its body shot towards Gyarados like a torpedo. Gyarados did not evade. Its gaping maw began to harness dark energy, revealing its menacing fangs as it prepared to bite down hard on the Kingler. Bang! Water splashed as both Pokémon exerted their full strength. The collision of horn attack and bite ultimately favored Gyarados, as its base stats greatly surpassed those of the Kingler, despite the latter having a level advantage. Gyarados, riding the momentum, surged forward, water swirling around it as it charged at the Kingler with astonishing might. Use Waterfall. The Kingler flickered and utilized Double Team, creating numerous illusions that surrounded Gyarados, making it difficult to discern the real one. Gyarados did not retreat. It unleashed a torrent of flames towards the Kingler. The illusions were swiftly incinerated one by one, just as the flames were about to engulf the Kingler's true form. It radiated water-type energy, and a blue energy sphere manifested before it, launching itself skyward. Bang! Raindrops cascaded down, creating ripples on the water surface, bringing joy to the Magikarp and Kinglers in the rain. The Kingler had executed Rain Dance, causing localized rainfall, which diminished the power of fire-type moves, combined with the Kingler's natural resistance to fire, rendering Gyarados' flamethrower relatively ineffective. Whoosh! The Kingler's speed increased dramatically, enabling it to swiftly approach Gyarados once more, employing Horn Attack. With the ability Swift Swim, its speed was now so rapid that it appeared only as a fleeting shadow, its sharp horns striking Gyarados with a brilliant flash. Bang! Gyarados' expression twisted in pain from the assault. Meanwhile, Lin Sure's Magikarp remained focused on challenging the waterfall, but it was beset by relentless attacks from the Kinglers, hindering its progress significantly. Splash! At that moment, several Magikarp leapt from the water, although most lacked skills. Their basic leap was sufficient to aid Lin Sure's Magikarp in absorbing some damage. In an instant, a greater number of Magikarp formed a defensive line before the waterfall, determined to assist their golden counterpart in overcoming the waterfall and discovering the world above. Mako, Bullet Punch! Lin Sure commanded. Mashoki's fists gathered a silvery metallic sheen as it leapt with tremendous force, delivering rapid punches like bullets. Its target was the female Kingler that had appeared alongside the male. In the rain, its speed was also enhanced. The female Kingler had just sprung from the depths to attack the Magikarp, and Lin Sure had no choice but to call upon Mako to respond. There were no other Pokémon here capable of facing this Kingler. Bullet Punch was Mashoki's latest mastered technique. Swift yet regrettably, Steel-type moves were resisted by Water types, and this blow inflicted minimal damage. Struck, the female Kingler plummeted into the water, channeling Water-type energy to summon massive waves directed at the shore where Mako stood. Mako, defend! Lin Sure directed, taking cover as he commanded. Mako extended its arms, generating a protective barrier that absorbed the full force of the surf attack. However, the Kingler's assault did not end there. Leveraging the power of surf, it leaped from the crest of the wave, executing Horn Attack. Mako, block it! Lin Sure instructed. Mako swiftly brought its four arms together, using its robust muscles to absorb the impact directly. Seize its horn and use Brick Break. Lin Sure tactfully commanded while continuously monitoring the situation of the Magikarp and Bear Cub. The Magikarp appeared to be holding its own. However, Bear Cub had become battered under the barrage of Kingler attacks, sustaining numerous cuts from the sharp horns, causing Lin Sure great distress. Nevertheless, the good news was that amidst the fierce battle, the two Pokémon had rapidly digested the berries they consumed, enhancing their attack power. Bang! Mako seized the Kingler's horn with its left hand while delivering a Brick Break to the Kingler's head with its right. The rain fell steadily. Chapter 14. Soar. King Carp Lin Shurjia and Su Chiming, adorned in a beige knitted sweater paired with high-waisted jeans and gray boots, cradled an EV as they arrived at the Lin residence. Lin's mother approached them with a beaming smile, gently stroking Evie's head and pulling Su Chiming to sit down. Hemame Su Rimeng nodded. Had curiosity pijuit. I heard there's a new Pokémon secret realm in Qinhuang City, rumored to hold new Pokémon relics. with a flick of its tail. A long-tailed monster served 3 cups of hot tea, placing them on the table before the trio. Auntie, where's Lin Shi? Su Qiming inquired, glancing toward Lin Shi's room. What? Still in Whitewater Forest? Is something wrong? Her brow furrowed with concern. Uncle and Auntie, has he been in touch with you? Don't worry, Ming Ming. Lin's mother reassured her. Lin Shi is not the type to make his family worry. Look, this is the message he sent this afternoon. She handed over her phone, displaying a message from Lin Shi. Upon reading the message, Su Qiming felt a slight relief wash over her. All right, Ming Ming, let us not dwell on that troublesome boy. Let us enjoy the mooncakes. Your aunt made these herself. Do give them a try. Lin's mother offered her a beautifully crafted mooncake, which she fed to Su Qiming with a smile. Thank you, Auntie. So sweet. Meanwhile, Lin Shi grimaced as he spat out the rainwater that had inadvertently entered his mouth. This tastes terrible. In stark contrast to the dazzling and bustling city, Lin Shi found himself in a more intense situation. In the water, a male king carp, utilizing its agility, continuously attacked a Gyarados, which retaliated by stirring the water currents, creating whirlpools that effectively slowed king carp's speed, all while keeping a watchful eye on it and occasionally glancing towards the waterfall. At the waterfall's edge, the female king carp understood that it could not engage in close combat with the Machoke. Instead, it floated on the water's surface, launching waves of water energy toward the Machoke. In response, the Machoke, with fists like the wind, swiftly shattered each water projectile, sending sprays of mist into the air. This was the very scenario that concerned Lin Shi the most. The bear cub was still too low in level and lacked skills to counter the king carps. In the midst of the ongoing battle, it bore numerous wounds. The bear cub cried out, and Lin Shi noticed the moon in the sky growing ever brighter, its silvery rays enveloping the bear cub. The crescent shape on its forehead began to emit a radiant glow, intensifying by the moment. To Lin Shi's astonishment, the injuries on the bear cub began to visibly heal. Initially, he thought it had grasped the sleep skill, the only recovery technique it could learn, which involved entering a slumber to regain health and heal status ailments. However, this was clearly not the case. The bear cub had not fallen asleep, and Lin Shi recognized the effects of this skill. Moonlight? Lin Shi murmured, a frown creasing his brow. The moonlight skill restores varying amounts of health, depending on the weather. He recalled that his former furfru had a similar skill called Morning Sun, which bore a striking resemblance to what he had just witnessed with the bear cub. The bear cub should not be able to learn moonlight. Not only it, but even the other bears could not as well. Pondering this, Lin Shi's gaze shifted toward the waterfall, where the golden king carp remained, situated above an unprecedentedly massive whirlpool. At that moment, the king carp entered a peculiar state, gazing at the waterfall as a surge of dragon-type energy emanated from it, merging with the whirlpool below. Lin Shi took note of this extraordinary occurrence. Did it enhance the whirlpool's rotation with a whirlwind? The king carp began to swim, spiraling with the current, gradually picking up speed, its body aglow with a brilliant white light as it amassed power. Finally, at a pivotal moment, it leapt into the air with astonishing force. Simultaneously, the rain ceased. As the king carp soared, the luminous silver moonlight intertwined with its golden scales, casting a radiant glow. As its momentum waned, a verdant vortex erupted from below, propelling the king carp further upward. 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter, just half a meter remained. The king carp yearned to surge forward, but it seemed to have exhausted all its strength. Is it still not enough? Behind it, the Machoke and Gyarados continued their fierce battle against the 2 king carps, while the bear cub bore multiple wounds inflicted by the king carp's attacks. The king carps shielded it from relentless assaults. Even that human is keeping his distance. Lin Shi felt helpless. He couldn't participate in the Pokémon battle directly, merely directing from behind and hoping for the best. With renewed determination, the king carp refused to remain stagnant. Strength, every last ounce of strength, must be expended. I cannot stop here. God cannot hold me back. All of its powers, normal type, water type, and dragon type, exploded forth from the king carp's body, its gaze growing resolute. Rise up. In an instant, azure and white light surged from the king carp. As if the gates of a dam had burst, the glow of its evolution overshadowing the moonlight. Below the waterfall, both battling factions paused in unison, looking upward in awe. Amidst the radiance, the king carp's form elongated and expanded, three sharp horns sprouting from its head, dorsal fins emerging, enveloped in a thick mist of water vapor. As the light dissipated, a crimson dragon-like Pokémon emerged atop the waterfall, roaring down at the forest below. It had finally evolved. Lin Shu's eyes sparkled with joy, a sense of satisfaction swelling within him. After expending so much time and energy, and even putting on a performance, he was relieved that the act was no longer necessary. Turning with a smile, he commanded, "Machoke, use Ice Punch to restrict King Carp's movements." Machoke blinked, appearing on the water's surface, its right fist charged with icy energy. Crashing down onto the water, the once turbulent currents quickly froze. The female King Carp, witnessing this, instinctively attempted to flee from the icy zone. Bullet Punch. Don't let it escape. In the next moment, Machoke appeared before the King Carp, swiftly delivering a series of punches. The King Carp, refusing to remain passive, glimmered with white light, creating multiple illusions to confuse Machoke's attacks. Unfortunately, this did little to deter Machoke. With a swift glance, it unleashed its fists, sending the King Carp crashing into the ice. Machoke's ability, No Guard, ensured that all attacks would land when in close proximity. Meanwhile, Gyarados unleashed Ice Fang, enveloping the water in a chilling aura, slowing the King Carp's movements. It swiftly approached the King Carp, its menacing visage instilling fear and causing the King Carp to falter. Gyarados employed the scary face technique, significantly reducing the King Carp's speed. With a roar, Gyarados summoned a torrent of water, utilizing the waterfall technique to launch the King Carp into the air. In an instant, the battle concluded. Chapter 15. The mysterious water droplet and the Mega Evolution Stone. The recently evolved Gyarados appeared somewhat dazed. The two Magikarp were clearly at a disadvantage. Their defeat seemed inevitable, a stark contrast to the earlier, evenly matched struggle. It had anticipated that its hard-won evolution would enable it to emerge as a savior, yet the battle was abruptly concluded. A sense of being outmaneuvered washed over it. Pokémon, Gyarados level, LV24 status, healthy gender, male type, water, flying ability, overconfidence height, 9 meters weight, 300 kilograms held item, none moves, leap, tackle, frenzy, whirlpool, twister, scary face, bite, waterfall, Ice Fang, flamethrower, dragon pulse. Pokédex entry, Gyarados. The ferocious Pokémon is the evolved form of Magikarp. It appears when human conflict erupts, using searing flames to incinerate everything in its path, making it a notoriously violent Pokémon. Disregarding the bewildered Gyarados, Lin Shu promptly examined its profile. Splendid. The array of skills was impressive. Alas, it had yet to master Dragon Dance. It seemed there was still some refinement needed. Lin Shu was quite satisfied with Gyarados' stats. The newly acquired moves were not only practical, but formidable, significantly expanding Gyarados' offensive capabilities. With a mighty leap, Gyarados soared down from the waterfall, landing beside Lin Shu. Meanwhile, as the two Magikarp succumbed, Gyarados led a swarm of Magikarp in encircling them. Gyarados opened its massive jaws, sparks flickering within. "Spare them," Lin Shu called out, rushing over. "Gyarados, Magikarp, I have a word." Neither Gyarados nor the Magikarp responded, but Lin Shu noticed the fire in Gyarados' mouth had extinguished. Receiving the implied signal, Lin Shu spoke rapidly. "Magikarp, your assault on the Magikarp was prompted by their interference, correct? However, their relentless pursuit of evolution has greatly affected you. Not merely because they disrupted your courtship, but also due to the threat they pose to the eggs you have just laid." Lin Shu articulated his thoughts slowly, having surmised the rationale behind the Magikarp's aggression during the recent confrontation. Upon hearing Lin Shu's words, the two Magikarp nodded, acknowledging the validity of his statement. If not for their familial instincts and the protection of their offspring, they would not have launched an unwarranted attack against those Magikarp. Taking a breath, Lin Shu continued. "The world is not solely about conflict, but rather about human relationships. The Magikarp strive for evolution, while the Magikarp seek to propagate. These are inevitable pursuits. Rather than incurring greater losses, it would be prudent to devise a plan for resolving this matter, ensuring a mutually beneficial outcome. As dawn broke, the forest was imbued with vigorous energy. Following a night of negotiations, Lin Shi acted as a mediator, facilitating an open dialogue between Gyarados and the Magikarp, where they exchanged opinions and reached a basic consensus. The concrete plan delineated specific river zones. The Magikarp would occupy the left side, while the Magikarp would remain on the right, with a mutual agreement to refrain from disturbing one another. Thus, this matter concluded rather hastily. After all, territorial disputes were unnecessary, as both parties would soon depart. The expedition yielded significant rewards. The bear cub leveled up, acquiring numerous new skills, greatly enhancing its prowess. Notably, Lin Shi later identified that the skill Moonlight did not appear in the bear cub skill set, leading him to speculate that it might not yet have fully mastered it or that certain conditions were required for its use. Additionally, they successfully procured the branch berry and identified the location of the fruit trees, allowing for future harvesting. However, the most significant triumph was Gyarados' completed evolution. It was no longer a mere fish, but had truly become the foremost general among his ranks. The water surface rippled with waves, lapping against the riverbank. Lin Shi observed Gyarados and a male Magikarp approaching him, traversing the waves. "What brings you here?" he inquired, sensing something unusual about the two Pokémon. Upon reaching the shore, the two Pokémon remained silent, producing an object and presenting it to Lin Shi. The Magikarp offered him a blue, droplet-shaped crystal, imbued with the essence of water. Mysterious water droplet, a gem resembling a droplet. When held, it enhances the power of water-type moves. Lin Shi was taken aback. This was indeed a valuable item, perfectly suited for Gyarados. He hadn't expected such a generous gift from the Magikarp. Lin Shi smiled at the Magikarp, thoroughly pleased with the offering. Next, his gaze shifted to the item presented by Gyarados. With the Magikarp's splendid gift as a precedent, Lin Shi brimmed with anticipation. "What is this?" Upon seeing the object, his eyes widened in astonishment. It was a round, translucent stone, displaying a blend of blue and red hues. Lin Shi trembled slightly as he initiated an appraisal. Gyarados Evolution Stone, a wondrous mega stone that allows Gyarados to mega evolve during battle when held. Truly remarkable. Lin Shi's excitement was beyond words. Initially, he thought the Magikarp was impressive enough. Now, what kind of commander was Gyarados? "Quick, Gyarados, bow to your elder." To achieve mega evolution, one requires both the mega evolution stone and the keystone. Upon arriving in this world, Lin Shi began to seek information about mega evolution, only to discover that such phenomena had seemingly never occurred here. The populace was entirely unaware of its existence. Furthermore, concepts such as Z-moves, Dynamaxing, and terrestrialization had never been publicly acknowledged. Overjoyed, Lin Shi believed he could leverage this information gap to his advantage, promptly posting online about acquiring rare stones and perusing various related trading markets. However, thus far he had encountered 0 successful trades or acquisitions, leading him to gradually abandon hope. Had it not been for Gyarados presenting him with a Mega Evolution Stone today, he would have assumed that such items were non-existent in this world. Clutching the Mega Evolution Stone reignited Lin Shi's fervor. With the Mega Evolution Stone in hand, he was compelled to seek out a keystone. With a roar, Gyarados launched itself back into the water after bestowing the Evolution Stone, and Lin Shi caught a glimpse of a scar on its tail. Truly a dragon of legends. Lin Shi mused silently. Wild Pokémon must endure countless battles to thrive. Bidding farewell to Gyarados and the Magikarp, Lin Shi mounted his red Gyarados and soared towards the forest's edge. The wind rushed past, the forest swiftly receding beneath them. Indeed, having a flying Pokémon was advantageous. Lin Shi had previously harbored concerns about this aspect. Now, it appeared that the inability to learn flying skills did not preclude flight, as Gyarados could achieve low-altitude flight by propelling itself through vapor compression. While not particularly agile, it was not lacking in speed. Chapter 16, Veltiman. Your Crocodile has fallen after a journey filled with dust and fatigue. Lin Shi found himself yearning for the vibrant life of the city after several days in in the wilderness. Su Qiming emerged from her room, her expression a blend of surprise and delight upon seeing Lin Shi. "What brings you here? Where are my parents?" Lin Shi inquired while organizing his luggage. "Why shouldn't I be here?" "This is my room," Su Qiming replied, taking a seat beside him as he packed. Due to her childhood habit of residing at Lin Shi's home, his parents had prepared a room for her, although she seldom stayed there now. They had not repurposed the space. "Is this all you've gathered in a few days?" "It looks rather impressive," she remarked, opening his backpack to reveal a collection of treasures from his recent excursions. Beyond a few tree fruits and some soft sand, the rest consisted of items suitable for sale, such as pearls and mushrooms. Su Qiming estimated their worth to be at least 30,000. "Is this what you consider impressive? It's hardly noteworthy." Lin Shi waved his hand dismissively, then leaned in conspiratorially. "Come here, I have something amazing to show you." As the vibrant red Gyarados appeared in Lin Shi's yard, Su Qiming's eyes widened in astonishment, and she gasped, "Has Kingler evolved? How is this possible? What happened?" Lin Shi recounted his adventures over the past few days, omitting details about the interface and the evolution stone. Su Qiming shook her head in disbelief, exclaiming, "How fortunate you are to encounter such an event. What are your plans now? Will you stay at home?" After a moment of contemplation, Lin Shi shook his head. "There's no need for that. I don't plan to venture into the wilderness again anytime soon." "What do you mean?" Su Qiming asked, looking intently at him. "Tomorrow, remind me to go to school." "I'm worried I won't wake up in time," he replied. At Baishan 3rd Senior High School, Class 24 of the final year, Lin Shi collided with a portly boy just as he reached the entrance. The boy rubbed his head and, upon recognizing Lin Shi, froze in surprise. "I heard you were attacked by Pokémon in a secret realm and were left partially paralyzed. How are you up and about?" he exclaimed, scanning Lin Shi from head to toe and nervously adding, "You've recovered? What nonsense! Where did you hear that?" Lin Shi was baffled. He had merely taken a few days off, so how had the rumor escalated? "What are you doing? Aren't you supposed to be in class?" Lin Shi curiously asked the boy, who was about to leave. "Oh, right. I need to rush out," the chubby boy replied anxiously. "Ting is threatening to break up with me." "Ting?" Lin Shi pondered. He had never heard of her before. "Is she your girlfriend?" "Not exactly. She's having a spat with her boyfriend," the boy clarified. "And how does that concern you?" Lin Shi inquired. "Of course, I must provide comfort. When Ting is heartbroken, she will need a strong shoulder to lean on. I happen to be available for that," the boy declared, patting his shoulder with pride. "Do you think I stand a chance?" he asked Lin Shi eagerly. "Yes," Lin Shi replied. "Really?" "Indeed. There is surely a place for you in the circus." The boy's face fell at Lin Shi's jest, and Lin Shi felt a twinge of guilt. "But honestly, girls nowadays don't place much emphasis on appearances," he reassured him, patting the boy's shoulder. "What matters more is whether you possess a unique skill." "But I'm not particularly skilled in anything," the boy lamented, his already modest features scrunching in despair. "Don't say that. Trust me, nowadays, girls are attracted to strength. Next time you see her, carry your Coco Dala on your shoulder to showcase your abilities. She will surely see you in a new light." "Do you think that will work?" The boy hesitated, finding Lin Shi's suggestion hard to believe. "Of course, you should give it a try." "All right." The boy nodded enthusiastically, determination sparkling in his eyes. "If I succeed, I will repay you handsomely." The chubby boy, Zhou Wanjin, was Lin Shi's classmate from high school, although they shared classes in their first 2 years. Their friendship blossomed during their final year. Lin Shi often ventured into the mountains for treasure hunting after acquiring his system interface, sometimes discovering rare stones or ores. Zhou Wanjin, due to his family's business, was familiar with such matters, and Lin Shi frequently sought his advice, leading to a budding camaraderie. Lin Shi's suggestion to Zhou Wanjin was not mere coincidence. Coco Dala was a unique Pokémon that required iron or as its main diet to develop a robust physique, which meant that anyone raising one would need to have substantial resources to satisfy its immense appetite. Having a Coco Dala was akin to driving a Ferrari in a previous life, and carrying one on your shoulder was comparable to effortlessly maneuvering a Ferrari with one hand. Both feats required remarkable skill. Should such an endeavor fail to impress the girl, Lin Shi would have to advise Zhou Wanjin to reconsider his pursuits, as earning her affection would be challenging if she was indifferent to material wealth. What were you discussing with Zhou Wanjin? Su Qimeng, who had stepped away to assist the teacher, returned just in time to catch Lin Shi's words. I was imparting some romantic strategies, Lin Shi replied casually. How peculiar, Su Qimeng remarked, raising an eyebrow and turning away. Soon after, the bell rang for class, and the class teacher, brimming with vigor, strode into the classroom. He taught the subject of Pokémon battles. According to the examination regulations in the Xinzhou region, the annual college entrance examination comprised both general subjects and Pokémon studies. The general subjects required tests in Chinese, mathematics, English, and others, though the difficulty was somewhat less daunting than Lin Shi had experienced in his previous life. The Pokémon subject, however, focused solely on one aspect: one-on-one Pokémon battles. This evaluated not only the ability to cultivate Pokémon, but also the trainer's command skills, with final scores based on the comprehensive results of both. Chapter 17. Pokémon battles at school. Zhang Jianjun immediately noticed Lin Shi seated in the back row. Ah, splendide, he exclaimed, joyfully slapping the table and loudly praising Lin Shi. Come on, everyone, let us give a round of applause. The classroom erupted into enthusiastic applause. Lin Shi thought to himself, now I know who has been spreading rumors about me. All right, let us not waste time. We will soon engage in a Pokémon 1v1 battle, and the opponents will be determined by a draw. A mischievous student chimed in. Teacher, is there a reward for winning? The teacher replied, there are no rewards for ordinary practice, but if you can secure first place in the inter-school battle next week, I promise, in addition to the school's reward, I will personally provide an extra prize for the winner. What kind of prize, teacher? That's a secret for now. Just remember to fight well in the battles. Now, let's proceed with the draw. Su Qimeng, you will battle Han Xiaoqing. Lin Shi, you will face Zhou Wanjin. Hee Lin Shi. I didn't expect it would be us two competing, Zhou Wanjin said as they chatted amiably in the training arena. Beneath Zhou Wanjin's feet was his initial Pokémon, Kecleon, characterized by a round body for short legs and a large round head, partially covered by a steel helmet, with a sharp spike protruding from its back. Pokémon, Kecleon level, LV 18 status, healthy gender, male type, steel, rock ability, sturdy height, 0, 5 meters weight, 65, 0 kilograms held item, hard stone moves, tackle, harden, metal claw, rock tomb, headbutt stomp, Pokédex entry, Kecleon, the iron-armored Pokémon. It consumes iron to create its steel body and sometimes emerges from the mountains to gnaw on bridges or wires, causing headaches for others. Lin Shi was quite impressed with Kecleon, a renowned level 1 deity. In the game, its sturdy ability combined with the move Endeavor and Sandstorm conditions could allow it to topple even the mightiest legendary Pokémon. The strategy was simple. Kecleon at level 1 was virtually guaranteed to endure an attack, triggering its sturdy ability and leaving it with a single hit point. Then, using Endeavor, it would reduce the opponent Pokémon's health to match its own, 1 hit point. Furthermore, due to the Sandstorm, as long as the opponent was not immune to its effects, they would inevitably lose health, while the Steel-type Kecleon would remain unharmed by the storm. This strategy was powerful precisely because it disregarded level differences. Being level 1 became the key to victory. Thus, Kecleon was affectionately dubbed a level 1 deity by many players. Of course, games are games, and reality is reality. In the real world, the sturdy ability is not so effective, especially when there is a significant gap in levels or strength. Lin Shi, though you have taught me much, I regret to inform you that I will show no mercy. Beware, Zhou Wanjin said with determination, appearing somewhat reluctant about defeating Lin Shi. This was entirely reasonable, considering Lin Shi's speedy dog was left behind in the secret realm, meaning Lin Shi would be using newly trained Pokémon for the battle. Zhou Wanjin believed he could not possibly lose. I understand, Lin Shi yawned dismissively. Bear, I entrust you with this battle. Pokémon, Teddiursa level, LV 14 status, healthy gender, male type, normal ability, pickup height, 0, 7 meters weight, 9, 0 kilograms held item, none moves, scratch, lick, yawn, fury swipes, tackle, quick attack, cut, brick break, body slam. Pokédex entry. And Teddiursa? Is this the new Pokémon you captured? Lin Shi was asked. It's quite adorable. As soon as Teddiursa appeared, it drew much attention from classmates, who were curious about what new Pokémon Linshur would cultivate after losing his speedy dog. So cute. Can it battle? Yes, it looks like it might cry easily, murmured the students around. Teddy Ursa heard their comments and immediately began to prance about, puffing up its chest and striking a muscular pose to prove its strength. However, to onlookers, it only appeared more endearing. Wow, even cuter. I want to hug it. It must be so warm. The girls nearby exclaimed, eager to cuddle Teddy Ursa. Teddy Ursa thought to itself, aren't you frightened of me? Humans are so intimidating. All right, let the battle commence. You may attack first, Lin Shi instructed Zhou Wanjin at the training arena. Very well, I won't hold back. Upon seeing Lin Shi's Teddy Ursa, Zhou Wanjin felt more confident, knowing that the rock and steel type combination would resist normal type moves fourfold. Kecleon, use Rock Tomb. In the next moment, Kecleon stomped its front foot, summoning rocks that coalesced in the air, crashing down toward Teddy Ursa. If struck, Teddy Ursa would not only be harmed, but also hindered in its movement. Reducing its speed, Teddy Ursa, break all the rocks. Lin Shi commanded swiftly. With a determined ugu, Teddy Ursa stood firm, its white claws emerging as it sliced through the falling rocks, shattering them all. Teddy Ursa, follow up with quick attack. Lin Shi called out, while Kecleon charged forward to use headbutt. The dazzling stars struck Kecleon, creating a cloud of smoke. But Kecleon soon burst through, appearing largely unscathed from the attack. Hee, fourfold resistance is no joke, Zhou Wanjin thought smugly. At that moment, Kecleon had closed the distance to Teddy Ursa, its head glowing faintly with white light, ready to land its headbutt. Teddy Ursa, use Brick Break, Lin Shi commanded. Immediately, Teddy Ursa's paw glimmered with a dark red fighting-type energy, delivering a powerful strike to Kecleon's head, sending it flying far away. Fighting-type moves deal 4 times the damage to steel and rock types. Battle over. I lost. Zhou Wanjin stared in shock at his incapacitated Kecleon, still processing the rapid defeat. That Teddy Ursa can use Brick Break? He murmured, appearing as if the world had abandoned him. Clap, clap. As the battle concluded, Zhang Jianjun stepped forward, applauding. That was exhilarating. Lin Shi, your tactics in this battle serve as an excellent example for everyone. First, you used Brick Break to shatter the rocks, causing Zhou Wanjin to underestimate Teddy Ursa, thinking it could only use normal-type moves. Then, you employed Quick Attack to further reinforce this misconception while lowering Kecleon's health and negating its sturdy ability. When Kecleon closed in, you unleashed the hidden power of a fighting-type move for a decisive victory. This is what I have always taught you. Pokémon battles should not pursue superficial strategies, nor should you clumsily mimic tactics seen on television. A thorough understanding of your Pokémon and precise timing in battle are what you should strive for. Lin Shi exemplifies this well. It seems that even after nearly a month of rest, he has not neglected his training as a Pokémon trainer. Truly commendable. Lin Shi responded with a forced smile, though he had not contemplated it deeply. It was merely the result of his teacher's excellent guidance. Chapter 18. Shenzhou Pokémon Trading Mall. Thus, in the ensuing days, Lin Shi diligently attended school, immersing himself in theoretical knowledge while engaging in Pokémon battles with classmates. During this period, he refrained from using his Gyarados, recognizing that it had transcended the novice level. At level 24, it would overwhelmingly dominate his peers. To become a novice trainer, one merely needs to possess a novice-level Pokémon and register as a trainer with the league. Professional-level Pokémon are those ranging from levels 20 to 34. At this stage, growth begins to slow, making leveling up increasingly challenging, yet their strength sees a significant enhancement. To ascend to the rank of professional trainer, one must cultivate 2 professional-level Pokémon and pass the league's assessment. Upon successful certification, a trainer is allowed to utilize 6 Pokeballs, enabling the capture of 6 Pokémon. To attain elite trainer status, one must raise 4 elite-level Pokémon or above and pass the league's evaluation. Success in this endeavor elevates one's social standing considerably, marking them as a pillar of strength across various regions, and doubles the allowance of Pokeballs to 12. As for Gym leader-level Pokémon, they range from levels 50 to 74, representing mid to high-tier combat prowess within the region. Achieving Gym leader status is no simple feat. It requires possessing 6 gym leader-level Pokémon and passing a qualification assessment. The disparity in power among gym leaders is vast, and upon becoming a gym leader, one may participate in ranking competitions across cities. Those who excel may apply to establish their own Pokémon gyms, with the allowance of up to 18 Pokeballs. Regarding trainers of level 75 and above, such as the champion and master trainers, they are rare and revered figures, receiving national recognition and public adulation, making it difficult for ordinary individuals to engage with them. For these esteemed individuals, acquiring the right to capture Pokémon typically involves merely submitting a request to the league, which is almost invariably granted. Currently, Linshur is merely a fledgling trainer, uncertain of how long it will take to become a professional trainer. However, judging by the progress of his bear cub, he anticipates reaching that status before the college entrance examination, at which point he will be able to capture new Pokémon. "I'm sorry for being late," he said as Su Chimeng rushed over, panting. Today, she wore light makeup, a checkered coat, and a beige scarf, exuding a youthful and fashionable aura. "It's fine, I expected as much," Linshur replied, dressed in casual attire, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed behind his head. The Xinzhou Pokémon Trading Mall is an official, sprawling trading center for Pokémon items in the Xinzhou region. Within its walls, one can procure nearly all Pokémon resources imaginable, provided one can afford the prices, ranging from Pokémon food to training and evolution items, all produced by official channels and thus of trustworthy quality. Today is Sunday, and Linshur had arranged to explore the mall with Su Chimeng, also intending to procure resources and items necessary for training his bear cub and Gyarados. As they entered the grand building together, they were greeted by lavish decorations and a multitude of small Pokémon accompanying their trainers. The mall featured various shops related to Pokémon, including common item stores and food shops, as well as unique establishments such as specialty restaurants serving Pokémon cuisine, apparel boutiques for Pokémon, escape rooms run by ghost-type Pokémon as NPCs, and immersive mystery-solving experiences created by psychic Pokémon. Upon arriving in this world, Linshur often delighted in visiting such places. "Do you have any specific goals for today?" he inquired while glancing at the diverse shops around them. "Of course. I heard that a new Pokémon nursery opened today, and on its first day, they have some remarkable Pokémon available. I'm eager to check it out," Su Chimeng replied, nodding. "Oh, planning to capture your third Pokémon so soon?" Linshur remarked, recalling that Eevee was her second Pokémon, and if she captured another, she would have exhausted her available slots as a novice trainer. Indeed, for someone from a well-off family aspiring to be a top-tier trainer, capturing Pokémon early is undoubtedly a wise choice, Linshur acknowledged. Although Su Chimeng's ambition was not to become a top trainer, but rather to follow in her parents' footsteps as a Pokémon archaeologist, possessing several powerful Pokémon would be crucial for her safety. "This time, I intend to choose and train the Pokémon myself," Su Chimeng added, her voice resolute. Both her initial Pokémon, Cyndaquil, now known as Kalava, and the Eevee that battled with Bear Cub were selected by her parents and presented to her. While she cherished them, she yearned to select a Pokémon that truly resonated with her desires. Support. We should hurry. If we arrive too late, all the good Pokémon will be taken," Linshur urged, turning to her. At the entrance of the Pokémon nursery, Linshur and Su Chimeng observed a throng of people already perusing the available Pokémon before they had even stepped inside. The Pokémon lived in a vast indoor paradise, receiving excellent care from the moment they hatched from their eggs. To capture a Pokémon here, one must first pay an entrance fee and then personally enter the paradise to select their desired Pokémon. Once a target is identified, they must pay to secure the capture. Even if one does not find a suitable Pokémon, the entrance fee is non-refundable. After paying the entrance fee, Linshur and Su Chimeng ventured into the Pokémon paradise together. Although Linshur no longer had the capacity to capture Pokémon, he was eager to observe and serve as consultant. "So many Pokémon, and they all seem well cared for," he noted, surprised by the size of the indoor paradise and the abundance of Pokémon, although fewer people than he had anticipated were present. He speculated that perhaps the school year had commenced long ago, leading most trainers to have already selected their initial Pokémon. Those who had not likely either found no interest in this place or lacked the funds to visit, given that the Pokémon here were indeed quite pricey. Thus, It seemed that most visitors were in a similar situation to Su Qiming, looking for their second or third Pokémon. Let us wander around and see if there are any suitable candidates, Lin Shi suggested. Sure, Su Qiming replied, nodding in agreement, eager to explore more Pokémon before making her choice. Chapter 19. Ralliolasi, adorable one in the bustling Xinzhou Spirit Trading Mall. Lin Shi and Su Qiming had already encountered numerous rare Pokémon, including a few of the esteemed starter Pokémon. Do any catch your eye? Lin Shi inquired, having spotted several that seemed fitting for Su Qiming, yet he deemed it prudent to prioritize her preferences, as they were indeed her choices to make. That Meowth over there is quite charming, and Bulbasaur isn't too shabby either, Su Qiming mused, tilting her head in contemplation, clearly torn in her decision. Do you have any suggestions? She asked, turning to Lin Shi with her large, glimmering eyes. Well, Lin Shi pondered momentarily. I think that Natural Sparrow looks rather promising. Natural Sparrow? Su Qiming appeared somewhat perplexed, failing to discern anything particularly special about it. Pokémon, Natural Sparrow level, LV5 status, healthy gender, female type, psychic, flying ability, synchronized height, 0, 2 meters weight, 2, 0 kilograms held item, none skills, peck, roost, teleport. Pokémon assessment, Natural Sparrow, the tiny bird Pokémon. Due to its underdeveloped wings, it hops around and is constantly observing its surroundings. Lin Shi elaborated, this Natural Sparrow possesses considerable psychic prowess, and it is likely to learn the skill of teleportation in the future. This ability would provide a means of escape should danger arise, ensuring its safety. Upon hearing Lin Shi's reasoning, Su Qiming seemed momentarily taken aback before thoughtfully nodding as she stroked her smooth chin. That sounds appealing. But let us not choose the Natural Sparrow. Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Shi tugged her along in a hurry. What is going on? Su Qiming asked, clearly caught off guard. I just spotted another Pokémon that is even more suitable, Lin Shi exclaimed, his eyes scanning the surrounding structures until he finally halted beside a Pokémon slide. What Pokémon? Su Qiming inquired, her head peeking out in curiosity. Look inside the slide. Lin Shi gestured gently, his tone soft as if fearful of startling the Pokémon within. Following Lin Shi's direction, Su Qiming leaned in to take a look. A Pokémon with a white body and green hair covering most of its face, separated by 2 flat red horns, was hiding inside, cautiously observing the outside world. Ralliolasi? Su Qiming gasped softly, her tone equally gentle, not wishing to frighten the timid creature. Seize the opportunity. We must capture Ralliolasi, she declared, beckoning softly. Come out, little Ralliolasi. Initially timid, Ralliolasi hesitated, but being raised in captivity, it sensed Su Qiming's joy and affection. Moreover, Su Qiming's beauty undoubtedly played a significant role in drawing it closer. After a moment of hesitation, Ralliolasi cautiously ventured out, inching towards Su Qiming. Lin Shi took the opportunity to observe Ralliolasi closely. Pokémon, Ralliolasi level, LV5 status, healthy gender, female type, psychic, fairy ability, telepathy height, 0, 3 meters weight, 6, 0 kilograms held item, none skills, call, charm, psychic. Pokémon assessment, Ralliolasi, the emotion Pokémon. It possesses the ability to sense human emotions and will share in the happiness of its trainer when they are in high spirits. Ralliolasi needed little introduction. As its final evolution, Shinado was often affectionately referred to as a beloved partner by numerous players, a symbol of beauty and strength that Lin Shi had long desired to capture. Furthermore, it would naturally learn teleportation, making it an exceptional Pokémon both in battle and in evasion. In the meantime, Ralliolasi had grown comfortable with Su Qiming, allowing her to gently stroke its head. Lin Shi crouched down, inching closer, but Ralliolasi, noticing him, burrowed into Su Qiming's embrace. However, sensing no malice from Lin Shi and more of a friendly disposition, it cautiously emerged once more, permitting his approach. Let us take Ralliolasi to find a staff member, Lin Shi suggested, concerned about leaving it behind where it might be taken away. All right, Su Qiming nodded, cradling Ralliolasi in her arms. Wait! A boy suddenly dashed towards them, his tone somewhat brusque. Lin Shi assessed the boy, who appeared to be of similar age, slightly plump, dressed in expensive designer clothing, with a long, slender lizard-like Pokémon bearing black and red patterns at his feet. Lin Shi immediately recognized it as the infamous Night Thief lizard, often associated with antagonists in the anime. While the nursery housed primarily low-level juvenile Pokémon, they still retained a degree of aggression. Some combative Pokémon prefer to battle their trainers upon capture. Hence the allowance for trainers to bring Pokémon inside. "What do you want?" Lin Shi asked, perplexed, having never encountered such a character before. "That Ralulasi." The boy pointed at the creature in Su Chiming's arms, then gestured towards himself, a serious expression on his face. "I saw it first. It should belong to me." Lin Shi couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head. "Come on, buddy, we're already holding it. Why didn't you wait until we evolved it into Shinado before making your claim?" "We're leaving," he added, disregarding the boy as he turned to walk away with Su Chiming and Ralulasi. "Stop!" the boy shouted with growing frustration, blocking their path. The Night Thief lizard followed closely behind him. "I said slow down. Are you deaf?" "I'll say it again. Hand over that Ralulasi," he demanded, brimming with arrogance. Lin Shi regarded the boy and then the menacing Night Thief lizard, his expression gradually turning cold. "What do you mean by that? Do you know who I am?" Upon hearing this, Lin Shi helplessly cleared his ears, astonished that such words could still be uttered in this day and age. "I'm not your father. I'm not responsible for naming you." Su Chiming couldn't suppress her laughter at Lin Shi's retort. Observing the escalating tensions, the boy's face darkened with fury, his eyes seemingly ablaze. The commotion drew attention. Many Pokémon, frightened by the boy's loud voice, scurried to hide, and several patrons turned to observe the unfolding scene. This disturbance caught the attention of the nursery staff, as a young woman in a uniform approached the gathering. Chapter 20, A Swift Defeat. The first battle of the Gyarados. Do the guests require assistance? "Miss, we do. This person has lost their way and is inquiring if anyone recognizes him." Lin Shi indicated towards the fire lizard man. A few minutes later, Yihan had grasped the situation. She felt somewhat helpless, yet again. A conflict had arisen over a Pokémon, a common occurrence in breeding houses across the nation. "Indeed, sir, since this young lady has already taken the Ralts. According to our regulations, she has the right of first choice." "I understand your implication." Before Yihan could finish her sentence, the fire lizard man interrupted her with a mocking expression, pulling out his wallet. "Is it just about the money? How much of this Ralts?" "Liaovi. Will pay double." Upon hearing the boy's name, Lin Shi noticed a change in Yihan's expression, but she steeled herself and replied, "Mr. Liao, this is not merely a matter of money. They haven't even paid for the Ralts, and isn't your establishment here to make a profit?" Liao Yong shifted tactics. "Let's do this. I won't make it difficult for you. I will bid normally, and whoever offers the higher price will gain the right to purchase the Ralts." Seeing that the hard approach was futile, Liao Yong shifted his strategy. "It's just money. It's nothing for me. I intend to secure this Ralts." Lin Shi furrowed her brow upon hearing Liao Hui's words. Although this fire lizard man appeared somewhat dim-witted, his attire suggested he was quite affluent. If the shop were to acquiesce to him, even if they managed to take the Ralts away in the end, it would likely result in considerable financial loss. Lin Shi raised her head and glanced around, noticing that a crowd was beginning to gather. Thus, her voice suddenly rose. "It has long been said that the pet Pokémon breeding house not only excels in nurturing Pokémon, but also upholds principles, which is why it is beloved by many. Although I did not anticipate such an incident today, I firmly believe the breeding house will provide us with a satisfactory resolution." As Lin Shi spoke, some customers in the vicinity echoed her sentiments. For the majority of ordinary citizens would not wish for their cherished Pokémon to be deprived in such a manner. Sighing, Yihan observed the two parties' unwavering stances. With the crowd swelling, she knew a decision was imperative. Gritting her teeth, she addressed Liao Hui. "In truth, our breeding house has many exceptional Pokémon. You may select another, and we can offer you a discount." Liao Hui regarded Lin Shi and the attendant, his face contorting into a grimace as if he had swallowed something distasteful. However, now that the matter had escalated, he realized he could not take the Ralts today. "Fine, I will remember this. We shall see." He commanded his fire lizard to depart, yet strangely, the creature did not heed his orders, remaining sprawled on the ground, showing no signs of movement. "Fire lizard, get up!" Liao Hui exclaimed, kicking the creature's back. Watching the unmoving Pokémon and the growing crowd, Liao Hui felt his composure slipping. He could almost hear the murmurs of the spectators, their pointed fingers accusing him of being unable to command even his own Pokémon. When had Liao Hui ever faced such humiliation? In a fit of rage, Liao Hui kicked the fire lizard with force. "I am your master. You must obey me. Get up." With a pained hiss, the fire lizard stirred, but Lin Shi noticed its eyes turning a fiery red, a clear sign of anger. Subsequently, the creature flicked its tail, sending Liao Hui sprawling far away, where he hit his head and lost consciousness. Then, the fire lizard unleashed a stream of purple venom, aimlessly attacking, corroding everything it touched and releasing noxious fumes. The surrounding onlookers scattered, fearing the toxic spray, while the local Pokémon fled in terror, plunging the scene into chaos. The rampaging fire lizard wreaked havoc in the breeding house, terrifying the other Pokémon into trembling submission. Yet it suddenly grew quiet, sniffing the air as if detecting a scent. In a flash, it bolted toward the building marked "No Entry" within the park. "Quick, stop it!" Yihan's face turned pale with panic as she shouted. "What lies within?" Su Qimeng, clutching the trembling Ralts, inquired. Through clenched teeth, Yihan replied, "A Pokémon egg." At that moment, the fire lizard reached the entrance of the incubation room, licking its lips in anticipation. Gyarados Dragon Pulse. Before the fire lizard could break through the door, a bluish-purple dragon wave surged towards it from behind. The fire lizard swiftly turned, flames igniting across its body, and unleashed a fiery breath to counter the dragon wave. Although it mitigated some damage, the residual force sent it flying. "Flame burst, is it?" Lin Shi recognized the fire lizard's technique. In agony, the fire lizard grew even more frenzied, continuously spitting out purple venom, employing the acid bomb technique. Gyarados ended swiftly with Whirlpool. In an effort to avoid drawing attention, Lin Shi aimed for a quick victory against the adversary. With a mighty roar, Gyarados summoned swirling azure and blue light, encasing itself within a vortex that shielded it from all venom. This was a combination technique utilizing both Whirlpool and Surf, a skill learned by Magikarp during its waterfall leaps. The vortex then shifted direction, charging towards the fire lizard. Despite the opponent's timely use of Flame Burst to defend, it was futile against the Whirlpool's relentless assault. The Whirlpool successfully ensnared the fire lizard, subjecting it to relentless torrents of water. Gyarados Waterfall. Water surged alongside the Crimson Gyarados, propelling it forward with great force, crashing the fire lizard to the ground, unable to rise. A swift defeat. Only after the battle concluded did Yihan arrive with security personnel. "I'm immensely grateful to both of you for your assistance. If it weren't for your intervention, I shudder to think of the potential losses we could have incurred. We won't allow that Liao Hui to escape unscathed." However, Yihan furrowed her brow in confusion. But why did that fire lizard behave in such a manner? Lin Shi understood she was aiming to determine the culpable party. If it were Liao Hui's fault, he would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. It is likely due to the trainer's insufficient level. Not Lin Shi, but Su Qimeng elaborated. Missy may not have observed closely, but the fire lizard's size and the magma-like patterns on its body indicate it is not a novice Pokémon. It is conservatively estimated to be at least a professional-level Pokémon, over level 20, potentially reaching level 30. Lin Shi nodded. She had indeed assessed the fire lizard, which boasted a formidable level of 30, 6 levels higher than Gyarados. Liao Hui, being merely a high school senior, had only been in his 3rd month of training. It was improbable he had cultivated such a high-level Pokémon so swiftly. Thus, it was highly likely that the fire lizard had not been bred, but rather caught directly. After being defeated by another's Pokémon, Liao Hui had seized the opportunity to capture it, an act that would undoubtedly earn him the creature's disdain. Such occurrences are indeed quite common. Every year, a few individuals believe themselves to be exceptionally powerful, convinced that with a mere display of strength, they can compel high-level creatures to submit. Naturally, such behavior often results in either cautionary tales or unfortunate incidents. After listening to Su Qimeng's explanation, Yihan nodded in understanding. It appears that Liao Hui's forceful command over the night thief fire lizard, which he did not fully comprehend, led to the incident. I see now. Well, we are not law enforcement officers, but merely students. What we discussed earlier was merely speculation. It would be prudent to await the investigation's findings, Lin Shi reminded. Rest assured, we are well aware of the situation, Yi Han replied with a smile, nodding in agreement. Now, let us discuss the matters of compensation and rewards for the two of you. Chapter 21. Ren Yu Yao. Compensation and rewards? Lin Shi arched a brow, finally piqued by the topic at hand. Indeed, Yi Han affirmed, gently caressing the Ralts nestled in Su Qiming's arms, a tender smile gracing her features. This entire affair owes much to both of you. Your timely intervention prevented the Salandit from causing further detriment to our establishment. As a token of our gratitude, we've decided to entrust this Ralts to Miss Su for nurturing free of charge. Gratis? Lin Shi and Su Qiming exchanged a glance. Ralts were arguably more precious than even the starter Pokémon, and the proprietor was willing to bestow one without cost? Precisely. I've watched this particular Ralts mature. I discern a fondness for you both within it, and I trust you'll provide it with exceptional care, Yi Han expressed, a tinge of wistfulness in her gaze. And for Mr. Lin, we have a VIP card as a gesture of our appreciation. We trust you won't find it objectionable. It grants you VIP privileges at all Aichon Pokémon breeding centers and stores nationwide, along with a 20% discount on all merchandise. Lin Shi accepted the card, finding no fault with the recompense. As the sun descended, casting a golden hue upon the city, the edifices reflected a resplendent radiance. Lin Shi and Su Qiming exited the department store. Upon departing the breeding center, Su Qiming promptly released a Pokeball, capturing the Ralts. The Ralts acquiesced readily, seemingly content with its new trainer. Subsequently, they procured provisions and energy cubes for Gyarados and Teddiursa, alongside combat sand, an implement employed during Pokémon training to augment proficiency. The newly acquired funds were swiftly depleted. Ultimately, Lin Shi expended additional capital to secure a black belt for Teddiursa. Black belt, a sash that bolsters morale. When equipped, augments the potency of fighting-type maneuvers. Teddiursa could master an array of fighting-type abilities, predominantly offensive in nature. Lin Shi surmised that the black belt would be more advantageous than a silk scarf, which enhanced normal-type abilities. As for Gyarados, the mystic water, gifted by the Sea King, was ideally suited for its present needs. In summation, the day had yielded considerable gains, particularly for Su Qiming, who had acquired a valuable Ralts. Gu. In Lin Shi's courtyard, Teddiursa's paws shimmered with metallic brilliance, hardening into iron. With deft precision, it slashed at a wooden post. Again and again. Metal Claw, an assault that cleaves foes with metallic claws. With the inter-school Pokémon battle for senior students looming, Lin Shi was diligently preparing. He intended to employ only Teddiursa in this competition, necessitating an expansion of its repertoire of abilities. Normal type was hardly a superlative type, and Lin Shi considered it the most underwhelming. Resisted by rock and steel, immune to ghost, devoid of advantageous matchups, and exhibiting normal damage output against most types save for a double weakness to fighting. Time is of the essence. After a period of training, Lin Shi consulted his chronometer. Teddiursa, Gyarados, let us proceed. Beneath the radiant sun, amidst the ceaseless flow of vehicles traversing the city's thoroughfares, Lin Shi's leave of absence was not for a sojourn into the wilderness, but rather a visit to his aunt, the benefactor who had gifted him Growlife. Although his Gyarados possessed a profound affinity for dragon-type maneuvers, even instinctively mastering Dragon Pulse upon evolution, it persistently struggled to grasp Dragon Dance. Fortuitously, Lin Shi's aunt possessed an Altaria proficient in Dragon Dance. Under the guise of visit, Lin Shi sought her out, intending to secure a complimentary tutor for Gyarados. Xiao Shi has arrived. It's been an age. Have you missed your aunt? As Lin Shi pressed the doorbell, his aunt emerged, beaming. Lin Shi's aunt, Ren Yu Yao, possessed a healthy tan complexion due to her occupation, which necessitated prolonged outdoor exposure. She was statuesque, comely, and possessed a gregarious disposition, treating Lin Shi with exceptional kindness. Of course, but Auntie is by Mountain City's nemesis of iniquity. She's perpetually occupied, Opportunities to meet are infrequent. Lin Shi flattered, accompanying Ren Yuyao into the abode. Such sweet words. Ren Yuyao chuckled, visibly pleased. Woof. Upon entering, a large, orange canine with black stripes bounded forth, gamboling around Lin Shi. It's been a while, Arcanine. This Pokémon was the Arcanine, raised by Lin Shi's aunt, her initial Pokémon. Lin Shi stooped, stroking its luxuriant head. Observing Arcanine's unbridled joy, its tail wagging incessantly, Lin Shi momentarily drifted, recalling his own. He wondered how it was faring within the mystic realm. Fear not. Discerning Lin Shi's distraction, Ren Yuyao offered solace. Your Growlithe is the most exceptional I've encountered. It shall undoubtedly thrive. Lin Shi smiled, nodding. Oh, a visitor? After progressing a few steps, Lin Shi noticed a young woman standing in the corner of the living room, engrossed in examining photographs adorning the wall. These were mementos of Ren Yuyao's accolades. I was so elated to see Xiao Shi that I neglected Ningning. Come, Xiao Shi, allow me to introduce you. This is my friend's daughter, Xiaoning, a prodigious scholar from Northern University. Ren Yuyao clapped her hands, initiating the introductions. Ningning, this is my nephew, Lin Shi, currently a senior in high school. Greetings. The young woman turned, extending a cordial greeting. Her countenance was serene, evocative of scholarly refinement. Northern University was one of the 6 preeminent institutions of higher learning in the Divine Continent, alongside Kyoto University, Jiangnan University, Magic City University, Central University, and the Divine Continent National Defense Science and Technology University. Although ostensibly on par, Kyoto University was widely regarded as the paramount institution, succeeded by Magic City University. Northern University was considered the last among equals, yet it remained a member of the elite sextet, inaccessible to the average individual. Xiao Shi, your arrival is fortuitous. Ningning and I were about to engage in a contest. A contest? Affirmative, Xiaoning affirmed. Lin Shi observed a sudden surge of martial ardor emanating from the otherwise tranquil Xiaoning, a stark contrast to her initial demure demeanor. Do not be deceived by Ningning's placidity. She is an ardent Pokémon battle enthusiast. Before attending university, she incessantly badgered me for duels. Ren Yuyao cast a weary glance at the zealous Xiaoning, sipping her tea as she addressed Lin Shi. When do you plan to contest? Lin Shi inquired, curious as to the Pokémon and tactics employed by this Northern University prodigy. May I observe? Certainly. Chapter 22. The clash of the cat and the leopard. The duel between the two could not take place in the courtyard. Instead, the Pokémon training ground, not far from Ren Yuyao's home, became the battleground. It was a 1v1 contest, with both participants releasing their Pokémon simultaneously. With a mutual nod of understanding, the battle commenced. Ren Yuyao summoned a standing, cat-like Pokémon, predominantly white in color, adorned with a blue scarf and collar, resembling a refined English lady. Given Lin Shi's acquaintance with Ren Yuyao, he naturally recognized this Pokémon as the Psychic Meowth. Pokémon, Psychic Meowth level, LV33 status, healthy gender, female type, psychic ability, competitive height, 0, 7 meters weight, 9, 0 kilograms held item, curve spoon skills, scratch, psychic, paw strike, magical leaf, charm voice, enchantment voice, helping hand, illusion ray, role play, light screen, reflect, baton pass, meditate, guard. Pokémon assessment, psychique Meowth, a suppressive Pokémon, is the evolved form of Meowth. It is known for being more willful and aggressive than its male counterpart. Should it be provoked, it will deliver a harsh lesson with its psychic powers. On the opposite side, Xiaoning's choice of Pokémon came as a surprise to Lin Shi. It was a cat-like creature with a coat of purple fur, featuring hollow triangular yellow patterns on its back, and a scythe-like tail, exuding an aura of agility and mystery. Pokémon, cool leopard level, LV31 status, healthy gender, male type, dark ability, prankster height, 1 meters weight, 37. 0 kilograms held item, black glasses skills, scratch assist, sand attack, paw strike pursuit, critical hit, shadow clone, thunder wave, taunt, encore, dark pulse guard. Pokémon assessment, cool leopard, ruthless Pokémon, is the evolved form of the pickpocket cat. Its elegant physique is attributed to well-developed muscles, enabling it to sprint silently through the night. As Lin Shi observed the two Pokémon on the field, he mused softly, a feline internal conflict. This should be quite the spectacle. He settled into a spectator's seat, releasing his bear cub to join in the observation. From a type advantage perspective, Cool Leopard appeared to have the upper hand, not only possessing a type advantage over Psychic Meowth, but also being completely immune to Psychic-type damage. Coupled with its skills and ability, it was indeed formidable. Fortunately, it had not mastered Toxic. Lin Shi silently remarked as the battle was about to unfold. Cool Leopard used Paw Strike. Both combatants initiated the battle with Paw Strike, a move that not only inflicts damage, but can also leave the opponent immobilized at the start of the confrontation. Bang! The two Pokémon struck their opponents almost simultaneously, resulting in negligible damage on both sides. Cool Leopard used Taunt. Quickly, Xiaoning commanded again. Dark energy surged from Cool Leopard, and the skill descended upon Psychic Meowth almost instantaneously. Lin Shi noted that Psychic Meowth's eyes turned red, filled with fury. It had been provoked. The taunt skill incites the opponent into an angered state for a brief duration, during which the Pokémon can only use damaging moves. As for Cool Leopard's swift execution of the skill, it was a testament to its ability, Prankster. In Lin Shi's view, Prankster was among the most exceptional abilities, allowing the user to execute non-damaging moves first. While this is not a gaming realm where priority can be guaranteed, it significantly accelerates the release of skills. Xiaoning is quite impressive, Rinyo praised, seemingly unfazed. Psychic Meowth used Charm Voice. Meow. Psychic Meowth opened its mouth, emitting a melodious song. As pink energy surged towards Cool Leopard, the latter instinctively leaped to evade, only to find the energy curving mid-air and charging directly at it. Cool Leopard, Dark Pulse. Qiuning commanded loudly. Cool Leopard unleashed a torrent of black circular waves of dark energy, colliding with the Charm Voice in an explosion. As the smoke dissipated, Cool Leopard landed gracefully. Cool Leopard, continue with Thunder Wave. As soon as it touched the ground, Xiaoning urged another attack. Psychic Meowth Guard. A light green protective barrier emerged, shielding it from the incoming Thunder Wave. Seeing the attack thwarted, Xiaoning did not appear disheartened. Instead, a smile crept upon her face. Just as I anticipated, Cool Leopard used Encore. The Encore skill compelled the opponent to repeat its last move. Thanks to Prankster, Encore struck first. Cool Leopard, Dark Pulse. Once more, Cool Leopard unleashed a Dark Pulse, the malicious energy surging towards Psychic Meowth. Meow. Psychic Meowth successfully utilized Guard again, blocking the Dark Pulse. Do not relent. Cool Leopard, critical hit. Cool Leopard's form accelerated, darting behind Psychic Meowth, its claws poised to strike. Psychic Meowth waved its hands. However, the protective barrier failed to manifest in time, indicating a malfunction of the skill. Bang! This attack landed successfully, the Dark-type move proving potent, sending Psychic Meowth flying. Its expression reflecting fury as its fur bristled with psychic energy, standing on end. Oh dear! Meowth is furious. Now it's our turn to attack. Rin Yiyo declared with a confident flourish of her arm. Her demeanor suddenly sharpened. Psychic Meowth simultaneously used Charm Voice and Magical Leaf. Meow. Psychic Meowth's eyes glowed white as it levitated gracefully into the air. Simultaneously, it began to sing once more, intertwining fairy-type pink energy with green grass-type energy. The next moment, witnessing a barrage of leaf-shaped blades hurtling towards Cool Leopard in a fierce assault reminiscent of the Dragon-Tide Gyarados, a combination technique. Cool Leopard nimbly attempted to evade, but the two attacks seemed to possess a life of their own, relentlessly homing in on it, making escape impossible. Indeed, both Charm Voice and Magical Leaf were unerring skills that automatically targeted their opponents. Dark Pulse. Xiaoning ordered again, hoping to replicate her previous strategy and block the incoming assault. However, this time, it did not unfold as she desired. Magical Leaf accelerated, intercepting Dark Pulse first, followed by the Charm Voice that struck Cool Leopard directly, sending it tumbling away, the fairy-type move proving exceptionally effective. Cool Leopard. Xiaoning exclaimed anxiously as she watched Cool Leopard soar through the air. Fortunately, although it appeared somewhat battered, Cool Leopard gritted its teeth and held on, prompting Xiaoning to beam with delight as she continued to command. Excellent. Use Thunderwave again. With a flash of electricity, a faint spark surged towards Psychic Meowth. Psychic Meowth, enchantment voice. A powerful sound erupted from Psychic Meowth, a surge of fairy-type energy bursting forth in a pale pink wave, intercepting the thunder wave, while simultaneously striking Cool Leopard on the ground, enveloping it in a cloud of dust. Without needing to see the outcome, it was evident that the victor had emerged. Lin Shi shook his head. This was not merely charm voice, but rather an overwhelmingly powerful enchantment voice. With Cool Leopard at a disadvantage against the fairy-type move, its chances of standing firm were utterly diminished. Indeed, as the smoke dissipated, the fierce leopard had succumbed to its combat incapacity, unable even to seize a fleeting chance to defend itself. Exhausted, Xiaoning withdrew the fierce leopard into its pokeball, addressing it softly. Subsequently, with a wry smile, she turned her gaze towards the approaching Lin Shi and Ren Yuyao. I have lost. Aunt Yao remains as unyielding as ever. Chapter 23. The campus battle begins. Certain matters are too sensitive to disclose. Aunt, could you lend me the Chishi Bluebird? I need to check its development. At Baishan 3rd High School, the atmosphere buzzes with excitement as the first Pokémon 1v1 battle for the senior students commence today. Outstanding performers will be rewarded with foundational enhancement feathers, which consist of the Feather of Stamina, Feather of Strength, Feather of Resistance, Feather of Intelligence, Feather of Spirit, and Feather of Speed, each corresponding to enhancements in health, attack, defense, special defense, and speed, respectively. These items, which bolster a Pokémon's fundamentals, are quite precious. Though each feather's efficacy pales in comparison to the branch lychee fruit, they are still rare and valuable. For this reward, Lin Shi intends to have his bear cub give its all. Bear cub, are you feeling confident? He inquires. What are you doing? Igu? The bear cub is seen fiddling with Lin Shi's phone, which contains data on Circle Bear, a collection he prepared for future training sessions. What is it? Lin Shi asks. The bear cub gazes at him with its big, watery eyes, looking back and forth between the phone and Lin Shi. Lin Shi chuckles, realizing the bear cub's thoughts. Do you think it's impressive? Don't worry, you'll evolve one day and look just as magnificent. He affectionately pats the bear cub's fluffy head. Igu. The bear cub quietly squeaks. Glancing at the image on the phone, its voice barely audible. Soon, the battle roster is announced, and the rules are simple. A knockout tournament to determine the ultimate champion. After a lengthy opening speech from the school officials, the battles officially commence. In Lin Shi's first match, he faces a Meowth, which appears to be a novice. Unsurprisingly, the opponent struggles to penetrate the bear cub's defenses, ultimately succumbing to a decisive strike. The tournament progresses smoothly, and by the second day, Lin Shi has successfully advanced to the top 16, where the competition begins to intensify. In the quarterfinals, Lin Shi's opponent is a boy from Class 23 wielding a Monferno. Notably, Classes 23 and 24 are regarded as the elite classes at the 3rd high school, accounting for 70 of the admissions to prestigious universities annually. The boy from Class 23 exudes confidence, especially since the fighting-type Monferno holds an advantage over Lin Shi's normal-type bear cub. Monferno use focus energy. Bear cub employ bodybuilding. As the battle begins, both competitors activate their enhancement skills. Focus energy increases Monferno's chances of landing critical hits. Monferno use low kick. Monferno, agile and swift, leaps into action, its foot enveloped in fighting-type energy, launching a fierce assault on the bear cub. Bear cub block with Brick Break. Under Lin Shi's command, the bear cub skillfully counters with Brick Break, clashing against Monferno's attack. Whoosh! Monferno is sent flying, flipping several times before crashing to the ground. With the bear cub's strength, augmented by the black belt and bodybuilding, Monferno stands no chance in a direct confrontation. Recognizing this, Monferno attempts to dig underground, aiming to surprise the bear cub with a sneak attack. Ignore it, bear cub, continue with bodybuilding. Igu. The bear cub strikes a bodybuilding pose, swirling with crimson energy that bolsters both its attack and defense. Damn it! The boy's expression darkens as he realizes the situation worsens with each passing moment. He anticipates defeat. Boom! Monferno emerges from underground, delivering a punch to the bear cub. Igu, the bear cub, unfazed, pats the spot where it was struck, looking at Monferno as if to say, "Is that all you've got, bear cub, in this battle with Brick Break?" The bear cub accelerates, swiftly approaching the still reeling Monferno, and strikes decisively. Boom! Monferno collapses to the ground, signaling the end of the match. As Lin Shi crouches to check on the bear cub, he praises its performance. Igu. The bear cub licks its paw, its eyes crescent-shaped with joy. The subsequent battles unfold smoothly, and the bear cub advances to the semifinals. Among the final four, Lin Shi and Su Qiming from Class 24 both secure their spots, with her Fire Mouse Pokémon exhibiting dominance in these novice-level battles. The semifinals commence with Lin Shi facing Jiang Yu from Class 19, while Gao Xiang from Class 23 goes against Su Qiming. Lin Shi's opponent is a slender boy with a composed demeanor, and his Pokémon is a blue shrimp-like creature with a gigantic claw. Pokémon, Iron Arm Shrimp Level, LV 18 status, Healthy Gender, Male Type, Water Ability, Mega Launcher Height, 0, 5 meters weight, 8, 30 kilograms held item, None skills, Water Gun Clamp, Water Pulse, Bubble Beam, Water Wave, Drench. Pokémon Assessment, Iron Arm Shrimp, Water Gun Pokémon. It expels water with explosive force from the gas accumulated in its right claw, akin to a bullet being fired. Lin Shi recalls this trainer and the Iron Arm Shrimp, recognizing their talent among the 500 to 600 participants. The battle commences. Bear Cub, use Bodybuilding. Iron Arm Shrimp, deploy Drench. Jiang Yu, aware of the Bear Cub's formidable offensive power, attempts to disrupt its enhancement with Drench. Igu, the Bear Cub remains composed, as Lin Shi has trained it for such interruptions. Its claws shimmer as it swiftly swipes through the air, creating a protective barrier that easily tears through Drench. Unfortunately, Bodybuilding is disrupted, and Lin Shi has long aspired for the Bear Cub to utilize Bodybuilding mid-battle. But the challenge remains formidable. Even the Bear Cub's innate talent has yet to master this skill. Iron Arm Shrimp, launch Water Wave. The Iron Arm Shrimp gathers water within its massive claw, culminating in a powerful water wave attack. The ability Mega Launcher amplifies the potency of wave-based skills. The water wave surges forth, striking swiftly and overwhelming the Bear Cub, sending up a cloud of dust. Chapter 24. The eve of the finals, did it hit? Well done, Jiang Yu exclaimed, raising his fist in jubilation. However, as the smoke dissipated, his expression gradually darkened, revealing the complexity of the situation. On the battlefield, the once visible bear baby had vanished, leaving behind only a sizable hole in the ground. Digging? Does it possess such a skill? Indeed, this bear baby was proving to be quite formidable. Lin Shi, also a contender among the top 4, naturally drew considerable attention, and Jiang Yu was somewhat familiar with him. Watch your feet, Iron Arm Shrimp, Jiang Yu shouted, his voice ringing out. Boom! No sooner had Jiang Yu's warning echoed than the bear baby erupted from the earth, harnessing the power of the ground as it unleashed a punch toward Iron Arm Shrimp. Now, Iron Arm Shrimp activated its water jet. Just as it was about to be struck, the shrimp was enveloped in a torrent of water, propelled skyward by the force of the downward spray as if it were launched into the air. Indeed, the strategy of Xiang Tai, Lin Shi mused to himself. Bear baby, use Yan, Lin Shi commanded, calling forth a skill that was nearly forgotten in the skill pool. This ability required precise timing to hit, as no one would stand still to be struck. And now, that opportunity had arrived. Just as Iron Arm Shrimp soared into the air, it was caught off guard by the yawn attack from below. Instantly, the shrimp became drowsy, its eyelids heavy with fatigue. Yet it summoned the will to land on the ground. Jiang Yu's heart sank. Having been hit by yawn, Iron Arm Shrimp was at risk of falling asleep, leaving it vulnerable to an onslaught. Use cold water on yourself, Jiang Yu commanded urgently. Upon hearing the trainer's words, Iron Arm Shrimp swiftly conjured a splash of cold water. Dousing itself with it, it shook off its body, appearing somewhat more alert. This won't do. A swift resolution is essential. Although the skill had temporarily roused Iron Arm Shrimp from its drowsiness, it still looked ready to succumb at any moment. Impressive handling, Lin Shi thought, recognizing the skill of his opponent. After all, those who made it this far were certainly not to be underestimated. Iron Arm Shrimp. Unleash a barrage of water pulses. The shrimp's massive pincers gathered water energy, launching a flurry of water projectiles into the air without restraint. The continuous water pulses rained down, but Bear Baby remained undaunted. It's merely water pulse. I've seen my fair share. Back in the day, a swarm of horned fish attempted to use it against me. Bear Baby deftly dodged the incoming water pulses, skillfully weaving and occasionally utilizing its split skill to block the attacks. Jiang Yu gritted his teeth in determination, urging Iron Arm Shrimp to increase its speed, eager to see how many it could evade. With a roar, the water energy within Iron Arm Shrimp erupted, sending water pulses surging from its pincers in a wild torrent. Bear Baby dig. Lin Shi thought it unnecessary to engage directly. He merely needed to wait for Yawn to take effect, at which point victory would naturally be his. I knew you would do that, Jiang Yu said with a smile. Iron Arm Shrimp, use Water Jet to fly. Enveloped in water, Iron Arm Shrimp ascended once more, positioning itself above the hole Bear Baby had just excavated. Fill the hole with a deluge. A powerful stream of water gushed from Iron Arm Shrimp's pincers, continuously flooding the pit Bear Baby had created. Lin Shi raised an eyebrow, realizing that his opponent was forcing him into a direct confrontation. Very well, he thought. Bear Baby had never been defeated in a head-on clash. Bear Baby, emerge! The creature leapt from the earth, charging forward to execute a split attack. With agility, Bear Baby's right paw, imbued with energy, surged toward Iron Arm Shrimp. Water Pulse! Jiang Yu shouted, recognizing Bear Baby's emergence. As the massive water pulse surged forth, Bear Baby exhibited no fear, decisively cleaving down with its split attack, cleaving the water pulse in two, which dissipated in the air. At that moment, Bear Baby stood before Iron Arm Shrimp, still possessing the strength to strike. Clamp it! Iron Arm Shrimp reacted swiftly, its powerful pincers seizing Bear Baby's attack, and the two Pokémon began a test of strength. However, it was evident that in this contest of might, Iron Arm Shrimp was no match for Bear Baby, quickly finding itself at a disadvantage. Just as I anticipated, Jiang Yu said, a confident smile gracing his lips. Iron Arm Shrimp, maintain your hold and use Water Pulse. As the water energy shimmered within Iron Arm Shrimp's right claw, the blue energy rapidly coalesced. I'm afraid this duel is mine, Jiang Yu proclaimed, his face alight with confidence, believing a close-range water pulse would deliver a devastating blow to Bear Baby. You've been raising shrimp for too long. My Bear Baby is no Iron Arm Shrimp. I still have another hand. Bear Baby, you split. With a determined ague, Bear Baby obeyed the command. Its right hand engaged in the struggle while a massive white claw manifested on its left paw, striking down with tremendous force. The caught Iron Arm Shrimp had no chance to evade, and the fierce attack landed squarely on its head. Boom! The impact was tremendous. The outcome was clear. Iron Arm Shrimp collapsed, evidently incapable of further battle, and the previously gathered water pulse dissipated into nothingness. I lost. Jiang Yu stood dumbfounded, unable to process the scene before him. You are formidable. I concede. You must understand. You are indeed my greatest rival, Lin Shi remarked with a nod, acknowledging the truth of their competition. Well played. You are quite impressive, Lin Shi added, not merely offering flattery. Jiang Yu's tactics and the training of Iron Arm Shrimp were commendable. Thank you. Best of luck in tomorrow's finals, Lin Shi said as he placed a cup of milk tea on Su Qiming's desk in classroom 24 of the third year. What is this? Young Miss Su lost and is unhappy? I'm not one to fret over victories or defeats, Su Qiming replied with a smile, appearing unfazed by a recent loss. But you, tomorrow's battle will not be a walk in the park. That fellow from class 23 is quite strong and has an advantage over Bear Baby's type. However, as she spoke, Su Qiming's tone shifted, becoming lively. You must win tomorrow. I want to see if that arrogant fellow can still gloat. With a determined glint in her eye, Su Qiming clenched her pearly teeth in frustration. Lin Shi understood. After defeating Su Qiming, the brash Gao Xingyang had mocked her. All right, I will do my utmost. Agu, Lin Shi affirmed, while Bear Baby beside him raised its fist, its little feet dancing energetically, striking a pose reminiscent of a boxer, exuding confidence. Chapter 25, Bear Cub vs. Infernape. A gentle breeze wafted through the air as the morning melody resonated, and the rising sun softly illuminated the playground, casting dappled shadows beneath the trees. The battleground for the finals was set within the gymnasium, equipped with professional Pokémon battle platforms, and the stands on either side were densely filled with students. At the observation platform, the director of education sat upright, engaged in conversation with an elderly man who appeared somewhat frail yet exuded vitality. "Principal, I did not expect you to attend," remarked the director. The old man was none other than Zhang Jingyin, the principal of the third high school. Upon hearing the director's words, he gazed at the two combatants on the field and chuckled. How could I miss such an important match? What do you think? This year's students seem quite promising." The director stroked his beard and nodded confidently. Indeed, compared to previous years, this year's talents are impressive, especially in the two top classes, where several students have chosen the starter Pokémon from the trio. "What about that boy named Lin Shi?" Zhang Jingyin interrupted, pointing towards Lin Shi. "Are you referring to student Lin Shi? I have observed his battles. He possesses commendable commanding abilities and has trained his bear cub exceptionally well. Although I hear it is not his original Pokémon." Zhang Jingyin nodded, choosing to say no more. On the other side of the arena, Lin Shi and his opponent had completed their preparations and stepped onto the battle platform. "Lin Shi, do you know that I owe my victory in this battle to you?" Gao Xingyang stated, holding his Pokeball aloft. "Thank you for dealing with that troublesome Jiangyu and for sending forth your bear cub, which is weak against my Pokémon. Close?" Lin Shi was momentarily taken aback. "Oh, that's no longer necessary, since I've already rendered you speechless." Lin Shi replied with a shrug, playfully teasing. "You. Very well, you shall not regret this," Gao Xingyang retorted with a forced smile. "Come fort, infernape." In the next instant, a monkey-like Pokémon emerged, its body a vibrant orange-yellow, with a long tail ablaze with flames. Pokémon, Infernape level, LV19 status, healthy gender, male type, fire, fighting ability, blaze height, 0, 9 meters weight, 22, 0 kilograms held item. Charcoal skills, scratch, ember, taunt, focus energy. Flame wheel double kick, mach punch, dig, fire punch. Pokémon assessment. Infernape, the mischievous Pokémon, is the evolved form of the small flame monkey. It skillfully controls the size of the flames on its tail, engaging in battles at distances it prefers. Infernape is one of the Sinnoh starters, and if one has watched the anime, they would surely recall the formidable Infernape belonging to Ash, which is also a favorite of Lin Shi. The firefighting type Infernape indeed has an advantage over the normal type bear cub, which explains Gao Xingyang's confidence. However, Lin Shi contemplated mischievously, "But how would you respond if I summoned my water-type Gyarados?" Yet, that was merely a fleeting thought. Setting aside how long Bear Cub had been prepared and the extensive training it had undergone, Lin Shi felt confident in Bear Cub's capabilities. "Bear Cub, I entrust you with this battle." The match officially commenced. "Bear Cub, use Bulk Up," Lin Shi commanded. "Don't give a chance." Infernape, Mach Punch. As Bear Cub assumed its stance, Infernape swiftly unleashed its Mach Punch, landing a rapid blow on Bear Cub. Ugh! Despite the impact, Bear Cub remained steadfast, enduring Infernape's assault while successfully executing Bulk Up. The power of the fighting type surged within it, enhancing both its attack and defense, rendering even Infernape's strikes less painful. Bear Cub, counter with Brick Break. Lin Shi opted for the type-appropriate move rather than using the rock-type attack. Thud! The sound of flesh meeting flesh reverberated throughout the gymnasium as their fists collided, resulting in a stalemate for the moment. Although Bear Cub was at a type disadvantage, its bulk-up enhancement allowed it to gain the upper hand in their exchange. This won't do. This Bear Cub is too formidable in close combat. Observing Infernape's faltering demeanor, Gao Xingyang sensed trouble. Infernape retreated from Bear Cub's striking range. Thud! Once more, their fists met, and Infernape skillfully withdrew, maintaining distance as both Pokémon bore visible injuries. Yet in stark contrast to the grimacing Infernape, Bear Cub appeared vibrant and unscathed, as if the wounds inflicted upon it bore no consequence. Lin Shi smiled inwardly. Ever since he discovered Bear Cub's potential to learn Moonlight, he had guided Bear Cub's training in that regard, even shifting training sessions to the night. Although Bear Cub ultimately failed to master Moonlight, Lin Sure noted significant improvements in its resilience and self-healing abilities. While not as effective as Moonlight, its endurance proved invaluable. And the more Bear Cub endured pain, the more its fighting spirit seemed to ignite. Infernape used Ember. Adapting its strategy, Infernape inhaled deeply, puffing its chest, and unleashed a barrage of fiery embers from its mouth. Bear Cub digged to evade. Bear Cub swiftly burrowed underground, evading the aerial fireballs. "Is that all you've got? Dig is child's play," Gao Xingyang commanded, and Infernape followed suit, also utilizing Dig to burrow underground. Thud! Sounds of commotion echoed from beneath the earth, causing ripples to spread across the ground. Almost simultaneously, both Pokémon emerged from the soil, their fists colliding once more. Infernape used Flame Wheel. Infernape transformed into a fiery sphere, racing towards Bear Cub, radiating intense heat. Ugh! Bear Cub opened its arms wide, embracing the flame wheel, and with a surge of strength, it pushed back against the flames. "But we are not finished yet. Unleash Fire Punch!" Gao Xingyang shouted, his fist engulfed in flames as he struck towards Bear Cub's face. "Defend!" Lin Sure commanded, and a soft green glow enveloped Bear Cub, conjuring an impenetrable shield that deflected the fire punch. "What?" Gao Xingyang's face twisted in disbelief. This was a technique Lin Sure had never employed since the beginning of their school battles. Did he learn to defend so quickly? This Bear Cub is rather intriguing. At the observation platform, Zhang Jingyin watched in admiration, impressed by Bear Cub's display. Bear Cub Brick Break. Seizing the opportunity created by the defensive maneuver, Lin Sure ordered an attack. Thud! Infernape was sent flying, clearly suffering significant damage from the blow. "Infernape, we cannot afford to lose. Use Fire Punch again in midair." Gao Xingyang cried out. Ugh! Infernape roared, its tail ablaze, face flushed, its health dwindling as its blaze ability activated, amplifying the power of its fire-type moves. Witnessing this spectacle, Lin Sure remained unperturbed, a smirk forming on his lips, sensing an opportunity. Bear Cub, use Aerial Ace. Infernape, enveloped in intense flames, charged at Bear Cub. With a sudden leap, Bear Cub executed a peculiar maneuver, circling around Infernape. In an instant, a radiant white light enveloped it, granting it the power of the flying type as it completed its circle and collided fiercely with Infernape from behind. Infernape, struck by the super-effective flying type attack, plummeted to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, it became evident that Infernape had succumbed, unable to continue the battle. The match concluded. At the moment the blazing monkey lost its combat prowess, the arena erupted with a thunderous cheer akin to a roaring tsunami. The Bear Cub could still perform the yen return. Ecstatic, Xianyang gazed at the blazing monkey struck by the yen return, utterly astonished. What manner of creature was this Bear Cub? Observing this scene, Lin Sure exhaled in relief. They had finally triumphed. The Bear Cub had not let him down. The two of them had exerted tremendous effort, particularly mastering the yen return skill, which they had only begun to grasp after visiting his aunt on the Qixi festival. The Bear Cub was truly remarkable. Lin Sure lifted the Bear Cub, affectionately ruffling its fur in praise. Chapter 26. The Skill Machine and Returning to the Forest Teacher. "Is there something you forgot to mention?" Lin Sure inquired. It was not just him. The students who reached the top 16 received similar rewards, with the only distinction being the quantity of feathers awarded. The remaining students might receive different items or monetary awards in the form of scholarships, but the slots were limited, reserved solely for those ranked higher. Upon returning to the classroom, Lin Sure noticed his homeroom teacher, Zhang Jianjun, engrossed in his phone at the podium. He rubbed his hands together and approached slowly. At that moment, Zhang Jianjun was enthusiastically sending messages in the teacher's group chat, and Lin Sure curiously stole a glance. "Hey, old Xia, I watched your battle. That student named Gao Xingyang from your class is truly impressive. The training of that Monferno is remarkable. I wonder if everyone has seen the match. I have the video. Come take a look." Then, he uploaded a picture of Lin Sure receiving an award from the principal, with Zhang Jianjun beaming proudly beside him. Oh dear, wrong send. My apologies. Lin Shi remarked. Teacher, is it really wise to invite such envy? Huh? Lin Shi, you're here. What did you just say? At this moment, Zhang Jianjun finally noticed Lin Shi standing beside him, quickly putting away his smile and phone. I'm going to ask if you needed something from me. As he spoke, he rubbed his fingers together nervously. Rest assured, I not want to go back on my word. Here you go. Zhang Jianjun produced from his bag what appeared to be a disc, though Lin Shi recognized it instantly as a skill learning machine. A skill learning machine? I couldn't possibly accept this. Do not be modest. I insist. Cough. You've gone to great lengths, teacher. With that, Lin Shi no longer hesitated and swiftly took the ochre skill machine from him. Teacher, what skill is inside? Hearing his question, Zhang Jianjun smiled with pride and slowly pronounced two words, earthquake. Earthquake? Lin Shi's eyes widened in disbelief. He had anticipated a skill like rock smash or strength, but to obtain a powerful ground-type skill like earthquake was beyond his expectations. Although it was merely a one-time use skill machine, Lin Shi conservatively estimated its value to be no less than 100,000, not to mention its rarity. Make sure to use it wisely. I put a lot of effort for this. Don't worry, teacher, I understand. This time, our school will definitely take first place in the college entrance examination, and it will come from our class. Lin Shi nodded assuredly. Good, Zhang Jianjun replied, satisfied with his student's promise. He is indeed teachable and quite perceptive. However, the current level of his Teddiursa was somewhat low, making it unsuitable to learn Earthquake. Instead, he decided to have Gyarados learn it first, and later, it could teach Teddiursa. Given Teddiursa's innate talent, it would likely grasp it quickly. Additionally, Lin Shi planned to allocate all the feathers he had won to Teddiursa for personal use, as consolidating them would yield better results, especially since it had worked hard to earn them. After a short break, another Sunday arrived. Lin Shi had taken several days off, and for the top student in the school, albeit temporarily, there were no objections from the administration. During this time, he focused his energy on Gyarados, allowing Teddiursa to rest and recover from the fatigue of consecutive battles, although it showed no visible signs of exhaustion. Pokémon, Gyarados level, LV26 status, healthy gender, male type, water, flying ability, intimidate height, 9 meters weight, 300 kilograms held item, mystic water skills, thrash, whirlpool, hurricane bite dive, ice fawn, flamethrower, dragon pulse, water pulse, dragon dance, protect, earthquake. Assessment. N.A. After several days, Gyarados successfully learned Earthquake, significantly enhancing its prowess. Pokémon, Teddiursa level, LV17 status, healthy gender, male type, normal ability, pickup height, 0, 8 meters weight, 12, 0 kilograms held item, black belt skills, scratch, lick, yawn, fury swipes, low kick, swift, cut, brick break, body slam, metal claw, dig, protect, return. Assessment. N.A. During these days, Teddiursa had not undergone extensive training, but the continuous battles had rapidly elevated its level to 17, just 3 levels away from evolving from a novice to a professional status. Today, Lin Shi had no intention of resting. Calculating the time, he realized the fruit on the jujube trees was likely ripe, and he needed to hurry to gather it, lest it be consumed by the large onyx. Furthermore, regarding the culprit that had separated him from his Rapidash, Lin Shi glanced at Gyarados and flexed his wrist, planning to teach it a lesson. In the white water forest, beams of light filtered through the gaps between the trees, illuminating vibrant greens, while colorful wildflowers adorned the grass. And lush shrubs thrived beside the trees, forming a natural barrier. Once inside the forest, Lin Shi shifted from walking to riding, soaring low through the trees atop Gyarados. I should take the opportunity to obtain a license soon, Lin Shi mused, as driving without a license was inconvenient, especially in unpopulated areas. Familiar with this section of the forest, Lin Shi quickly arrived near the jujube tree, spotting the large onyx lying not far from it. Is it dead? He pondered maliciously, observing the immobile creature on the ground. Hey, Onyx, you've really let yourself go in these few days, he remarked, approaching boldly behind Gyarados without employing any tactics to lure it away. Roar. Upon noticing Lin Shi's approach, the onyx immediately reared up, bellowing angrily in an attempt to intimidate him. However, it appeared rather feeble, clearly a paper tiger. Seeing that Lin Shi's group did not halt, the Onyx trembled, conjuring massive boulders with its rock-type powers to hurl at Lin Shi and Gyarados. Bang! Without Lin Shi issuing a command, Gyarados unleashed a dragon pulse, shattering the rocks into fragments. Don't be like this, Onyx. Do you remember me? At that moment, however, the Onyx was evidently in a frenzy, its eyes bloodshot as it relentlessly attacked Lin Shi. Honestly, Lin Shi sighed, shaking his head at the creature's obstinacy. Gyarados used dive to calm it down. Roar! Gyarados let out a fierce roar, enveloped in mist as it charged powerfully into the Onyx, sending its massive body flying. With water-type moves dealing quadruple damage and the Onyx's evident disarray, it was unable to recover and fight back. If you had acted like this earlier, we could have avoided all this chaos. Chapter 27. The Unknown Sprite. Hold still. I told you to remain still. In the white water forest, beside the branch of the lychee fruit tree, Lin Shi was examining the body of Onyx. This should be the spot. Lin Shi halted before a rock-like section near the tail of the Onyx, nodding and murmuring to himself. He then glanced at the Onyx, gesturing with his hands. I'll be digging a hole here shortly. Do you agree? Upon hearing Lin Shi's words, the Onyx instinctively opened its mouth to roar at him. However, upon spotting the watchful Gyarados nearby, it silently shut its mouth. Forget it. I had no intention of seeking your consent anyway. Gyarados let calm down completely. With a wave of his hand, a loud thud echoed, dust swirling as the Onyx collapsed to the ground. He then picked up a branch from the ground, marking an X on the Onyx's body as he spoke. Baby Bear, this is the spot. Use dig. Be gentle. Yi-igu. Baby Bear nodded, its paws sharpening as it began to excavate slowly on the Onyx's body. In no time, dust flew and rocks scattered. Under Baby Bear's diligent efforts, something was soon uncovered. What is this? A creature resembling both a snake and a worm emerged from the pit in the Onyx's body, displaying a verdant hue. Upon closer inspection, one could discern dragon-like spines adorning its form, coiled weakly in the hole that Baby Bear had unearthed. What astonished Lin Shi was not the creature's sleeping posture, nor the reason for its presence within the Onyx's body, but the fact that he, Lin Shi, a seasoned traveler of worlds, actually did not recognize this Pokémon. A hidden variant? Without hesitation, Lin Shi immediately threw a Pokeball, demanding the creature's true form be revealed. Pokémon. Honeydew Worm. Partial. Level. Status. Abnormal gender. Male type. Grass. Dragon ability. Height. 1. 8 meters. Weight. 10. 0 kilograms. Held item. None skills. Pokémon Identification. Honeydew Worm. Partial. Apple Dragon Pokémon. 7 honeydew worms reside within an apple made of honey, with the central worm responsible for issuing commands. Gazing at the information, Lin Shi suddenly recalled why this creature appeared familiar. This is the worm from the honeydew dragon's apple. Observing the feeble honeydew worm, Lin Shi felt puzzled. Logically, the honeydew dragon is not a native Pokémon. Aside from a few specially bred nurseries, it is virtually invisible in the wild. Moreover, encountering a honeydew dragon would be one thing, but here before Lin Shi lay a mere worm, which could hardly be classified as a Pokémon. This was even more outrageous than finding a Diglett among a group of Dugtrios. After a period of observation, unable to deduce any answers, Lin Shi resolved to attempt a rescue. It seemed to be starved. The worm was curled up, its breath faint, likely due to prolonged fasting. After all, over a month had elapsed since Lin Shi first encountered the Onyx, and according to the identification data, it must have been inside all that time. Surviving such a duration without sustenance was quite the feat. Indeed, the Onyx too. Lin Shi rummaged through his backpack, searching for something useful. Energy cubes and regular food seemed out of the question. Oh, this. Lin Shi held up a bottle of liquid, Baby Bear's favorite food, sweet nectar. He waved the sweet nectar before Baby Bear. Baby Bear, as the old saying goes, saving a worm's life is more meritorious than constructing a pagoda of 7 levels. Would you be willing to share a bit with this poor worm? Yi-gu. Baby Bear waved a hand, signaling Lin Shi that no further words were necessary. Impressive. Lin Shi gave a thumbs up. He then opened the jar, scooping out a spoonful, the sweet aroma instantly filling the air. He brought the spoon to the worm's mouth, pouring it gently, akin to a seasoned oil seller pouring oil, as the nectar flowed delicately into the worm's mouth. Gradually, the worm began to stir, instinctively using its tongue to lick the nectar. As anticipated, it proved effective. Lin Shi muttered to himself, increasing the tilt of the spoon to allow more nectar to flow. Soon, the worm's movements grew more vigorous, ultimately opening its eyes and voraciously consuming the nectar. Lin Shi poured nearly half the jar before the worm finally ceased. Lying still on the ground as if digesting, its belly noticeably swollen. Lin Shi also fed Baby Bear a few spoonfuls before sealing the jar. Ugh! The onyx, having regained consciousness after being physically subdued, felt inexplicably rejuvenated, as if its body had suddenly become much lighter. What did that human do to me? Lin Shi noticed the awakening onyx, a smile spreading across his face. Oh, you're awake? Look, it's a boy. Onyx, now that I'm awake, let us have a proper discussion. Lin Shi waved his hand, and Gyarados immediately appeared beside him. The sight of the crimson Gyarados made the onyx tremble in fear. Quadruple weakness. It truly cannot withstand it. First, you chased me into the secret realm, causing my fast dog to become lost there, as the party at fault. You owe me compensation. Second, Lin Shi pointed to the worm lying on the ground. This was extracted from your body. You must be able to sense your current condition. I not only cured your ailment, but also saved your life. Thus, Lin Shi drew out a long sound. Those fruits are mine. Lin Shi gestured upward towards the tree. Ugh! The onyx emitted a sound, evidently disagreeing with Lin Shi's claim, but upon glancing at Gyarados, chose to remain silent. Well, now that your health is restored, the world is vast. I can go wherever I please, and I'll relinquish these fruits to you. However, Lin Shi elongated his tone. I am a compassionate individual, and I can share some fruits with you. The onyx raised its head. Is there still hope? But you must guard these fruits carefully, ensuring no other Pokémon consumes them. What do you say? Ugh! The onyx nodded vigorously, tears glistening in its eyes. This human is rather kind. Very well. The agreement is settled. Lin Shi retrieved 3 ripe lychee fruits, tossing one to the onyx while feeding the remaining 2 to Gyarados and Baby Bear, as these fruits must be consumed promptly after picking. Watching them devour the fruits, Lin Shi nodded, then turned his attention to the still resting worm, which now appeared markedly different from when it was first unearthed. After a while, it slowly opened its eyes, gazing vacantly around before finally fixing its gaze upon Lin Shi. Hi, you're awake. The worm stared at Lin Shi for a moment before sluggishly inching towards him, likely disoriented from its extended slumber, or perhaps feeling a bit shy now that its apple covering was gone. It approached Lin Shi, straightening its body and emitting a hissing sound, as if trying to communicate something. Yet, Lin Shi could not comprehend a single word. Lin Shi kicked the nearby onyx. You're both snakes. Translate for me. Chapter 28. The Brownstone and the Brownstone Mine, after considerable effort, and through the diligent translation by the bear cub and the great rock snake, Lin Shi came to a general understanding of the meaning behind the serpent bug. It primarily requested Lin Shi's assistance in locating its true form, namely the honey gatherer serpent. Of course, the most crucial aspect was that he possessed a search panel to aid him, preventing him from aimlessly wandering through the forest like a headless chicken. Bidding farewell to the great rock snake, Lin Shi ventured deeper into the dense woods with the serpent bug. Can you sense the general direction of the honey gatherer serpent? Lin Shi inquired, knowing that having a specific direction could save him considerable trouble. The serpent bug crawled slowly, raising itself slightly and gently swaying, attempting to locate the direction. Ultimately, it gazed vacantly at Lin Shi and shook its head. It seemed the distance was too great. Lin Shi rested his chin on his hand, pondering. He then took out a map, circled an area on it, and opened the panel, entering the name of the honey gatherer serpent into the search function. The detection failed. The outcome did not surprise Lin Shi. However, since he could immediately continue the search after a failure, he felt no urgency. His current task was to delineate the various regions. Although this method might seem somewhat cumbersome, the flight speed of the violent koi dragon could compensate for the considerable distance. making it a viable option. The detection range was still too limited. Lin Shi sighed. If only the range could be expanded, he could save himself a great deal of effort. Mounting the violent koi dragon and placing the serpent bug into his backpack, he lightly patted the dragon's dorsal fin and whispered, "Let us set off." The violent koi dragon soared into the sky, jets of high-pressure steam erupting beneath it like a jet engine, carrying Lin Shi above the treetops. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting flickering shadows of the trees, Lin Shi had conducted a thorough search from the central to southern regions of the Whitewater Forest by the afternoon. Yet, not only had he failed to locate the honey-gatherer serpent, but he hadn't even spotted an apple. "It's getting dark. Are you planning to stay here?" he asked the serpent bug, aware that it would be perilous for a solitary serpent bug to spend the night in this forest teeming with spirits. Observing the serpent bug's movements, Lin Shi smiled. His efforts throughout the afternoon had not been in vain, as he had gained the trust of this little creature. Roar! The violent koi dragon let out a cry. After flying all afternoon, it was beginning to feel parched. Lin Shi prepared food for the violent koi dragon, the bear cub, and the serpent bug, having received a special meal left by his mother. Did the little rascal buy apples? Lin's father exchanged glances with Lin's mother, who responded, "Did you buy apples?" "Apples? You mean the scent it emits?" Lin Shi replied, lifting the serpent bug from beside him. Earlier in the afternoon, Lin Shi had noticed that the serpent bug exuded a delightful apple fragrance that was quite persistent. "What kind of spirit is this? I have never seen one before," Lin's father inquired curiously, observing the obedient serpent bug in Lin Shi's hands. "Is it a new spirit you have captured?" After sharing the general details of the events with his parents, they expressed their support for Lin Shi's decisions, albeit with one caveat: just be cautious. The following day, Lin Shi did not return to the Baishui forest to assist Shi Chongchong in locating the honey-gathering giant snake. The rather rotund Zhou Wanjin had mentioned he needed to speak with him and wished to treat him to a meal. Lin Shi did not decline. After all, due to the nature of Zhou Wanjin's family business, he had sought his assistance on certain matters, fostering a mutually beneficial relationship. As evening approached, Lin Shi arrived at a private dining room in an opulent restaurant, befitting the scion of one of Baishan City's most prestigious enterprises, a family with substantial wealth. Upon entering the room, Lin Shi noticed Zhou Wanjin sitting upright beside a middle-aged man who bore a resemblance to him, albeit appearing slimmer and more refined. It seemed that their gathering was not merely for a casual meal. He murmured to himself, initially believing that Zhou Wanjin's newfound romantic skills had prompted this meeting as an expression of gratitude. However, having already entered, it would be impolite to turn back now. "Ah, Wanjin, may I inquire who this is?" Lin Shi asked. "This is my second uncle," Zhou Wanjin replied, promptly rising to greet Lin Shi. He hesitated slightly before adding, "Actually, today it is my uncle who wishes to discuss something with you. He seeks me out?" Lin Shi scrutinized the middle-aged man, confirming he did not recognize him. "Do not feel constrained, Lin. I apologize for the intrusion. I hope you can bear with me." Zhou Wanjin's uncle stood up, beaming with a smile and extending his hand for a handshake. "Your politeness is appreciated," Lin Shi responded with a smile as he shook the man's hand. The three then took their seats, and the waiter began serving the dishes. "I have often heard Wanjin mention your name, Lin, the top student of the 3rd high school. A promising young talent." Zhou Wanjin's uncle engaged in small talk rather than revealing the reason for their meeting. The intricacies of a businessman's mind are indeed manifold. However, Lin Shi refrained from questioning, opting to enjoy the meal while conversing, and one might mistakenly presume that he was the uncle's nephew, given their familiarity. As the flavors of the dishes mingled, the wine flowed freely, though Lin Shi abstained completely, while the two men imbibed generously. "Lin, to be candid, we have a matter of some urgency for which we seek your assistance," Zhou Qizhe, Zhou Wanjin's uncle, stated directly upon observing Lin Shi's composure. Lin Shi felt a twinge of curiosity. What issue could their substantial company not resolve, prompting them to seek help from a mere high school student? "You overestimate my capabilities, Uncle Zhou," he replied, waving a hand in feigned modesty. Without further ado, Zhou Qizhe retrieved a leather case from beneath the table, an object Lin Shi had noticed upon entering. indicating it was likely related to the matter at hand. Upon opening the case, he revealed a reddish-brown stone, approximately the size of a palm. "You should be familiar with this, Lin," he remarked. Lin sure recognized the stone immediately. It was the ore he had previously sold to Zhou Qizhe. "What does this signify? Are you returning it?" he inquired. "Indeed, it is the very ore I sold to Zhou Wanjin, who expressed a desire to collect it," Zhou Qizhe confirmed with a nod. "Well, that is true, but this stone is indicative of a newly discovered mineral." He continued, "As you know, our Zhou family has thrived in the mining sector, and this new mineral is of great significance to us." Upon hearing Zhou Qizhe's explanation, Lin Shi grasped the reason for their visit, yet it left him even more perplexed. "So, you seek my insight on where I discovered this mineral?" he deduced, recalling that he had mentioned to Zhou Wanjin it was found in an abandoned mine. At the time of acquisition, he had been testing the search system's functionality in that particular area. However, due to the perilous nature of Baishui Forest and rumors of valuable minerals being discovered in the abandoned mines, he chose that location, resulting in a meager yield, most of which had been sold to Zhou Wanjin. He distinctly remembered that the ore was a trophy from a battle with a wild pangolin. "We have certainly heard about it from Wanjin. However, I dispatched numerous teams to explore the area, yielding no results. Your is the only piece we have encountered." Zhou Qizhe sighed, a frown etched upon his face as he addressed Lin Shi. "The only piece?" Lin Shi echoed in astonishment. Zhou Qizhe solemnly nodded, "Indeed." Chapter 29. Two Outsiders? "If that is the case, what does my uncle truly want from me?" Lin Shi pondered, gently caressing his teacup, a puzzled expression adorning his face. "Here's the situation. Lin, you are the sole individual who has successfully located brownstone ore. Moreover, Wanjin has frequently mentioned you, stating that you possess a remarkable talent for resource exploration, particularly in the realm of minerals. He has previously acquired numerous rare ores from you. It is evident that he holds you in high regard. Therefore, we wish to employ you to join our company's exploration team to assist in locating brownstone ore." "Me?" Lin Shi exclaimed in surprise, pointing at himself. "Uncle, you overestimate my abilities. If even a professional exploration team cannot find it, how could I possibly succeed?" He shook his head, dismissing the idea. "No matter." Zhou Qizhe shrugged, then continued, "Regardless of whether Lin can find it or not, we will compensate you. Additionally, I have heard that you have made a request of Wanjin. I can assure you, should you choose to join us, our company, Jin Duo, can fulfill that request for you." "Oh." Lin Shi raised an eyebrow, intrigued by this generous offer. Yet, after a moment of contemplation, he refrained from immediately agreeing, indicating that he needed time to consider. Beside him, Zhou Wanjin, upon hearing Lin Shi's hesitation, broke into a cold sweat, repeatedly making gestures of agreement towards Lin Shi. However, Lin Shi paid him no mind. In truth, accepting this offer would yield countless benefits for Lin Shi, as it would not require him to guarantee success in finding the ore. Merely joining the exploration would suffice, while the remuneration was exceedingly generous. Yet, it was precisely this reason that prompted Lin Shi to hesitate, whether it was due to his inherent suspicion or perhaps a tendency towards overthinking. He felt there was something amiss. "Thus, we hope you can give this careful consideration, Lin. We welcome your participation at any time." Although Lin Shi did not immediately acquiesce, Zhou Qizhe displayed no signs of displeasure. By extending a personal invitation, he had already accorded Lin Shi considerable respect. To outsiders, it might seem that Lin Shi was being ungrateful. "Wanjin, let us depart and allow Lin Shi to contemplate this matter thoroughly." With that, Zhou Qizhe rose first, and Zhou Wanjin promptly stood, casting furtive glances at Lin Shi. This fellow appeared to harbor a palpable fear of his uncle, aside from their brief exchange upon arrival. He dared not utter a word while his uncle spoke. Zhou Qizhe donned his coat, preparing to leave. "Lin Shi, we await your call. Travel safely." Lin Shi nodded, watching as they exited. After a moment's pause, he too left the dining hall. The meal had been rather swift, and night had already fallen. The streets were aglow with vibrant neon lights, and vehicles streamed ceaselessly. As Lin Shi ambled along, he continued to ponder the earlier conversation. Hiss! A sound emanated from his backpack. "Huh? Have you been in there the whole time?" Lin Sure suddenly recalled that in his haste to leave, he had instinctively grabbed his bag, neglecting to remove the snake creature. Fortunately, it seemed that a night's rest had allowed the creature to control its scent. Otherwise, Lin Sure would have been overwhelmed by an aroma of fruit throughout the day. What did you say? Lin Sure unzipped his backpack, and the snake creature slithered out, hissing as it attempted to communicate. Someone is following me, and they have been for quite some time, correct? Lin Sure grasped the essence of the creature's message. Its keen sense of smell suggested that it was unlikely to be mistaken. I'm being watched. The Zhou family? Having just finished dinner, Lin Sure's first thought was of the Zhou family, but he quickly shook his head. No need. They have been trailing me in circles. Not far from Lin Sure, two young men, one stout and the other robust, were stealthily observing him. They had begun following him as soon as he exited the restaurant. At this moment, Lin Sure appeared to have gathered enough courage, breaking away from the crowd and quickening his pace. Let us follow him. The two men hastened their steps to keep pace with Lin Sure. Ha, brother, that kid has entered the alley. The stout man gleefully informed his companion as they watched Lin Sure slip into the dimly lit space between two buildings. He is finally alone. Let us go. At that moment, Lin Sure found himself alone in the alley, pausing near the exit as if waiting for something. Hey kid, stop right there. The two brothers were momentarily taken aback. They had expected Lin Sure to flee in haste. Ha! That kid is so timid. He is clearly intimidated by us. He is wise enough to recognize the situation. The robust man slowly approached Lin Sure, shouting, Hey kid, listen up. We need to discuss something with you. Cooperate, and you might just find it beneficial. Otherwise, hiss. Two creatures materialized before them, one a black and white canine Pokémon, and the other a massive purple, serpent-like Pokémon. TSK, a Mytina and an Arbok. Do you ruffians really watch anime? How fittingly aligned you are with your character archetypes, Lin Sure thought, internally scoffing. Nonetheless, the acute olfactory senses of the Mytina explained how they could track Lin Sure with such precision. Both Pokémon bared their fangs, exuding a menacing demeanor. Haha, little brother, don't be frightened. The other stout man approached cheerfully, attempting to ease the tension. Confronted by the duo's intimidation, Lin Sure remained silent, scrutinizing them closely while also assessing their Pokémon. Brother, this kid doesn't seem scared at all, the stout man whispered to the robust one. Don't let his facade deceive you. I've encountered many like him. The robust man scoffed. Hey kid, are you even listening? Huh? Oh, I heard you. Lin Sure appeared to regain his composure, grinning widely at the two brothers. What can I assist you with, gentlemen? Rest assured, I am well acquainted with the local establishments, be it romantic rendezvous, gambling houses, or massage parlors. I can provide you with all the information you seek. This kid is quite savvy. The stout man wore a look of approval, his eyes crinkling with mirth. Don't waste time on banter. Kid, pay attention. Have you seen this? The robust man brandished his phone, revealing a photograph. Upon seeing the image, Lin Sure's pupils dilated. The photo unmistakably depicted the brownstone that Zhou Qizha had shown him earlier. Indeed, Lin Sure murmured to himself. Observing Lin Sure's reaction, the robust man displayed no surprise. It's clear you have encountered it before. Tell me, where did you come across this? The robust man threatened Lin Sure, his expression fierce. Kid, I know what you're thinking. Forget about it. My brother and I are professionals. We want to expose our employer's identity. Before Lin Sure could respond, the robust man interjected. Not that. Lin Sure shook his head and pointed at the two men. I wish to inquire if you're locals. If so, you should be aware that this road is a common thoroughfare for the officers of the Baishan City Guard when their shift ends. Furthermore, it is currently the time they clock out. Chapter 30. Joining the exploration team, having spoken, Lin Sure took 2 steps back, exiting the alleyway. In an instant, he found himself amidst the dazzling lights of a bustling street. The burly man realized he had been outsmarted by the young lad and rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront him. Wait, big brother, someone is coming. The portly man exclaimed urgently. The robust man noticed individuals approaching from the corner and quickly retracted his spirit, turning to leave with the portly companion. Upon returning home, Lin Sure lay on his bed, sighing. The ruffian duo and their canine companion would not be able to locate him here anytime soon. He had endured a taxing day. Lin Shi retrieved some sweet nectar and poured a portion for the snakes. Then, he took out his phone, momentarily lost in thought before slowly dialing a number. Currently, he was being followed, and it was evident that his pursuers were well prepared. He could not afford to prolong the situation any further. "Hello, Lin Shi. You finally called." "My uncle was right," came the voice of Zhou Panzai as the call connected, indicating he had anticipated Lin Shi's communication. "Listen to me, Lin Shi. You must agree to this opportunity. We're friends, and that's why I reached out to you. I was just followed. I need to find that type of, or..." Lin Shi interrupted Zhou Wanjin's incessant chatter, speaking directly. Zhou Wanjin fell silent for a moment, and an uneasy stillness enveloped the call. "You must have information you haven't shared with me regarding this, or Minghui Mining?" Lin Shi inquired, having heard of this enterprise, renowned in Baishan City. Akin to Zhou Wanjin's family business, Jinduo Mining. Both companies shared numerous similarities, having initially thrived on the development of mineral resources and now facing the pressing need for transformation amidst dwindling resources. Moreover, Lin Shi had a somewhat complicated history with Minghui Mining. To be precise, it was a fateful connection. The last encounter with the fire lizard man, Liao Hui, who attempted to seize Lala Laisai at the department store, revealed him to be the son of the chairman of Minghui Mining. This was disclosed by a sales assistant, Yihan, who cautioned them to be wary, as Liao Hui was not a person of decorum. "Are you implying that Minghui Mining is competing with you for the rights to extract lignite? Hence you must first locate the mineral deposits to submit your application to the alliance?" Lin Shi deduced. "Yes, those following you today should be representatives from Minghui Mining. They, too, wish to glean information regarding the lignite," Zhou Wanjin affirmed. Listening to Zhou Wanjin's voice, Lin Shi fell into a brief silence. If what Zhou Wanjin stated was true, then the urgency to locate the minerals was indeed pressing. It was not unreasonable for them to seek him out in a moment of desperation. "Lin Shi? Lin Shi? Are you listening?" Zhou Wanjin's voice broke through Lin Shi's reverie. "Oh, I'm here," Lin Shi replied. "Brother, do not hesitate. Just consider it a favor to me. Didn't you mention wanting to see my stone collection? If you come, I'll not only let you see it, but I'll even give you a piece." "All right, it's a deal." "Lin Shi, don't." Zhou Wanjin persisted in his pleas when suddenly realizing something. "What did you say?" "I said the deal, but do not forget my conditions." "Are you waiting for me?" Zhou Wanjin inquired. In truth, Lin Shi felt he had no other choice. This matter needed to be resolved promptly. Being followed daily was untenable, and even if he disclosed the truth to his pursuers, there was no assurance they would believe him. "Rest assured, Lin Shi, nothing will be lacking," Zhou Wanjin rejoiced, promptly assuring him from the other end of the line. The following day, Lin Shi met with Zhou Wanjin at the address provided by him. "Is your second uncle not here today?" Lin Shi took a seat, noticing that Zhou Wanjin was alone. "Today the company is holding a shareholders meeting. My second uncle went to attend," Zhou Wanjin replied, appearing burdened with worries. "What is wrong? Is Tingting causing a scene about breaking up again?" Lin Shi casually inquired as he glanced at the contract in his hand, noticing Zhou Wanjin's troubled expression. Zhou Wanjin fell silent for a moment before letting out a deep sigh. "Lin Shi, I consider you a friend, so I will speak candidly. You must be aware that recently, the mineral resources in Shenzhou have faced restrictions imposed by the Alliance, making extraction exceedingly difficult. Companies like ours, or Minghui Mining, are confronted with the pressing issue of transformation." As he spoke, Zhou Wanjin's countenance darkened further. "Since my grandfather's passing, Jinduo Mining has been handed over to my father, who has been actively preparing to lead the company through this transition. However, transforming the company is no easy feat. Experience, talent, and industrial resources present numerous challenges, and we have encountered significant troubles. In recent years, the mineral industry has shrunk by more than half, while other sectors show no signs of improvement. One could say we've incurred substantial losses. Presently, the shareholders have voiced considerable dissent regarding my father's decisions." Upon hearing Zhou Wanjin's words, Lin Shi gained a clearer understanding. Every family has its own burdens to bear. Yet, no matter how arduous their struggles may be, they are still of a prosperous nature. Lin Shi recalled Zhou Wanjin's father, Zhou Qiming, the president of Jinduo Mining, a prominent entrepreneur in Baishan City, known for his integrity and esteemed reputation among the public. Speaking of which, Zhou Wanjin suddenly regarded Lin Shi with a serious expression. The decision regarding the extraction of lignite was made solely by my father. The indicators issued by the Shenzhou Alliance state that whichever of our two companies discovers lignite deposits in Baishui City first will have the right to commence development. My father is entirely focused on this. If we can secure the extraction rights, we can swiftly accumulate funds and revitalize the company for its transformation. Lin Shi, I do not know if you can locate the mine, but if it is within your capacity, I hope you can assist me. Lin Shi organized the contract in his hand and looked at the unusually earnest Zhou Wanjin. I cannot make any guarantees, but I will certainly do my utmost. Lin Shi handed the contract to Zhou Wanjin, who had already signed it. If possible, Lin Shi was indeed willing to lend a hand to the Zhou family. Not to mention the favorable conditions presented, the fact that Zhou Wanjin had incurred the displeasure of Liao Hui made Lin Shi reluctant to see the family's enterprise falter. After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Well then, Mr. Zhou, I suppose I am now considered an employee of your family. I look forward to a fruitful collaboration. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Jinduo Mining Group Limited in Baishan City, Zhou Qiming emerged from the conference room with a grim expression, clearly dissatisfied with the meeting's proceedings. Zhou Qizha followed closely behind. Brother, don't take it to heart. The board members are only considering the company's interests. If you had listened to me earlier, enough. Zhou Qiming interrupted sharply, taking a deep breath before facing Zhou Qizha. So, have we found any leads on the matter? Zhou Qizha shook his head in response to Zhou Qiming's inquiry. They left no traces, and possibly, he glanced at Zhou Qiming before continuing. Their status is not insignificant. Chapter 31. Abandoned mine, do not rush. You wouldn't want to be followed as soon as you step outside, would you? In Baishan City, the abandoned mine loomed. Just as Zhou Qizha had remarked, Lin Shi had traversed the vast expanse of the derelict mining area for 3 days, yet not a single or had come into view. At present, he was soothing the serpents nestled within his backpack, feeling somewhat guilty for only dedicating an afternoon to search for the honey-gathering snake, as he had promised. Rising to his feet, he gazed upon the desolate mining district shrouded in ochre sands. Numerous mineral extraction enterprises had sprung forth, accompanied by a myriad of mining sites scattered throughout Baishan City. Some were still operational, while others had long since been abandoned. Venturing beyond the urban sprawl towards the more remote villages, one could likely observe barren hillsides, stripped bare and cloaked in reddish-brown, sandy soil. These hills had once been lush, until the discovery of mineral deposits within. The detection of mineral resources is indeed a formidable challenge, particularly with novel deposits like lignite, which remain inadequately documented. One cannot expect such treasures to lie close beneath the surface, waiting to be unearthed with a mere strike of a pickaxe. The majority of deposits, aside from those hidden within mountains, lie deeply buried, ranging from tens to thousands of meters below ground, making them exceedingly difficult to locate. Most often, detection relies on remote sensing technology or electromagnetic and gravimetric exploration techniques. However, these methods impose certain geographical requirements and may prove impractical for unconventional minerals such as lignite. Lignite is a unique mineral, not utilized as fuel or for some rare metal, but rather as fertilizer. Yes, the kind that promotes plant growth. However, what distinguishes lignite-derived fertilizers is their specificity for fruit trees, accelerating their cultivation. In today's world, their value is immeasurable, despite the fruitless days. Lin Shi had not returned empty-handed. Baby Bear frozen fist, with a glimmer of ice enveloping its right paw, Baby Bear unleashed a chilling aura into the air, dashing forth with agility to confront the sand shrew, delivering a powerful punch. Bang! The sand shrew, severely disadvantaged, collapsed to the ground. Well done. Lin Shi praised Baby Bear, who was brimming with victorious enthusiasm. And thank you, little mouse, for being such a worthy opponent. He offered the sand shrew a rice bait as a token of gratitude for its role in training, before departing with Baby Bear. Indeed, the reward for these past days was Baby Bear's impressive progress in leveling up, having begun to master one of the farmer's 3 fists, the Frozen Fist, now reaching level 18. This advancement was not solely due to Lin Shi's efforts in utilizing various feathers for Baby Bear, but also because of the labor contract that allowed Lin Shi to benefit from the Zhou family's resources. Throughout Lin Shi's exploration for lignite, the Zhou family had provided all the necessary resources for him and his Pokémon, allowing him to select premium energy blocks of various attributes to aid Baby Bear's leveling up. Lin Shi estimated that Baby Bear was not far from breaking through level 20 and achieving professional status. Detection failed. Lin Shi encircled another area on his map, which now bore numerous markings. As Lin Shi's trainer level increased, he noted that the range of his detection system seemed to expand. Initially, it spanned roughly 200 meters, but now extended to nearly 230 meters, a significant enhancement. He had yet to discern the pattern of this expansion, speculating it might correlate with the strength of his Pokémon. Thus, Lin Shi could only detect lignite deposits down to about 230 meters. Should they lie deeper, he regrettably could not assist. Well, it seems I've thoroughly explored the abandoned mine area. That will suffice for today. Time to clock out. This invitation from Zhou Wanjin not only ensured Lin Shi's safety, but also acknowledged that Zhou Wanjin's parents were often away, leaving him in the care of a nanny and several bodyguards. As Lin Shi sat in the car, he received a call from Su Qiming. Didn't I mention I was working for Boss Zhou? How could I leave my post without permission? You still haven't told me what he wanted you for. Of course, he values my abilities. Lin Shi chuckled, deflecting the inquiry. Su Qiming did not press further, respecting his silence. Oh, by the way, regardless of your current earnings, don't forget about next month's field training exercise. You took old Zhang's belongings. If you don't show up, he will make things very unpleasant for you. Rest assured, I will be there. After hanging up, Lin Shi gazed out the window at the unfolding scenery, musing to himself. By that time, everything should be resolved. How'd it go? Any discoveries? As soon as Lin Shi entered, Zhou Wanjin eagerly approached him, brimming with excitement. Due to Lin Shi's unique method of searching for minerals, he had specifically requested to operate independently, away from the Zhou family's detection team. Thus, although Zhou Wanjin yearned to accompany him, he had refrained from doing so. Lin Shi shook his head. Nothing noteworthy. Zhou Wanjin's expression fell instantly, offering a half-hearted consolation. Well, considering that even my uncle's professional team took so long without success, it's certainly not an easy task. Bam! The sound of something crashing against the wall echoed through the room. A familiar noise Lin Shi had heard frequently over the past few days, likely from Zhou Wanjin's cacnea, which seemed to be in a molting phase, clattering about the house. It was far more rambunctious than a Siberian husky. Yet many were eager to collect the discarded exoskeletons of cacnea. Ding-dong! Just as Lin Shi prepared to release his Pokémon, the doorbell rang. Boss, Secretary Wang has arrived. Chapter 32. A surprise visit quickly let him in. Upon hearing Zhou Wanjin's words, the bodyguard immediately opened the door and welcomed the guest inside. The newcomer was a relatively young man, dressed in a flamboyant black suit, his meticulously styled hair adding to his ostentatious appearance. Apologies for the intrusion, young Master Zhou. Secretary Wang entered, casting a scrutinizing glance at Lin Shi before donning a smile and slightly bowing to Zhou Wanjin. Secretary Wang, is there any new information from the exploration team? Zhou Wanjin inquired. Alas, Secretary Wang sighed, shaking his head. Still no leads. However, I heard that you have hired an expert at a generous salary, so I came to pay a visit. This must be the expert, right? Quite young and impressive indeed. Feeling the focus shift onto him, Lin Shi raised his hands in a gesture of innocence, indicating that he was an utter stranger to this situation. Hey, who is this guy? Lin Shi quietly asked Zhou Wanjin, tilting his head slightly. His name is Wang Shujun, my father's assistant secretary. It's said that he is quite talented, having risen to this position shortly after graduating from university. My father, frustrated with the exploration team's inefficiency after wasting so much time, specifically sent him to lead the newly formed exploration team to investigate the lignite mine. Yet, weeks have passed with no results. Zhou Wanjin whispered to Lin Shi. Ah, I see. Lin Shi understood now. This newly appointed team leader had achieved nothing in weeks, and coincidentally, the Zhou family sought assistance from someone entirely outside their circle. Both he and the exploration team must have harbored grievances. With so many professionals and advanced equipment unable to uncover anything, how could a high school student who had never attended university possibly succeed? And to add insult to injury, he enjoyed privileges and a handsome salary? Wasn't that a slap in the face? A sign of disdain? Frankly, anyone would feel discontent. However, Lin Shi thought to himself, while it was natural to feel upset, one should not challenge his passion with their career, otherwise, he might just ruin their livelihood. TSK, business minds are truly complex. Lin Shi stepped forward, extending his hands to firmly grasp Secretary Wang's, a smile gracing his face. I'm hardly an expert, merely an amateur enthusiast. As Lin Shi gripped his hand, Secretary Wang couldn't help but frown slightly. This kid is quite forceful. Haha, Lin classmate is too modest. In truth, I came not only to discuss the lignite exploration, but also to make an unusual request. Oh, what other antics do you have in mind? Lin Shi asked, intrigued. I have long aspired to be a trainer, but due to financial constraints during my college entrance examinations, I could only study humanities. It wasn't until a few years ago that I began training Pokémon, but I have seldom engaged in serious battles. I've heard that not only is Lin classmate S detection technique top-notch, but he's also the best battler at 3rd high school, truly a versatile talent. I wonder if you would grace me with a battle? Lin sure understood the underlying tone. This was a challenge. Not only did he grasp it, but everyone present did as well. Secretary Wang, Lin Shi is my friend, whom I personally invited. What do you mean by this? Zhou Wanjin's expression darkened. Secretary Wang's behavior was utterly dismissive of him. Upon hearing Zhou Wanjin's words, Secretary Wang bowed repeatedly, but soon straightened up, saying, since Lin classmate joined, there has been considerable dissent among the exploration team. As the captain, I must step forward at this moment. Otherwise, leading the team will become quite difficult. I hope young master can understand. Moreover, I wish to test whether Lin classmate is indeed qualified to be here. At this point, he had dropped all pretenses and revealed his true intentions. You, Zhou Wanjin wanted to say more, but Lin Shi interrupted him. What level is this Secretary Wang's Pokémon? Lin Shi quickly inquired. Zhou Wanjin was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Lin Shi to ask such a question. Regardless of the level, he has several years of training experience more than us. It's unlikely we could win. I don't know, but it's surely ISNT elite. Lin Shi, listen to me. There's no need. Zhou Wanjin's words were cut short as Lin Shi disregarded him. Not elite means it's below level 35. What? The so-called best doesn't dare to battle someone like me, a humanities student? Wang Shujun taunted as Lin Shi remained silent. Ignoring the poor theatrics, Lin Shi continued. Let us not waste time. Tell me, if I battle you, what will you offer me? Secretary Wang fell silent for a moment, evidently taken aback by Lin Shi's directness. After a pause, he grinned and replied, all right, let me be straightforward. Here, he pulled out a card from his pocket. This card contains 200,000, which is equivalent to your salary. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, the money is yours. If you win, it's yours, and I will leave immediately. However, if you lose, consider this as an advance payment for your salary, and you must leave here, no longer participating in this matter. According to the contract, if Lin Shi discovered any mineral deposits, he would receive 2 million. If not, he was entitled to 200,000 as a service fee. Secretary Wang, that's quite enough. Lin Shi interrupted Zhou Wanjin once again and cheerfully agreed. Earning 200,000 for nothing was too good to refuse. What? Zhou Wanjin's eyes widened in disbelief. Lin Shi was far too audacious. With such a level difference, he still dared to. Lin Shi, are you out of your mind? Zhou Wanjin felt that Lin Shi might not have wanted to continue in the first place. Lin Shi smiled and waved his hand at Zhou Wanjin, giving him a reassuring glance. No wonder you're the best. You have guts. Lin Shi accepted the challenge, and Secretary Wang complimented him with a smirk that didn't reach his eyes. After all, he is a student. He can't resist a little taunt. Enough of the chatter. I have other matters to attend to shortly. Lin Shi said impatiently, stretching his wrists. Fatty, may I borrow your family as training ground? At the Zhou family's training facility, Lin Shi and Secretary Wang took their positions on opposite sides. Secretary Wang was the first to release his Pokémon, summoning a creature resembling an old man, its gray-brown body adorned with red muscle-like stripes, wielding two concrete pillars with remarkable agility. Pokémon, construction artisan level, LV31 status, healthy gender, male type, fighting ability, guts height, 1, 5 meters weight, 90, 0 kilograms held item, flame, orb skills, focus energy, endure, rock slide, bulk up, low sweep, ice punch, fire punch, thunder punch, aura sphere, earthquake, detect, protect. Pokémon analysis, construction artisan, a muscular Pokémon, is the evolved form of Iron Ground Man. Its concrete pillars can be wielded effortlessly without relying on brute strength. A labor, huh? Upon seeing Secretary Wang's Pokémon, Lin Shi understood why he was so confident. The construction artisan had a glorious history in competitive battles, boasting outstanding physical attack and a solid skill pool, allowing it to maintain a prominent position for a long time. Using such a Pokémon against a high school student left little room for defeat. However, this Pokémon seemed mismatched with his identity. In Lin Shi's recollection, such Pokémon were typically employed by foremen. My turn. Lin Shi tossed his Pokeball into the air, and a large, radiant Pokémon materialized in the training arena, floating above and letting out a furious roar directed at the construction artisan. Gyarados, I choose you. Chapter 33. The combination move, Aqua Dragon Drill. How did Lin Shi come to possess a Gyarados? And an alternate colored one at that. A striking crimson Gyarados, which was utterly stunning. Zhou Wanjin stared wide-eyed at the Gyarados gliding through the air, still finding it hard to believe. He was well aware that Lin Shi had nurtured a second Pokémon, as his family had invested quite a sum for that purpose. However, he had never seen it before. He had assumed it was a weak and newly hatched creature, never imagining it to be a Gyarados. Even more astonished than Zhou Wanjin was Secretary Wang. According to the records he had collected, there was no information indicating Lin Shi owned a Gyarados. If he had one, why would he have needed to rely on the bear cub to fight so hard during the school battles? Moreover, how could someone as young as Lin Shi, who had only recently become a trainer, possibly have the resources and audacity to raise a Gyarados? Secretary Wang loosened his tie, allowing himself to breathe more easily. He knew this battle required his utmost seriousness. The battle commenced. Wait a moment. Lin Shi produced another Pokeball, releasing the bear cub to observe from the sidelines. Do you see that muscular elder? His fight may provide you with some valuable insights, so pay close attention, Lin Shi advised, patting the bear cub's fluffy head. The bear cub nodded earnestly, fixated on the battleground. All right, we can begin now. No time to waste. Secretary Wang shouted, initiating the first strike with his construction worker Pokémon, who darted forward, using the cement pillar as a springboard to leap into the air, striking at the Gyarados with blinding speed. Gyarados used Dance of the Dragons to evade. With a fierce roar, Gyarados twirled in the air, radiating a vibrant azure glow, skillfully dodging the incoming attack just as the sound of the cement pillar's impact echoed. Damn, this Gyarados can perform Dance of the Dragons? That's not a move any ordinary Pokémon can learn, indicating this alternate-colored Gyarados possesses exceptional draconic talent. Then let us respond in kind. Secretary Wang commanded. Construction worker, use bulk up. The construction worker emanated a dark red light, preparing to enhance its attack and defense. Gyarados unleashed Dragon Pulse. A wave of draconic energy surged forth, engulfing the still-enhancing construction worker and interrupting its power-up. Advance when the enemy retreats, and disturb when the enemy advances. Gyarados deliver consecutive Dragon Pulses. Under Lin Shi's command, Gyarados continuously unleashed Dragon Pulses from the sky, mercilessly suppressing the construction worker. Construction worker, use Protect. A green shield materialized before the construction worker, offering some defense. Yet, with each successive attack from Gyarados, the shield began to falter, teetering on the brink of collapse. This won't do. Witnessing the increasingly dire situation, Secretary Wang's anxiety grew. It was only a matter of time before the construction worker was defeated. Resolute now, he decided to take a gamble. With a resounding crash, Protect shattered, and the construction worker was overwhelmed by Gyarados' assault. Hold on, construction worker. Charge forward. With a fierce determination, the construction worker surged ahead, flames erupting from its form as it wielded the cement pillar to shield against the onslaught, charging forward like a blazing war chariot. It was clear the construction worker had activated the flame orb, which induced a burn status, but, thanks to its tenacity trait, would enhance its attack power while burned. The bear cub gazed wide-eyed at the construction worker, now shrouded in flames. So cool. Swoosh. Gyarados, use Aqua Jet. Linsher's strategy was not to evade. It was to confront. A watery membrane enveloped Gyarados as it transformed into a torpedo, propelled forward with astonishing force. With a thunderous impact, the water collided with the cement pillar, shrouding the arena in a mist. As the fog dissipated, the cement pillar lay shattered on the ground. Still too young. Observing this, Secretary Wong couldn't help but chuckle, as if Linsher had made a foolish decision. Construction worker, use Thunder Punch. It was then that the construction worker, seizing the moment amidst the mist, hurled another cement pillar into the air, not as an attack against Gyarados, but as a platform to leap closer. With a powerful jump, it ascended on the cement pillar, swiftly approaching Gyarados, its right fist crackling with electricity and encircled by flames, ready to strike with all its might. Boom! A tremendous impact erupted as the construction worker's punch collided with Gyarados. Witnessing this, Secretary Wong couldn't suppress a smile. For time's damage, kid, you're finished. But before he could finish his sentence, his expression shifted dramatically. A green shield manifested before Gyarados, shielding it from harm. Such rapid reflexes? Secretary Wong was astonished. Yet Linsher was unfazed by Wong's shock. A smile crept onto his face. Now it's my turn. Gyarados, use Dragon Tide. With a resounding roar, Gyarados summoned a gentle azure whirlpool, enveloping its form, resembling a colossal funnel suspended in midair. Aqua Jet. Gyarados let out a fierce cry as the whirlpool accelerated, propelling it forward with increasing speed. Now it's time to leap. In a split second, before the construction worker could even land, it witnessed the funnel morph into a gigantic dragon water drill, barreling towards it. Construction worker, meet it with Thunder Punch. Barely regaining its footing, the construction worker pivoted and unleashed its punch, electricity sparking around it as it exerted every ounce of strength. The two forces collided with a resounding hum. The water drill spun rapidly, overpowering the construction worker's punch and creating a massive crater in the training ground. At the center of the crater lay the construction worker, rendered unable to continue the fight. The victor was clear. With a triumphant roar, Gyarados soared through the air, exuding the majesty of a divine dragon. Excellent. I finally perfected this move. Linsher mused, casually naming the newly formed technique Aqua Dragon Drill. This move was not merely a spur-of-the-moment inspiration. It was a culmination of years of training, derived from techniques involving Tornado and Whirlpool, practiced extensively until Gyarados could master it. Secretary Wong stood frozen, his mind buzzing, struggling to comprehend what had just transpired. What had he just witnessed? That colossal water drill descending from the sky? He gazed incredulously at Linsher. Could this truly be the work of someone who had only possessed Pokémon for a few months? Chapter 34. The mind is open. However, at this moment, Secretary Wong did not feel alone. Rather, Zhou Wanjin appeared even more astonished. They won? Linsher actually triumphed? It was beyond his comprehension. Are we in the same league? If Linsher were to approach the college entrance examination in this manner, then I might as well take up trade myself, Secretary Wong thought, conceding gracefully. Linsher smiled at Secretary Wong, then naturally extended his hand. Secretary Wong's expression darkened slightly, yet he still handed over the bank card to Linsher. With a sense of satisfaction, Linsher cheerfully tucked the card into his pocket. After presenting the card, Secretary Wong hesitated, casting a deep and complex glance at Linsher. I sincerely apologize for my earlier rudeness, but I still advise you to leave as soon as possible. It is for your own good. With that, he did not linger, offering a slight bow to Zhou Wanjin before turning to depart. Linsher, you are truly a hidden gem. It's like a little cow performing a handstand, utterly impressive. At this moment, Zhou Wanjin approached, casting an envious glance at the red Gyarados soaring above. He stepped in front of Lin Shi and spoke, "Hey, Lin Shi." Noticing Lin Shi lost in thought, Zhou Wanjin gently nudged his shoulder. "What's wrong? Internal injuries?" "Oh, it's nothing serious. I have always preferred to keep a low profile, so please refrain from spreading it around," Lin Shi advised. "Rest assured, I understand." The following day, Lin Shi continued his journey of mineral exploration. But this time he brought ample supplies, preparing to stay in the wilderness for a couple of days. Starting today, Lin Shi would depart from the abandoned mine and venture into the adjacent wilderness area, characterized by steep, undulating hills that hindered transportation and thus slowed development. Lin Shi entered this region because he surmised that if the burrowing mouse he had previously encountered, which carried brownstone, did not reside in the abandoned mine, then the wilderness area was the most probable location. With his bear cub companion, Lin Shi traversed the sandy riverbanks formed by flowing water, flanked by low, rolling hills. Some of these hills had cultivated fields, but many higher regions were steep, rocky cliffs. The detector yielded no results, yet Lin Shi remained unperturbed, beyond seeking minerals. His greater aim was to foster the growth of his bear cub and expedite its advancement to the professional level. At that moment, a gray-brown, bald mole with a large red nose appeared before the bear cub, forming a quicksand nest beneath it that threatened to pull the cub down. "What a fierce little creature!" Lin Shi exclaimed. "Bear cub, use your split tile skill to break through the sand nest." As the mole was attacked, Lin Shi immediately commanded counterattack. The expertly executed split tile skill swiftly shattered the nascent quicksand whirlpool. Frozen Fist. The bear cub charged forward, striking the mole with an icy blow. With the battle concluded, the ground-type mole, vulnerable to ice, was dispatched in a single punch. Another victory secured. Lin Shi and his bear cub found a flat rock to rest upon. As Lin Shi prepared their meal, the bear cub affectionately approached from behind, gently massaging Lin Shi's shoulders. Observing his adorable bear cub, Lin Shi felt a mix of emotions at the thought of its impending evolution into a circle bear or a moon bear. Yet, he continually reassured himself that although it may lose some of its cuteness, it would still be beautiful, strengthened beauty. After a brief respite, Lin Shi and his bear cub resumed their journey. After approximately an hour of walking, they arrived in New Valley. With practiced nonchalance, Lin Shi activated the detection system to scout the area. Target discovered. "Oh wait, that's different," Lin Shi exclaimed as he spotted a red at the edge of the radar, rubbing his eyes in disbelief to confirm his finding. "Heaven rewards the diligent." "Bear cub, we must hurry." Lin Shi quickened his pace, navigating the valley with the bear cub in tow, undeterred by sandy walls, thorny bushes, or lurking creatures. Just as they were about to reach their destination, Lin Shi noticed that the red dot began to move rapidly. "It's being carried," he realized. Without hesitation, he summoned his Gyarados, scooped up the bear cub, and took off in pursuit. As they entered the forest, Gyarados continued the chase. Lin Shi constantly adjusted their position based on the radar display, observing the red dot change direction as if it sensed their pursuit. Lin Shi speculated that it was likely a small Pokémon, possibly a mole or burrowing creature, its size obscured by the dense underbrush, making it difficult to discern its appearance from above. Fortunately, he only needed to follow the radar's guidance. The flight of Gyarados inevitably provoked the ire of some airborne Pokémon, as intruding upon another's territory is a serious affront. Yet, due to Gyarados' formidable power, most Pokémon dared not confront it, though a few exceptions existed. A particularly irritable Spearow launched an attack on Gyarados, its sharp beak glowing white as it swooped forward with wings drawn to minimize resistance. "Gyarados, use Ice Fang," Lin Shi commanded without wasting a moment. Gyarados opened its mouth, emanating a powerful chill as two long, sharp icicles materialized before it. With unyielding speed, the icy fangs surged toward the Spearow, clashing with its beak attack. Under the duress of the ice's double effectiveness, the Spearow felt acute pain and quickly fled, disappearing from sight. Lin Shi, however, chose not to pursue, directing Gyarados to maintain speed and continue following the red dot. Occasionally, they encountered obstructing creatures, but fortunately, most Pokémon here were of a lower level. allowing Gyarados to charge through effortlessly. In truth, Lin Shi could have easily caught up, as Gyarados' speed far exceeded that of its quarry. But since his goal was not merely a piece of brownstone, he opted for a more patient approach. As the terrain shifted, they crossed a small patch of forest, gradually revealing a barren landscape. Lin Shi sensed they were nearing their destination. In the distance, a small hill emerged at the forest's edge, adorned with a few pine trees and a surface of interspersed grayish stones, resembling a tiger resting on the ground from afar. With keen focus, Lin Shi monitored the radar screen from Gyarados' back. Since the small hill had entered the detection range, he had lost sight of the target, yet he remained calm. Ahead, a dense cluster of red dots appeared on the radar, merging into a vast expanse of red territory. The mine is open. Chapter 35, The Skilled Artisan. The little blacksmith, the Gyarados, descended gently with Lin Shi upon the summit of Tiger-shaped Mountain. To call this hill a mountain is somewhat of a misnomer, as it merely rises over 100 meters in height. However, the exploration radar revealed that the interior and base of this hill harbored an abundant wealth of lignite resources. Given the current market price of lignite, it would not be an exaggeration to declare this place a veritable gold mine. How I envy the Zhou family for having an employee like me, Lin Shi remarked, smacking his lips. Come, Gyarados, let's venture down the hill. It was evident that this area was home to various Pokémon, and any mining activities would inevitably disrupt their habitat. Nonetheless, the Shenzhou Alliance would issue specific protective measures to the mining companies, ensuring that extraction could proceed with minimal ecological impact. As for the financial implications, be it increased budgets, reduced mineral yields, or monetary losses, these concerns were not Shenzhou's to bear. If one were unwilling to engage, there were plenty ready to take their place. Let's pitch our tent and rest well. Today is a day for celebration. Gyarados, Teddiursa, and Caterpie. We shall feast. The chorus of responses echoed around Lin Shi, as the Pokémon gathered in a jovial circle, clearly sensing his good spirits. The moon hung high in the sky, casting a silvery glow, while the leaves rustled gently in the breeze, and autumn's chill filled the air, crisp and refreshing. Thud, thud, thud. What on earth is this? Is there a curse upon me? Why is it that every time I try to sleep outdoors, I am beset by such strange noises? Lin Shi scratched his disheveled hair, weary from the day's exertions, longing only for rest. Yet the incessant sounds kept him tossing and turning, unable to find solace in sleep. What now? Are the Geodudes jumping off the cliff? Regardless of the source of the ruckus, Lin Shi resolved not to venture outside, instead opting to block out the noise and eventually drifted off. As night faded, dawn approached, illuminating the sky. Early rising Pidgeys soared above, hunting for the morning's first Caterpies. Thud, thud, thud. All right, I see your game. You're relentless. After a night of torment, Lin Shi felt even more fatigued, realizing that the vexing clattering had yet to cease. Fine, then I shall uncover the source of this sound. Tidying his belongings and dismantling the campsite, Lin Shi, undeterred by the persistent noise, set off with his Pokémon. His curiosity and irritation drove him onward, especially after the encounter with the Magikarp. Perhaps this would lead to another fortuitous opportunity. As he walked, the sounds grew clearer, and he scanned his surroundings until his gaze fell upon a small cave nestled in the nearby cliff. To avoid alarming whatever lay within, Lin Shi refrained from riding his Gyarados directly up to the cave and instead approached cautiously on foot. Thud, 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 thud. The sounds intensified as he neared the cave entrance. Leaning against the stone wall, he peeked inside. After a thorough search, he finally discerned the source of the noise. It was a small, pink Pokémon resembling a little girl, with a diamond-shaped crystal adorning its chest. At that moment, it was diligently crafting a petite hammer, striking metal shavings and producing the rhythmic sound. Lin Shi squinted, recognizing the Pokémon's identity. Pokémon, little blacksmith level, LV-18 status, healthy gender, female type, fairy, steel ability, overcoat height, 0, 38 meters weight, 6 kilograms held item, none moves, fairy wind, metal claw, rock smash, drain kiss, feint attack, ice hammer, try again. Pokémon assessment. Little Blacksmith, the hammering Pokémon. This Pokémon tirelessly hammers metal to create hammers, persistently reworking until it achieves a satisfactory result. A little blacksmith? How astonishing! Lin Sure exclaimed, taken aback. Although Baishan City is home to numerous rock and steel-type Pokémon due to its unique geography, he had never heard of sightings of the little blacksmith before. Fortune smiles upon me. Lin Sure licked his lips in excitement, contemplating capturing this rare Pokémon. Not only was the little blacksmith a rarity, but it also possessed formidable battle prowess. Its noble fairy and steel typing granted it an impressive 9 resistances and 2 immunities. Only weak to ground and fire types. Such an exceptional combination. Every foe would be obliterated under its hammer. Instinctively, Lin Sure reached into his backpack, only to feel a wave of disappointment wash over him. In his exuberance, he had forgotten that he was not yet a professional trainer and lacked the necessary capture permits. Is this all you have to show me? Just then, a stone beneath Lin Sure's foot shifted unexpectedly, causing him to sway precariously. Fortunately, he managed to brace himself against the wall and avoided falling. Yet, he felt no relief, for the hammering had ceased. A cold sweat broke out as Lin Sure cautiously peered into the cave once more, only to be met with a pair of wide, white eyes. In an instant, tears brimmed in those eyes. The little blacksmith was frightened to tears. Am I truly that intimidating? The little blacksmith wept in fear, swiftly grasping its unfinished hammer and retreating deeper into the cave. Wait, don't go, little one, Lin Sure called, hastily pursuing her. Though he lacked a Pokeball, he thought perhaps he could win her over with charm and personality. Let me assure you, I'm quite likable. The little blacksmith fled swiftly, and all Lin Sure could glimpse was her fleeting silhouette. Unable to summon his Gyarados, he relied solely on his legs to keep pace. Fortunately, the cave's interior was significantly more spacious than outside, allowing Lin Sure to navigate unobstructed despite the dimness. Thus, he followed the little blacksmith through a winding chase, twisting and turning, until they finally emerged from the cave, whereupon the little blacksmith vanished from sight. Breathless, Lin Sure activated his search system. Huh, you think I can't find you? Damn it, this search target is Lignite. Before he could finish his thought, his gaze fell upon the search radar, and he straightened in disbelief, quickly surveying his surroundings. Here was Chapter 36, the harvest in the pristine city of Baishan at the Zhou residence. Lin Sure captivated Zhou Wanjin's attention the moment he entered, holding a box in his hands. Zhou, taken aback, inquired about its contents with disbelief. True to expectations, Lin Sure tossed the box to Zhou Wanjin and proceeded to the bathroom to freshen up and change his attire. Zhou Wanjin hurriedly opened the box, revealing several pieces of brown stone that Lin Sure had extracted from the mine. Wow, Lin Sure, you are incredible. From this day forth, you shall be my best brother, Zhou Wanjin exclaimed, gazing at the mud-streaked stones while shouting towards Lin Sure, who was showering. Upon hearing this, Lin Sure promptly secured the bathroom door, fearing that the rotund fellow might burst in uninvited. By the way, buddy, do not disclose my discovery of the mine to anyone else. Just inform your father. Lin Sure cautioned. Why not? Zhou Wanjin asked, phone in hand, his face etched with confusion as he observed Lin Sure, now dressed. Do you recall when I was being followed by Ming Hui Mining? Lin Sure pondered before responding. Of course. Why do you ask? Zhou Wanjin queried. Have you considered why I was being trailed the moment I stepped outside? Lin Sure's question struck Zhou Wanjin, who then realized the implication. You mean there is a mole among our ranks? Lin Sure nodded, recalling how the two henchmen had been privy to his every move, including his dinner plans with Zhou Wanjin, indicating an informant within the Zhou household. I must inform my father immediately and have him investigate thoroughly, Zhou Wanjin decided. Reaching for his phone. Hold on a moment, Lin Sure interjected, sipping tea from the table. Your father and your uncle likely already know. Businessmen possess a keen sense of discernment. They probably refrain from informing you to prevent you from alarming the snake, as they've likely begun scrutinizing the suspects already. Zhou Wanjin nodded in agreement, acknowledging the shrewdness of his elders. Do you think they've apprehended anyone? He questioned, resting his chin on his hand. Unlikely. If they had, we would have heard news by now, Lin Sure contemplated. Typically, if no traitor has been found by this point, It suggests that the infiltrator is either well hidden or holds a significant position. What should I do now? Zhou Wanjin asked, picking up his phone once more, but hesitating. I've already suggested it. Call your father and have him dispatch trustworthy individuals to gather here tomorrow for an expedition into the mountains. Lin Shi smiled, reassured that Zhou Qiming could not be the mole. Thus, it was safe to inform him. Understood, Zhou Wanjin replied, nodding vigorously. Oh, by the way, Lin Shi chuckled suddenly, recalling their previous conversation. Do you remember the condition you promised me? Choose whatever you desire, Lin Shi. Even if you select them all, I swear. If a frown crosses my brow, I shall never win over Ting Ting, Zhou Wanjin declared with fervor, his sincerity palpable. Before them lay a collection amassed by Zhou Wanjin over the years, an array of stones ranging from ores and gems to mere decorative rocks. Lin Shi approached the display with utmost seriousness and patience, his gaze sweeping across the vibrant specimens. Keystone, keystone, keystone. Please, let there be a keystone. He internally beseeched, yearning for just one piece to elevate his fortunes. However, as he inspected each stone, hope dwindled with each passing moment, until he concluded his search empty-handed. Not a single keystone, super evolution stone, or Z crystal graced his findings. Not even a fragment of a high-grade crystal was found. Lin Shi was at a loss for expression. While his lack of success was disheartening, it also affirmed the rarity of such items in this world, far from being casually encountered. What's the matter, Lin Shi? Have you found nothing to your liking? Zhou Wanjin asked incredulously. Brother, is your taste so refined? Just as Lin Shi was about to leave, a jar containing various black crystals caught his attention. This one appears to be unexamined, he remarked, noting Zhou Wanjin's thoughts that the jar contained mere trivial collectibles. Ignoring Zhou Wanjin's musings, Lin Shi delved into the jar, searching for a glimmer of hope as it represented the village's last chance. Suddenly, he halted, his hands trembling slightly. I found it, he exclaimed, unearthing a black diamond-shaped crystal, the genuine Z crystal, capable of enhancing battle moves into Z moves. With excitement radiating from his being, he carefully stowed the precious crystal away. Seizing the opportunity, while Zhou Wanjin was distracted, Lin Shi conducted a thorough search for any other stone-like items, ensuring nothing was overlooked before he reluctantly departed. Emerging from the room, Lin Shi felt a wave of contentment wash over him. Though the Z crystal would remain dormant for the foreseeable future, requiring a Z ring that was unlikely to manifest in this world, it marked a promising beginning. Perhaps one day, he would encounter the Four Island Guardians and request their assistance in crafting one. Seeing Lin Shi select his desired item brought joy to Zhou Wanjin, who remained unconcerned about the specific object Lin Shi had taken. As they prepared to descend the stairs, the voice of the housekeeper reached their ears. Exchanging glances, Zhou Wanjin nodded and promptly made his way to the entrance, with Lin Shi following closely behind as a guest. Father, uncle, you've arrived. Zhou Wanjin greeted as three figures entered, appearing as though they had rushed over upon receiving his call. With such a significant discovery, Zhou Qiming could hardly contain his excitement. His face aglow with joy, his gaze shifted to Lin Shi. So this is Lin Shi. Truly a remarkable young man, he praised. My apologies, young Lin, for my busy schedule. I should have met you sooner. It's Zhou uncle's fault. I hope you can forgive me. Lin Shi offered a polite smile, remaining silent, fully aware that prior to the discovery of the brownstone mine, Zhou Qiming likely hadn't even remembered his name. Indeed, it is the brownstone, Zhou Qiming marveled, astonished by the find. Zhou Ershu also gazed at Lin Shi in disbelief, while Secretary Wang remained silent, his expression a tapestry of emotions. As night deepened, the atmosphere thickened with anticipation. Chapter 37. Assassination, the serpent and insect achieve glory. In the Zhou family's residence in Baishan City, the lights shone brilliantly this evening, and Zhou Qiming's hearty laughter echoed through every corner of the household. Ah, splendide. Lin, your prowess truly puts us, who have toiled for years in the mining industry, to shame, Zhou Qiming remarked, his admiration for Lin Shi growing stronger. Not only had Lin Shi saved him, but he had also salvaged the entire Zhou family. Such a unique talent for discovering mineral deposits meant that the Zhou family must cultivate a favorable relationship with him. Uncle Zhou, you flatter me. It was merely luck. Something that cannot be replicated, Lin Shi modestly replied. Zhou Qiming, upon hearing Lin Shi's humble words, felt no offense. Refusal was Lin Shi's prerogative, and it was his own skill to present something enticing enough to sway Lin Shi. Lin, might we converse upstairs? Zhou Qiming extended his hand, inquiring of Lin Shi. As an employee, Lin Shi could not decline, considering the financial backing from Zhou Qiming. Very well, Lin Shi agreed, and Zhou Qiming, pleased, turned to instruct the housekeeper to prepare a meal for their later gathering. Their conversation did not last long. Within half an hour, they emerged from the meeting room, the content of their discussion concealed from others. The night deepened, the clouds obscuring the twinkling stars. Exhausted from the day's endeavors, Lin Shi found himself in a particularly deep and restful slumber. A crack in the door allowed a cool breeze to enter, causing Lin Shi to frown slightly. Yet he remained undisturbed as a shadowy figure quietly entered the room, clad in black, with a hat and mask obscuring their features. The intruder gazed at the peacefully sleeping Lin Shi, slowly raising a dagger in hand. Just then, a hoarse cry pierced the silence. The serpent and insect, having been resting in Lin Shi's backpack, sprang into action, letting out a furious roar and immediately coiling around the intruder's arm. The sudden attack startled the assailant, who swiftly swung his arm and adeptly switched the dagger from his right hand to his left, aiming to strike Lin Shi. At the critical moment, the serpent and insect lunged at the intruder's chest, causing him to stagger backward against the wall. Following this, the creature turned and exhaled a burst of fruity aroma towards Lin Shi, instantly filling the room with a delightful scent. Lin Shi's expression contorted, as if battling something within. Before finally opening his eyes, with a slight headache, Lin Shi was gradually roused by the invigorating fragrance, his vision clearing enough to discern the shadowy figure in the room. "Who are you?" he demanded. Realizing that Lin Shi had awakened, the intruder felt the urgency of the situation and swiftly leaped out the window. After a thorough examination, Lin Shi confirmed that he had sustained no major injuries, and a sense of relief washed over him. It was only at that moment that the haze of confusion began to dissipate, revealing a grim realization. He had been targeted for assassination. Incredibly, it had occurred within the Zhou household. This night was destined to be tumultuous. As the clock struck midnight, the lights in the Zhou residence flickered to life once more. Lin Shi sat in the living room, a picture of silence and distress. "Lin, are you all right?" Zhou Pongzi was the first to descend, still clad in his pajamas. Upon hearing of Lin Shi's assassination attempt, he rushed down in a flurry. Almost simultaneously, Zhou Qiming and Zhou Qizhe emerged from their rooms, descending hurriedly, their attire impeccably in place. "Lin, are you unscathed?" Zhou Qiming inquired, his expression a mix of concern and complexity as he regarded Lin Shi. "Uncle Zhou, do you not sense something amiss?" Lin Shi pressed, his tone grave. Zhou Wanjin, confused, looked to Lin Shi, sensing a deeper meaning in his words. "Wanjin, who do you think would wish to harm me?" Lin Shi posed a question. "Could it be Minghui Mining? Perhaps they have learned of your discovery and seek to silence you to prevent our family from gaining the wealth." As the implications sank in, Zhou Wanjin's countenance darkened considerably. If Minghui Mining was aware of Lin Shi's discovery of the lignite deposits, it implied that someone had leaked this information. A traitor? Zhou Wanjin cautiously probed Lin Shi. "Uncle, who knows about my discovery?" Lin Shi asked. "Aside from those who spent the night here, only the exploration team set to enter the mountain tomorrow remains. Thus, the traitor must be within the exploration team?" Zhou Wanjin inquired again. Sometimes, Lin Shi could not discern whether Zhou Wanjin was genuinely oblivious or simply unwilling to confront the truth. "Pongzi, you should know me well. I pride myself on my caution. I always lock the door before sleeping. My sleep quality is not so poor that I would remain oblivious to an intruder, especially one who would engage in a scuffle with my Pokémon. Furthermore, even if I were truly exhausted, my companion beside me would not possess such a lack of vigilance. It is he who would awaken at my call. He is a bear cub, not a Snorlax." Indeed, the bear cub raised its paw in agreement, expressing its support for Lin Shi, while feeling guilt for failing to protect him during its slumber. It's all right. I do not blame you. Lin Shi reassured the bear cub, though he noted the creature's remorse, suspecting it had taken a psychological toll. What do you mean, Lin? Zhou Wanjin's face turned pale. Do you not comprehend? The reason my serpent and insect remained unharmed is that it consumes only the sweet concoctions I personally prepare. Anything else, whether it be me or my Pokémon, would fall into a deep slumber, vulnerable and unguarded, because we were drugged. The only individuals capable of administering such a drug and knowing precisely which room I occupied are those who reside here. As Lin Shi concluded his statement, the room fell into a heavy silence. Yet, the one most affected was Zhou Qiming, the head of the Zhou family, for aside from Lin Shi and the housekeeper, those present were either family or trusted confidants. Have you noticed that Secretary Wang has not come down? Zhou Qizhe remarked, surveying the room. The gathered individuals exchanged glances. Boss, it appears Secretary Wang is not in his room, and we have searched the house thoroughly without success, a bodyguard reported to Zhou Qiming. What? Zhou Qiming exclaimed in shock, the cup in his hand shattering upon impact with the floor. Uncle, he cannot have gone far. We still have time to pursue him. Lin Shi suggested promptly. Very well, Zhou Qiming nodded, immediately dispatching men to search for Wang. The realization that Secretary Wang was an insider for Minghui mining left Zhou Wanjin in disbelief. Lin Shi regarded him with a sigh. Chapter 38, Compensation. A new contract, Lin. I sincerely apologize for today's incident. After the others had departed, Lin Shi and Zhou Qiming engaged in conversation within the conference room. This matter is the responsibility of the Zhou family. Your safety has been jeopardized. Rest assured, we shall provide you with satisfactory compensation. Zhou Qiming paused, gathering his thoughts before continuing. I hope that you will lead our exploration team to the site today as originally planned. As you are aware, our competition with Minghui Mining is exceedingly fierce, and we must act swiftly to avoid complications. Lin Shi felt a twinge of frustration. He had narrowly escaped death the previous night, and now, with the assailant still at large, he was being asked to assist them. I can understand your sentiments. However, given the captain of the exploration team is indisposed, shouldn't you consider appointing a new leader for the team? He added, moreover, our contract clearly stipulates that the Zhou family must ensure my safety, and I do not perceive the current circumstances as secure. Thus, I believe it prudent to wait until the true culprit is apprehended. Lin Shi concluded, in truth, it should not be overly difficult to identify the perpetrator from last night. Enough, Lin Shi. Zhou Qiming interrupted before Lin Shi could elaborate further. He produced a new contract and presented it to Lin Shi, lowering his body slightly as he said, This is the compensation I mentioned. If you find it acceptable, I hope we can execute the contract today, allowing you to lead the exploration team to the site and assist us in locating that mine. I implore you. Lin Shi scrutinized the new contract, eager to ascertain the price Zhou Qiming was willing to pay for him to risk his life on their behalf. The contract was not thick, and he read through it swiftly. Suddenly, a particular clause caught his attention, causing his pupils to constrict as he lifted his gaze to Zhou Qiming. This price indeed seemed substantial enough to warrant risking his life. As for the exploration team, you can rest assured there will be no issues. Regarding your safety, although I cannot be present, I will dispatch a team of elite bodyguards to accompany you. He paused for a moment, then added, and Wanjin will also be joining you. Lin Shi listened to Zhou Qiming while examining the contract in his hands, suddenly realizing something he had previously overlooked. Is Wanjin truly part of your Zhou family? Lin Shi jested, recalling how Wanjin often appeared somewhat dim-witted. Zhou Qiming chuckled at Lin Shi's remark. He is simply overly protected. After careful consideration, Lin Shi accepted Zhou Qiming's contract. There was no reason for him not to sign it. My father even agreed to let me join. How splendid! Wanjin exclaimed excitedly as he approached Lin Shi, backpack slung over his shoulder. Congratulations! Lin Shi returned the gesture with a nod and picked up his phone, seemingly engrossed in some information. Observing Lin Shi, Wanjin suddenly remarked, I've noticed that at times. You resemble my father and my second uncle. Lin Shi looked at Wanjin in surprise. You're addressing me with such familiarity this early in the day. Do you require something from me? What I mean is you all possess an air of inscrutable thoughts, Wanjin clarified. In response, Lin Shi laughed. He had never felt that way before. Yet he replied, "What is so good about that? If one does not need to concern themselves with things, who would ponder so much? I believe it is more suitable for me to be an ordinary trainer." Buzzing sounds signaled the arrival of the convoy. Wang Jin pointed towards the approaching vehicles, which housed both the exploration team and the security personnel. "Good day, Mr. Zhou," and Expert Lin greeted a dark-skinned, middle-aged man, who introduced himself as the deputy captain of the exploration team, Mr. Shi. "Thank you for your hard work, Captain Shi." "Let us proceed," Lin Shi responded, stowing his phone and shouldering his backpack. "What's this?" Wang Jin inquired, noticing Lin Shi examining something. "Isn't that just a logo? Why the fuss?" he added, scratching his head in confusion. "Logo? Isn't the emblem of your Jin duo mining a capital Z?" Lin Shi observed, noting that the logo on the vehicle resembled a three-dimensional arrangement of rectangular stones. "That is quite normal. Many smaller divisions under companies have their own emblems. This logo signifies our Zhou family's professional exploration team. Indeed, while you have nominally joined the exploration team, it is understandable that you have never been here before." Lin Shi mused, but he was lost in thought, having recognized the emblem. His mind raced, replaying the events of the past few days. "Lin Shi, are you all right?" "Oh, I'm Yufine. Let's depart." The specialized exploration vehicles exhibited remarkable capability, swiftly navigating even the most treacherous of terrains. Soon, the group entered a desolate region, where the vehicle's speed diminished considerably due to the rugged landscape. Roads would undoubtedly be constructed here for future resource transport. After several hours of travel, Lin Shi finally led the exploration team to the forest, where the imposing Tiger Mountain, rich in lignite, loomed at the edge. "At last we've arrived." Lin Shi stretched, inhaling the refreshing scent of the forest, while the creatures within his backpack peeked out curiously. "Commence work," Captain Shi called, leading the members of the exploration team as they set up various instruments and prepared to probe the mountain, the operation progressing in an orderly fashion. "Hey, who are you people?" At that moment, some personnel spotted another group on the opposite side of the mountain, preparing to conduct their own exploration. Wang Jin watched as a crowd began to gather, puzzled. "What else could it be?" "Your competitors have arrived," Lin Shi remarked as he rose from the stone, observing the increasingly boisterous gathering in the distance. "We are from Jin duo mining, authorized by the Alliance to conduct explorations here. You need to vacate the area promptly," Captain Shi announced through a megaphone. However, the opposing team appeared unfazed. Soon, a spokesperson approached, also wielding a megaphone. "We are the exploration team from Minghui Mining, similarly authorized by the Alliance. It is you who should be leaving." The dialogue escalated, and tensions flared as some began to summon their Pokémon. Lin Shi observed several formidable creatures, including Tyranitar, Nidoking, Shroomish, and Hawlucha, all appearing to possess elite-level prowess. The scientific exploration was veering dangerously towards violent conflict. "Lin Shi, what do we do now?" Wang Jin, distraught, looked to Lin Shi for guidance. He had noticed Lin Shi's calm demeanor and wondered if he had anticipated this scenario. But how could that be? The precise location of the mine should not have been known to Secretary Wang. How then had he informed Minghui Mining? Could they have been under surveillance? But that didn't make sense, as Minghui's team seemed to have arrived at a similar time. Wang Jin's head spun with confusion, unable to fathom the situation. What to do? "No need to worry. There won't be any fighting," Lin Shi reassured him. "And what about the mine?" Wang Jin inquired. Lin Shi contemplated briefly. "Given the current circumstances, it is highly likely that the Tiger Mountain will be jointly developed by your Jin duo mining and Minghui Mining." Zhou Wang Jin's expression darkened, clearly struggling to accept such a development. "By the way, there is one more matter." Zhou Wang Jin gazed at Lin Shi with anticipation. "Have you found a solution?" Lin Shi shook his head. Zhou Wang Jin, Chapter 39, The Final Truth. In a remote valley far from the tiger-shaped mine, a figure stealthily approached, moving with remarkable agility as he scaled a rocky wall and slipped into a cave. Upon exiting the cave, he cautiously surveyed his surroundings and continued onward until he reached his destination, a vast expanse of rocky hills. Yet, unease lingered. At that moment, a voice echoed from above. Startling the figure, who hurriedly looked up to see someone seated on a stone ledge of the cliff, waving at him from a distance. Aren't you supposed to be apprehending Secretary Wang? Uncle Zhou. The person on the mountain was none other than Lin Shi, while the one who had stealthily arrived was Zhou Qizhe, who was supposed to be tracking down the traitor. Lin Shi, what brings you here? Zhou Qizhe exclaimed, astonished and incredulous that Lin Shi had managed to find this place. Shouldn't I be the one asking you that, Uncle Zhou? Lin Shi remarked, stroking his chin with a hint of amusement as he gazed down at Zhou Qizhe. What do you mean? Zhou Qizhe replied, maintaining a facade of calmness while retorting with a hint of skepticism. TSK. Lin Shi clicked his tongue and shook his head. Are you still pretending? The biggest traitor within the Jinduo mining group is none other than you. Upon hearing Lin Shi's words, Zhou Qizhe's expression fluctuated between light and dark, yet he refrained from denying it. After all, his presence here at this moment spoke volumes. How did you uncover this? Seeing the other party's candid acknowledgement, Lin Shi felt no surprise. There are too many loose ends you've left behind. Oh, is that so? I'm all ears, Zhou Qizhe replied, crossing his arms with an indifferent gaze directed at Lin Shi. Lin Shi raised an eyebrow and paused before beginning his tale. Have you ever heard of a story? In a certain city, a heinous murder occurred, one of great severity. However, the sheriff in charge chose the least competent detective in the city to assist in solving the case. What do you suppose was the reason behind that? Zhou Qizhe remained silent, contemplating. It's all right if you don't wish to elaborate. I shall elucidate for you. The true culprit behind the crime was, in fact, the sheriff himself. He believed that the most incompetent detective would never uncover the truth, ensuring his own safety. Yet, he failed to realize that his actions had already cast suspicion upon him. Don't you find this somewhat reminiscent of our current situation? Lin Shi smirked, his tone laced with irony. You are the sheriff, and I am the fool of a detective you presume me to be. From the moment you and Zhou Wanjin sought me out, I sensed something amiss. No matter how desperate you were, you shouldn't have let a mere high school student join your investigation team so easily. Zhou Wanjin's frivolity aside, as the vice president of the group, how could you indulge in such folly, even personally extending the invitation? Unless, Lin Shi paused, his voice resonating. You don't actually want anyone to discover the brownstone mine. Thus, you selected someone who appeared utterly incapable of finding it me, to ensure I would join. You even enlisted two unreliable individuals to inquire about the brownstone's whereabouts. Quite peculiar. I assent to it. They knew where I dined and recognized me as the discoverer of the brownstone. Yet they were oblivious to the fact that I found it in an abandoned quarry, a detail that any random member of your team could have easily revealed. Furthermore, I spent several days in that abandoned quarry, yet I never once encountered the Minghui mining exploration team. This can only imply that they were completely unaware of the brownstone's presence there. If there truly was a traitor, would that not be exceedingly strange? Lin Shi's words flowed rapidly, each statement piercing Zhou Qizhe's mental defenses, beads of cold sweat beginning to trickle down. Moreover, even if they were indeed sent by Minghui Mining, they wouldn't resort to recruiting two individuals of such low intellect and inadequate strength. Their capabilities were simply too lacking. Thus, these two, much like the incompetent detective, were chosen because they would pose no threat to me, making them easily exploitable. They merely served to convey the message that I was being watched, compelling me to seek refuge with the Zhou family. After all, you must have investigated and discovered my past conflicts with Liao Hui from Minghui Mining, knowing full well I would never yield to him. You have said quite a lot. What makes you so special that I would go to such lengths to have you join the exploration team? Zhou Qizhe, regaining his composure, inquired, despite acknowledging the truth in Lin Shi's earlier assertions. I am indeed quite special, Lin Shi replied with a smile. First, I am the discoverer of the brownstone mine. Your invitation to join lends some semblance of justification. Second, as I mentioned earlier, being a high school student, I possess no genuine ability to locate mineral deposits. Third, I am a friend of Zhou Wanjin. Upon hearing the final point, Zhou Qizhe's expression shifted slightly. As Zhou Wanjin's friend, if the search for the mine were to falter due to my involvement, it would undoubtedly implicate Zhou Wanjin's father, Zhou Zong. Should matters escalate, It could be suggested that this friend of Zhou Wanjin is, in fact, a traitor dispatched by Minghui Mining, potentially leaking the mine's location to them, an implication that would carry grave consequences. I have heard from Zhou Wanjin that the development of the brownstone is solely his father's responsibility. Regardless of whether the mine is found or if competitors seize it first, Zhou Zong will inevitably face pressure from all sides, potentially leading to his dismissal. When the time comes, who do you think stands the best chance of ascending to power? Uncle Zhou. Lin Shi straightened his posture, fixing his gaze on Zhou Qizhe, cutting him off before he could respond. In truth, you must have already located the mine, Haven to you. While that mountain is somewhat distant, the deposits are not buried deeply. There is no way you could have missed them for such an extended period. I suspect that when you learned from Zhou Wanjin that I discovered the brownstone in the abandoned quarry, you immediately organized a team to investigate. Upon successfully locating it, you chose not to inform Zhou Zong, opting instead to conceal it and erase all traces. This is precisely why there isn't a single piece of brownstone to be found in the abandoned quarry. It has long since been discovered and hidden by you and your exploration team. Moreover, Secretary Wang must also be in your employ, for otherwise, it would be inexplicable why the newly formed exploration team has yielded no results, unless their leader has also encountered complications. Brilliant, truly brilliant. Zhou Qizhe clapped his hands, admitting that he had underestimated Lin Shi. But do you know why I sought to eliminate you last night? Lin Shi maintained a stoic expression, tapping his foot lightly on the ground as he slowly replied, "For the land beneath my feet, a territory rich in brownstone deposits, far exceeding those of the tiger-shaped mountain." I had been perplexed about last night's incident, for I had already informed Zhou Zong of the location of the deposits. Under such circumstances, killing me would serve no purpose. Even in death, Zhou Zong could still bring others to the site. It wasn't until I saw the insignia of your exploration team today that clarity struck me. The insignia? Zhou Qizhe blinked, a look of confusion crossing his face. When I first arrived here, I was astounded by the vast brownstone deposits, but I also noticed traces of human excavation. Initially, I assumed they were remnants from past mining operations. However, when I discovered that your exploration team's insignia matched identically with the markings on that earthen wall, following Lin Shi's, I turned my gaze towards the wall, where indeed an elongated rectangular pattern was imprinted in the soil, resembling the marks left by a vehicle's careless passage. I boldly conjectured that the mine beneath our feet was currently being exploited, and that such exploitation was occurring without the approval of the Alliance. Enough. At this moment, Zhou Qizhe's countenance was exceedingly grim. Yet, Lin Shi persisted, his speech accelerating. Thus, when you overheard what President Zhou said to me last night, implying a desire to enlist my assistance in further exploration, you became alarmed. You feared that I might uncover the immense deposits of lignite hidden in this site, not far from Tiger-shaped Mountain. Should I make such a discovery, not only would you lose this veritable gold mine and your opportunity to become the head of your family, but you might also be publicly disgraced for your illicit mining activities. Hence, in your eyes, I must perish. Chapter 40, Metagross and Comet Punch. You were quite right. He chuckled. Not only that, but it was I who informed Minghui Mining of the location of that mine today. I had already discovered the lignite mine well in advance. I unearthed the treasures of Huxingshan and found this place as well. This is a veritable gold mine, providing an endless stream of capital. However, these funds are undeserved by Zhou Qiming. After being the head of the family for so many years, what has he brought to Jinduo and the Zhou family? I have repeatedly advised him against adhering to the ridiculous mineral development restrictions imposed by the Alliance. If he was just a bit more cautious, they would never discover it. Yet, he remains timid. With so many treasures before him, he acts like a eunuch, merely gazing without daring to touch. The Zhou family is bound to be ruined under his leadership. Hearing Zhou Qizhe's words, Lin Shi found it amusing. The one who would drag the family into the abyss dared to proclaim himself the savior of the Zhou clan. In his view, while Zhou Qiming might lack a bit of business acumen, he was far superior in terms of character compared to Zhou Qizhe. You do not understand. Zhou Qizhe shook his head, pointing at Lin Shi. You cannot fathom the feeling of watching your once thriving family gradually decline. His voice was tinged with hysteria. That useless Zhou Qiming will ruin everything. It must be me. This mine is mine, and no one can take it away. Suddenly, the valley fell into silence. Lin Shi gazed down at Zhou Qizhe, a smirk playing on his lips as he raised his hands in a gesture of indifference. I apologize, but I'm not interested in your noble family feuds. Zhou Qizhe returned Lin Shi's gaze. Then why are you here? To indulge in your tedious detective games? He gently slipped his hand into his pocket, yet Lin Shi remained unfazed. Of course, it is for revenge, Lin Shi stated flatly. What? Zhou Qizhe was perplexed, unable to comprehend the enmity between him and Lin Shi. Hey, has Uncle Zhou forgotten so soon? I nearly perished at your hands, had luck not been on my side. By the time the Zhou family discovered me, my body would have surely gone cold. Should I not seek vengeance? Lin Shi continued, fully aware that the culprit was not Secretary Wang. From their first encounter, he had recognized that Secretary Wang was in no condition to leap from the building to escape. He was merely a decoy to divert attention. Is that so? Zhou Qizhe nodded with a smile, offering no rebuttal. Then he abruptly lifted his head to look at Lin Shi, his expression twisted with rage. After failing last night, I shall strike again. Marauder, launch a surprise attack on the vital points. At that moment, Marauder, previously released, had arrived behind Lin Shi, its claws charged with dark energy, rushing towards him with alarming speed. Boom! A sturdy protective barrier appeared around Lin Shi, thwarting Marauder's assault. Brother, after hiding for so long, are you finally ready to reveal yourself? Zhou Qizhe seemed unsurprised by the scene. Given Lin Shi's nature, how could he dare to provoke him here without support? Qizhe, how stubborn you are! A male voice echoed beside Lin Shi. Zhou Qiming, with a grim expression, addressed Zhou Qizhe below. Mining without permission is strictly forbidden by the Alliance. If discovered, not only will you face imprisonment, but the entire Jinduo mining will be doomed. Are you willing to destroy the Zhou family's century-long foundation? Enough. Spare me your moral lectures. If you refuse to relinquish the position of head, I shall seize it myself. Zhou Qizhe shouted, frenzied and desperate. Marauder, strike at the vital points. Like a shadowy assassin, Marauder darted forward, aiming for Zhou Qiming. Zhou Qizhe realized that, at this juncture, even if Zhou Qiming would not hand him over to the Alliance for the sake of Jinduo mining, he would never allow Zhou Qizhe an opportunity to remain in power. His wealth, status, everything would vanish. All his efforts would dissolve into nothingness, an outcome he could not accept. Thus, he chose to gamble everything now. Super Armor Ride-On. Use Earthquake. Steel-Winged Crow. Unleash Brave Bird Attack. He released 2 more Pokémon, a colossal beast enveloped in red and gray rocks, and an armored bird covered in black, iron feathers. As the 2 Pokémon emerged, they exuded an astonishing aura, their powerful energies coalescing. Lin Shi utilized identification and discovered that, like Marauder, they were gym leader-level Pokémon, each above level 50. Super Armor Rhydon erupted with energy, sending a tremendous tremor towards Zhou Qiming, causing the valley walls to shudder. Steel-Winged Crow soared into the air, enveloped in white light. A massive white avian apparition manifesting before it, piercing towards Zhou Qiming like a lethal arrow. Goodness, brothers must settle their accounts fairly. This is quite the blow. Lin Shi observed from beside Zhou Qiming, witnessing Zhou Qizhe's relentless assault. A thunderous roar erupted as 3 powerful attacks from different directions collided against the protective barrier before them. Zhou Qiming, watching Zhou Qizhe's all-out attack, closed his eyes momentarily, his eyelids twitching, but soon opened them wide. Metagross, deflect the attacks. As soon as Zhou Qiming's words fell, Lin Shi noticed their protective barrier expand dramatically, absorbing the onslaught of the 3 Pokémon. Suddenly, a massive blue steel behemoth with 4 arms materialized before the 2. Gazing expressionlessly ahead, it was unmistakably Metagross. Indeed, Zhou Qizhe smiled ruefully, his face filled with unwillingness. You have brought it out after all. Lin Shi curiously examined Metagross. Pokémon, Metagross level, LV75 status, healthy gender, none type, steel, psychic ability, clear body height, 2. 0 meters weight, 600 kilograms held item, metal coat moves, metal claw, bullet punch, psychic, magnet rise, meteor mash, hammer arm, psyshock, iron defense, comet punch, Earthquake Protect Wide Guard Gravity Explosion. Pokémon Analysis. Metagross, the Iron Leg Pokémon, is the evolved form of the metallic creature. With 4 brains, Metagross possesses an intelligence comparable to that of a supercomputer. At level 75, this Metagross is a champion-level Pokémon. Linsher recalled hearing about a formidable Pokémon belonging to the Zhou family, said to be their guardian beast, responding solely to the Master-S commands. It seemed that this was indeed the Metagross in question. Observing the dismal expression of Zhou Qizha below, Linsher sensed that this farce was nearing its conclusion. Zhou Qiming's face twitched slightly as he waved his hand gently, closing his eyes. Metagross, use Comet Punch. Linsher saw the floating Metagross radiating a brilliant white light, its metallic sheen gathering immense power. It retracted its 4 arms, transforming its entire body into a true comet, descending with dazzling brilliance towards the valley below. Boom! A thunderous explosion reverberated through the skies, the force of impact causing rocks and debris to cascade from the valley walls. As the light faded, the valley appeared as if freshly plowed. The reddish-brown soil turned over, resembling a river of crimson, burying the slumbering spirits of both Pokémon and humans alike. Chapter 41. Heritage and Shares in the Desolate Valley of Baishan City. A fierce battle had just transpired. Zhou Qiming stood in silence, gazing into the deep pit below, while Linsher remained quiet beside him, understanding that words were unnecessary in such a moment. Thank you, Lin. If it weren't for you, I might have never uncovered the truth. Zhou Qiming finally broke the stillness. He had called Linsher over during their journey, intending to clarify everything regarding his dialogue with Zhou Qizha. Concerning the contract, rest assured, our Zhou family will honor it. You will forever be a friend of the Zhou family. With a melancholic expression, Zhou Qiming stated, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. The weight of fratricidal conflict hung heavily upon him. Such a scenario is never easy to bear. He mounted his Metagross and departed the valley. Linsher lingered for a moment atop the mountain before retrieving his backpack, releasing his companion, and descending together. Not far from where the battle had occurred, dense underbrush and jagged rocks surrounded the area. A faint cough echoed from beneath the sandy ground as a ragged figure struggled to emerge. Nearby, a yellow, humanoid Pokémon lay battered and motionless, its fate uncertain. Zhou Qizha finally clawed his way out of the sand, gasping for air, his face smeared with dirt. Utilizing a hasty teleportation, he had narrowly escaped the moment of Metagross's descent. The sound of approaching footsteps rustled through the air, and he strained to open his eyes to discern the identity of the newcomer, only to find himself too injured to do so. Is Uncle Zhou sleeping here? He thought, recognizing the familiar yet loathsome voice of Linsher without needing to see him. How did you find me? He croaked, eyes still closed, observing Zhou Qizha's pitiful state. Linsher settled beside him on a nearby stone. My companion is particularly sensitive to the scent of its surroundings. When you attempted to assassinate me yesterday, you inadvertently carried its scent with you. Despite your efforts to mask it, you could not escape its keen nose. I see. Zhou Qizha resigned himself to his fate. Lying on the ground, his breath labored. You've come to take revenge? I never thought I would perish at your hands. Linsher regarded Zhou Qizha's plight with a sense of indifference. He felt no sympathy for one so ruthless and treacherous. That was once the intention. However, it is no longer necessary, he replied with a detached tone. What do you mean? Zhou Qizha struggled to open his eyes, his vision clouded by the sight of his own broken body. The teleportation had not been entirely successful, and now his insides were in disarray, blood pouring forth as his body temperature waned and his breath weakened. Zhou Qiming is truly ruthless. Zhou Qizha stared vacantly at the sky. In truth, he offered you an opportunity. Had you chosen not to come here and relinquish the mine, none of this would have transpired. Ultimately, it was your own greed and overconfidence that led to this. Linsher, mirroring Zhou Qizha's gaze, looked skyward at the pale expanse. You can only blame your misfortune. The hasty teleportation resulted in unforeseen consequences. Is this it for me? Zhou Qizha murmured. Hey, Uncle Zhou. Linsher's voice pierced through the silence once more. Since I've called you uncle so many times, do you have any inheritance that requires an heir? I could assist you with that. Zhou Qizha opened his eyes again, incredulous. You've brought me to this state, and yet you still think of my inheritance? This is preposterous. Lin Shi, unfazed by Zhou Qi's anger, replied, Wealth is merely a transient matter. One cannot take it with them. To let it go to waste would be a pity. Or perhaps you have some last wishes. If they are lawful, I can see to them, and your inheritance can serve as compensation. What do you say? While Lin Shi rambled on, Zhou Qi closed his eyes once more, perhaps wishing to avoid further confrontation. Observing Zhou Qi's demeanor, Lin Shi surmised that the conversation had reached its end. Choosing to remain silent and offer a final respect to the dying man, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. Why have you ceased speaking? Zhou Qi rasped, swallowing hard. Waiting for death, came the reply. Waiting for my demise, is it? Ignoring Lin Shi, he removed a key from around his neck, summoning his last vestige of strength to toss it to Lin Shi. Help me bury my ashes at the Yuran Cemetery, row 3. Plot 11. The key contains your reward. With those words, Zhou Qi seemed to expend his final ounce of energy. At last, I can rest, he murmured, closing his eyes, yet perceiving the light grow brighter, as if a girl in white were extending her hand toward him with a smile. Are you here to take me? Zhou Qi breathed his last in that desolate wilderness, battered and alone, save for Lin Shi. Gazing at the lifeless form of Zhou Qi, who wore a serene smile even in death, Lin Shi looked down at the key that had been thrown to him. You didn't even ask if I consented. Time swiftly passed, and a week later, the turmoil surrounding the Zhou family gradually subsided. The brownstone mine known as Tiger-Shaped Mountain was jointly developed by Jinduo Mining and Minghui Mining. Soon after, the Zhou family discovered another substantial brownstone deposit not far away. Under the decisive leadership of the family head, they successfully secured exclusive development rights and established a subsidiary dedicated to brownstone extraction, emerging as the clear victor. Zhou Qi's demise was deliberately concealed by the Zhou family, labeled merely as an accident, igniting a wave of speculation. Meanwhile, Lin Shi not only received $2 million in cash for discovering the mine, but also became a minor shareholder in the newly formed Brownstone Development subsidiary. Thanks to a new contract, each year, he would be entitled to one of the total net profits from the mine's operations. A seemingly insignificant share that would nonetheless amount to nearly $10 million annually without requiring any investment or management on his part. This was the true motivation behind Lin Shi's willingness to sign the contract, not a lack of principles, but the allure of wealth. Additionally, it was worth noting that Secretary Wang had miraculously survived. It turned out that Zhou Qiming had not initiated the assault, but had instead joined Lin Shi's group in search of him. Indeed, that individual had been a double agent, dispatched by Zhou Wanming to monitor Zhou Qi due to suspicions regarding his intentions. However, aside from suspecting that Zhou Qi had discovered the mine, there had been no further findings, and he had been forced to follow Zhou Qi's orders, leading the exploration team in vain. Lin Shi expressed his weariness over the Zhou family's affairs. He intended to take a brief respite before embarking on a new career path. Chapter 42. Promotion. Professional trainer. All was ready. In the courtyard of Lin Shi's home, he was diligently preparing meals. The first dish was a sweet fresh milk for the bear cub, followed by a honeyed apple salad for the snake bug, and finally, a luxurious energy cube infused with water and dragon essence for the violent carp dragon. The 3 Pokémon in the yard gazed at Lin Shi, their eyes wide with anticipation, drooling like fledglings waiting to be fed. Lin Shi distributed the food among them. As the funds for the mining venture he had organized for the Zhou family had arrived, warranting a feast for his companions. To be candid, Lin Shi had spared no expense in nurturing his Pokémon, utilizing only the finest items available on the market. His expenditures had already approached a staggering $1 million, and this was merely for food and training equipment. Nonetheless, Lin Shi planned to allocate additional funds to procure technical machines, special high-grade berries, or other items and food that could enhance his Pokémon strength. He intended to undertake this shopping spree during the winter break, as both the violent carp dragon and bear cub had sufficiently learned several skills on their own. Moreover, Lin Shi observed the gluttonous snake bug, which had visibly gained weight since arriving in his care. He felt it was time to fulfill his promise to the creature. Hurry and eat. We have plenty to accomplish today, he urged his Pokémon, joining them in devouring a steamed bun. At the Shinjo Baishan Pokémon League Center, Lin Shi entered alone. Today marked a special occasion. He was here to undergo the promotion to trainer level. Thanks to his recent efforts, the Bear Cub had finally reached level 20 the previous night, evolving into a professional Pokémon. Without delay, Lin Shi sought certification. Eager to avoid the heartache of encountering extraordinary Pokémon in the wild only to be thwarted by a lack of available slots, a memory that still pained him when he recalled that little blacksmith. Bear Cub level, LV 20 status, healthy gender, male type, normal ability, pickup height, 0, 85 meters weight, 15, 0 kilograms held item, black belt skills, lick, yawn, scratch, tackle, rapid spin, cut, brick break, body slam, metal claw, dig, protect, return, ice punch. Pokémon Aprésal, Slitli. Ah, splendid. Lin Shi nodded at the Bear Cub's Poc Dex information, noting that there were no discrepancies. Hello, I would like to apply for promotion to professional trainer. Lin Shi approached the counter, where a charming young lady attended to him. Certainly. Please present 2 Pokémon of level 20 or higher for certification. Lin Shi placed the Pokeballs of the Bear Cub and Violent Carp Dragon onto the tray, watching as the staff member placed them into the testing apparatus. Shortly, the young lady retrieved the Pokeballs and returned them to Lin Shi, her face adorned with a professional smile. Excellent, both have passed the inspection. The next step involves verifying the compatibility between the Pokémon and their trainer. Please proceed to the building on your left for this assessment. Becoming a professional trainer requires more than just meeting the Pokémon level criteria. It also necessitates an evaluation of the trainer's rapport with their Pokémon, specifically their obedience. Only upon passing both evaluations can one become a qualified professional trainer. Fortunately, for Lin Shi and his well-practiced companions, this challenge was merely a formality. They would surely excel. Congratulations on your promotion to professional trainer. Your capture capacity has now expanded to 6 Pokémon. Here are the regulations that professional trainers are required to adhere to. Please ensure you do not violate them. With a smile, Lin Shi exited the central building, now a bona fide professional trainer. In truth, he had come seeking the legacy of Zhou Qizha. Lin Shi had no other recourse. Zhou Qizha had departed too swiftly, leaving behind merely a key without any explanation of its purpose. However, Lin Shi surmised that it likely resided in Zhou's room. There was no harm in investigating. Avoiding the caretaker, Lin Shi stealthily acquired the key to Zhou Qizha's room and stealthily ascended the stairs. Upon opening the door, he cautiously stepped inside. The layout of the room was sparse, devoid of any superfluous items. With minimal effort, he located a safe within the cabinet, tried the key, and confirmed its accuracy. What lay sealed within the safe must surely be of great value. Lin Shi's excitement grew as he opened the safe. Inside, he found numerous items, several boxes, one of which was particularly large and opulent, along with several documents neatly stored in a file and a letter. Lin Shi first picked up the letter and began to read. It was not merely a letter, but rather a last testament. The content was straightforward. If you are reading this letter, it means I have likely passed away. However, your ability to reach this place and open the safe indicates that you are someone I trusted. Lin Shi coughed, perhaps. The letter continued. Within this safe lies a bag of documents pertaining to my purchase of a burial plot at Tarrant Cemetery. I hope you will see to it that I am laid to rest there alongside the contents of the largest box. That is my most cherished treasure. The remaining boxes contain my childhood collection, which I have preserved throughout the years. Should you fulfill my final wish, I will be delighted to present them to you as a token of gratitude. Thank you for your assistance. I can finally rest. I can finally come to find you. The letter was brief, and aside from the final sentence, Lin Shi understood it all. He then opened the largest box, revealing a trove of love letters exchanged between Zhou Qizha and a young woman named by Mengyan. Judging by the handwriting and paper type, Lin Shi suspected these letters were from 2 decades ago, yet they were remarkably well preserved, reflecting the owner's sentimentality. So, in the end, I merely garnered a few stones? Lin Shi mused, though he reminded himself that these were Zhou Qizha's cherished possessions and should hold some value. He proceeded to open each box with care. The first box contained a crystal-like mineral, beautiful, yet ultimately just an ordinary stone, though it could fetch a decent price. The second box, however, brought Lin Shi a delightful surprise. A circular stone of emerald-like green, adorned with a pattern resembling white stars. This was an awakening stone, and a top-tier one at that. Not only visually appealing, but also quite valuable. Lin Shi rejoiced, realizing that this item alone could yield a significant profit. His curiosity and anticipation grew as he continued to explore the contents, for these were indeed treasures preserved by Zhou Qizhe over the years. Yet upon opening 3 boxes, he found only beautiful stones, each merely ordinary minerals or jade collections. Only 1 box remained. Holding on to a glimmer of hope, Lin Shi slowly opened the final box. Unlike the others, as the lid lifted, he caught a fleeting glimpse of yellow light. Wait, this doesn't seem like a stone. Chapter 43, The Legend, The Gem of Calamity. Before me lies a box containing a piece of jade in the shape of an exquisite hook, its red streaks resembling flames that cling to the white stone. Captivating one's gaze. Lin Shi felt a peculiar familiarity with this object, yet he could not quite recall having encountered such an artifact before. Nevertheless, it was of no consequence. System appraise. This time, Lin Shi sensed an unusual delay in the system's response, as the appraisal screen seemed to emit a faint golden glow. It felt akin to indulging in a simple meal for too long and suddenly being presented with an extravagant feast, leaving one bewildered. The appraisal panel began to tremble, shifting from obscurity to clarity. Gem of Calamity, the embodiment of the legendary Pokémon, the ancient jade fish, now devoid of energy and ensnared in an endless slumber. Please wear it, for perhaps one day it may awaken once more. Lin Shi, no, that cannot be right. Let me take another look. He rubbed his eyes and peered once more at the appraisal result, then shut them again. It still felt amiss, mostly wrong, in fact. Slowly, Lin Shi raised his right hand and brought it sharply to his face. Slap! The sound rang clear. A fiery sting enveloped his cheek, and Lin Shi opened his eyes wide. Indeed, Zhou Qizhe, you have met your end. Unable to contain his exclamation, Lin Shi quickly covered his mouth, striving to quell the surge of exhilaration and regain his composure. What was this? This jade was in fact a divine beast, one of the 4 treasures of calamity, the ancient jade fish. Although it lay in slumber, depleted of energy and uncertain of its capacity to awaken, none of this could diminish the fact that this exquisite hook jade was, indeed, an artifact of a legendary Pokémon. Gratitude to the Jade Emperor, the Queen Mother, the great sage equal to heaven and the Earth God. Lin Shi muttered a jumbled array of thanks, his joy palpable. He carefully stowed the item in his backpack, secured the safe, and exited. Aunt Wu, I have found the item. I shall take my leave now. I apologize for the disturbance. After bidding farewell to the housekeeper, Lin Shi hastened away. Upon leaving the Zhou residence, he made a beeline for a boutique to select a necklace cord for the Gem of Calamity. He threaded the exquisite cord through the jade's opening and slowly adorned it around his neck. Since the appraisal indicated the necessity of wearing it, Lin Shi surmised that this might restore the ancient jade fish's strength. Gazing at the pendant upon his neck, Lin Shi felt satisfaction, yet sensed a hint of unease. The jade was exceedingly splendid. With this thought, he re-entered the store to purchase a high-quality amulet pouch, placing the jade within and hanging it around his neck. This is much better. Though it concealed the jade's brilliance, it also provided Lin Shi with a measure of reassurance. After completing these arrangements, Lin Shi glanced at the proof of burial and the love letter nestled in his backpack, reassured that, having acquired the items, the task would surely be executed flawlessly. Everything proceeded smoothly. Upon confirming that Lin Shi's submitted documentation was impeccable, personnel were dispatched to escort him to the cemetery. Mr. Lin, this is likely your first visit here. You may wish to familiarize yourself. Our plots are quite appealing, well-lit, warm in winter and cool in summer. Should you find satisfaction, feel free to order more. As the staff continued speaking, Lin Shi stepped on his foot lightly, recalling his earlier impulse to hurl Zhou Qizhe's ashes at him. My apologies, Mr. Lin. I used to work in real estate. It's a professional habit. The staff member repeatedly apologized. Lin Shi chose not to press the matter further, yet he felt assured that this worker would inevitably face retribution. Soon, they arrived at the designated location, row 3, plot 11. At that moment, an elderly man was tending to a nearby grave, which was adorned with offerings evidently having been recently honored. As Lin Shi approached, the elder glanced at him and nodded, saying, "You are quite fortunate." Lin Shi responded, "Is this how everyone speaks in your cemetery? Your plot is beside my daughter S. Is that not fortunate?" The elder spoke with a blend of sadness and pride. "Your daughter?" Lin Shi curiously examined the tombstone before the elder, which bore the name by Mengyan. Indeed, Lin Shi interred Zhou Qi's urn alongside the love letter, laying to rest this once mighty entrepreneur who had possessed immense wealth. No one wept, nor did anyone pay their respects. Yet Lin Shi believed he would be content. A thoughtful and devoted businessman. This was the epitaph Lin Shi composed for him. That night, Lin Shi slumbered soundly in his room, while the bear cub lay asleep in a small bed nearby, its mouth glistening with dew. Lin Shi sensed that it appeared rather insecure. Meanwhile, the serpent, curled tightly in slumber, bore a pained expression upon its face, indicating that its dreams were far from pleasant. Surrounded by darkness, foul odors permeated the air. This was not an escape, but rather a descent into death. Yet, what difference did it make? Both were forms of liberation. The spirits here were dwindling. Many familiar companions had ultimately succumbed, had they not? The family of white mice, the 3 bald gophers, the 3-headed bird. This could not continue. Observing the huddled forms of his brethren behind him, as the elder brother, I must save them. Bang bang. Was that the sound of the door opening? Had the demons returned? The last experiment had succeeded. It was said that Lord D9 was quite pleased and wished to continue the trials. The serpent watched as the door creaked open, knowing this was its chance. It gathered all its strength and bolted forth like lightning, venturing alone into the darkness. Walls confined it on all sides, with no escape in sight. Something has escaped. The clamorous voices of men echoed from all directions. The blaring alarm was deafening. Lin Shi could hear countless footsteps and detect myriad scents. They were closing in on me. There is no escape. No. Hey, serpent. Wake up, dawn is breaking. What was that voice? The walls began to crumble, the crowd retreating like a receding tide, and the space grew ever brighter, light enveloping all. The serpent opened its eyes, meeting Lin Shi's anxious face. Oh yes, I was not captured. I escaped. The day had been notably sparse in numbers. Hey, are you still sleepy? Seeing the myriad expressions flicker across the serpent's face, Lin Shi felt a twinge of fear that it might be trapped in a stupor. Get up and eat. Today, we shall venture to the White Water Forest to find your companions. Upon hearing Lin Shi's words, the serpent's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. Indeed, Chapter 44, Pursuit of the Constellation, Polaris. In the western region of the White Water Forest, Lin Shi soared through the canopy on his Gyarados, employing the search panel to meticulously scout for the location of the elusive Milotic, gradually narrowing down the area of inquiry. By the way, Superior, how did you manage to depart from the Milotic on your own? Lin Shi inquired of the serpent nestled in his backpack. This was not the first time he posed a question, yet each time, Superior would exhibit signs of distress, conveying a message that remained elusive to Lin Shi. It seemed that a horrific incident had transpired, leaving Superior profoundly shaken. This insight heightened Lin Shi's vigilance, alerting him to potential dangers lurking ahead. The western expanse of the White Water Forest, though modest in size, boasted a higher density and level of Pokémon compared to the southern and eastern regions. The latter two areas were adjacent to human settlements, while the west bordered a desolate expanse of barren Gobi. Nevertheless, under the formidable presence of Lin Shi's Gyarados, few Pokémon dared to provoke them. As twilight descended, the sun's golden rays bathed the forest in a warm hue. Having completed his search of the western zone, Lin Shi noted no unusual behavior from Superior, nor any results from the search system. Thus far, he had thoroughly explored the southern, eastern, western, and a substantial portion of the central regions. Only the north-central area remained, a territory renowned for its high Pokémon levels, dense vegetation, and intricate terrain. The northern section of the White Water Forest did not adjoin another city, but rather bordered the expansive North River Source Nature Reserve, the largest sanctuary for wild Pokémon in the northeastern region. This nature reserve encompassed nearly half of the land area of Baishan City, teeming with powerful wild Pokémon. Unauthorized entry was strictly prohibited, and capturing the creatures within could lead to charges of poaching. Consequently, The Pokémon residing in the northern sector of the White Water Forest were significantly stronger than those in other areas, which was precisely why Lin Shi had chosen to delay exploration there. However, he harbored concerns that if he failed to locate the Milotic in the northern region, it might well be ensconced within the nature reserve, an area not to be trifled with. As dawn broke, sunlight filtered through leaves adorned with morning dew, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. The refreshing ambience, accompanied by the melodious chirping of birds, evoked a profound sense of tranquility. Lin Shi emerged from his tent, stretching languidly. It had been the most comfortable night spent in the wild, free from strange noises, disturbances, and with an unwitting sentinel in the form of a massive onyx. "Thank you, Onyx," Lin Shi said, patting the creature's colossal head. After rousing his Pokémon for breakfast, he set forth in a northerly direction to commence the day's exploration. The autumn air grew crisp, heralding the rapid approach of winter in the north. Treading carefully along a path blanketed with fallen leaves, Lin Shi advanced cautiously. The journey was relatively uneventful, with no formidable Pokémon obstructing his way. For the most part, they coexisted peacefully, each minding their own business. Upon exiting the dense woodlands, Lin Shi encountered a considerably wider dirt road, faint traces of tire tracks visible upon the surface. Could it be a ranger's vehicle? He mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Suddenly, Superior emerged from the confines of the backpack, its body erect as it sniffed the air intently. "Have you made a discovery?" Lin Shi hastily unstrapped the backpack. At that moment, Superior seemed to have discerned a direction, continuously flicking its tongue. "Let us investigate," Lin Shi urged, following the path indicated by Superior. The search panel continued to yield no results, leading Lin Shi to suspect that they were merely too distant. As he ventured further, the presence of Pokémon around him diminished, and the tire tracks became more pronounced and densely clustered. Consulting his map, Lin Shi estimated he had traversed approximately 3 to 4 kilometers when, at last, the search panel reacted. Superior wriggled restlessly within the backpack. Initially, Lin Shi assumed its agitation stemmed from excitement, but soon realized that something was amiss. It appeared to be perturbed and frightened. "What troubles you?" he asked, gently holding Superior's head and giving it a slight shake. He noticed that Superior's eyes had taken on a reddish hue, its expression contorted, as if recalling some dreadful memory. Lin Shi furrowed his brow, steeling himself as he proceeded cautiously. Within a mere 200 meters, he concealed himself behind a large tree, carefully aligning his gaze with the position indicated by the search panel. Strange, he pondered. I should be able to see something. Before him lay an expansive clearing, devoid of anything but dirt, weeds, and a few massive boulders, seemingly unremarkable, with no obstructions in sight. Upon closer examination of the panel, Lin Shi realized that the Milotic's location appeared to be underground. How to descend? He wondered. Is there a hidden passage? He scanned the surroundings, but discerned nothing unusual, prompting him to consider investigating further. Just as he was about to advance, he felt a sudden constriction around his arm. Superior had coiled tightly around him. "What is it?" Lin Shi asked, observing the serpent's agitation. "Are you warning me not to proceed? Is there danger?" Superior nodded gravely in response. "Rue." A bear cub pressed its ears to the ground, pointing in another direction with a call. Lin Shi cautiously concealed himself behind a tree, cradling the bear cub and lying low in the foliage, using the brush to shield his body as he focused on the direction indicated by the bear cub. Moments later, several ordinary trucks approached, each laden with large boxes obscured by plastic, rendering their contents indistinct. What business do they have in this desolate place? Lin Shi wondered, his eyes widening in surprise as he witnessed a remarkable sight. A door seemingly materialized from the surface of a massive rock, and individuals clad in peculiar uniforms emerged, their garments adorned with a striking emblem resembling both a star and an eye. The design appeared strangely familiar to Lin Shi. Before he could ponder further, the emerging figures engaged in conversation with the truck drivers. Together, they began offloading the boxes from the trucks, transporting them underground. A faint sound reached Lin Shi's ears. Mimicking the bear cub, he pressed his ears to the ground and closed his eyes, listening intently. It seemed to be the cries of Pokémon. Are those boxes filled with Pokémon? He wondered. Are they engaged in illegal poaching? No, that couldn't be right. As he scrutinized the star-shaped emblem, A sudden realization struck him. Due to his aunt's influence, he had previously encountered material related to such organizations, and he had always thought he would never encounter them in his lifetime. Yet, here he was, discovering a trace of them today. According to what he knew, the Polaris organization claimed to be the harbingers guiding humanity toward the future, akin to the North Star illuminating the night, dispelling the confusion in people's hearts and steering them toward the right path. However, this was merely a facade, a deceitful narrative they projected to the outside world. In truth, they were a band of deranged lunatics, having committed unspeakable atrocities across various regions of the globe. It was staggering to find one of their strongholds here. Unsurprisingly, the Milotic was likely imprisoned underground, much like the Pokémon he had just observed. Chapter 45. Departure, Annihilation of the Stronghold. Lin Shi had not anticipated encountering Polaris, a globally infamous criminal organization. Now, he began to understand why the snake-like creature became increasingly agitated as it drew closer. Perhaps its experiences there were far from pleasant. Meanwhile, after relocating all the elves underground, several individuals swiftly departed in a truck, while those in uniforms reopened the entrance to the underground facility. The forest gradually returned to tranquility. As if nothing had transpired, the desolate land remained as barren as ever. Hiss! Once everyone had vacated, the serpent creature leapt from Lin Shi's backpack and began to crawl slowly toward the recently revealed underground entrance. Hey, what are you doing? Lin Shi swiftly grasped the creature. You can't just crawl over there. It's like turning on the lights in a restroom to invite danger. Hiss! The serpent's eyes turned a vivid red, its agitation palpable as it struggled fiercely in Lin Shi's grip. Standing protectively in front of the serpent was the bear cub, extending its arms to block the creature's path. Its expression serious as it pointed toward Lin Shi. It understood that the bear cub was right. If it proceeded, it would not only endanger itself, but also implicate Lin Shi. Lin Shi reassured the serpent, carefully noting the location of the desolate land as he retreated cautiously. His upbringing taught him that when confronted by villains, one should not act recklessly. Indeed, he was no match for the Polaris organization. However, the alliance could be. Thus, he chose to alert the authorities. Baishan City Public Security Bureau. Ren Yuyao was listening to reports from her subordinates, her expression somewhat grim. After concluding the briefing, she gently rubbed her temples with her slender fingers, appearing rather fatigued. Knock, knock. Come in. As soon as Ren Yuyao's words fell, a short-haired girl entered the room. Aunt Yao, judging by your appearance, it seems you haven't uncovered any leads. The newcomer was Ning from Northern University. Spotting Ren Yuyao's troubled demeanor, she realized the investigation had hit a deadlock. Approaching Ren Yuyao from behind, she gently massaged her temples. Aunt Yao, please take care of your health and don't overexert yourself. Knowing that there may be a Polaris stronghold in Baishan City, how can I possibly rest? Ren Yuyao sighed, continuing, we must uproot this stronghold swiftly. We cannot allow the tragedies that have occurred elsewhere to repeat in Baishan City. Observing Ren Yuyao's resolute expression, Ning felt a deep admiration. Indeed, Ren Yuyao was a commendable leader. Yet, she also felt a tinge of frustration, uncertain if any breakthroughs would emerge in the time to come. Knock, knock. Another knock echoed. Gumin. Ren Yuyao's clear voice rang out. Lin Shi, what brings you here? What happened to you? The visitor was Lin Shi, who, after discovering the Polaris organization, had hurriedly made his way here without delay. His attire was soiled with dirt and dew from the forest, and a fallen leaf was even lodged in his hair. Aunt Yao, I have something crucial to report. Ren Yuyao paused. What is it? Lin Shi glanced around, noticing Ning's presence. Without time to greet her, he leaned closer to Ren Yuyao, whispering urgently. What? You found a potential Polaris stronghold? Ren Yuyao exclaimed in astonishment. Lin Shi smirked. Aunt Yao, how did you manage to attain your position with such a lack of composure? After all, the entire police department has labored for weeks in search of any clues. You, however, have pinpointed their lair. Who wouldn't be exhilarated by such news? What? Lin Shi, you uncovered the Polaris stronghold? Ning's shock was no less than Ren Yuyao's. Could it be that my earlier prayers truly bore fruit? Lin Shi nodded, summarizing the situation while judiciously omitting certain details. Upon hearing him, Ren Yuyao's expression brightened. She understood Lin Shi well. He was a prudent individual who would never fabricate stories or joke about such matters. This is indeed a stroke of luck. Ren Yao rose promptly, rallying her team. Time is of the essence. To prevent prolonged uncertainty, we shall strike decisively to dismantle the enemy's stronghold. Soon, an elite team was fully equipped and prepared for action. These were the finest officers from the Baishan City Public Security Bureau, each possessing impeccable backgrounds and unwavering loyalty. "What are you doing, Lin Shi?" Ren Yao noticed him standing naturally among the team, looking at her with a puzzled expression. "I'm coming with you," Lin Shi replied nonchalantly, then added, "Given the complex terrain of the Baishui forest, as the sole individual privy to the Polaris Stronghold's location, shouldn't I serve as your guide?" "That's unnecessary," Ren Yao asserted, producing an electronic map for Lin Shi to mark the location. "This mission is perilous. I cannot afford to worry about you. You might as well resign yourself to the idea of not accompanying us." Lin Shi did not take the map. "Aunt Yao, you are aware of the Bai Shui Forest's intricate terrain. Relying solely on a map would be inadequate. It would lack precision. A slight error could lead you far off course, risking alerting the enemy. Therefore, allow me to guide you. I am intimately familiar with this area and can ensure you reach your destination swiftly and accurately. Besides, I can remain outside and wait for you. Surely that is acceptable?" Lin Shi's arguments were swift and coherent, his rapid-fire reasoning causing Ren Yao to waver. She had to concede that he had a point. "Still, this is not a trivial matter. If something were to happen to you, how would I explain it to your parents?" Ren Yao frowned, shaking her head, determined to refuse. "Aunt Yao, please let Lin Shi accompany us," Xiao Ning interjected unexpectedly. "Xiao Ning, why are you also chipping in?" Ren Yao had not finished her sentence when Xiao Ning continued. "I believe Lin Shi possesses considerable potential and will undoubtedly face no issues. I would also like to witness his capabilities." Turning back to Ren Yao with a smile, she added, "Isn't that right, Aunt Yao?" Ren Yao's pupils constricted. She understood the implications behind Xiao Ning's words. Given Xiao Ning's abilities at school, if Lin Shi demonstrated sufficient potential, he might be eligible for early admission to Northern University. Indeed, what Xiao Ning says holds merit. Furthermore, Aunt Yao, you always emphasize the dangers posed by Polaris. I wish to witness it firsthand. It would grant me experience should we encounter them again in the future. Lin Shi chimed in, swaying Ren Yao's resolve. After a brief moment, Ren Yao inhaled deeply, gazing at Lin Shi. "An exception this time, but you must follow orders." "Yes, sir." Chapter 46, The Research of Multi-Integral Spirits. As midday passed, a group traversed the forest, their garments brushing against the foliage, producing a gentle rustling sound. "Aunt, do we have enough people?" Lin Shi inquired. "After all, we are intruding upon their stronghold. It stands to reason that they would not be lacking in numbers." "Do not worry," Lin Shi came to reply, not from Ren Yao, but from Xiao Ning. "By the way, why is Sister Xiao Ning part of the team? Aren't you a student? Given Aunt's nature, how could she permit your presence?" Lin Shi turned his gaze toward Xiao Ning. "Because I accepted a task from the school," Xiao Ning beamed, clearly in high spirits about locating the Polaris stronghold. "A task from school?" Lin Shi queried, intrigued, as this was the first he had heard of such matters. "You will naturally understand once you enter university. Are you aware of the hierarchical classifications within the Polaris organization's strongholds?" "Strongholds have classifications?" Lin Shi asked, puzzled, wondering what significance such hierarchies held. The Polaris organization is no ordinary entity. They perceive themselves as the harbingers of humanity's direction. To explore new avenues of development, they have embarked on numerous bloody, brutal, and inhumane research projects. To ensure that each project can proceed smoothly without interference, they have established a plethora of strongholds worldwide, each marked by a level indicating the importance of the respective experiment. The result of this structure is that even if a particular project stronghold is discovered and destroyed by the Alliance, it will not hinder the progress of other experimental projects. The classification of each stronghold corresponds to the internal significance attributed to the experiment, divided into 4 tiers: B, C, and D. The higher the level, the greater the number of protective personnel, and the stronger the security measures. After a pause, Xiao Ning continued, "In a sense, These project classifications also reflect the severity of the potential impacts they may cause. Impacts? Lin Shi mused, stroking his chin. Indeed, Xiaoning nodded. Most of these experiments are mad and perilous. The Polaris organization conducts research frantically, yet remains unable to control its outcomes. Speaking of which, she tilted her head toward Lin Shi. Have you heard of the incident in the Fog City region where an entire city fell into slumber? Lin Shi nodded. Of course. Wasn't it said that it was caused by the legendary Pokémon Darkrai? At Lin Shi's words, Xiaoning shook her head. In truth, the instigator of that event was the Polaris organization. At the time, the Polaris stronghold in that city was classified as B3, and their research involved the dream powers of Pokémon. They sought to harness dreams as a source of energy, even aiming to invade the legendary dream world. However, something went awry in their research, unleashing a powerful force of dreams that plunged countless humans and Pokémon into an eternal sleep, unable to awaken until death. This surge of dream power also attracted Darkrai's attention. It descended from the void in a wrathful fury, using its formidable power to obliterate that Polaris stronghold, even putting all the inhabitants of the city into a deep slumber. Fortunately, after vanquishing those who attempted to manipulate the power of dreams, Darkrai calmed its rage and departed, allowing the entire city to awaken. Lin Shi inhaled deeply, realizing the intricacies behind this incident, which deepened his understanding of the Polaris organization. Indeed, it is a formidable and enigmatic organization. According to our investigations, the stronghold in Baishan City should only be a D-level stronghold, likely ranking low, around D7 to D9. Based on previous experiences, our team is more than sufficient to handle it. Moreover, we are not limited to just these individuals, Xiaoning remarked with a confident smile. Lin Shi grasped the implication, understanding why they were so fearless. It seemed reinforcements were at hand. In the forest, the path was strewn with fallen leaves, dancing in the breeze like a natural funeral. Following Lin Shi, the group proceeded cautiously, soon reaching the dirt road within the woods, spotting tire tracks on the ground, indicating that the security team knew their destination was near. All personnel, remain alert, Ren Yuyao commanded as the group stealthily moved toward the wasteland. There, do you see that large rock? It is actually a concealed entrance. Beneath the great tree, Lin Shi pointed to the massive stone in the wasteland, speaking in hushed tones. Ren Yuyao nodded. Indeed, it aligns with the Polaris organization's style of concealment. With a wave of her hand, she turned and declared, "Commence operations." Within the D9 stronghold of the Polaris organization, in a brightly lit laboratory, an elderly man with graying hair was excitedly jotting down notes. Before him lay a peculiar Pokémon on the experiment table, resembling an egg, aptly named Egg. However, this was not merely an egg, it was a fragment, precisely 1/6 of it. Suddenly, a vibrant green seed was expelled from the egg's mouth, imbued with grass-type energy, and upon hitting the ground, it sprouted instantly. Observing the egg's use of the seed bomb, the old man's face broke into an even more delighted smile. Although it was merely a low-powered grass-type maneuver at that moment, it held immense value for him, as it was not executed by a complete Pokémon egg, but rather by part of it. It is noteworthy that these multi-integral spirits are only considered a single Pokémon when united. Their abilities are released collectively as a group. If any member is absent, not only is it impossible to execute skills, but maintaining balance also becomes a challenge. Yet, this particular egg could independently use skills. Imagine if all 6 members of a complete egg could each unleash their abilities in battles, whether in skill power or in executing surprise attacks with other techniques. The potential would be remarkable. Many such spirits exist, including Diglett, Magneton, Clink, Turtwig, and even semi-legendary beings like Metagross and Dragapult. However, as the old man pondered this, his expression suddenly darkened. His experiments had been on the cusp of success, and he had paid a significant price to acquire those resources. Yet at the critical moment, his most perfect specimen had escaped. Curse those incompetent fools. They couldn't even keep track of a single Pokémon. It's all the fault of those higher-ups sending personnel to explore some secret realm, leaving us vulnerable, or else it would never have had the chance to flee. But it mattered not. The old man gazed at the egg on the experiment table, a manic smile spreading across his face. A new perfect specimen would soon be born. Once the experiment succeeded, he could delve deeper into understanding the interrelations among these multi-integral spirits. Then, he would artificially create multi-integral spirits, merging unrelated Pokémon into one. He would show those blind fools the magnitude of their mistake in classifying his project as D9. Just as he reveled in his splendid fantasies, the entire underground base suddenly trembled, followed by the shrill sound of alarms echoing through the air. The old man's pupils dilated in shock, his face paling as he muttered, Chapter 47, Fierce Battle. The Big Dipper. The urgent and piercing alarm echoed throughout the stronghold, striking terror into the hearts of the old man and his assistants. Just then, the metallic door of the laboratory swung open abruptly, and a man wearing a silver mask adorned with the Big Dipper insignia strode in with purpose, though clad in the standard uniform. The attire bore not only the emblem of the North Star, but also the encompassing pattern of the Big Dipper. What has transpired? The old man inquired hastily upon seeing the man. Dr. D9, regrettably, our stronghold has been discovered by the Alliance, and they are forcefully breaching our defenses. You must evacuate immediately, the man relayed, his words rapid yet composed, detailing the dire situation. What? Upon hearing the man's revelation, Dr. D9 appeared to be drained of strength, staggering backward as if about to collapse. Why must it happen at this moment? My experiment was on the verge of success. Seemingly overwhelmed by the shock, Dr. D9 muttered in disbelief. Boom! A tremendous sound reverberated from outside, indicating that the battlefield was alarmingly close to the laboratory. Hold them off, Dr. D9 commanded, his face ashen, before turning toward the secret passage within the lab. Boom! None of you shall escape. Before Dr. D9 could flee, a deafening crash echoed from the metallic door, which was deformed by an overwhelming force. A colossal metallic serpent's head slithered through the opening, revealing a burly, dark-skinned, middle-aged man standing atop it. Upon sighting Dr. D9, who had not yet managed to escape, the man smiled. Just in time, he gestured nonchalantly, directing his gaze toward the masked figure. You must be the Big Dipper's pivot here, correct? It's exhilarating to finally engage in combat with the North Star's Big Dipper. The robust man introduced himself. I am Jin Shirkai, the master of the Baishan Dojo. He was indeed the external aide mentioned by Chioning, and with their formal alliance, the operation commenced. Jin Shirkai, renowned for his formidable prowess, charged forward with the support of Ren Yuyo and others, aiming directly for the heart of the enemy. Allow me to test the strength of your D-rank pivot, he declared. Steel Serpent, Stone Spike Attack. With a thunderous roar, the power of the rock type coalesced and sharp. Massive stone spikes erupted from the ground, forming a treacherous path towards the pivot with astonishing momentum. Quick Fist, Sonic Punch. In a critical moment, a lightning-fast humanoid Pokémon appeared before the pivot, its fist striking in rapid succession, shattering the incoming stone blades. Indeed, there is some substance to this, Jin Shirkai observed, a smile gracing his face. Now this is intriguing. The Big Dipper was the combat division of the North Star organization, responsible for the security of all strongholds. The 7 most formidable trainers within each stronghold were bestowed with the titles of the Big Dipper, ranked in order of strength: Pivot, Xian, Ji, Quan, Hung, Yang, and Guang, with the Pivot being the strongest and Guang the weakest. Thus, it was no surprise that Jin Shirkai's opponent was the Pivot of the D9 stronghold. While Jin Shirkai reveled in excitement and confidence, the Pivot's brow glistened with cold sweat. He recognized that he was no match for the dojo master before him. Iron Palm Warrior, use force. Thunder Beast, unleash Shockwave. Without hesitation, the Pivot summoned 2 Pokémon, launching a vigorous assault as they emerged. Steel Serpent, Rock Slide. King Copper Elephant, Heavy Stomp. Jin Shirkai summoned his own Pokémon, a large orange-green elephant exuding a bronze sheen, its heavy form causing the ground to tremble upon its entrance. The battle was poised for eruption. Meanwhile, in a hall outside the laboratory, combat was also underway. Ren Yuyo and Chioning stood shoulder to shoulder, cautiously observing 2 masked figures of the Big Dipper before them, who appear to be ranked 2nd and 3rd, Xian and Ji. Be cautious, Chioning whispered to Ren Yuyo, who nodded in acknowledgement. Black Luja, Roar. Drill Horn, Rock Break. Unable to contain themselves, the opposing Big Dipper launched their assault first. The deafening roar accompanied by a barrage of rocks and debris. Chi-Chi Qingyao Dragon Pulse. Water Arrow Turtle Water Pulse. Boom. Rin Yuyo and Xiaoning swiftly countered, unleashing their own attacks. The clash of skills produced a cacophony, dust swirling in the air, water vapor dispersing in all directions. Thus, skirmishes erupted throughout the stronghold, with the security team and Baishan Dojo members collaborating to combat the Big Dipper within. The intensity of the battles escalated. Inside the stronghold, the sounds resembled the popping of firecrackers, leaving one to wonder about the unfolding situation. Elsewhere, Lin Shi concealed himself beneath a large tree not far from the stronghold, listening intently to the crackling sounds emanating from within. Though anxious, all he could do was wait. Boom! A louder explosion resonated from the stronghold, and Lin Shi sensed the ground tremble beneath him. The battle was indeed fierce. Hiss! The snake bug in Lin Shi's backpack was equally restless, having been agitated since the onset of the conflict. Were it not for Lin Shi and Bear Baby holding it back, it would have likely dashed into the stronghold by now. Stay calm. You need not worry, with the police and the dojo's presence. If the stronghold's strength truly mirrors Xiaoning's claims, victory is merely a matter of time. I shall take you to find the Mijidasha at the earliest opportunity. Lin Shi soothed the snake bug. Hiss! Suddenly, the snake bug exhibited unusual behavior, prompting Lin Shi to react slowly. By the time he realized, the snake bug had already wriggled far away, seemingly intent on entering the basement. Lin Shi's thoughts wavered as he assessed his strength against the Big Dipper, watching the direction the snake bug had taken, before exhaling slowly. It is worth a try. One must venture into the tiger's den to seize the cub. For the sake of capturing Mijidasha, this risk is worth taking, especially since I am not heading to the main battlefield, where the danger is comparatively lower. Bear Baby, Garridos. Let's go. The snake bug saved my life once. I must return the favor this time. This is the North Star stronghold? Upon entering the underground, Lin Shi frowned at the dim surroundings, the air thick with a nauseating odor. He observed long corridors lined with imprisoned Pokémon, each displaying a listless demeanor. As the snake bug and Lin Shi entered, the captive Pokémon emitted cries of distress. Hiss! Yet, the snake bug paid no heed to the imprisoned creatures, instead making its way to the deepest part of the corridor, where a notably superior room awaited at its end. Inside, Lin Shi beheld a colossal apple, submerged in an unknown liquid within a cultivation dish. Hiss! The snake bug emitted a furious cry, yet the apple remained unresponsive, standing silently. Do not fret, snake bug. Bear Baby, use cut to open this iron door. Whoosh! Bear Baby swung its massive white claws against the iron door, quickly distorting it until it cracked open. The snake swiftly burrowed inside. Upon entering the chamber, or rather, the enclosure, Lin Shi gained a clearer perspective. At its center stood a colossal culture dish, within which the serpentine form of the Mijidai serpent was immersed. A closer inspection revealed a network of conduits connecting the liquid to its anatomy, seemingly infusing it with a relentless surge of energy. This observation contrasted sharply with the absence of such apparatuses among the other Pokémon encountered along the way, prompting Lin Shi to ponder the uniqueness of this Mijidai serpent. Something amiss was detected. The apparatus appeared to be malfunctioning, as such devices were designed for a gradual and consistent nutrient delivery to ensure optimal absorption and safety. However, this particular instrument was observed to be injecting an excessive amount of nutrients into the Mijidai serpent system at an alarming rate. Unable to maneuver, the serpent was left to passively absorb the influx, causing its body to swell to an alarming degree. The potential for rupture loomed. A palpable sense of urgency emanated from the serpentine creature. Lin Shi promptly approached, intent on deactivating the apparatus, only to discover that the entire mechanism was hermetically sealed, impervious to manual force. It was surmised that the device's operation was contingent upon a control switch, but despite Lin Shi's exhaustive manipulation of all buttons, the apparatus remained inert. Evidently, the preceding conflict had not only disrupted the energy transmission network, but also compromised the electrical infrastructure. Baoba, cleave it open and shatter the culture dish. In the absence of a civilized solution, brute force was deemed necessary. Igu. With unwavering resolve, Baoba assented. Cognizant of the gravity of the situation, it vigorously swung its claws against the apparatus's exterior. Despite Baoba's relentless assault, the outer shell proved remarkably resilient, yielding only minor abrasions. Nonetheless, Lin Shi anticipated that with sufficient time, breaching the enclosure would be achievable. Duan, as Lin Shi and Baoba relentlessly assaulted the apparatus's exterior, a sudden reverberation emanated from the entrance. The basement door swung open, revealing a figure hastily and frantically entering, as if fleeing for their life. Who is it? Lin Shi and the newcomer simultaneously ceased their actions, voicing their inquiry while scrutinizing each other's visages. As their expressions intensified, an atmosphere of palpable tension descended. Unrecognized, in an instant, their gazes sharpened. Under such circumstances, an unfamiliar encounter signified an adversary. Bally Dragon, Dragon Pulse. Baoxiang Ape, Eruption. With near simultaneity, the two initiated their assault. A draconic energy wave collided violently with a torrent of flames, resulting in an instantaneous detonation. The reverberations of the explosion elicited a cacophony of roars from the captive Pokémon confined within their enclosures, their voices ranging from trepidation to fury. Lin Shi's countenance betrayed a somber gravity. His opponent was adorned with a silver mask emblazoned with the constellation of Ursa Major. Based on his aunt's recent exposition, this individual was likely one of the 7 most formidable trainers stationed at this stronghold. The luminescence of the 7th star on the mask suggested that he was the least potent of the Yaoguang. This revelation afforded Lin Shi a modicum of relief. Baoxiang Ape. Charged Flame Assault. The Yaoguang maintained a relentless offensive. The crimson-hued, flamboyant simian at his vanguard was engulfed in flames, swiftly advancing upon Lin Shi and the Bally Dragon. Bally Dragon, Aqua Drill. With a resounding roar, the Bally Dragon ascended, its crimson form enveloped by a spiraling vortex of water. As the rotational velocity increased, the moisture surrounding the Bally Dragon coalesced into a drill, employing the waterfall technique. Through diligent practice, the Bally Dragon had mastered the Aqua Drill, manifesting a colossal, cerulean green-crimson drill within the corridor in an instant. With an aura of impending annihilation, it hurtled towards the flame-engulfed Baoxiang Ape. Squeak! Upon initial contact, the Baoxiang Ape was immediately overwhelmed by the sheer force of the drill, resulting in excruciating pain in its extremities. It summoned an even more ferocious conflagration in an attempt to withstand the Bally Dragon's assault. However, it soon became apparent that its flames were but a futile gesture in the face of the gargantuan Aqua Drill. What is this? The Yaoguang was equally astounded by the spectacle unfolding before him. Reacting swiftly, he retrieved another spirit ball. Gala Gala, Bone Club Barrage. A Pokémon adorned with a resilient osseous mask and wielding a bone club materialized before him. The bone club shimmered with a pearlescent luminescence as it ascended, emitting a series of sonic booms as it struck towards the Bally Dragon with devastating force. In the face of the dual assault, Lin Shi's Bally Dragon exhibited an augmented battle fervor. The vortex drill surrounding it rotated at an increasingly frenetic pace, rendering the flow of water nearly imperceptible, resembling a solid drill levitating in midair. The Bally Dragon's eyes gleamed with a latent golden radiance. With a resounding bellow, the Aqua Drill accelerated dramatically, effortlessly breaching the combined defensive line of the Baoxiang Ape and Gala Gala. Both Pokémon were propelled into the air, their countenances etched with agony, demonstrably injured. Well done, Bally Dragon. Those many energy cubes were not consumed in vain. Elated by this outcome, Lin Shi promptly issued his command, Bally Dragon, employ Aqua Tail. Upon hearing Lin Shi's directive, the vortex surrounding the Bally Dragon dissipated into vapor, rapidly coalescing upon its caudal appendage. With a deft maneuver, the Bally Dragon executed a divine tail swing, forming an elongated stream of water that swiftly and forcefully struck the airborne, suffering Baoxiang Ape and Gala Gala. Bang! The Aqua Tail struck its mark, sending the two Pokémon hurtling through the air like projectiles launched from a slingshot, impacting the corridor wall on the opposite side, rendering them temporarily incapacitated. The Yaoguang was momentarily stunned, his complexion ashen, completely unprepared for such a swift defeat. The Bally Dragon was exceptionally formidable, triumphant over its adversaries. Lin Shi's Bally Dragon exuded an indomitable aura, ceaselessly circling and spewing flames. A golden radiance emanated from its form, amplifying its potency. The Bally Dragon's innate overconfidence trait was activated, augmenting its attack prowess upon defeating its opponents. Bally Dragon, initiate Earthquake. Lin Shi was mindful that the conflict remained unresolved. Uncertain if his adversary would unleash even more formidable Pokémon, he opted to seize the initiative by commanding the Bally Dragon to execute the Earthquake technique. A potent maneuver acquired through the use of Skill Machine. The Bally Dragon violently swung its tail, imbuing the ground with terrestrial energy, triggering a series of tremors. The vibrations intensified rapidly, causing the surrounding walls and enclosures to convulse. Under the Bally Dragon's command, the seismic waves converged into a concentrated earthquake, surging towards the Yaoguang. Chapter 49. Return to Position. Random Light. Yaoguang sensed the approaching earthquake and turned pale, hastily summoning his last two Pokémon, a Nidoking and a Sandshrew. As soon as they emerged, they united to employ the Protect move, raising a pale green shield that struggled to fend off the earthquake's onslaught. Observing the newly summoned Pokémon on the opposite side, Lin Shi swiftly utilized his identification skill, quickly realizing that their levels and abilities paled in comparison to the earlier Infernape and Golem. A sigh of relief escaped him. Fortune favored Lin Shi. Yaoguang's two primary combat Pokémon were entirely countered by the Gyarados. Moreover, due to excessive caution and a desire to probe, Yaoguang was caught off guard and fell victim to a relentless series of attacks from the Gyarados, making the eventual outcome uncertain. Roaring in frustration upon seeing his attack thwarted, the Gyarados unleashed a torrent of ground-type energy. Waves of intensified earthquake attacks surged toward Yaoguang, threatening to shatter the protective barrier surrounding his Pokémon. Recognizing the Gyarados' complete control over the situation, Lin Shi redirected his focus to the bear cub and the Milotic. At that moment, the Silcoon was frantically crying out, attempting to rouse its slumbering brethren within the incubator. However, it remained uncertain whether the Milotic had succumbed to an unknown influence or if the soundproofing of the apparatus was too effective. The Silcoon's pleas fell on deaf ears. With a fierce determination, the bear cub pounded against the apparatus's shield, igniting sparks from its fists. Lin Shi, observing this peculiar phenomenon, began to comprehend the implications. With each successive strike, the sparks intensified, transforming the bear cub's fury into formidable power. Gradually, the flames enveloped its entire fist, exponentially increasing its strength. Fire Punch. The apparatus's shell shattered under the impact, spilling pale green nutrient fluid everywhere. Lin Shi understood. Indeed, crisis was the greatest teacher. The bear cub, having struggled to master Fire Punch, had finally grasped it under these pressing circumstances. Hissing, the Silcoon, seeing the bear cub breach the outer shell, swiftly darted through the opening. Emerging from the hollow above a massive apple, its head popped out, and with a series of hisses, it opened its eyes in succession. However, this was not the time for reminiscing. The energy that had surged into the Milotic was still roiling within it, akin to a balloon on the verge of bursting. Desperately seeking release, it raised its head to gaze at Lin Shi, who reciprocated the look, understanding the unspoken message. Where did such a large apple come from? Lin Shi pointed at Yaoguang and his two batter Pokémon, instructing Milotic, use Random Light. Obeying Lin Shi's command, the Milotic opened its mouth wide, its dragon-like horns shimmering and elongating as potent dragon-type energy coalesced within. With a forceful exhalation, a pale green energy beam erupted forth. The brilliant light illuminated the basement as the robust energy beam obliterated the hastily erected protective barrier of Yaoguang's Pokémon, sending them and their trainer crashing against the wall. Continuing its onslaught, the Milotic directed its mouth upward, expelling the surplus energy that had built up within. Simultaneously, more Silcoons emerged from the apple, mimicking their leader by unleashing their own energy. The Random Light's energy beam expanded dramatically, shattering the basement ceiling and soaring toward the surface. What transpired? At that moment, Run Yuyo and Xioning, who had just resolved the situations with Tian Xian and Tian Ji, along with everyone in the base, witnessed the soaring green beam. It resembled a skill infused with intense dragon-type energy fluctuations. Rin Yuyo furrowed her brow, contemplating the implications. If this indeed was a Pokémon skill, the creature wielding it must possess extraordinary strength. With a wave of her hand, a team of elite personnel immediately advanced. "Follow me, stay alert." The well-trained group swiftly arrived at the underground chamber where Pokémon were being held. During the initial skirmish, numerous individuals had fled the area. Bang! Before Rin Yuyo could open the door, a metal entrance was forcefully kicked open from within, and a disheveled figure crawled out. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Rin Yuyo was momentarily taken aback. "Lin Shi, what are you doing in here?" Just taking a stroll?" Lin Shi blinked innocently. However, the icy glare from Rin Yuyo made it abundantly clear that she was unconvinced by his explanation. "Feeling bold, are we? Daring to defy authority?" As she spoke, Rin Yuyo grasped Lin Shi by the ear, pulling him from the confines of the chamber. "Do you have any idea how perilous this place is?" Thankfully, no one was inside. Otherwise, would you have been able to escape? Her reprimand was intended to impress upon Lin Shi the gravity of the situation. Inquisitively, the bear cub peeked out from behind Lin Shi, puzzled by the commotion outside. Soon it clambered up, but unlike before, it was dragging along an unconscious figure. Or perhaps one whose fate was uncertain. "Is that Yao Guang?" Xiaoning immediately recognized the individual being pulled by the bear cub, having noted Yao Guang's absence since the battle began. "Did you do this?" Rin Yuyo, recognizing Yao Guang, looked incredulously at Lin Shi. Just a minor issue." Lin Shi shrugged, feigning nonchalance. "This guy was too weak. It took just a few hits. Annie, I'm merely doing my part to eliminate threats. Isn't there a call for cooperation between the police and the public nowadays? I took out a North Star Yao Guang. Is there a reward?" Lin Shi shamelessly inquired. Rin Yuyo chose to ignore him, instructing others to examine Yao Guang's condition before promptly locking him away. Thus, the North Star team at the D9 base was utterly annihilated. "All right." Suddenly recalling her objective for coming here, she turned to Lin Shi, who was amusing himself with the bear cub. "Did you see a green beam of light earlier?" "Beam of light?" Lin Shi feigned confusion. "No, I didn't see anything." Rin Yuyo regarded Lin Shi thoughtfully, her eyes narrowing slightly. Chapter 50. Taming the Honeycomb Serpent. The outcome of the Polaris Organization's stronghold in Baishan City. Stronghold level, D9. Responsible Officer, Dr. D9. Originally named Lu Wangkai. Research Project, Multi-Entity Integration of Spirits. Outcome. Through the concerted efforts of the Baishan Public Security Bureau and the Baishan Dojo, 51 members of the Polaris Organization, led by Lu Wangkai, were successfully apprehended, including the 7 strongest members within the stronghold. One day after the dismantling of the Polaris D9 stronghold, Rin Yuyo emerged from the post-battle summary meeting. As the commander of this operation, she received unanimous praise from her superiors. "Xiaoning, you're here." Rin Yuyo greeted the short-haired girl in the office who was sipping tea. "Aunt Yao." Xiaoning looked up, her face beaming with a smile as she addressed Rin Yuyo. She mentioned that she had come specifically to bid farewell before her departure. Rin Yuyo nodded. After all, Xiaoning was still a student. Moreover, Xiaoning playfully elongated her tone. "I still want to meet Lin Shi." At that moment, Lin Shi was in the courtyard inspecting the conditions of the various spirits. Pokémon, Cubchoo level, LV22 status, healthy gender, male type, normal ability, pickup height, 0, 9M weight, 18, 0 kilograms held item, black belt skills, scratch, lick, yawn, fury swipes, tackle, rapid spin cut, brick break, body slam, metal claw, dig, protect, reversal, ice punch, fire punch. Spirit assessment, slightly. The data for Cubchoo showed little change, but recent diligent training allowed it to successfully master the ice punch and fire punch from the farmer's 3 fists, which is commendable. Pokémon, Gyarados level, LV30 status, healthy gender, male type, water, flying ability, intimidate height, 10 meters weight, 330 kilograms held item, mystic water skills, thrash, whirlpool, hurricane, bite, dive, ice fong. Flamethrower, Dragon Pulse, Waterfall, Dragon Dance, Protect, Earthquake, Water Tail, Rain Dance. Spirit Assessment, slightly. Gyarados' stats were quite impressive, having reached level 30. And It had learned both rain dance and water tail, which are highly practical skills. Next, he shifted his gaze to a large apple nearby, now having the time to examine it closely. This apple was a vivid red, seemingly oozing syrup. Lin Shi's old acquaintance, no, his old serpent, was poking its head out, serving as the command unit. Lin Shi noticed that the dragon horns on its head had grown more pronounced than in its simpler snake-like form. Pokémon, honeycomb serpent level, LV28 status, healthy gender, male type, grass, dragon ability, sweet nectar height, 2. 0 meters weight, 96. 0 kilograms held item, none skills, withdraw, sweet scent, dragon tail, growth, dragon breath, protect, seed bomb, syrup bomb, dragon pulse, hex, leaf storm, dragon sound, random light. Spirit assessment. Honeycomb serpent, apple serpent Pokémon. 7 serpents reside within this apple made of honey. The central serpent is responsible for issuing commands. Due to unknown factors, the multi-entity state of this honeycomb serpent has undergone changes. Lin Shi was quite satisfied with the data on the honeycomb serpent. The addition of grass and dragon types supplemented the weaknesses in his team's offensive capabilities. With its decent special attack and skill pool, it could serve as the artillery output that Lin Shi's current team lacked. The exclusive skill, Random Light, is a powerful dragon-type move with a chance to deal double damage. However, Lin Shi was somewhat concerned about the note regarding the honeycomb serpent. He could understand the energy surplus since he was present at the scene. Even though the honeycomb serpent had released some energy through Random Light, a significant amount remained within it. The subsequent changes in the multi-entity integration seemed to be related to the experiments conducted by the Polaris organization. Whether this influence was beneficial or detrimental remained uncertain. A series of knocks at the door drew Lin Shi's attention. He turned to see Qiuning standing at the entrance, her smile radiant as she waved at him. "Sister Qiuning, what brings you here? Is there good news?" Lin Shi approached her, playfully inquiring. Following their encounter with the Polaris organization, the two had grown much closer. "Can I not come see you if there's no good news?" Qiuning crossed her arms, her playful demeanor causing a ripple of excitement. "If it's not good news, I might fall ill and be of no help," Lin Shi teased. "All right, of course it's good news." Qiuning rolled her eyes, then retrieved something from the side. It was a banner, emblazoned with the words, "For bravery." "Here, Aunt Yao asked me to bring you this banner. As for other rewards, you can ask Aunt Yao yourself." Qiuning tossed the banner to Lin Shi. Lin Shi caught the banner and inspected it closely, muttering, "Just a banner? And why is it for bravery?" He had expected something more substantial, perhaps a reward for vanquishing evil. "Sister Qiuning, you didn't come all this way just to deliver a banner, did you?" He handed the banner to Cub Chu, acknowledging its contribution in the matter, as the spirits gathered around to examine it eagerly. He then looked back at Qiuning, curious about her motives. He felt she wouldn't have taken the time for such a trivial matter. "Of course not." "Huh? Of course not. I'm not that idle." After saying this, Qiuning leaned closer to Lin Shi and asked, "Would you like to know something even better?" Lin Shi replied, "What s with that expression that says I must beg you for information?" "Yes, I'm particularly eager. If I had to describe it in words, it would be like Olba dying to make a hamburger. That's a bizarre analogy, and it sounds quite disgusting. All right, I'll get to the point." Qiuning stopped teasing and began, "Last time, your contribution in the operation against the Polaris stronghold was significant. You not only located the stronghold, but also captured the North Star of the D9 stronghold alive. Moreover, I know your academic performance at school is excellent. Not only have you excelled in your regular studies, but you also recently topped the school Pokémon battles." Before Qiuning could finish, Lin Shi interrupted her with a sudden exclamation. "You investigated me? Stop being dramatic. Do we need to investigate something so commonplace?" Qiuning shot Lin Shi an exasperated look. "Just joking," Lin Shi chuckled sheepishly. "Quit interrupting me. I reported all these matters truthfully to the school." Saying this, Qiuning winked at Lin Shi. "It seems the school is quite interested in you." "Oh." Lin Shi's interest peaked. "What do you mean? Is Northern University planning to admit me early? That would be remarkable. Northern University is one of the 6 prestigious universities in Shenzhou, and every student admitted is a rare talent. It's not early admission, it's a guaranteed spot." "Almost the same," Lin Shi said with a grin. And then, Lin Shi looked at Qiuning with eager anticipation, urging her to continue. And then what? Xiaoning replied, puzzled. If you let me enroll, what benefits will your university offer me? Lin Shi stated matter-of-factly. You're not planning to take advantage of me, are you? Lin Shi suddenly became vigilant. Chapter 51. Chips. Qualifications for Semi-Divine. Sister Xiaoning, come, have a sip of tea. Lin Shi offered a steaming cup of tea to Xiaoning. The unusual strength and long-tailed creature had gone out with Lin's parents, and this tea was brewed by him personally. Xiaoning nodded, gratefully accepting the cup. Sister Xiaoning, is what you said earlier true? Can Beifong University allow me to choose my Pokémon first? Lin Shi inquired, as it would indeed be a favorable condition. After all, excellent Pokémon are scarce each year, while the number of students is high. If one waits until enrollment to select, it would be a matter of luck. Of course, this privilege is granted to students with guaranteed admission. Moreover, I heard from Aunt Yao that you still have a Pokémon trapped in the Baishan's secret realm. Lin Shi nodded, not surprised that his aunt had informed Xiaoning about the situation with his wind speed dog. Seeing Lin Shi nod, Xiaoning took a sip from her cup. If that's the case, the school can grant you a pioneering opportunity in that secret realm as part of your admission conditions. Pioneering opportunity? Lin Shi was somewhat perplexed, as a volcanic secret realm would take nearly 2 years to pass through its hidden period. You have already begun to allocate pioneering opportunities? Yes. Xiaoning nodded again. Due to geographical advantages, Beifong University has acquired some pioneering opportunities for this secret realm, which other prestigious schools do not possess. You know how precious the first pioneering opportunities in unexplored realms are. They cannot be bought with money. But they're also the most perilous, aren't they? Lin Shi raised his head and said with a faint smile. Xiaoning scoffed. If one is unwilling to take risks, then one should honestly remain in the safe zone, idly consuming resources without expecting any windfall. Lin Shi shrugged and nodded in agreement with Xiaoning's viewpoint. How about it? Can you accept such conditions? Xiaoning appeared quite confident. The conditions she offered were already generous enough for a high school student, and she couldn't fathom Lin Shi having a reason to refuse. First, a scholarship of 100,000 yuan for Lin Shi, with the school covering the food and training equipment for his Pokémon during his time at the university. Second, Lin Shi would have the privilege of selecting his Pokémon first. He can sign a contract with the school now to choose his Pokémon. Third, as mentioned earlier, a slot for pioneering the Baishan secret realm 2 years later. These conditions seemed appealing, yet Lin Shi found them rather lackluster. He was indifferent to the first condition. Disregarding his shares in Jinduo Mining, his current capital and resources made that sum insignificant. The school's provision of food was also irrelevant, as he feared it might upset his Pokémon's stomach. The remaining 2 conditions were appealing, yet he wondered what Pokémon he could choose from. And since this privilege was typically granted upon normal admission, it felt like an empty promise. The last condition was merely a slot. What he could gain would depend on his own luck and strength. Noticing Lin Shi's furrowed brow and contemplative silence, Xiaoning began to doubt her earlier confidence. Lin Shi, do you see any issues? Xiaoning was puzzled by Lin Shi's hesitation. Lin Shi took a deep breath, pondering carefully. He felt he could agree to the offer. Setting aside the first 2 conditions, the third was exceptionally significant to him. His wind speed dog had evolved forcibly using a firestone to save him, and in a moment of life and death, had thrown him out of the secret realm, now lost within it. As its trainer, Lin Shi believed it was still alive, and having already made it wait for over 2 years during the hidden period, he certainly did not want to prolong that wait any further. Moreover, there was a Pokémon resembling a bear apprentice living in that secret realm. If he lost the chance to enter due to not having a slot, and someone else seized the opportunity, Lin Shi felt it would drive him to despair. However, Lin Shi pondered, agreeing was one thing. The terms could be negotiated further. With this thought, he looked at Xiaoning with a serious expression and said, I'm sorry. Sister Xiaoning, I won't pretend any longer. I'm laying my cards on the table. He reclined back slightly. In fact, I'm a millionaire. Xiaoning, behave normally. Xiaoning gritted her teeth, her beautiful eyes glaring at Lin Shi. What do you mean? Ahem. Lin Shi cleared his throat, trying to appear more serious. What I mean is, I don't really need the school's money or the provided Pokémon food. However, I am willing to give your esteemed university an opportunity. An opportunity? For us? Xiaoning did not comprehend Lin Shi's meaning. Sister Xiaoning, could you first tell me what Pokémon your school can provide? Oh, you mean that? Xiaoning took a sip of her water. In this regard, she was confident in Beifong University, one of the 6 major universities in the country, excelling in Pokémon cultivation. What kind of Pokémon do you desire? Xiaoning thought it prudent to give Lin Shi a chance to voice his ideas. Are there any semi-divine Pokémon? Xiaoning spat out the water she had just sipped. I told you to speak, not to make wishes. Do you have any idea how rare semi-divine Pokémon are? Beifong University might breed one every few years. So, there are some available, right? Lin Shi pressed on. Xiaoning thought deeply and nodded. Indeed, there might be a few, but don't get your hopes up. Those cannot be offered as conditions for guaranteed admission, so you should abandon that thought. Xiaoning advised Lin Shi to give up on this impossible fantasy. Besides, are you truly planning to raise a semi-divine Pokémon? You should be well aware that while semi-divine Pokémon are powerful, their growth is contingent upon their development. It is well known that the training time for each semi-divine Pokémon is astonishingly long. To cultivate them into competent semi-divine Pokémon would require an immense amount of time and resources. Are you sure you can bear that burden? Moreover, their pre-evolution strength is often described inadequately. Enough, you should forget about the semi-divine Pokémon. I can assure you that if you agree now, acquiring a starter Pokémon is absolutely no problem. Seeing Lin Shi deep in thought, Xiaoning believed he was reconsidering his stance and quickly pushed her advantage. Sister Xiaoning, hold on. Let us first discuss the semi-divine issue. Can you tell me what qualifications are required to select a semi-divine Pokémon? Xiaoning was somewhat taken aback by Lin Shi's persistence, but still offered gentle advice. It's impossible. Don't even think about it. If you were the top of your class, would that be sufficient? Lin Shi looked at Xiaoning and suddenly asked, what if I was the top student? Chapter 52, Practical Training, Duo Mode. What did you say? Xiaoning realized she had underestimated Lin Shi. Initially, she thought he was merely whimsical, but now it seemed like sheer fantasy. Can you get the first place? No. Lin Shi stated matter-of-factly. Then what are you talking about? Xiaoning retorted. I'm just probing your school's bottom line. It seems you're testing mine, Lin Shi replied. Earning an eye roll from Xiaoning. I want to know what kind of achievements would convince Northern University that entrusting a quasi-legendary Pokémon to me is a worthwhile investment. Are you sure? Xiaoning asked. Her brow furrowed. Seeing Lin Shi's unwavering gaze, she knew he wasn't jesting. I cannot guarantee the final outcome, she said after a moment's contemplation, adding that such a significant matter required approval from the school's leadership. Understood. I appreciate your efforts, Xiaoning, Lin Shi acknowledged without objection. But be warned, Xiaoning cautioned. Even if the school approves your request, you'll need to achieve a remarkably impressive result. And if you fail to meet the requirements, I know, Lin Shi interjected. If I fail, not only will the quasi-legendary be gone, but even the original conditions might be revoked, correct? Xiaoning simply nodded. That's why I need to understand your school's expectations. I'm relying on you. Xiaoning, Lin Shi said with a smile and a wink. Seeing Lin Shi's resolve, Xiaoning refrained from further comment. She was aware of Lin Shi's capabilities, having single-handedly taken down the Dubby stronghold. His strength undoubtedly surpassed that of his peers. Perhaps he genuinely had a chance of fulfilling the school's requirements. Lin Shi studied the appraisal information of his 3 Pokémon, contemplating their future training regimens. Gyarados possessed immense talent, particularly in combining and linking skills, as evidenced by its rapid mastery of Aqua Tail. Therefore, Lin Shi intended to focus its development in this area, as neglecting such innate aptitude would be a tremendous waste. Lin Shi planned for Gyarados to acquire a broader range of skills, such as Thunderbolt, Ice Beam, Dark Pulse, Scale Shot, and Hurricane. Although Gyarados' special attack wasn't exceptional, these skills would diversify its combat capabilities, potentially leading to the creation of combination techniques akin to Aqua Tail. Next, Lin Shi turned his attention to Teddiursa, whose development presented an equally challenging endeavor. Teddiursa boasted numerous advantages, including effortless skill acquisition and remarkable self-healing abilities. With Lin Shi's guidance and training during each full moon, its regenerative capacity had significantly improved during regular battles. Lin Shi estimated that unless Teddiursa sustained overwhelming damage, It could gradually recover during combat. Therefore, Teddiursa's training would focus on both skill acquisition and enhancing its self-healing and resilience. Preparations for its evolution into Ursaring and Ursaluna were also necessary, making the task far from simple. Finally, Linsher focused on the newly acquired Appleton. Linsher envisioned it as a special attack powerhouse, emphasizing the acquisition and enhancement of special attack skills. However, its dual status ailments concerned Linsher, and resolving this issue was his immediate priority. As for other aspects, he would need to familiarize himself with them through future battles, given the short time since its capture. Lastly, Linsher touched the Calamity Jade amulet hanging around his neck, muttering, "I need to find a solution for this as well." Tap tap, what brings the young lady of the Su family here? It was Su Chimeng, cradling Ralts and EV in her arms. She walked straight over and took a seat. Linsher glanced over. Wow, another one, and you wouldn't be able to hold them all. Ralts, EV, hello. Linsher greeted the two adorable Pokémon with a smile. EV enthusiastically interacted with Linsher, while Ralts offered a soft, ladylike greeting. I haven't seen you around lately. What have you been up to? Su Chimeng asked curiously as soon as she sat down. She then pointed to Appleton, adding, "And is that giant apple your new Pokémon? I remember Appleton being a foreign species, quite rare in the country." "Nothing much," Linsher shrugged. "Just invested in a company with annual revenues of tens of millions, captured a mythical beast, helped the nation dismantle a stronghold of an international criminal organization, received a banner of honor, and got an offer from a top university, which I declined." All right. Su Chimeng waved her hand dismissively, cutting him off. "If you don't want to say, fine. But listen to yourself. Does that even sound human? Where's the trust between people?" Linsher asked. "I don't want to hear your nonsense. I'm here to tell you about the school's outdoor practical training exercise next Monday. I vaguely remember something about it. Tell me more," Linsher said, as he teased the shy Ralts while listening to Su Chimeng. "This outdoor practical training exercise is jointly organized by our school and the 4th and 5th high schools. The location is the Beijianjuan Wild Pokémon Nature Reserve. The specific assessment format will be announced later, but it's already known that the training requires team participation. Students can choose their own teammates. Teaming up?" Linsher stroked his chin. "That's new. It seems the school leaders aren't all dead weight. Some of them can actually innovate." "Indeed," Su Chimeng nodded, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. "But don't worry, I've already signed you up. You're on my team. Feeling honored?" Su Chimeng winked at Linsher. "What? You want to freeload off me?" Linsher asked, hugging EV and resting his head on its fluffy head, squinting at Su Chimeng. "Huh, Su Chimeng checketh. The team list has already been submitted. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't even be registered by now." "Oh, Linsher, you shouldn't think that way. We're all striving for the school's glory. Why differentiate between freeloading or not?" Su Chimeng patted Linsher's shoulder with a smile, acting like a seasoned veteran. "Did you grab old Zhang's script? Is that even your line?" Linsher asked. Chapter 53. The Opening, the Battle for Points. In the Baishan City. At the Beijianjuan Wild Pokémon Nature Reserve, a fleet of buses was orderly parked in the reserve's parking lot. These vehicles were transporting senior students who had come to partake in field training assessments. Among them was Linsher. "Shi Yi, are you really not considering teaming up with me?" Zhou Wanjin approached, making one last effort as they walked along the paths of the reserve. "I recently captured a rather formidable black-eyed croc. It could undoubtedly assist you." After resolving his father's unemployment crisis, he had redirected his energy towards Pokémon training, quickly acquiring a new companion. No need. Moreover, team reconfiguration is no longer permitted. Linsher felt he was not particularly superficial. However, choosing between Zhou Wanjin and Su Chimeng was quite the dilemma. One could only say that Zhou Wanjin was perhaps a tad too self-assured. "Fine then, sure go. We shall be opponents later. I won't hold back," Zhou Wanjin remarked, disappointment evident on his face. "Classmates, good morning. I will now announce the rules for today's field training assessment," Linsher declared. The assessment would be conducted in pairs, with scores accumulated to determine the results. Students would explore designated areas within the reserve in pairs, striving to gather the highest points possible. Points could be acquired in several ways. First, by achieving victory in battles against wild Pokémon, obtaining their point tokens. Each pair could collect points from a single Pokémon only once. Second, while exploring, some tokens would be hidden in special locations, directly contributing to their score upon discovery. Third, trainers could engage in point contests against one another through 2v2 Pokémon battles, with the victorious team claiming half of the loser's points. The assessment would last 2 days, during which students were responsible for their own food and accommodations. Special circumstances could warrant withdrawal from the competition, but once a request was granted, the scores would be nullified. During the assessment, it was strictly forbidden for students to leave the designated boundaries of the reserve, to capture wild Pokémon independently, or to command Pokémon to attack trainers. Teachers and staff would conduct continuous patrols. Any violation would result in immediate disqualification and appropriate consequences. As they gathered, listening to the speaker outline the competition's framework, Lyncher felt that this field assessment promised to be quite intriguing. No wonder they instructed us to bring sufficient food, water, and tents, he mused, stroking his chin. Well, I trust everyone comprehends the assessment plan, so I hereby declare the 2-day field training assessment officially commenced. With the speaker's command, all students began to enter the forest from various directions. Hey, Lao Zhang, has Lyncher from your class arrived yet? I heard he doesn't attend classes much, joked Xia Qianfan, the homeroom teacher of class 23, to Zhang Jianjun, Lyncher's homeroom teacher, in the lounge of 3rd high school. Geniuses are entitled to some privileges, Zhang Jianjun replied, his eyes fixed on a live scoring electronic board that updated student data in real time, displaying only the top 100 rankings. Lyncher emphasizes practical training over theory. This is his opportunity. Just wait and see. Little did Zhang Jianjun know Lyncher's current prowess. But after years of banter with Xia Qianfan, he had grown accustomed to countering his remarks. Rather than worrying about Lyncher, he suggested, perhaps we should pay more attention to the students from 4th and 5th high schools. I've heard they have produced some promising talents this year, some of whom have even reached professional levels. Lyncher, what is our plan? Su Qimeng, with her backpack slung over her shoulder, surveyed the forest environment. Unlike Lyncher, she seldom engaged in overnight wilderness training. After a moment's contemplation, Lyncher turned to her. To put it simply, have you ever witnessed a locust swarm? Su Qimeng. Several hours later, having never seen a locust swarm before, Su Qimeng found Lyncher's fervor reminiscent of autumn locusts. Who knows how he knows where those point tokens are? In a short span, through Lyncher's agile movements, climbing trees and traversing rivers, their points soared. Lyncher, Su Qimeng exclaimed, unable to suppress her surprise. He was currently donning gloves, reaching into the mouth of a defeated drowsy, rummaging about. Finally, his expression brightened as he seemingly found something. So, it was hidden here. The school is quite cunning. Rather than cunning, you and the school are quite comparable, Su Qimeng retorted. Lyncher extracted the point token and scanned it on his point wristband, causing the numbers to shift. 20 points secured. Why are you calling me? Never mind. Su Qimeng suddenly lost her desire to converse. Which direction should we head next? Lyncher appeared to be in deep thought, yet he was discreetly observing the system. Soon, he had a direction. This way, he indicated. Su Qimeng nodded and followed closely behind him. In just a few hours, they had amassed nearly 150 points. Although Su Qimeng was unaware of the standings of other teams, she knew that their score was undeniably among the highest. Old Xia, what did I say? Zhang Jianjun's hearty laughter echoed in the 3rd high school lounge as he observed Lyncher and Su Qimeng leading the scoreboard with 150 points. His grin was uncontainable. I've always told you to emphasize practical training. You never paid heed, and now you see the difference, don't you? Ignoring Zhang Jianjun's triumphant exclamation, Xia Qianfan stared incredulously at the scoreboard. This can't be right. Did this kid cheat? No. Even if he did, he couldn't accumulate points this quickly. Upon inspecting the points of other teams, he noted the second-place team had barely reached 50 points. Despite this, achieving such scores within the same time frame was already remarkable. Yet, Lyncher's team had an additional 100 points, and they were rapidly increasing their tally. How on earth did he accomplish this? Those point tokens aren't mere cabbages by the roadside. Similar astonishment swept through the other teachers from the 2 high schools, as the pace of point accumulation was astonishing. The lounge fell into an eerie silence. Everyone, let us not panic, a teacher urged to calm the atmosphere. Although their points are impressive, remember the rules of this assessment. Points can still be contested through battles. By tomorrow, the top 10 teams will have their positions sent to everyone's wristbands. As long as our students can find and defeat them, their current points will merely serve as our advantage. Indeed, that makes sense. With the teacher's reassurance, the lounge regained its lively spirit. At this moment, Lin Sure was diligently searching for the next point token, completely unaware that many were enviously eyeing his progress. I suspect this next one will be quite substantial. We are already very close, Lin Sure remarked to Su Qiming, glancing at the system radar. Indeed, Su Qiming affirmed earnestly. Oh, how can you be so certain? Su Limeng Sikhit, Ma Sanging Hat Temples. Lift your head. With a few more steps, you might step right on it. Chapter 54, Confrontation. Brothers of Combat. Before the two figures stood a colossal Snorlax, which, perhaps due to having overindulged, was currently slumbering peacefully beneath a lush tree. Bear Cub, EV. Keep your distance from Snorlax. We wouldn't want it to roll over and crush you, Lin Sure cautioned, observing the two mischievous Pokémon attempting to use Snorlax's belly as a trampoline. It seemed that this opportunity was lost. It appears we won't be able to obtain this card, Su Qiming remarked after a brief assessment. Lin Sure nodded in agreement, refraining from retorting. This Snorlax was of a high level, nearly at the elite tier. Even Lin Sure preferred not to disturb such a creature's slumber. Let us proceed to the next location, he declared without hesitation, his system in hand, confident in accumulating points. No sooner had they moved a short distance than they encountered two young men who, upon spotting Lin Sure and Su Qiming, exchanged glances filled with recognition and excitement, promptly challenging them to a battle. Naturally, Lin Sure and Su Qiming accepted the invitation, seizing the opportunity to earn points. Lin Sure summoned his Bear Cub and EV, while the opponents released their Pokeballs, summoning two Pokémon into view. Lin Sure instantly recognized them. Hitmonlee and Hitmonchan, both just above level 20, classified as professional-grade Pokémon, with their respectable levels and advantageous type matchups. It was no wonder the duo exuded such confidence. As the battle commenced, the two adversaries wasted no time in launching their attacks, evidently intent on a swift resolution. One Pokémon swung its fists while the other raised its legs, charging forth with great intensity. EV used Sand Attack to obscure their vision. Sukimeng's Wiflikemandith. In a flash, EV swept its tail across the ground, sending a cloud of sand swirling around the two attackers, blinding them with the fierce gusts. Bear Cub utilized Quick Attack on Hitmonlee. Lin Sure seized the opportunity to counterattack. The Bear Cub leaped forth, its arms outstretched, enveloped in a soft white glow, resembling a bird taking flight as it collided with Hitmonlee. With a resounding thud, the blinded Hitmonlee had no time to react and was sent sprawling, struggling to regain its footing, visibly injured. Bear Cub follow up with Fury Cutter. As the Bear Cub's claws glimmered with white light, it charged at Hitmonlee. Take advantage of its weakened state. Hitmonlee, compelled to retaliate, unleashed a flurry of rapid punches. With no choice left, its trainer ordered a defensive maneuver. The Bear Cub's right paw collided with Hitmonlee's punches, while its left claw slashed down, forcing Hitmonlee to stagger backward under the sheer power of the attack. Relentlessly, Bear Cub leaped into the air, crossing its claws before delivering a fierce slash toward Hitmonlee. Meanwhile, Hitmonchan was fiercely targeting EV. Recognizing that Hitmonlee was in a precarious state and yearning to swiftly incapacitate EV to assist its partner. However, the situation was far from straightforward. EV used Double Team. In an instant, EV's form flickered, producing numerous identical shadows that circled Hitmonchan, taunting it relentlessly. Already disoriented by the sandstorm, Hitmonchan struggled to discern EV's true location, flailing wildly in a futile attempt to strike. Hitmonchan, execute Fire Kick. The opposing trainer soon realized Hitmonchan's predicament and urgently directed it. Responding to the command, Hitmonchan grounded itself, its right leg igniting with flames. It spun rapidly around its left leg, extending its fiery right leg in a sweeping motion, shattering the illusions of EV one by one until only the original remained. Undeterred by the ferocity of the Fire Kick, EV nimbly leaped to evade the attack. Observing this turn of events, Su Qiming remained unfazed by the disruption of her strategy. EV used Charm. While airborne, EV closed one eye and donned an adorable expression. sending a heart-shaped energy orb toward Hitmonchan, striking true. Being exclusively male, Hitmonchan was helpless against the charm, its aggressive instincts significantly dulled, rendering it incapable of retaliating. EV. Employ Calm Mind. Seizing the moment, Su Qiming instructed EV to enhance its abilities, aiming to swiftly conclude the battle. EV. It exclaimed, channeling psychic energy that elevated its special attack and special defense. Final blow, use Psychic. The ethereal purple energy coalesced before EV, forming a pulsating energy sphere that hurtled toward Hitmonchan. With a resounding impact, the psychic attack struck true, dealing significant damage to Hitmonchan, already weakened and further hindered by its type disadvantage, ultimately rendering it unable to continue fighting. Clap, clap. Impressive, as expected of young Mistress Su. Lin Shi applauded in admiration. His own battle had concluded long ago, as Hitmonlee had succumbed to Bear Cub's decisive strike. Now, he relaxed alongside Bear Cub, observing Su Qiming's tactical execution. Her timing was impeccable, and Eevee's skill proficiency was evident, suggesting considerable training had been invested. On the other side, the combatants exchanged glances, finally realizing they had bitten off more than they could chew as Hitmonchan fell. Resigned to their fate, they begrudgingly transferred half of their points to Lin Shi and Su Qiming. Another 15 points secured. Thus, the duo continued their journey, encountering a few other teams along the way, yet no battles ensued. These teams hailed from the same school, Third High School, and were well aware of Lin Shi and Su Qiming's prowess, wisely opting to avoid confrontation. The points they possessed were of little concern to Lin Shi and Su Qiming. Time flew, and as evening approached, Lin Shi's pace slowed. Increasingly, more fixed-point scorecards had been discovered, and the points on Pokémon had nearly been exhausted. The remaining few were of little interest to him. Lin Shi sought a flat terrain with some shelter to pitch their tents, efficiently setting up two in no time. Dinner is ready. Meanwhile, Su Qiming prepared a meal, which was, in truth, merely reheating instant food, given the limited resources in the wild. They released their Pokémon, who had been cooped up all day and now relished the opportunity to stretch their legs. Lin Shi's Bear Cub, Gyarados, and Snorlax joined Su Qiming's Torchic, Eevee, and Ralts, transforming the once quiet campsite into a lively affair. Chapter 55. The arrival of the brothers. It is said that the pink horns atop the head of Ralts can perceive the emotions of those around it, and when it senses warmth, they begin to radiate heat. Lin Shi, unsure of the veracity of this claim, often finds himself irresistibly drawn to touch the Ralts that is enjoying its meal. Perhaps sensing his thoughts, Ralts would peek out from its hair, vigilantly observing Lin Shi at the slightest movement. Meanwhile, the large, gluttonous Snorlax feasted contentedly, and Lin Shi found its eating habits quite fascinating. Despite the presence of 7 Slugma, it seemed that just one of them could sufficiently sustain the entire Snorlax's activities. Su Qiming was also tending to her Pokémon, feeding the adorably fluffy Eevee. Curiosity piqued. Lin Shi inquired, "When do you plan for your Eevee to evolve? Have you decided on its evolution?" Gently stroking Eevee's soft, bushy tail, Su Qiming shook her head, admitting that this was a matter she had been contemplating lately. Eevee had reached the professional level, with skills and energy nearly amassed, making evolution a pertinent consideration that would influence its future training strategy. "I'm not entirely sure yet. Do you have any suggestions?" Lin Shi pondered for a moment before suggesting, "I believe either a Sylveon or a Glacian would be quite fitting. Given the nature of exploring ancient ruins, the encountered Pokémon are likely to be predominantly Ghost, Psychic, and Dark types. Sylveon boasts commendable durability and has advantages over both Ghost and Psychic types, while Glacian possesses higher attack power and formidable fairy attributes, potentially proving advantageous against Dark types." Su Qiming nodded thoughtfully at Lin Shi's words. "Eevee, what do you wish to evolve into?" she asked, lifting Eevee with both hands. "Eevee." It responded with a hint of confusion, shaking its head, indicating it had yet to make a decision. "And what about you? What is your next Pokémon capture?" Gently placing Eevee down, Su Qiming countered Lin Shi's query. She was aware that he was eager to venture into the Bi-Mountain Secret Realm, which required participants to be of elite status. Thus, to enter, one must possess at least 4 elite-level Pokémon. Currently, due to his predicament with his Arcanine, Lin Shi only had 3 Pokémon available, necessitating the capture of at least one more to meet the requirements before the expedition began. I'm still undecided, Lin Shi replied, stroking his chin as he gazed thoughtfully at the moonlit sky. This limited him to capturing only one more Pokémon, compelling him to be exceedingly cautious. In terms of types, Fairy, Steel, Ice, and Electric were all commendable choices, with flying types being highly desirable as well, especially since his Gyarados lack proficiency in flying moves. Yet, upon introspection, Lin Shi realized that his true desire was not among those attributes, but rather the Ghost type. Aside from their inherent suitability for battles, Ghost types possessed a unique advantage, an unparalleled ability to conceal themselves. After the confrontation at the Polaris base, Lin Shi had become acutely aware of the importance of personal safety. The adage to shoot the horse before the rider rang true. In life-and-death scenarios, one could hardly expect adherence to league regulations, and any opportunity would likely be seized to strike at the trainer first. In such moments, a Ghost-type Pokémon, capable of hiding in the shadows of its trainer, would serve as an impeccable guardian, offering protection and, when necessary, acting as a lethal surprise against adversaries. However, Lin Shi had observed for quite some time and found no reliable reports of Ghost-type Pokémon in by mountain, apart from some urban legends. He contemplated that if he could not find a suitable Pokémon soon, he might have to explore other cities for opportunities. As night descended, the wind rustled the branches, casting elongated shadows that resembled clawing apparitions. Miss Sue, if you're feeling frightened, you are welcome to join me here. My tent is quite spacious, Lin Shi jested before departing. Su Qimeng playfully swung her fist at him. The night passed in silence, and with the dawn's arrival, golden sunlight flooded the forest. Rising early, Lin Shi rinsed his mouth as a makeshift toothbrush. Gurgle, gurgle, Lin Shi and Su Qimeng hurried over. Spit, Lin Shi exclaimed, expelling the water onto the ground. What's wrong? Su Qimeng inquired. Nothing much. I just wanted to ask, what are our plans for today? Are we following the same routine as yesterday? Lin Shi shook his head. Today, more individuals will likely focus on battles, utilizing their Pokémon to accumulate points. Moreover, let us not forget that the rankings of the top 10 will be communicated to other teams, and surely many teams without success yesterday will be waiting for this opportunity. Given our points, we can expect numerous challengers, so we merely need to find a suitable spot to wait for opportunities to earn points, Lin Shi explained swiftly. Su Qimeng nodded in agreement. To encounter a team this early is indeed lucky. They appear to be 2 easy targets. This is what you call a promising start. Lin Shi squinted towards the woods as a tall and stout duo emerged. Hey, this lad looks somewhat familiar, the burly man remarked, nudging his companion. Haha, brother, you must be mistaken. We do not know any students from Third High. The 2 men feigned ignorance in front of Lin Shi. Lin Shi narrowed his eyes, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Aren't these the infamous duo, the Brothers of Mischief? What a twist of fate, to think they are high school students. They appear a bit too mature for their age. Haha, and look, there's a beauty, the stout one exclaimed upon noticing Su Qimeng, his eyes gleaming with interest. Fear not, lovely classmate. My brother and I are renowned for our chivalry. We will ensure your Pokémon remains unharmed. He chuckled heartily. Can you not be so crude? The burly man kicked his companion, who stumbled slightly. He then turned his attention to Lin Shi. Remember our names, Wang Heng from 4th High and Zhang Ha. Today, you shall fall into our hands, and it will be no injustice. Lin Shi raised an eyebrow, finding their names quite fitting. He dismissed the need for further commentary, beckoning as his cheerful Snorlax trotted over, ready for battle. Gentlemen, if you wish to fight, do so swiftly. My breakfast is about to grow cold, Lin Shi remarked, a sly grin on his lips. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Qimeng produced a Pokeball, her gaze fixed on the brothers. A flash of light revealed her Fire Mouse Pokémon, which slowly rose, flames igniting on its head and tail, the intense heat warping the surrounding air. Evidently, Su Qimeng and Lin Shi were on the same wavelength. Let us finish this quickly. Chapter 56, Fusion. The Great Wolf Monster. Brother, it seems we have misjudged the situation. This is quite a predicament, the stout man remarked, swallowing hard as he observed the imposing figure of the bear cub and the Fire Rock Mouse. He leaned closer to the burly man and whispered, Useless trash. Enough chatter. Release the Pokémon, the other man retorted. The stout man dare not oppose. Quietly retrieving the Pokeball. With a thud, a flash of red light erupted, and the Aber monster alongside the great wolf dog materialized onto the battlefield. The battle commenced in earnest. Aber monster, great wolf dog, fused together. The brothers shouted in unison as the duel began. What? Lin Shi and Su Chi Meng exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered. You two must be in the wrong scene. This is Pokémon. In response to the command, the Aber monster leapt onto the back of the great wolf dog, wrapping its elongated body around it, securing itself firmly. It then raised its upper body, flicking its tongue menacingly at the two opposing Pokémon. This was the so-called fusion. The scene was too beautiful for Lin Shi and Su Chi Meng to bear to watch. The great wolf dog charged at the fire rock mouse, executing a bite attack. Woof woof. The great wolf dog sprinted forward, undeterred by the weight of the Aber monster, its mouth brimming with dark energy, ready to strike. Fire rock mouse. Unleash flame burst. Su Chi Meng commanded, refusing to let Lin Shi fight alone. The fire rock mouse's flames surge higher, opening its mouth to unleash a torrent of intense fire. Aber monster, use protect. With a fierce roar, the Aber monster summoned a green shield, enveloping itself and the great wolf dog within. The flames collided with the barrier, leaving the great wolf dog unharmed as it continued its relentless advance. Meanwhile, the ground trembled as the bear cub burst forth, channeling the earth's power into a punch aimed at the great wolf dog's abdomen. The great wolf dog reacted swiftly, snapping its jaws at the bear cub. Thud! The stout man grimaced, astonished at the bear cub's surprising strength. Where did this little creature get such power? Seeing the great wolf dog falter against the bear cub, the burly man's expression darkened. Brother, don't worry, I'll assist you, the stout man said hastily, directing the Aber monster. Aber monster, attack the bear cub with acid. The Aber monster opened its mouth, gathering purple toxic energy into blobs of corrosive liquid. Fire rock mouse, use flame wheel. Su Chi Meng commanded, urging her Pokémon to join the fray. The fire rock mouse enveloped itself in flames, shrinking into a fiery wheel, charging toward the Aber monster and the great wolf dog. Left with no option, the Aber monster shifted its attack focus to the fire rock mouse. Bear cub, use brick break. Lin Shi seized the moment, commanding the bear cub to push back the great wolf dog with all its might. Concentrating a dark red glow in its left hand, it delivered a powerful blow to the great wolf dog's head. The impact was staggering, causing the great wolf dog to howl in agony and spin uncontrollably, dislodging the Aber monster. The flame wolf struck with ferocity, sending both Pokémon crashing to the ground amidst a cloud of dust. Fire rock mouse, unleash flame burst. Bear cub, use hyperstar. Lin Shi and Su Chi Meng swiftly followed up, their fiery projectiles striking true. As the dust settled, the great wolf dog and Aber monster lay incapacitated. Lin Shi acknowledged that their notion of fusion had merit, yet against opponents far superior to them, such a combination amounted to merely a trade-off. Battle concluded. Lin Shi calculated the time. Excellent. The meal is still warm. Big brother, it seems we have lost, the stout man stammered. Disbelief etched on his face as he gazed at the fallen Aber monster and great wolf dog. I can see that. The burly man's bravado waned as they realized the speed of their defeat, making them appear utterly feeble. Kid, today is your lucky day. We shall see. The burly man hastily transferred half the points to Lin Shi, muttering some hollow threats before retreating in disgrace. As Lin Shi noted that his points had reached 240, he nodded in satisfaction. This score was likely to secure him first place. Meanwhile, Su Chi Meng assessed the condition of the bear cub and fire rock mouse. The recent battle had merely served as a warm-up for them, exerting little effort and incurring no significant damage. Their advantage became evident. Each possessed 3 Pokémon, all of which held considerable strength, except for the younger alts. Especially Lin Shi, who, should he release his other 2 Pokémon, could single-handedly traverse from the northern to the southern expanse of the forest. After their meal, Lin Shi and Su Chi Meng chose not to depart, as half an hour remained until the time their assessment had commenced the previous day. They anticipated the announcement of the top 10 rankings at that time. Thus, they resolved to conserve their energy here. The crisp autumn air was refreshing, with fallen leaves dancing in the wind, gently carpeting the earth. Time slipped by, and before long, half an hour had elapsed. In the lounge of the third high school, a lively atmosphere prevailed. "Principal, what brings you here?" Zhang Jianjun, Xia Qianfan. And a cluster of homeroom teachers greeted a spirited elder, who was none other than Principal Zhang Jingyin. "I heard our students performed exceptionally well in this assessment. And since I had some free time, I thought I would come and take a look," Zhang Jingyin replied with a cheerful demeanor. His gaze drifted to the leaderboard, where Lin Shi and Su Qimeng proudly occupied the top position with a staggering score of 240, surpassing the second-place contestant by over 100 points. Lin Shi, Su Qimeng, Zhang Jingyin mused, nodding in satisfaction before turning to Zhang Jianjun to commend. "Teacher Zhang, you are indeed a master. The students you have nurtured are remarkable. I can only imagine the dedication you have invested." Meanwhile, in the fifth high school lounge, a lady anxiously checked her watch, her expression tense. "Director Jiang, please do not fret. There is still plenty of time," a somewhat portly middle-aged man interjected. Upon hearing the reassuring words of the hefty teacher, Director Zhang's demeanor softened slightly as she glanced at the leaderboard, noting that the second position was held by her school's student. Yet, she could not resist looking back at her watch. 3 minutes left, she murmured. Just 1 minute. Only 1 minute left, Lin Shi thought, intently focusing on the event before him, meticulously counting down the seconds. "Time's up," Lin Shi exclaimed joyfully as he opened the lid of his instant noodles. Stirring gently with a fork, the rich aroma wafting toward him. Instant noodles required precision. Any delay could alter their flavor. Su Qimeng regarded him with exasperation. Compared to the imminent battles that might unfold, he seemed far more concerned with the quality of his meal. "And didn't we just finish eating? Are you a pig?" Chapter 57. No Cutting in Line. As midday approached, two boys traversed through the dense woods, stepping on a carpet of fallen leaves. "We should be almost there, brother. We are finally arriving." Their excitement grew as they spotted the light ahead, knowing they were nearing their destination. Soon, they would defeat the top contender, earn points, receive accolades, and ascend to the pinnacle of their aspirations. Emerging from the dim forest, the dazzling sunlight momentarily blinded them, prompting the boys to shield their eyes with their arms as they surveyed their surroundings. Ahead, a vast clearing was filled with long queues, while in a broader area nearby, numerous teams engaged in Pokémon battles. "Brother, did we come to the wrong place?" the younger boy asked, bewildered by the scene before him. Just then, a jovial, rotund man approached them, cheerfully initiating conversation. "You two are here to challenge the top scorer, right?" the older boy inquired, pointing toward the lengthy line. "Oh, you mean this? There are too many aspiring challengers. First, you need to pay and line up over there to get a number before you can battle," the man explained. "What do you mean by paying?" The younger boy's eyes widened in disbelief. "Of course, they won't let you challenge for free. The top contender has nearly 300 points. Why would they risk losing half their score to battle you?" The man continued, "It's 500 for a spot in line. And if you win, you'll gain 150 points, propelling you into the top 10. Do you understand? This is a golden opportunity for you. But what if the first-ranked player loses before us? Wouldn't our money be wasted?" The younger boy immediately questioned, concerned that their effort might be in vain. "Rest assured, if you lose before the battle, we will refund your money. Moreover, you can challenge the victor right afterward. They won't go anywhere," the man assured them. The two exchanged glances, intrigued by the prospect. "Also, the sooner you pay, the sooner you'll be in line. Spots are limited and time waits for no one." The boys hesitated, visibly uncertain. "Sigh." The man shook his head, observing their indecision. "You both seem capable, yet you lack the courage to take this step. If you choose not to challenge, please step aside to make room for others." "Wait, we need to discuss this," the younger boy urged, moving closer to his older brother with urgency in his tone. "Brother, he has a point. It's not that much money. Let us just pay." After a moment of contemplation, the older boy clenched his jaw, resolved. "Fine, what do we pay?" The man instantly offered a professional smile. "Just turn left up ahead." Following his directions, they soon arrived at a makeshift payment station where a sign boldly declared payment here. "You two are here to pay, right? It's 500 each. No credit," the attendant stated. The older boy impatiently tossed the money onto the table and asked, "What number are we?" instead of handing them a number. The attendant glanced at their score wristbands, sighed, and shook his head in disappointment. I'm sorry, but with your current scores, you can only be considered low-level members. It may take a long time before you get a chance to battle. What? Both boys stared in shock. Didn't that man say we pay and get in line first? And what does low-level member mean? The older boy's frustration boiled over, and he slammed his hand on the table, demanding an explanation. Please don't rush. Look, your scores are only 35. That's far too low. How do you expect to win against someone with hundreds of points? Is that reasonable? Would you accept such odds? The attendant's pointed questions left the boys feeling bewildered. The older boy stammered, his face flushed with embarrassment. Their luck had been poor. They hadn't encountered many Pokémon the previous day, and finding items wasn't their strong suit. What do you mean? The older boy asked, feeling defeated yet unwilling to concede. Due to varying scores among challengers, we categorize them into different membership levels. Higher-level members can challenge the top scorer more quickly, the attendant explained. How long will we have to wait? The boys' expressions darkened as they pressed for answers. Let me check, the attendant said, flipping through a list. The boys' hearts sank with each page turned. Oh, there are still over 50 teams ahead of you. You might have to wait until the day after tomorrow. What? The day after tomorrow? The evaluation ends tomorrow. The older boy exclaimed, drawing the attention of nearby students. This is unacceptable. We can't wait. Ignoring the stares, the older boy slammed the table, shouting, Lin sure, right? Don't give me this nonsense. If you have the guts, step up and let me challenge you. Before he could finish, the younger boy quickly covered his mouth, urging, Brother, please stop. Who are you anyway? What skills do you have? I've been waiting here for ages, and you just waltz in wanting to cut the line. Yeah, why don't you practice with me first? I could use some warm-up. Who do you think you're trying to cut in line? The crowd's irritation escalated, and the atmosphere grew tense. Sorry, we were just joking. The younger boy stammered, quickly bowing his head in apology, while the older boy, usually brash, also lowered his head in submission. With no choice left, the two turned to leave this chaotic scene, feeling defeated. Hold on, don't rush off. There's still a way for you to challenge, the attendant called after them. Furrowing their brows, the boys turned back and asked, Can you please finish your thought? I understand your scores are low, but the top contender, Lin Sure, is quite generous and doesn't want students with fewer points to leave empty-handed. You can head to the battle zone nearby to earn some points. The mention of the battle zone sparked a realization. They had seen many battles taking place when they first entered. Yes, while your points may not be enough now, I believe in your potential. If you head to the battle zone, you can earn as many points as you wish. Brother, he has a point. We can't let this trip be for nothing. Let us earn some points over there. The younger boy urged, trying to convince his brother. The older boy furrowed his brow, glancing at his younger sibling. The suggestion sounded familiar, but with no better options, he reluctantly nodded. All right then. Chapter 58 Ghosts, Jengar. The Onyx was unleashing a torrent of rocks upon the battlefield, relentlessly assaulting the Cubchoo, which bore visible injuries. With a determined leap, Cubchoo deftly maneuvered over the stones to execute a powerful move, responding to Lin Shure's command. It soared into the air, using the falling rocks as springboards to close the distance to Onyx. Its right paw, enveloped in a dark crimson glow, descended upon Onyx's head with tremendous force. Bang! A direct hit. Onyx's massive form collapsed with a resounding crash, rendered unable to continue. The battle concluded. Thank you for the match. Lin Shure smiled and bowed slightly before turning away from the arena. See? I told you that Onyx wouldn't require your assistance. Cubchoo handled it effortlessly, Lin Shure boasted, reveling in his triumph before Suchiming. Impressive, indeed. Suchiming clapped her hands gently, her expression unchanged as she offered her praise. It's finally our turn. Lin Shure, step up for the next battle. A bright voice rang out from the arena. A short-haired girl clad in casual athletic wear was calling out to him. Please wait a moment. My Pokémon and I need to rest. The next battle will commence in half an hour. Lin Shure replied with a courteous smile, understanding the value of their investment. What? Half an hour? Can we speed this up? The short-haired girl voiced her impatience. All right, Shawan. Since they've said so, we shall wait a while longer, a long-haired girl, resembling her sister, yet possessing a more aloof elegance, spoke softly. Sis, Mengwan conceded at her sister's insistence, turning to Lin Shure to make a face. Just wait another half hour. and I'll make you regret it. Lin Shi chuckled, amused by the youthful exuberance. Youthful vigor is quite commendable. Fast earnings are indeed enticing. He mused. Shige, we profited handsomely today. A stout figure approached. Zhou Wanjin, accompanied by his teammate Han Xiaocheng, also a classmate of Lin Shi. Thank you for your hard work. I'll distribute the wages tonight, Lin Shi assured them. Shige is generous, Zhou Wanjin cheered, though he was not in need of the money. I don't lack funds. I simply relish the thrill of making money. By the way, Shige, class monitor, are you familiar with your upcoming opponents? Lin Shi looked up to see Zhou Wanjin wearing a mysterious expression. Spit it out. Cough, cough. Zhou Wanjin cleared his throat. I've taken the liberty to gather some intel. The sister duo is quite the sensation at 5th High School. Not only are they exceptionally beautiful, but they also possess formidable skills, with numerous admirers in their school. The elder sister, Menggu, has captured a rare ghost-type Pokémon, Gengar, which is quite powerful. Recently, it achieved first place in the school-wide assessment, just like you, Shige. It said that the sisters share a telepathic bond, making them a formidable team in double battles, often overwhelming their opponents. They currently hold the 2nd position on the leaderboard. Lin Shi nodded knowingly and exchanged glances with Su Qiming. It seems we're up against tough competition this time. Now, this is getting interesting. As noon passed, the warm sunlight bathed the autumn forest. Lin Shi scrutinized the sisters across the battlefield. Despite their identical appearances, their distinct personalities were immediately apparent. Are you ready? Let us begin. The short-haired girl bounced onto the battlefield, shaking her fists at Lin Shi. Certainly, he replied with a nod. Fantastic. Come fort, elegant cat. Mengwan exclaimed joyfully, releasing a charming feline Pokémon into the arena. Elegance Cat is a favored choice among many female trainers and is a common companion Pokémon. My apologies. The elder sister, Menggu, stepped forward, offering a slight bow to Lin Shi and Su Qiming as she summoned her own Pokémon. A gaseous entity, with a black core, emerged from her Pokéball, grinning mischievously with its elongated fangs. Pokémon, Gengar level, 24 status, healthy gender, male type, ghost. Poison ability, levitate height, 1, 3 meters weight, 0, 1 kilogram held item. Oran berry skills, lick scare, strange light, curse, hypnosis, dark glare, icy wind, acid bomb, shadow ball. Protect, skill swap. Pokémon analysis, Gengar, the gas-like Pokémon. It appears in abandoned houses, its form indistinct, seeming to blend with the atmosphere. This Gengar is intriguing. Lin Shi pondered, contemplating the information about Gengar and Elegance Cat. Let us summon our Pokémon as well, Lin Shi suggested to Su Qiming. In terms of types, typically ghost types and other types cannot deal damage to one another. It's an even match. We should first focus our efforts on Gengar. Agreed. Cupchu use Fire Punch. Ivysaur, use Shadow Clone. The battle commenced with Lin Shi and Su Qiming launching their initial assault. Both Pokémon dashed toward Gengar, with Cupchu's fists ignited in flames while Ivysaur conjured multiple clones of itself. Xiaowan, cover me, Menggu instructed her sister. Okay, Mengwan nodded confidently. Elegance Cat unleashed a dazzling light. With a resounding meow, a brilliant luminescence enveloped the battlefield, akin to a flash grenade being detonated, obscuring all vision. Lin Shi felt a sharp sting in his eyes from the brightness. Why is the attack directed at the trainer? Cupchu, close your eyes. Yigo. Cupchu responded. Accustomed to nighttime battles, its training had sharpened its hearing. Its ears perked up, discerning the direction of the sound while its fiery fists blazed with intensity, locking onto its target for a full-force strike. Meow. A sound akin to a cat's hiss echoed as the light diminished, revealing that Cupchu's target was not Gengar, but the dazzling flash itself. Ivysaur used Shadow Ball on Gengar. Initially disoriented by the dazzling light, Ivysaur hesitated, fearful of striking its allies. However, as the brightness faded, it seized the opportunity, gathering ghostly energy before launching a shadow ball the size of a fist. Since it was still in its shadow clone state, multiple shadow balls coalesced before every Ivysaur, hurtling toward Gengar from all directions, encompassing the area in a barrage of attacks. Chapter 59. Immunity and Ability Exchange. The proficiency displayed by the Shadow Ball is remarkable, and the talent of that EV is truly exceptional. The duel between the two sides naturally draws considerable attention. It is not merely a contest for the first and second positions on the leaderboard, but also a clash between the strongest from the third high school or the fifth high school. The stakes are high, as this battle reflects the educational prowess of both institutions, with students eagerly hoping for their representatives to prevail. In the lounge of the fifth high school, news of the battle has already reached them. It has been confirmed that Meng Gu and Meng Wan are engaged in combat with Lin Shi and Su Chi Meng, the leaders of the leaderboard. As the screen is adjusted, images of the ongoing battle appear, albeit shaky and unclear, resembling footage captured covertly. Indeed, this recording has been made discreetly by the supervising teacher from a distance. The Pokémon on the opposing side are well-trained, remarked the chubby male teacher as he observed the screen. In terms of individual strength, Meng Gu and Meng Wan do not hold the advantage. Director Jiang nodded in agreement, yet pushed up his glasses, confidence evident in his voice. But this is a doubles match, is it not? The surrounding teachers nodded, filled with faith in the Meng sisters' abilities in such a format. Returning to the battlefield, after receiving a shadow ball from EV, Jengar grimaced in pain, sticking out its tongue at EV. Jengar, use ability exchange on EV. Meng Wan commanded calmly. Jengar swiftly flew behind EV, a shadow darting from its form directly toward EV. Lin Shi's expression shifted slightly. He understood what the opposing team was attempting and knew they must not succeed. Get EV to dodge, he shouted urgently, but it was too late. Jengar had endured a shadow ball to close in on the bear cub, and having mastered the move through Meng Ji's rigorous training, EV had no means of escape. Soon, the shadow latched onto EV, and a white form emerged from EV, entering Jengar's body. The two Pokémon exchanged abilities, with Jengar's ability transforming into adaptability, enhancing the power of moves that matched its type. What? Su Chi Meng frowned, puzzled by Meng Ji's strategy. Regardless, if Jengar took another hit from Shadow Ball, it would soon be unable to continue fighting. Thus, offense is the best defense. She commanded decisively. EV, use Shadow Ball. EV let out a cry, gathering ghostly energy into a sphere, launching it once more at Jengar. The Shadow Ball passed through Jengar, which grinned at EV, showing no signs of harm. How could this be? Su Chi Ming exclaimed in surprise. Even with the ability exchange, EV should have merely gained the levitate ability, and such an outcome was unexpected. It's the ability of the elegant cat, Lin Shi explained. Just moments ago, while we were distracted, Jengar first exchanged abilities with the elegant cat. It transformed into the normal skin ability, which changes all non-normal type moves to normal type, slightly increasing their power. Then, Jengar replaced EV's ability with normal skin, rendering all of EV's moves normal type, and thus unable to inflict damage on the ghost-type Jengar. Lin Shi quickly clarified his thoughts. I am truly impressed. It is no wonder they are in first place. Their tactics are ingenious. Lin Shi and his team may very well lose this match. The atmosphere in the fifth high school lounge became lively, as Meng Gu's strategic maneuvering captivated the students, who were accustomed to straightforward exchanges of attacks. In contrast, the mood in the third high school lounge turned quiet, a group of individuals staring at the large screen in silence. Given that the fifth high school managed to find someone to record the battle, the third high school undoubtedly had their methods as well, and evidently, the video quality was 1080p. Mr. Zhang, what are your thoughts on the current situation? Zhang Jingyin inquired, resting his chin on his hand, his expression calm and unreadable. Well, Zhang Jianjun replied, after a moment of contemplation, I have confidence in that Lin Shi kid. Upon hearing Zhang Jianjun's words, Zhang Jingyin nodded, choosing not to elaborate further as the lounge fell back into silence. On the battlefield, after comprehending Lin Shi's explanation, Su Chi Meng nodded in understanding. Utilizing abilities effectively is indeed a fundamental skill for any trainer. Observing Meng Ji's assured demeanor, she felt a sense of admiration. Truly, being in first place is no easy feat. Jengar, use Acid Bomb on the bear cub. Elegant cat, follow suit and employ charming voice against the bear cub. Meng Gu and Meng Wan commanded simultaneously. It appeared the opposing team had prioritized their target on the bear cub, which was a reasonable strategy. If the bear cub fell, the remaining EV, unable to harm Jengar, would inevitably lead to their defeat being just a matter of time. "Cover me," Lin Shi said to Su Qiming, shifting his gaze toward the battlefield. Su Qiming nodded gravely in response. "Bear Cub, use Metal Claw. EV, target the elegant cat with Shadow Ball." The bear cub's paws sprouted metallic claws akin to Wolverine, continuously advancing toward Jengar, while fending off the acid bombs launched its way. The elegant cat's attack followed, but a flash of light from a shadow ball shielded the bear cub from harm. Then, another shadow ball struck the elegant cat, and due to the ability exchange, the ghostly move, which would normally be ineffective against the elegant cat, now caused damage. Meow. The elegant cat winced in pain from the hit. Jengar, unleash Icy Wind. Seeing the elegant cat under attack, Mengu immediately commanded Jengar to provide protection. A chilling wind swept from Jengar, howling towards the bear cub and EV, frost covering the ground as the fierce gust slowed the two Pokémon. Bear Cub, use Dig. The bear cub enveloped itself in a yellow ground-type energy, swiftly burrowing into the earth to evade the icy blast. Jengar must be cautious, Mengu warned, alert to the fact that Jengar had lost its levitate ability, making it vulnerable to ground-type moves. EV used Charm. Seizing the opportunity, Su Qiming quickly commanded, aiming to disrupt Jengar. EV blinked at Jengar, sending a heart-shaped energy sphere flying toward it. Meow. The elegant cat leaped into action, intercepting the charm, as it, too, was female, rendering it unaffected. "Let us focus our attacks on that EV," Mengu instructed her sister. Jengar, unleash the maximum power of Icy Wind. The chilling gust surged forth, sweeping towards EV. The elegant cat followed suit, launching Iron Tail. The elegant cat leaped high, buoyed by Jengar's previous levitate ability, and with evident proficiency. It was clear that the two had trained extensively together. The elegant cat extended its tail, gleaming with a metallic sheen, striking towards EV. With a thud, EV was knocked back, tumbling through the air before landing clumsily, a pained expression crossing its adorable face as it glared fiercely at the elegant cat. The little EV was clearly upset. "Bear Cub, use Dig." Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. At the moment when EV was struck by the elegant feline's iron tail, Cubchoo emerged from the ground, channeling a formidable surge of ground-type energy as it launched a powerful punch towards Jengar. Although Jengar reacted swiftly, its loss of levitation severely hampered its mobility, and it was still grazed by Cubchoo's attack. In pain, it grimaced, and a flash of white light enveloped it as it activated an orange berry, restoring a portion of its health. Chapter 60. Imitation, the final showdown. The audience was captivated by the relentless back-and-forth attacks between the two sides. Lin Shi and Su Qiming were truly remarkable. In such a situation, they seemed to maintain an even footing or perhaps even hold a slight advantage. Was it just me who felt a significant gap between us? Goodness, compared to them, I feel utterly inadequate. Nearby, students were engaged in hushed conversations, the air filled with a cacophony of disputes and cheers. On the battlefield, Lin Shi and Su Qiming exchanged glances. The battle had only just begun. Bear Cub, EV. Use Dig. Eep. The two Pokémon swiftly burrowed into the ground, vanishing from sight. "Be cautious. They cannot attack you. Provide cover for me." Mengu rapidly assessed the situation, instructing the graceful cat, with its floating ability, to serve as a protective shield. Understood. The graceful cat let out a melodious cry, its tail hardening like iron as it struck the ground with great force. The earth trembled slightly, and a yellow figure erupted from the soil, launching an attack towards the airborne Gung Ghost. "Now," Mengu commanded, seizing the opportunity. "Gung, use Acid Bomb." With a decisive strike, the skill hit its mark. But as the dust settled, Mengji's eyes widened in disbelief. It was not Bear Cub. This unexpected turn left Mengu momentarily stunned, as Eevee's attacks were ineffective against Gung. Instinctively, she assumed the attacker must be Bear Cub. Not good. Her eyes flashed with urgency as she commanded, "Gung, use Protect." At that moment, Bear Cub leapt from the earth, launching itself towards Gung from behind. In a split second, a protective shield materialized before Gung, absorbing Bear Cub's attack. Phew! With Gung successfully shielding against the assault, both Mengu and Meng Wan exhaled in relief. They were not alone. The teachers in the distant lounge were equally tense. Thank goodness Mengu reacted quickly. Indeed, that was close. Seeing the attack thwarted, Lin Shi felt no regret. If one attempt fails, we shall try again. Use dig. Lin Shi and Su Qiming employed the same strategy, sending their Pokémon underground once more. Numerous holes appeared, encircling Gung and the graceful cat, leaving everyone uncertain of when they would emerge. The graceful cat swung its tail repeatedly against the ground, akin to a whack-a-mole, but failed to land a precise hit. Ah, this is infuriating, Meng Wan exclaimed, scratching her head, her gaze fixated on the ground, fearing Bear Cub might suddenly resurface. Now attack! Lin Shi and Su Qiming shouted in unison as their Pokémon burst forth from the earth, cloaked in dust, momentarily indistinguishable from one another, trapping Gung in between. Gung swayed, bewildered, unsure of how to evade. We won't fall for the same trick a second time, Meng Gu stated coolly, issuing her command. Gung, use skill swap. Eep! Gung cried out as shadows enveloped it, targeting the nearby graceful cat. Just then, the attacks from Bear Cub and EV came roaring in, but Gung's body suddenly elevated, allowing it to evade both strikes. Well done, Meng Gu! Cheered her supporters, their voices rising like a tidal wave. From this day forth, Meng Gu is my only goddess. Meng Wan praised her sister, then glanced at Lin Shi, eager to see his expression. However, she was taken aback by his demeanor, which seemed to exude a sense of cunning triumph. Confused, she soon heard Su Qiming instructing EV use Mimic. In an instant, the airborne EV radiated the same glow as Gung during its skill swap, and a shadow surged into Gung's body, causing their abilities to exchange once more. The Mimic skill allowed it to replicate the opponent's previous move. What? Meng Ji's eyes widened in shock. This was the first time she had lost her composure since battling Lin Shi. But then she heard Lin Shi calmly declare, Bear Cub, use Earthquake. His voice was soft, yet to the Meng sisters, it rang like thunder. Eep! Bear Cub's elongated roar resonated as its fists pounded the ground, causing the earth to tremble violently, cracking beneath them, sending the onlookers staggering. Meanwhile, EV floated effortlessly above the ground, avoiding the damage from the earthquake. Waves of tremors rippled across the surface, akin to ripples on a tranquil pond, swiftly engulfing Gung and the graceful cat, inflicting significant harm. With a resounding crash, the two Pokémon were thrown from the impact, crashing to the ground and enveloped in dust, rendered unable to continue the fight. The tide of battle shifted dramatically before the spectators could fully comprehend the situation. The victor had been determined, and the battle was concluded. Silence fell, a profound stillness enveloping the arena. Lin Shi is incredible. Su Qiming is amazing. A voice broke the quietude, and soon the crowd erupted in raucous cheers. Lin Shi, you're so cool. I love you. Su Qiming, from this day on, you are my goddess. Hey, that person in front is changing their tune too quickly. Observing the defeated Pokémon, Lin Shi and Su Qiming simultaneously sighed with relief. Although it had been a challenging battle, they had ultimately triumphed. In the nearby lounge, incredible, exclaimed Teacher Zhang. As an educator, could you not contain your excitement? Ah, my apologies. Zhang Jianjun's face flushed as he realized his own lack of composure, hastily apologizing while failing to suppress his smile. Lin Shi has truly made me proud. The earthquake move was worth it. His lingering annoyance over Lin Shi's frequent absences from class dissipated entirely. If only all students could be like Lin Shi and Su Qiming. They need not attend class at all. Indeed, the younger generation surpasses the older. Zhang Jingnin chuckled, rising to offer his lavish praise. The other teachers in the lounge beamed with pride, sharing in the glory. In contrast, the pale-faced director Jiang from 5th High School was stunned. The anticipated victory of Meng Gu and Meng Wan had slipped away, leaving her momentarily incredulous. After a long pause, she finally exhaled, addressing her fellow teachers. Victory and defeat are commonplace in battle. Though we lost, we showcased our students' quality and strength. Meng Gu and Meng Wan did not disappoint. The students from 3rd High School were simply more formidable. We must not place undue pressure on them. The surrounding teachers nodded in agreement, endorsing the director's perspective. Moreover, despite the loss, it had been a spectacular battle, far superior to the 4th High School, which currently lacked any presence. With this thought, the atmosphere lightened, and the room buzzed with renewed energy. Chapter 61. Helplessness, Overestimating Oneself. Bear Cub, EV, splendid job. After the battle concluded, Lin Shi and Su Qiming hurried to assess the condition of their Pokémon. Bear Cub appeared to be fine, with its injuries likely to heal swiftly. But EV was in a more serious state, its little face adorned with a look of distress. We lost. You truly are formidable, the Meng sisters approached, with Meng Wan pouting, clearly reluctant to concede. Weren't you the one who said you'd knock my teeth out? Lin Shi remarked with a playful smile. I. Meng Wan's face flushed red as she recollected her pre-battle declaration. You petty man, she muttered softly, lowering her gaze. Today's battle was quite thrilling. We accept our defeat graciously. Meng Ge's cool voice resonated like a refreshing mountain stream. I eagerly anticipate our next encounter. With that, Meng Gu extended her hand toward Lin Shi. Lin Shi, understanding her intentions, smiled in acknowledgement and shook her hand, noting its softness and coolness. Me too, as the sun dipped below the horizon. Casting a golden hue across the sky, Lin Shi and Su Qiming felt a wave of fatigue wash over them. Even Bear Cub's remarkable recovery ability seemed to be waning, let alone for the Fire Rock Mouse and Eevee. Observing the exhausted Su Qiming and the Pokémon, Lin Shi contemplated how to conclude this farce. Everyone, perhaps we should call it a day, Lin Shi suggested, looking at the still-queued crowd with a sense of resignation. In truth, after Lin Shi and Su Qiming triumphed over the Meng sisters, a significant number of students had already left, disheartened by the prospect of victory. Following their successive wins, many more students gradually departed, leaving behind mostly those hoping to seize an opportunity once Lin Shi and Su Qiming were utterly fatigued. What? No way, a young man shouted. His face flushed as he glared at Lin Shi, adopting a defiant stance. After finally earning points from the battle, waiting in line for so long. Now you want to end this? Absolutely not. This is the perfect time to take you down. It was no secret that Lin Shi and Su Qiming possessed a staggering amount of points and an intimidating reputation. Defeating Lin Shi would not only secure first place, but also earn him fame throughout the high school. The thought ignited a fierce determination within him. Absolutely not. We cannot let this end here. A subordinate chimed in. Shut up, the young man retorted, then turned his attention back to Lin Shi, his tone aggressive. Lin Shi, there's so many of us here. We VE paid so much, waited so long, and you think you could just walk away? Not a chance. I tell you, either you concede and hand over your points, or you battle us. There's no other option. His fervor stirred the crowd behind him, who echoed their agreement, eager for a chance to claim victory over Lin Shi, whom they had come to resent for his earlier displays of prowess. Savor your moment of bravado. I wonder how you will fare shortly, they thought, eyeing Lin Shi as if he were a helpless fish on a chopping block, each of them brandishing their figurative knives and forks, ready to partake in his downfall. Sighing, Lin Shi lamented, why can't you appreciate my attempt to spare you time, points, and energy? He smiled resignedly at the fervent and greedy students before him. I truly find you all quite perplexing. All right, you make a valid point, Lin Shi conceded, raising his hands in surrender. However, my partner and Bear Cub are quite fatigued, so they will not participate in this battle. Lin Shi? Su Qiming gasped, turning to him, only to see Lin Shi wink back at her before falling silent. She understood his true capabilities and felt no need to worry. What do you mean? Are you planning to concede? The young man, misinterpreting Lin Shi's words, could not suppress a grin, envisioning the points and glory that awaited him. Lin Shi, are you even a man? You should crush him. Someone shouted. Real men don't bow out. If you concede, I will lose all respect for you. Upon hearing Lin Shi's suggestion of conceding, the remaining students in line began to panic. If Lin Shi truly surrendered, their efforts would be in vain. This was precisely why Lin Shi always requested breaks after battles. He wanted to ensure he was in the best condition when facing them. Lin Shi raised his hand to calm the crowd. Everyone, please, I did not say I would concede. I merely stated that my partner and Bear Cub will not be participating. I am simply preparing to switch Pokémon. His tone was light as he retrieved a Pokeball from his pocket, waving it toward the audience. Does he have another Pokémon? I've never heard of it. Never seen him use one. Zhou Wanjin scoffed at the surrounding chatter, confident that Lin Shi's new Pokémon would terrify them once it emerged. Unbeknownst to Zhou Wanjin, Lin Shi had already captured a new Pokémon. Brother, he has a new Pokémon. Should we still challenge him? It took great effort to earn these points. His subordinate hesitantly remarked. Of course we will challenge him, the young man insisted, his expression complex as he struggled with his decision. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, we will fight. If his Pokémon were truly formidable, he would have used it already instead of relying on Bear Cub for so long. He urged the others not to be fooled by Lin Shi's appearance. He was clearly operating on borrowed time, attempting a ruse. As he continued to assert his theory, his conviction grew. How could anyone raise two such powerful Pokémon in such a short span? Do you think he has some sort of cheat? His subordinate, though hesitant, nodded in agreement, yet a sense of foreboding lingered as he observed Lin Shi's demeanor. Enough chatter. We are challenging you today. Very well, as you wish. Lin Shi bent down to place Bear Cub into Su Qiming's arms before stepping onto the battlefield, which had become a chaotic mess after a day of battles. Come fort. Diglett. Both trainers released their Pokémon simultaneously, two mouse-like creatures appearing on the field. Ah, the brothers of Diglett. Lin Shi silently mourned for the two Pokémon before him, acknowledging the type disadvantage he faced. Without hesitation, he took out a Pokeball and gently tossed it, releasing another Pokémon into the fray. To the benefactors who have supported me, your continued generosity is deeply appreciated. Chapter 62. The initial battle in the fragrant honey domain. Do you perceive an enchanting aroma? It appears to emanate from the peculiar Pokémon summoned by Lin Shi. This Pokémon looks extraordinarily strange. I have never encountered it before. The moment Honeycomb Serpent made its entrance, a rich fragrance rapidly permeated the entire battlefield, rendering the air thick and viscous. What manner of Pokémon is this? The two brothers exchanged bewildered glances, as they had never seen the creature Lin Shi had unleashed. Eldest brother, I found it. It seems to be called Honeycomb Serpent. It is a foreign Pokémon, scarcely cultivated in the Shenzhou region. The younger brother quickly informed his elder sibling, displaying the information he had just uncovered on his phone. Eldest brother, this does not appear to be a trivial opponent. The elder brother shot a fierce glare at his sibling, asserting vehemently, why fear when we have two against one? Just cover for me, and let us advance. He then turned his gaze towards the battlefield and commanded, Sandshrew, use Sandstorm. A surge of ground-type energy enveloped Sandshrew, which began to spin rapidly in place, creating a swirling sandstorm that expanded throughout the arena. Soon, the wind and sand intensified, stinging the faces of the spectators. They were familiar with the tactic of seizing control of the weather. The Sandshrew ability, Sandveil, doubled its speed in a sandstorm, while its counterpart's ability, Sandcloak, enhanced its evasion in such conditions. Why isn't he taking the opportunity to strike us? Observing the formation of the impending sandstorm, the two brothers felt somewhat disoriented by Lin Shi's apparent indifference. Typically, when attempting to initiate a sandstorm, they would be met with relentless attacks that interrupted their moves, relying heavily on Sandshrew as protective maneuvers for any success. The ease with which Lin Shi executed this tactic was bewildering. Never mind. The two exchanged determined glances. With the weather now in their favor, they commanded their Pokémon in unison. Sandshrew, use Rending Claw. Sandshrew, use Rapid Spin. In the midst of the sandstorm, Sandshrew moved swiftly, its claws gleaming with a sharp white light, while the other Sandshrew became a blur, curling into a tight ball and rolling across the ground. Amidst their fierce assault, Lin Shi remained unfazed, calmly instructing, Honeycomb Serpent, use Sweet Scent. With a resonant cry, Honeycomb Serpent released an even more potent fragrance, its ability, Fragrant Nectar, amplifying the effect of the sweet scent. This combination resulted in a delicate, rosy mist enveloping the battlefield, ensnaring Honeycomb Serpent in a cocoon of sweetness. As the two Pokémon approached, they found themselves entrapped in a viscous substance that hindered their movements, while the increasingly intoxicating aroma dulled their senses. Lin Shi nodded in satisfaction at the unfolding scene. Recently, he had devoted considerable effort to training Honeycomb Serpent, meticulously crafting a cultivation plan to harness its innate abilities. The fragrant honey domain was a testament to their joint efforts. Even in its larval stage, Lin Shi had been astounded by the potency of its fragrance, and he had no intention of squandering this gift. Together, they devised a strategy that utilized aroma in battle combining fragrant nectar with sweet scent to swiftly establish a domain that constrained their opponent's movements, allowing for more effective offensive maneuvers. Seeing the two entranced Pokémon, sluggish in their actions, Lin Shurxin noted that the outcome exceeded his expectations. "What are you two doing?" Observing the state of the Pokémon, the brothers exclaimed in unison. Despite initiating a sandstorm, how can they be so slow? Honeycomb Serpent, use Syrup Bomb. Lin Shurxin, indifferent to their dismay, resolved to conclude the battle swiftly. With a fierce cry, Honeycomb Serpent gathered green energy, transforming it into a barrage of translucent red syrup bombs, relentlessly targeting Sandshrew and Sandshrew. Within the confines of the fragrant honey domain, the two Pokémon were unable to evade the onslaught, suffering significant damage from the effective grass-type assault. They became ensnared in the thick, red syrup, immobilized, and unable to escape. It was abundantly clear that the victor had emerged. "Are you still unwilling to concede?" Witnessing the two Pokémon barely clinging to consciousness, Lin Shurxin waved dismissively at the challengers. The brothers seemed to finally register the situation, staring blankly at the scene before them in disbelief. The disparity is immense. This Honeycomb Serpent is even more formidable than Lin Shurxin's previously unmatched Pokémon. The defeat was inevitable. The elder brother swallowed hard, closing his eyes and slowly raising his hand to concede. "We surrender." A wise decision, Lin Shurxin commended with a smile. He then turned his attention to the spectators who remained in shock, addressing them loudly. "Is there anyone else?" The crowd exchanged glances, but not a single soul stepped forward. They surmised that their prowess was unlikely to surpass that of the Sandshrew brothers, who had already succumbed without even grazing Lin Shurxin as Pokémon. Unbelievable. This Honeycomb Serpent does not appear to be a creature that someone of Lin Shurxin's age could cultivate. Seeing that no one dared challenge him further, Lin Shurxin declared the battle concluded. "I will remain here until the assessments conclude tomorrow, welcoming any challengers." Though he uttered these words, Lin Shurxin doubted that anyone would be foolish enough to confront him again. Afterward, he recalled Honeycomb Serpent into its Pokeball and departed the battlefield. The onlookers watched Lin Shurxin's retreating figure, hesitating to voice their thoughts, yet ultimately, no one dared to voice an objection. Fear had gripped them. They were afraid of defeat. "When did you capture such impressive new Pokémon?" Shortly after departing, the enthusiastic Zhou Pongzi rushed over, staring at Lin Shurxin as if he were an extraterrestrial. While others were oblivious, he knew that Lin Shurxin possessed an exceptionally powerful Gyarados, a sight that had left him awestruck for days. In such a brief time, while he had only just captured his second Pokémon, Lin Shurxin had already acquired this formidable Honeycomb Serpent. In Zhou Wanjin's eyes, Lin Shurxin was becoming increasingly extraordinary. Not long ago, due to matters concerning Polaris, Lin Shurxin had refrained from elaborating, merely engaging in brief conversation to deflect. Zhou Wanjin, perceptive enough not to pry further, expressed a desire to witness the elusive Honeycomb Serpent, a rarity in the region. "Your Honeycomb Serpent is truly remarkable," Su Qiming remarked, cradling her bear baby as she looked at Lin Shurxin. This was her first time witnessing the Honeycomb Serpent in battle, and she was not disappointed. Any Pokémon in Lin Shurxin's hands seemed to produce something extraordinary. "Hee, do not forget who its trainer is," Lin Shurxin replied with a confident smile. Chapter 63, Awakening. The Fury of Snorlax. On a clear autumn night, the sky was adorned with a myriad of twinkling stars, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Lin Shur was meticulously reviewing the points he had amassed today. With his strategic accumulation of points, those he had battled against also boasted considerable scores, which naturally fell into his hands upon his victories. His total points had now reached 780, a remarkable figure that was unprecedented. Lin Shur's fervent pursuit of points and the top rank was not driven by mere honor. Rather, he sought to showcase his potential to Northern University, thereby enhancing his chances of securing a place among the demigods. "Have Zhou Wanjin and the others left?" he asked. "Yes," replied the chubby companion. "They said it was too dull without drinks and would wait until it was over to enjoy a proper meal." Lin Shur had just settled the wages for Zhou Wanjin, Li Xiaocheng, and several classmates he had hastily enlisted for assistance. As he glanced at Su Qimeng, a thought struck him. With a smile, he said, "It seems I haven't paid you yet." To be candid, apart from Lin Shi, the most exhausted person today was undoubtedly Su Qiming, who had fought alongside him all day. "Me? My wages are already on my wristband," she replied, lifting her slender, fair arm and waving it before him. "This is just part of your payment. And there's more," he said, retrieving a finely crafted small box from his backpack and placing it before her. "Is this for me?" Su Qiming gasped in surprise. "Has the sun risen in the west? You're actually thinking of giving me a gift?" "Of course," Lin Shi replied earnestly. He gently flipped open the box, revealing a delicate jade pendant, carved from a piece of exquisite jade inherited from Zhou Qizha. Lin Shi had found the stone appealing and, feeling it would be a pity to sell, had commissioned several pieces of jewelry to be made, this pendant being one of them. Su Qiming's eyes widened. "It's truly a legitimate gift? What image do you have of me in your heart?" Lin Shi quipped, glancing at the translucent pendant that radiated value. Su Qiming felt even more astonished, as she had been prepared for a prank. "Come, accept this as a token of gratitude for your efforts," Lin Shi said, slowly presenting the pendant, which seemed to glow under the moonlight and starlight. Lin Shi understood that Su Qiming was not particularly invested in scores or honors. She had assisted him significantly, and he felt compelled to reciprocate. "Since you insist, I shall accept it," Su Qiming said, her lips curving into a smile, her eyes sparkling. "Shall I help you put it on?" Lin Shi offered. "Very thoughtful of you," Su Qiming replied, mimicking a regal gesture with a delicate nod. Lin Shi stepped behind her and gently hung the pendant around her graceful neck. Due to the height difference, he had to lower his head, his warm breath brushing against Su Qiming's neck, sending a shiver through her. Her face flushed instantly. Lin Shi carefully tucked Su Qiming's silky black hair aside, the smooth texture captivating him, a pleasant fragrance enveloping him. "Wow, you smell delightful." As he positioned the pendant beneath her hair, preparing to fasten the clasp, their proximity increased, and the surroundings seemed to fall into an eerie silence, their breaths audible to one another. The atmosphere was undeniably tinged with ambiguity. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the ground beneath them. Lin Shi, caught off guard, stumbled backward, unable to maintain his balance. Oof! The incident unfolded abruptly, and Lin Shi couldn't release his grip in time, causing the pendant to tighten around Su Qiming's neck, making her feel nauseous. Realizing the situation, Lin Shi quickly let go, but a faint red mark remained on her fair neck. Their eyes met, the mood decidedly awkward. "It was an accident, purely an accident," Lin Shi stammered, his embarrassment palpable as the intimate moment nearly escalated into an incident. Who on earth could be so inconsiderate as to ruin the refined ambience for our Miss Su? He turned toward the source of the noise, which seemed to be nearby. Driven by curiosity and a desire to lighten the mood, Lin Shi strode in that direction. Observing Lin Shi's somewhat flustered retreat, Su Qiming shook her head and delicately clasped the pendant's clasp at the back of her neck. "Oomph! What nonsense is this Zhang Ha up to?" On a small path amidst the dense forest, a burly man was sprinting with all his might, frequently glancing over his shoulder, his face etched with terror. Snorlax, hot on his heels, a Snorlax surged forward with an agility that belied its massive size, its expression one of fury. "MD, this is never-ending." As he beheld Snorlax's enraged visage, Wang Heng finally grasped the true meaning behind the adage about waking a sleeping Snorlax. How dare he provoke such a creature? Though not particularly strong, Wang Heng's audacity was commendable. Lin Shi, drawn by the commotion, emerged to see Wang Heng being chased by the enraged Snorlax. He understood the reckless behavior. After all, the assessment would conclude the following day, and everyone was exerting their utmost to claim points. Lin Shi surmised that this Snorlax was likely the highest level Pokémon in the ongoing field training assessment, undoubtedly possessing the highest point card as well. However, Lin Shi felt no inclination to engage with it. Lin Shi, Wang Heng, in his frantic dash, spotted Lin Shi not far ahead and momentarily froze, before his expression brightened with glee. Noticing his reaction, Lin Shi scratched his head, knowing precisely what was about to unfold. "Umph, Lin Shi, today is your unlucky day, but it's your fault for snatching our points. Otherwise, we wouldn't have had to provoke this beast." Wang Heng muttered to himself as he approached Lin Shi. With a bold determination, he veered sharply and ran alongside Lin Shi. Ha! Wang Heng laughed. So you think you're tough? What good is being tough if you lack brains? Snorlax. What was that sound? It sounds so familiar, Wang Heng remarked, bewildered. Of course it sounds familiar, Lin Shi replied, staring incredulously at Wang Heng. Do you think Snorlax is just going to let you turn? Its brain might well be sharper than yours. With a fierce leap, the enraged Snorlax soared into the air, enveloped in a radiant light, crashing down toward Wang Heng like a comet. Boom! The ground erupted beneath the impact, leaving a deep crater. Wang Heng stared in horror at the pit behind him. Fear etched across his face. Then he noticed Snorlax charging up energy, a powerful wave emanating from it. Oh no, it's Giga Impact! Wang Heng's heart raced with terror. Move! Move! He shouted inwardly, his face contorted in fear, but his legs felt as heavy as lead, refusing to budge. It's over. Despair flooded Wang Heng's mind as a beam of white light erupted from Snorlax's mouth, exploding before him and enveloping him in a blinding brilliance. Chapter 64. The Finale and the Final Score. A resounding explosion sent leaves cascading to the ground. Lin Shi shook his head at the scene before him. What a shame. It missed. Indeed, Snorlax's hyper beam did not target Wang Heng directly, but struck the ground slightly ahead of him. Nevertheless, the shockwave from the explosion propelled both him and the suddenly appearing Zhang Ha into a tree. There was a bond of camaraderie in their plight. Lin Shi recognized that had it not been for Zhang Ha cushioning the impact, Wang Heng would have suffered far worse given his speed at that moment. With the target taken down, Snorlax seemed to have vented its fury and ceased its pursuit of the two, instead beginning to sway its body, its nose twitching in the air as if searching for something. From Lin Shi's understanding of Snorlax, it was likely hungry on the hunt for food. Wait! Suddenly, Lin Shi recalled something. He turned sharply to Snorlax and, sure enough, saw it confirm a target after searching, its face lighting up as it ambled in a particular direction. As anticipated, Lin Shi sighed. Snorlax was heading towards the campsite of him and Su Qiming, attracted by the food they had just prepared. With its eyes half closed, Snorlax followed the scent, swallowing in anticipation, feeling increasingly famished, ready for a feast. Suddenly, a magnificent aroma wafted before it, one that seemed familiar. Was it the scent of apples? It opened its eyes and stood upright, gazing ahead in mild confusion. A massive apple, infested with insects, lay in the middle of the path, emanating an enticing fragrance, while a human stood behind it. Seeing the obstruction, the ravenous Snorlax became incensed, bellowing at them incessantly. Apologies, but this path is blocked. Lin Shi waved his hand at Snorlax. Pokémon, Snorlax level, LV33 status, healthy, hungry, gender, male type, normal ability, immunity height, 2. 1 meters weight, 500. 0 kilograms held item, none moves, rollout, lick, yawn, rest, snore, heavy slam, body slam, tackle, bite, fire punch, hyper beam. Pokédex entry, Snorlax, the sleeping Pokémon, the evolved form of Munchlax. Requires consuming 400 kilograms of food daily to feel satisfied. Will immediately fall into a deep slumber after eating. Indeed, formidable, Lin Shi mused, observing Snorlax's stats. Yet, his expression sharpened, a confident smile gracing his lips. Just the opponent I've been looking for. He turned to his Mismagius. In terms of battling, Mismagius's special attack was not particularly suited for engaging Snorlax, considering Snorlax's special defense far surpassed its physical defense. However, this was precisely the opportunity to assess Mismagius's capabilities. Mismagius, use Magical Leaf. Without hesitation, Lin Shi initiated the assault. Vivid green energy coalesced around Mismagius, forming sharp leaves that soared toward Snorlax. Snorlax, undeterred by the onslaught, clenched its fists, igniting flames as it unleashed a series of fire punches to counter the barrage of leaves. Having fended off the attack, Snorlax curled into a ball, then began to roll forward, radiating a metallic sheen, transforming into a colossal metal sphere that charged toward Mismagius. Watching Snorlax barrel towards him like a steel war machine, Lyncher couldn't help but admire the spectacle. It appeared to be a combination of rollout and heavy slam, a rather impressive Snorlax. "We cannot remain passive," Lyncher commanded. "Mismagius, activate Honey Field." Instantly, a faint red syrupy mist spread from Mismagius, enveloping the wildly rolling Snorlax. "Now use Syrup Bomb." Mismagius opened its mouth, launching apple-flavored bombs that burst into a thick syrup, quickly covering Snorlax and drastically reducing its speed until it was forced to halt. Struggling, Snorlax lifted its foot, dragging out a sticky trail of syrup. At this moment, Snorlax was ensnared in a sugary bind, where the syrup's hardening would continue to diminish its speed, potentially immobilizing it entirely. "Excellent." Lyncher nodded, impressed by the syrup's binding efficacy, which exceeded his expectations. What was Snorlax doing? Lyncher watched as it licked the red syrup from its body, its eyes lighting up as if a new world had opened before it, prompting it to lick the syrup from other areas. Before long, it had consumed a considerable amount. Is this even possible? Lyncher observed Snorlax devouring the syrup, seemingly oblivious to his presence and that of Mismagius. The battle seemed to be taking a peculiar turn. "Well, this works to our advantage," Lyncher scratched his head, recalling that Mismagius had an abundance of syrup at its disposal. Following the principle of aiding those in need, he continued to command Mismagius, "Continue using Syrup Bombs." A downpour of red syrup enveloped Snorlax, its eyes shimmering with delight as it felt it was living a sweet dream. "Please, do not let me wake up." "What are you doing? Blocking the path?" "Impossible. This is merely a reward for my good deeds," Lyncher smirked. Feeding a wild Pokémon could be deemed a good deed, and he had accrued 100 points from Snorlax. Moreover, he had assisted the Hung Ha brothers in withdrawing from the competition, as they were now unconscious, and it would be perilous for them to remain out in the cold at night. Sadly, due to their withdrawal, the points they had painstakingly gathered were rendered void, resulting in no score for them this time. Now, they possessed a total of 880 points, a rather auspicious number, and it was highly unlikely anyone would challenge them further, likely marking their final score. "It is finally coming to an end." Lyncher stretched, gazing at the moon on the horizon with a sense of wonder. The following day arrived swiftly. As Lyncher had anticipated, no group dared to challenge him, and Su Chiming until the assessment concluded, evidently shaken from the previous evening's battle. The sun hung in the southern sky, approaching noon. All students simultaneously received the announcement. The Wilderness Survival Training Assessment was officially over. Chapter 65, Winter Break Pre-New Year Gathering. In the Spirit Training Grounds of Baishan City, Lyncher was diligently training 3 Pokémon. Nearly a week had passed since the outdoor practical assessment, and as a prominent figure at the 3rd high school, no one seemed concerned about his absence from classes. It appeared that the effects of the enhancement berries were quite commendable. Observing the training status of the 3 Pokémon, Lyncher nodded in satisfaction. As the top scorer in the assessment, he and Su Chiming were each entitled to select 3 basic enhancement berries. The branch fruit consumed by the bear cubs, which enhances attack power, was one such berry. Although all these berries served to enhance fundamental capabilities, their effects were notably superior to the basic enhancement feathers Lyncher had previously acquired, rendering the latter utterly incomparable. Without much hesitation, Lyncher opted for 2 branch fruits and 1 dragonfire fruit, which boosts special attack. He assigned these to the bear cub, the Gyarados, and the Milotic respectively. Additionally, he retrieved a dark yellow disc from his bag. This disposable skill machine for Rock Slide had been given to him by Zhang Jianjun, or rather, it was a gift from the principal of the 3rd high school, Zhang Jingyin. Likewise, Su Chiming had received a disposable skill machine for Heat Wave as a reward. Lyncher's impression of the principal was vague, recalling only a spirited old gentleman. It seemed he was not only energetic but also affluent. For each of these skill machines was as coveted as the Earthquake machine, with a price that was far from trivial, yet he had generously provided 2. Nonetheless, this skill machine was a perfect fit for the bear cub to learn, and Lyncher planned to have it master the final Thunder Punch of the Farmer S3 Fist before promptly embarking on learning this new skill. As the semester drew to a close, the climate in the northern regions had become less extreme, perhaps due to the emergence of Pokémon. Yet the chill intensified as the new year approached. Although the prices were not insignificant, They were not exorbitant for someone of Lin Shi's current stature. Regarding school, all he needed to do was participate in a final examination for a general subject, and he could easily prepare at home. Time flew by like a fleeting shadow, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. As the year-end approached, Lin Shi finally welcomed his winter break. His days were rather tranquil. Aside from the routine Pokémon training and preparation for general subjects, he also sought reliable sources for Ghost-type Pokémon and kept an eye on various items online. As the days slipped by, the festive spirit of a new year grew increasingly palpable. Shop windows adorned with red lanterns and auspicious decorations beckoned, while people began to procure goods for the celebration, infusing the atmosphere with joy. "Hey, have you arrived? Do you need me to pick you up?" Lin Shi, clad in a black and white down jacket, strolled along the street, his phone ringing with the voice of Zhou Wanjin. "No need, I'm already here. You can browse around for a bit. We'll meet shortly." These roadside stalls were merely appetizers. The real treasures lay within the grand venue, not far off. Putting away his phone, Lin Shi patiently crouched before each stall, occasionally brushing his fingers over the items on the ground, inspecting them closely. The merchandise at these stalls was diverse. Berries, Pokémon items, skill machines, and even Pokémon eggs were up for sale. However, most were inferior goods or mere imitations, indistinguishable in appearance. It was akin to an antique market from a previous life, where once a purchase was made, it was final. No returns, no exchanges. Many stall owners had the audacity to display, "I'm going to deceive you" vibe. "Boss, what era is this vase from?" "From the Shang and Zhou dynasties. ISNT that the Ming dynasty S. de Xian period inscribed on it." "Oh, that's just a Ming imitation of the Shang and Zhou." Lin Shi thought to himself, what a farce. After browsing a few more stalls, he encountered vendors peddling toys as genuine items and others passing off damaged skill machines as quality goods. Shaking his head in disbelief. The world of commerce is riddled with deceit. At that moment, a new stall caught Lin Shi's attention. It appeared to sell antiquities, showcasing a myriad of items exuding an aura of antiquity. The stall owner, an elderly man with a white beard yet an upright demeanor, sat with his eyes closed, not calling out to passers-by, exuding an air of tranquility. Lin Shi crouched down and picked up several smooth, round stones from the corner of the stall, inspecting them closely. Suddenly, he felt a spark of recognition, though he maintained an air of nonchalance, casually inquiring, "Boss, how much for these stones?" Without even blinking, the old man replied in a deep voice, 100,000. "What?" Lin Shi looked at the owner incredulously. "One stone, 100,000. However, sensing the gaze Lin Shi cast upon him, the old man felt the need to elaborate, leaning closer and whispering mysteriously, "Do you know what these are?" Lin Shi's heart skipped a beat. Could he possibly know? Why then were they displayed here? A trap? Were they? He cautiously asked the old man, tilting his body slightly. "I don't know either." Lin Shi responded, "Are you jesting with me? It's precisely because I lack knowledge about these that I am concerned. If I buy them cheaply, only to be outsmarted, wouldn't that be a great loss?" The old man earnestly defended his stance. "Oh, how logically sound you are." Lin Shi interrupted the elder's discourse with a raised finger, signaling for silence. "Let's cut to the chase. I have a friend who collects stones. I'm buying these as a gift. Your price is out of the question. Now I'll make an offer, and if you agree, we can proceed with the transaction. If not, we'll part ways." He glanced at the stones and then at the old man's face, slowly extending a finger. 100 each. His declaration resonated with finality, plunging the scene into an abrupt silence. "Deal." The old man readily acquiesced, unable to suppress a smile as he stroked his white beard while gazing at Lin Shi. "Surely, you didn't just pick these stones up by the riverside to deceive naive fools? Ridiculous. I meticulously selected these." The old man's face flushed with embarrassment, falling silent and refraining from further justification. Lin Shi, observing the old man's expression, felt a wave of amusement, but proceeded to pay him generously, placing the stones into his backpack. He had undoubtedly secured the role of the unwitting fool today. After completing the transaction, Lin Shi did not depart immediately, but continued to examine the other items at the stall. As he browsed through the various artifacts, he suddenly halted in astonishment at a particular item. Scrutinizing it closely, his brow furrowed as he murmured, "This appears to be chapter 66. Shine on, wealthy. What has the classmate set his sights on now? Rest assured, choose wisely. I have only the finest treasures." The old man, with a grin of satisfaction, accepted the 500 yuan handed to him by Lin Shi. With money in hand, his demeanor toward Lin Shi became notably warmer. In these times, finding a fool with money is a rare occurrence. Lin Shi paid little heed to the proprietor and instead picked up an ancient coin from the box before him. Examining it closely, the ancient gold coin, reputedly used in bygone civilizations. Lin Shi recalled that such coins seemed to be unearthed only in certain secret realms. Though there were no specific records or practical applications for them, they merely served as collectibles. Upon inspecting the box, he noted it contained a total of 6 ancient coins. Intrigued, Lin Shi's eyes lit up as he inquired of the old man, "Where did you acquire these items?" The proprietor glanced at the box in Lin Shi's hands, furrowing his brow in deep thought. "I can't quite remember, but I believe I collected them a few years ago at a market in Moya City. Rest assured, their provenance is impeccable," he hastily added, sensing Lin Shi's concern. Lin Shi nodded, opting not to press further, and instead stated, "Name your price." "For the entire box, 100,000, the old man declared. Lin Shi was taken aback, lifting his gaze to scrutinize the elder. Surely, these items were of far superior quality than those worthless stones. Why then was the price so modest? He had braced himself for a far more exorbitant demand. It seemed the old man had read Lin Shi's thoughts as he spoke with self-satisfaction. "Because I am familiar with these items, they're worth this price." "Ah, quite reasonable." Lin Shi did not argue, recognizing the price to be quite fair. "Isn't it possible to trade goods instead? May I exchange this?" Lin Shi proposed, producing an item he no longer found useful. A black belt? The proprietor had not anticipated Lin Shi's offer of a trade. He scrutinized the item Lin Shi presented. It appears to be in decent condition. After years of setting up his stall, the old man had developed a discerning eye. Yet he remarked, "Young man, I can only value this black belt at half the price, so you'll need to supplement it with 50,000. How unscrupulous, Lin Shi thought, recalling that he had spent over 70,000 on the belt not long ago, only to see its value slashed. Very well, 50,000 it is, he conceded, not particularly concerned about the sum, and promptly transferred the remaining amount via his phone. All right then, take your items. Consider the box a gift, no charge. The old man chuckled, his beard quivering with delight. A year without business, and now I feast for 3. Lin Shi placed the box along with the 6 ancient coins into his backpack, then turned to the beaming old man. Let us add each other as friends. What do you mean? Our transaction is final. No returns or exchanges, the old man replied, his eyes narrowing in suspicion. Do not misunderstand, Lin Shi said with a smile. I simply believe you have a plethora of fine items here. In the future, if you come across any more, do keep me in mind. I am open to negotiation. Oh, I see. That is no problem, the old man agreed. After adding each other as friends, they exchanged knowing smiles, both silently vowing to frequent each other as company. Afterward, Lin Shi wandered around for a while longer, but found nothing else of interest. As time drew near, he made his way to the central venue. The appetizers had been served. It was time for the main course. Lin Shi had come today primarily to procure rare items to enhance the abilities of a few Pokémon. For instance, the Gyarados could continue using the mysterious water droplet gifted by the Magikarp, so Lin Shi intended to seek out useful TMs for it to learn new skills. Meanwhile, Cubchoo and Superior were each in need of a combat item to aid them in battle. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Shi's spirits lifted as he settled onto an unoccupied chair, his heavy backpack resting beside him, a content smile gracing his face. He first retrieved the stones he had just purchased. Most were merely ordinary stones with peculiar colors, but not all were so mundane. He picked up an irregular stone of a dark purple hue, and with a thought, its appraisal information surfaced before his eyes. Evolutionary stone, a remarkable stone that fosters evolution. When carried, it enhances the defense and special defense of Pokémon capable of evolving. This item was perfectly suited for Cubchoo, augmenting its already formidable defenses, and furthermore, it could be utilized even after Cubchoo evolved in a Beartic. Having spent merely 100 on such an exceptional item, Lin sure felt elated. He mused about asking the old man where he had found it. Perhaps he would also take the time to explore the area himself. Since he had opened his backpack, Lin Sure then took out the costly box, examining it carefully. Inside lay 6 ancient coins, 2 ancient copper coins, 1 ancient silver coin, 1 ancient gold coin, and 2 distinct coins unlike the others. Lin Sure picked one of these 2 coins up for closer inspection. Coin of the Greed Spirit, a drop item, cherished and collected by the Greed Spirit. Indeed, these 2 gleaming coins were the very coins belonging to the Greed Spirit, and one could not mention the Greed Spirit without acknowledging its evolved form, the Wealthy Spirit. The Wealthy Spirit evolves from the Greed Spirit after it collects 999 coins, and is an exceptionally powerful Pokémon. With its Ghost Steel typing, it boasts 9 resistances and 3 immunities, while its ability, Golden Body, renders it impervious to the opponent's status moves. Its signature move, Gold Rush, is one of the few high-powered special Steel-type moves available. The Wealthy Spirit, resplendent in its golden glow, has no shiny variant. Rather, each successfully evolved Wealthy Spirit inherently radiates brilliance. To Lin Sure's recollection, this world had yet to see the emergence of the Wealthy Spirit, at least not in any officially recognized capacity, and the Greed Spirit itself was exceedingly rare. Lin Sure licked his lips. Was this not the Ghost-type Pokémon he had long desired? With this realization, Lin Sure's gaze shifted to the box, which contained his greatest prize. Indeed, whether the evolutionary stone or the 2 coins from the Greed Spirit were significant, they paled in comparison to the box itself. Lin Sure slowly raised the box containing the ancient coins, gazing up at the light, unable to suppress a smile. Have you heard of buying the box while discarding the pearls? Achoo! Far outside the venue, the old man sneezed, tightening his clothing with a grin as he mumbled, "Ah, enough of this. I've made quite a fortune off that big spender today. I think I'll call it a day." Chapter 67, Bidding Skill Machines. Lin Sure meticulously examined the box in his hands. It was a vibrant red and yellow, resembling the treasure chests often depicted in Western films. A piece of identification information materialized before his eyes. Lin Sure took a deep breath, a smile playing on his lips. With this treasure chest, even if he did nothing, a spirit of wealth would surely seek him out. If he ventured into the hidden realms of these treasures, wouldn't he stand a significant chance of encountering the spirit in search of a chest? With this thought, Lin Sure's excitement began to simmer. "I must visit there soon," he murmured to himself. "Good day, sir. Please present your invitation," a staff member politely requested, blocking Lin Sure at the entrance of the inner hall. The venue was divided into 2 sections. The outer area was open to the public for resource transactions, where fortunes could be made or lost, with any mishaps resting solely on the individual. In stark contrast, entry to the inner hall required an invitation, typically distributed to prominent figures from Baishan City, indicating that the resources exchanged within were rarer and of higher quality. After presenting his invitation, Lin Sure was graciously ushered into the inner hall. The decor was markedly superior to that of the outer section, with shops offering a higher caliber of goods. As Lin Sure strolled through, he sought out items of interest. Passing by a shop selling skill machines, his curiosity was piqued. A store in the inner hall must possess some remarkable items. "Welcome," the shopkeeper greeted him as Lin Sure walked past the shelves. Though it was indeed a shop, the selection of skill machines was limited, and most were not of interest to him, featuring skills like Low Kick, Hyper Beam, Fake Cry, and Aqua Jet. At last, something worthwhile. Lin Sure's eyes lit up as he spotted several skill machines displayed on the table. These included impressive skills such as Flamethrower, Thunderbolt, Ice Beam, Fire Spin, Rock Slide, Cut, Air Slash, and Dart Pulse. The quality of these skill machines was exceptional, featuring popular and powerful techniques that were typically difficult to acquire outside. However, it was clear that such coveted skill machines were the shopkeeper's prized possessions, and Lin Sure was not alone in his interest. A crowd had already gathered around. "Excuse me, could you make some space?" Lin Sure managed to squeeze in, not overly greedy, content if he could secure just one. "It is my honor to meet you all today. I am the manager of the pet spirit shop here, and I will be conducting the sale of these skill machines," announced a cheerful shop assistant clad in a uniform. "Yeehan." Lin Sure was taken aback upon recognizing the shop assistant, who was responsible for the skill machine sale and worked at the Baishan City Spirit department store. I suppose this counts as a promotion. By the way, is this a branch of the pet spirit shop? Lin Sure suddenly realized he had not noticed the sign when he entered. At that moment, Yihan caught sight of Lin Sure in the front row and discreetly winked at him in greeting before returning to converse with the other customers. I sense a hint of scandal, a melodious voice chimed from beside Lin Sure. He turned to see a graceful girl with short hair gazing at him with a teasing smile. Mei Wan, what brings you here? Lin Sure asked, surprised to see her. Why shouldn't I be here? I'm also a resident of Baishan City, Mei Wan replied with a look of mild incredulity. Let us not change the subject. Tell me about your relationship with that shop assistant. Don't worry, I want to tell Su Qiming. Mei Wan's eyes sparkled with curiosity, practically broadcasting her eagerness for gossip. Well, it can be summarized in 4 words, Lin Sure responded. Mei Wan's eyes widened as she eagerly interjected, love at first sight? Lin Sure shook his head, then pronounced each word distinctly, none of your business. Fine, if you want to say, you're just a stingy man, Mei Wan pouted. Her cheeks puffed in playful annoyance. As the two conversed, more people gathered around, and Yihan glanced around, sensing it was time to commence. Dear esteemed customers, today we will auction a selection of disposable skill machines from the pet spirit shop. We will accept bids in both currency and barter, Yihan announced, her voice as soothing as a spring breeze. First up is the Fire Spin skill machine, starting bid at 50,000. Highest bidder wins. 60,000. The moment she finished, a voice called out, increasing the bid by a hefty 10,000, clearly a person of means. 70,000. 100,000. Interest in the Fire Spin technique was evidently high, as the price doubled within mere minutes. Hey, aren't you going to bid? Lin Sure nudged Mei Wan's shoulder with his arm. How did you know I wanted this? Mei Wan looked at him with surprise. For your sister. Isn't this skill perfect for her Jengar? Lin Sure crossed his arms matter-of-factly. Mei Wan shrugged, non-committal, and fell silent. 14,000. Is there anyone else willing to bid? As the price climbed, the number of bidders dwindled, settling at 14,000. All right, I declare 15,000. A man interjected, glaring at Mei Wan, who seemed determined to win. After a few stammered protests, he ultimately conceded, and thus the first skill machine was acquired by Mei Wan for 15,000. Yay! She joyfully paid and took possession of the skill machine, her face aglow with delight. Congratulations, Lin Sure said with a straight face, offering a perfunctory salute. Just wait until my sister's Jengar masters Fire Spin. We'll teach you a lesson next time, Mei Wan declared, shaking her tiny fist in triumph. The next skill machine for auction was Air Slash. The second round commenced swiftly, but Lin Sure found himself uninterested. He couldn't help but wonder why his Gyarados couldn't learn Air Slash. What was its flying type even good for? One by one, the skill machines were auctioned off, and Lin Sure, flaunting his newfound wealth, spent 410,000 to successfully acquire the Thunderbolt and Ice Beam skill machines. Notably, he could not benefit from his VIP status for a discount, meaning he had to pay the full price. Rubbing his forehead, Lin Sure sometimes felt fortunate that his Pokémon had encountered such a capable trainer in him. Gyarados, just enjoy your luck, he mused, relieved that he had earned a substantial sum from the Zhou family, or else he might not have been able to afford these purchases. You're surprisingly affluent, Mei Wan remarked, crossing her arms and sizing Lin Sure up. In her memory, there were no wealthy heirs from Baishan City that resembled him. Don't be infatuated. I'm merely a legend, Lin Sure boasted, waving the 2 skill machine discs in front of her. Mei Wan scoffed at him. Only one skill machine remained, the flamethrower. Chapter 68. Reunion, New Skill Machine. The final skill disc featuring the flamethrower technique was up for bids, and the atmosphere in the Pokémon skill machine store was electric. Yihan was overseeing the auction of this last prized item. Her spirits lifted as previous skill machines had fetched impressive prices. 100,000. The initial bidder raised the stakes, and Lin Sure turned to see that it was the same man who had competed with Mei Wan earlier. 19,000. After several minutes of intense bidding, the price escalated to 19,000, with the man still firmly in the lead, revealing his determination to acquire the skill machine. Are there any other bids? Yihan scanned the crowd, noting the silence. and was about to declare the man the winner when a young male voice called out from the back. "Excuse me, let me through." Moments latte. A tall and muscular man pushed his way through the crowd, raising his hand to emphasize, "I bid 20,000. "Oh, it's him." The crowd's attention shifted, and many approached him to greet and flatter him. "Who is he? Is he famous?" Lin Shi leaned closer to Meng Wan, inquiring quietly. Meng Wan looked at him incredulously. "Are you serious? You don't know him? How can you be the nominal top student of Third High without knowing your competitors from other schools? Are you saying he is the top student from another school?" Meng Wan nodded, her expression one of incredulity. "Jin Yao from By Mountain First High. Not only is he the current top student, but he is also a strong contender for the championship in next year's entrance examinations. Championship and top scorer are different," she clarified. The former refers to winning in Pokémon battles, while the latter pertains to overall academic excellence. "Jin, you say?" Lin Shi's keen mind caught on. "Yes. He is the son of Jin Shikai, the master of the By Mountain Gym." Lin Shi nodded, recalling his encounter with Jin Shikai during the recent operation against the Polaris Stronghold. An expert in Steel-type Pokémon, he had decisively captured Dr. D9 using only a Steelix and a Metagross. As Lin Shi scrutinized the young man, he noted a resemblance to his father, though he wondered about his own abilities. Meanwhile, the bidding for the flamethrower skill machine continued unabated, with Jin Yao's presence not deterring the other bidder, who gritted his teeth and raised the bid. 22,000. Jin Yao's voice rang out, steady and assertive. The well-dressed man appeared increasingly flustered, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, clearly overwhelmed by the escalating prices. "Wait, I need to make a call." He gestured to Yihan. She exchanged a glance with Jin Yao, who nodded in agreement, permitting the man's request. Relieved, the man hurriedly made his call, and moments later, a loud, arrogant voice boomed from the entrance. "Who dares to compete with me today?" The newcomer was a slightly overweight boy adorned with ear piercings and dressed flamboyantly, exuding an air of privilege. "That voice sounds familiar." Lin Shi furrowed his brow, turning to locate the source, only to discover it was a familiar face. Liao Hui, the boy who had previously contested a waltz with them in the department store. His father's position as the CEO of Ming Hui Mining justified his presence here. "Stop dawdling. Since your people are here, just give me a straight answer. Are you raising the bid or not? If not, hand it over to me." Jin Yao regarded the imposing Liao Hui with displeasure. Liao Hui, noticing his competitor was Jin Yao, visibly paled but quickly masked his discomfort. His arrogance would not allow him to back down easily. "Ah, young Master Jin, I wonder who had such deep pockets. Unfortunately, I need this skill machine, so I bid 23,000. Liao Hui swiftly raised the bid by another 1,000. This price was already steep. Typically, skill machines like Flamethrower or Thunderbolt would cap around 20,000. Jin Yao frowned, clearly aware of the inflated price, hesitating on whether to counter. 24,000. Ultimately, he slowly articulated his offer. Yihan's face lit up with joy upon hearing Jin Yao's bid, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she turned to Liao Hui, eager to see if he would respond. Biting his lip, Liao Hui hesitated, but the scrutiny of the crowd weighed heavily on him. Reluctantly, he clenched his teeth and proclaimed 25,000. While bids didn't need to increment by 1,000, Liao Hui seemed unwilling to appear miserly, feeling such behavior beneath his status. Taking a deep breath, Jin Yao shook his head, conceding the bidding war. Thus, Liao Hui secured the flamethrower skill machine for the exorbitant price of 25,000. Goodness, if all customers were like Liao Hui, the store owners would be overjoyed. Lin Shi mused inwardly. With the sale of several exquisite skill machines, the number of customers in the store began to dwindle. "You should head to the trade fair soon. Shall we go together?" Meng once suggested to Lin Shi. "I have other matters to attend to. You go ahead." Lin Shi waved her off. Since he had encountered Yihan, he naturally wanted to greet her and inquire about any overlooked treasures. "Oh, I see." Meng Wan shot a glance at Yihan, her expression implying understanding. "Men," she remarked meaningfully at Lin Shi before leaving the store in haste. Lin Shi rolled his eyes, comprehending Meng Wan's insinuation. "Why are girls so gossipy?" "Hanjia, it's been a while." Lin Shi greeted Yihan warmly. Upon seeing Lin Shi approach, Yihan's face lit up, her eyes curving into crescent moons. Isn't this our esteemed VIP, Lin Shi? It's been ages. Yihan was pleased to see him again, recalling how he had helped them during the incident with the Night Thief Fire Lizard, and how he had purchased 2 skill machines in one go, marking him as a valued customer. However, encountering both Lin Shi and Liao Hui simultaneously made Yihan marvel at how small the world could be. By the way, we have just received a few new skill machines. As a VIP, you may select first. Would you like to take a look? Yihan suddenly recalled something. Her gaze fixed on Lin Shi with eagerness, eager to strengthen their rapport. That sounds wonderful. Lin Shi readily accepted, and Yihan presented several skill machines of varied colors for his inspection. Most were either unsuitable or unappealing to him, until he paused at the last one, his eyes lighting up. I'll take this skill machine. Chapter 69. The Transaction of the Moonstone. Moments later, Lin Shi emerged from the shop, humming a cheerful tune. A green skill machine now in his possession. This particular move was perfectly suited for his current Pokémon, the Beedrill. After leaving the shop, Lin Shi did not linger, but proceeded directly to the final trading venue. This event was the highlight of the Baishan gathering, where numerous powerful trainers would exchange rare resources they no longer required, but were hesitant to sell for money. Thus, the primary mode of transaction was bartering. Lin Shi intended to join in the excitement and see if he could acquire anything worthwhile. Thus far, he could confidently assert that his endeavors have been fruitful, with only one disappointment being the lack of suitable items for his Beedrill to carry into battle. Good day, sir. Do you have any items for trade? We need to register the item information. After verifying Lin Shi's identity, the staff member inquired, "Is this acceptable?" Lin Shi presented a high-quality standard moonstone, a small fragment of the substantial moonstone he had obtained in the secret realm. The staff member accepted the moonstone with utmost seriousness and immediately contacted an appraiser for verification. "Congratulations, sir. The moonstone you provided meets our trading standards. You will be granted a trading position at the upcoming exchange. Do you have any specific requirements for the item you wish to trade?" Lin Shi pondered for a moment, about to speak when a clear and melodious female voice interrupted him. "Lin Shi?" Turning, Lin Shi beheld a girl approaching gracefully. "Meiha." Upon recognizing the visitor, Lin Shi was momentarily taken aback. "What brings you here? And how did you change your clothes so quickly?" Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Shi noticed the girl's long, sleek black hair and immediately realized. "Meiha." She nodded, exuding an aura of elegance and tranquility, in stark contrast to her spirited sister, Meng Wan. "It seems you just met my sister, Wan," Lin Shi acknowledged, surprised by the coincidence of meeting the sister first and then the elder. "Sir, could you please finalize the moonstone transaction? The trading event is about to commence." The staff member discreetly urged Lin Shi, sensing the need to avoid further delay for the two. "Are you interested in trading the moonstone?" Mei Ji's eyes brightened, her tone laced with anticipation as she regarded Lin Shi. "Indeed," he replied candidly. "Is Miss Ming interested?" With a slight nod, Mei Gu continued, "If so, shall we proceed with a direct trade? What do you wish to exchange for the moonstone? What could Miss Ming offer in return?" Mei Ji's expression remained serene as she retrieved her phone, scrolling through its contents before handing it to Lin Shi. As he perused the impressive list, his eyebrows arched in astonishment, and he turned towards the counter. "A change of plans. I shall not trade this moonstone after all." Having declared his decision, Lin Shi reclaimed the moonstone and departed with Mei Gu, leaving behind 2 bewildered staff members who had been diligently attending to them. "Miss Ming, it has been a pleasure collaborating with you. Should you require more moonstones in the future, feel free to reach out." As they made their way to the trading venue, Lin Shi walked alongside Mei. Having just completed a transaction, he felt it prudent to maintain this potential key client, especially since he had an abundance of moonstones. Mei Gu offered a gentle smile. "What brings you here, you rascal?" In the midst of their conversation, an unexpected figure blocked their path. Lin Shi frowned as Liao Hui's loathsome face came into view. Having intended to attend the trading event, Liao Hui recognized Lin Shi instantly. The humiliation he had suffered at the hands of his own Pokémon in the Pokémon breeding house had left a lasting scar on his pride, and being compelled to apologize afterward only deepened his embarrassment. "Why shouldn't I be here? Did you mark the telephone pole?" Liao Hui, clearly catching Lin Shi's sarcasm, scoffed derisively. "I remember that entry requires an invitation. What right does a pauper whose clothes barely add up to 300, have to be here. With a glance at Mei Ge beside Lin Shi, he feigned realization, mocking her. So, you've resorted to living off the Meng family fortune, I see. But honestly, Miss Meng, your taste leaves much to be desired. Liao Hui, are you seeking your own demise? Before Liao Hui could finish, a sharp and furious voice cut through the air. Meng Wan approached, a fierce expression on her face, clearly having overheard his words. Her sister was of impeccable character. How could she possibly be involved with Lin Shi? Coughing nervously, Liao Hui felt a twinge of apprehension. In Baishan, Meng Wan was one of the few individuals who truly intimidated him. What kind of luck does this kid have to know the Meng sisters? Yet, with words already spoken, Liao Hui could not retract his statements. Braving Meng Wan's ire, he pressed on, don't misunderstand. I meant no offense to Miss Meng. I simply believe this pauper has no right to stand beside her. Liao Hui, have you lost your mind? Once again, he was interrupted. Zhou Wanjin had arrived, furious upon hearing Liao Hui's derision towards Lin Shi. His face flushed with rage. Anyone who bullied Lin Shi was effectively crossing him. Zhou Wanjin, compared to the Meng sisters, Liao Hui was far more familiar with Zhou Wanjin, the son of Baishan's largest rival. They had been at odds since childhood, and with the recent discovery of a massive brownstone mine by Jinduo Mining, Liao Hui felt even more disdain towards him. With your pathetic status, how dare you speak of Lin Shi? Without your father, you'd amount to nothing. Only you could be defeated by your own Pokémon in such a humiliating manner. In contrast to Meng Wan's subtlety, Zhou Wanjin's aggression was palpable as he unleashed a barrage of verbal assaults on Liao Hui. Faced with Zhou Wanjin's relentless onslaught, Liao Hui's complexion shifted between shades of green and white as he glared daggers at both Zhou Wanjin and Lin Shi. Indeed, you are all in cahoots. With such foul mouths, he redirected his ire back at Lin Shi. I advise you to inquire about who I am, Liao Hui. Today, out of respect for the Meng family, if you apologize, I may let this matter slide. Who dares to bark like a dog, bullying others? Liao Hui was once more interrupted, his frustration reaching a boiling point as he turned toward the source of the voice. Who the hell is that? If you enjoy this book, please add it to your shelf. Thank you. Chapter 70. The Three Families Pokémon. It is I. How do you intend to take my life? As Liao Hui's words faded, a robust young man stepped forward, gazing down at him. Jin Yao. The newcomer was none other than Jin Yao, the son of the Bai Mountain Dojo's master. He was already displeased about Liao Hui snatching away his skill machine, and hearing Liao Hui bully Lin Shi further ignited his volatile temper. Liao Hui was momentarily bewildered. He had merely intended to humiliate Lin Shi, yet one after another. These individuals rose to his defense. Could I not have a moment to converse with him? Suddenly, Liao Hui's expression shifted, a thought striking him. He glanced at Lin Shi again, but no matter how he looked at it, there was no such figure in the second-generation circle of Bai Mountain. Was he an outsider of significance? As this realization sank in, Liao Hui felt a slight heaviness in his heart. Observing the group surrounding Lin Shi, which included Zhou Wanjin from Jinduo Mining, the Meng sisters, and Jin Yao from the Bai Mountain Dojo, he pondered the possibility. You haven't yet expressed how you wish for me to die. Please, do share. Jin Yao pointed a finger at Liao Hui's shoulder, causing him to stumble back a few steps. Yet, against this provocation, Liao Hui, to everyone's surprise, refrained from responding with anger. Instead, he appeared lost in thought, his complexion gradually paling as beads of sweat trickled down his face. I have matters to attend to. I'll let you off this time. Liao Hui stammered incoherently to the crowd before hastily retreating. He was vain, but not foolish. This Lin Shi was undoubtedly not as simple as he seemed. A few onlookers were taken aback. They understood Liao Hui's character and were perplexed by his sudden submission. Useless fool, to be frightened so easily. Jin Yao crossed his arms, spitting in disdain at the retreating figure of Liao Hui. Turning to Lin Shi, who had been silently watching the scene unfold, he said, Hey, I'm Jin Yao. If that guy bothers you again, just let me know. I'll make sure he regrets it. Lin Shi chuckled lightly. Jin Yao was indeed an interesting character. He clasped his hands in gratitude and replied, I appreciate your gallant words, my friend. Jin Yao waved his hand nonchalantly and strode towards the trading venue. Sister, why are you with him? Once Jin Yao departed, Meng Wan inserted herself between Lin Shi and Meng Gu, pushing Lin Shi aside. Just a chance encounter. Meng Gu replied softly, having been equally silent during the earlier commotion. Sister, let me tell you, Lin Shi is no good. Upon hearing Meng Gu's words, Meng Wan leaned in closer, speaking in a conspiratorial tone. Cough. Lin Shi cast a sidelong glance at Meng Wan, tightening his throat as a warning. However, Meng Wan merely glanced at Lin Shi before resuming her conversation with Meng Gu. Isn't it better to speak ill of others when they're not around? Lin Shi looked at Meng Wan in exasperation, unable to hold back his retort. Meng Wan paused, considering Lin Shi's remark and realizing it held some merit. With a sigh, Lin Shi chose to ignore her and quickly departed with Zhou Wanjin, who was making playful gestures at him. Brother Shi, the class monitor has only been back for a few days, and you're already flirting outside. Don't stir up trouble. Hey. As they spoke, the two entered the final trading hall, where the most significant transactions of the Bai Mountain gathering were taking place. The hall was already filled with notable figures from various enterprises and families in Bai Mountain. Were it not for the Zhou family's connections, attending such a trading event would not have been so easy for Lin Shi. Finding a suitable spot to sit, they awaited the official commencement of the trading session. Honored guests, it is a great privilege to be entrusted with hosting this trading event. Soon, a lady in a graceful qipao took center stage, introducing herself while outlining the specific rules of the trading session. Most of the transactions would occur through bartering, though some items would be exchanged for currency. Now, without further ado, let us commence with the first item for trade. The lady approached the display table and, under the curious gazes of the audience, slowly unveiled the first item beneath a red cloth. As the cloth was lifted, a green-patterned Pokémon egg lay quietly before them. Is the first item a Pokémon egg? Not only Lin Shi, but also the surrounding patrons began to murmur in discussion. The lady in the center remained unfazed and began to introduce the egg. This is the egg of the water-type starter Pokémon, Pokémon. I'm sure many of you, given your status, are familiar with it. Its final evolution, Emperor Nebo, possesses excellent water and steel attributes, exhibiting formidable strength and immense potential. Brother Shi, this is it. This is the Pokémon I want next. Zhou Wanjin exclaimed excitedly, pointing at the egg on the table. Lin Shi had indeed heard from Zhou Wanjin that a Pokémon egg he desired would be available at the trading event, which was the ultimate purpose of his visit. He was curious how Zhou Wanjin had obtained that information. The provider of this Pokémon egg sought to exchange it for a sufficient quantity of high-quality metal membranes. After introducing the Pokémon egg, the host revealed what the provider wished to receive in return. Metal membranes are items that, when carried in battles, can enhance the power of steel-type moves to a certain degree. The fact that the other party was offering such a precious Pokémon egg indicated they had considerable expectations regarding the quality and quantity of the metal membranes. Thus, Lin Shi speculated that the provider likely intended to utilize the metal membranes for another purpose. Aside from being a power-enhancing item, they also serve as evolution-inducing items. Steelix and Scyther can evolve into Steelix and Scizor, respectively, both of which are powerful and highly sought-after Steel-type Pokémon. Meanwhile, Zhou Wanjin had already initiated the trading process. Perhaps for others, acquiring a sufficient quantity of metal membranes would be challenging, but for Jinduo Mining, which specialized in mineral development, it was not a daunting task. Or perhaps Lin Shi suspected that the other party was specifically targeting Zhou Wanjin, with information being deliberately leaked for this purpose. As anticipated, Zhou Wanjin successfully acquired the Pokémon egg, and the successful completion of the first transaction elevated the atmosphere of the venue, with more people expressing anticipation for the following items. Soon, as time passed, one rare and precious resource after another was presented, including rare berries, TMs, evolution items, held items, and breeding resources. Lin Shi made a single purchase, acquiring a quality dragon fong for 120,000, just right for his Gyarados to hold. Bang! The gavel struck the table. All right, since both parties have reached an agreement, I hereby declare this transaction of the Lingjie cloth a success. Congratulations to the two of you. Another successful transaction. And the individual who acquired the Lingjie cloth was none other than Meng Gu, with whom Lin Shi had just traded. The Lingjie cloth is a fabric imbued with powerful spiritual energy, said to originate from the spirit realm that Pokémon traverse after death. Lin Shi suspected Meng Gu aimed to utilize its vast ghost-type energy to nurture a Jengars. Now, we're about to unveil our final item for today. Finally, the trading event approached its last item, with countless individuals who had left empty-handed eagerly watching it. And even Lin Shi felt a tinge of curiosity about what this Paisida or assistance might be. Swish! The lady deftly lifted the red cloth, revealing the item concealed beneath. Chapter 71, Composite Metal, the Aluminum Steel Bridge Dragon. The annual Baishan Pre-New Year trading gathering reached its culmination with the unveiling of the final trading item. As the red cloth was lifted, a square block of white metal lay quietly at the center of the tray. What is this? It seems unfamiliar. The appearance of the last trading item sparked a lively discussion among the attendees. Brother Shi, can you discern what that metal block is? Lin Shi scrutinized the metallic piece on the table, assessing its nature. To his surprise, it turned out to be this. Lin Shi raised an eyebrow, somewhat astonished. Brother Shi, you truly know? Doing me. Zhou Wanjin expressed his admiration for Lin Shi's extensive knowledge, as if there were nothing in the world he was unaware of. This is called composite metal, Lin Shi disclosed without hesitation. Like the spirit realm fabric successfully traded earlier, it is also an evolutionary carrying item. An evolutionary carrying item? Zhou Wanjin was taken aback, murmuring to himself, as if recalling something significant. Indeed, it is the evolutionary item that allows the aluminum steel dragon to evolve into the aluminum steel bridge dragon. Zhou Wanjin's eyes widened, for he had heard of these formidable Pokémon, particularly the aluminum steel bridge dragon, whose strength rivaled that of quasi-divine Pokémon. To put it differently, while the aluminum steel bridge dragon may not be classified as quasi-divine, it surpasses them in sheer ferocity. It boasts the same base stats as quasi-divine Pokémon and does not require extensive time for training to evolve. Its attributes and traits are exceptionally remarkable. Lin Shi gazed at the small piece of composite metal on the table, his eyes glimmering with eagerness. For no trainer could resist the allure of a Pokémon like the aluminum steel bridge dragon. Indeed, this is composite metal, Zhou Wanjin remarked, his gaze fixated on the metallic block. The aluminum steel bridge dragon was even rarer than quasi-divine Pokémon, aside from its breeding difficulties akin to those of quasi-divine entities. The primary reason for its scarcity was the rarity of composite metal. Although its name suggests it might be artificially synthesized, it is genuinely a natural product, only crystallizing in areas rich in metal deposits. Meanwhile, the hostess on stage was seductively and softly introducing the uses of composite metal to all the trainers present. Most attendees were well-versed in the subject and had some understanding of the aluminum steel bridge dragon. With the host's professional and purposeful introduction, many trainers felt their hearts ignite with passion, as if acquiring composite metal would guarantee them an aluminum steel bridge dragon in the future. The item up for trade was intriguing. Anyone could place a bid, and the provider of the composite metal would select the one they most desired for the exchange. In this situation, Lin Shi felt helpless. He was reluctant to part with his belongings and certainly would not trade them for an illusory aluminum steel bridge dragon. However, others were not so restrained. Rare Pokémon items became trading commodities, overwhelming Lin Shi with choices. Ultimately, the composite metal was successfully traded, and the fortunate recipient was Jin Yao, who had just intervened in a dispute earlier. Lin Shi was not surprised, considering that their gym primarily focused on steel-type Pokémon. Such a gym would naturally have a significant interest in the fierce aluminum steel bridge dragon, making it entirely reasonable for them to acquire the composite metal at a high price. He believed this acquisition would enhance the strength of his Pokémon considerably. In the training room, Lin Shi continued his routine of training with his Pokémon. Private large training facilities were expensive, but they offered numerous tools and yielded better results. "It's finally here," Lin Shi exclaimed, looking at the assortment of berries laid out before him. These berries were what he had obtained by trading a moonstone with Meng Gu. He later learned that the Meng family was the largest berry distributor in Baishan City, with considerable influence throughout the northern region. Thus, it was evident that Meng Gu and Meng Wan were quite affluent. Utilizing the Moonstone, Lin Shi procured 5 berries from Mango, 1 Sandscale berry to enhance speed, 1 apricot berry to boost special defense, and 3 others that enhance resistance to electric, ice, and fighting-type moves, candlewood berry, dragonfruit berry, and lotus berry. Clearly, these berries were meticulously chosen according to the needs of Lin Shi's Pokémon. They were undeniably precious, particularly the last 3, each valued at around 100,000. Lin Shi planned to use the Sandscale berry and candlewood berry on his Gyarados, the apricot berry and dragonfruit berry on his superior, and the lotus berry on his Teddiursa. Igig, the Teddiursa, still shorter than the table, strained to lift its head to gaze at the berries on the surface. Lin Shi bent down, picking up the Teddiursa and affectionately rubbing its forehead adorned with a white crescent. He waved the lotus berry in front of the Teddiursa. Would you like to have this? Igig, Igig, the Teddiursa nodded, its onyx-like eyes sparkling with anticipation as it looked at Lin Shi. All right, but you must exert some effort shortly. Igig, perfectly absorbing these berries was no simple task. Much like when it initially consumed the branch berry, it required battling to digest them properly. And the use of these berries was similar. Roar, Gyarados was practicing Thunderbolt. Although he had employed the skill machine Lin Shi provided, he still felt a step away from mastering it. For a water-flying-type Pokémon, which had a quadruple weakness to electric moves, learning electric-type skills was indeed challenging. This reminded him of that seemingly harmless little bear cub, who, despite its adorable appearance, effortlessly mastered various skills. Trudy, Pokémon surpasse Pokémon. It is exasperating. But, are you training, old Gyarados? Lin Shi approached with a smile. Gyarados, with its gaping maw, gazed at Lin Shi in confusion, unsure of his intentions. Huh? Those 2 berries in your hand smell rather delightful. Are they today's snack? Lin Shi leaned closer to Gyarados, gently stroking its robust, red physique, and earnestly remarked, "It seems your skill training ISNT progressing smoothly. I believe we should try a different approach." Roar? Lin Shi waved his hand, and the Teddiursa, eager to assist, rushed over. Gyarados felt a twinge of unease as it noticed the Teddiursa's paw shimmering with electric energy. Lin Shi regarded Gyarados with a gentle expression. "You mustn't run away." Okay. Chapter 72. Training Thunder King Bear Cub. Despite the overwhelming sensations coursing through his body, the Gyarados gritted his teeth and persevered, feeling himself grow stronger. "Well done. Old Carp, hold on." Lin Shi encouraged from the sidelines, then turned to the bear cub. Bear cub, increase the voltage. With a salute to Lin Shi, the bear cub prepared itself for the task. The electric sparks crackled more intensely around its hands as it summoned greater power to unleash another thunder punch, aiding the Gyarados in refining its physique while absorbing the essence of the tree fruits. Lin Shi had already fed the Gyarados 2 tree fruits, specifically enlisting the bear cub for training to maximize their effect. The electric currents surged chaotically around the Gyarados, and under the baptism of electricity, the consumed candlewood fruit began to take effect, continuously repairing and enhancing the Gyarados' body while boosting its resistance to electricity. As the pain from the currents diminished, the Gyarados excitedly writhed and roared, urging the bear cub to amplify the voltage. "The more you electrify, the more exhilarated I become." Lin Shi nodded thoughtfully, impressed by the effectiveness of the candlewood fruit. However, observing the Gyarados, electrified yet brimming with excitement and anticipation, he couldn't help but worry that he had inadvertently uncovered some peculiar quirk of its nature. Not far from them, a snake bug sat disdainfully on a bench, its tail raised in contempt as it watched the Gyarados. It's nearly been fried to a crisp, yet it still looks so thrilled. Occasionally, the table beside it would emit a series of sharp claps, interrupting the snake bug's enjoyment of the Gyarados' electrifying ordeal. Eventually, unable to bear it any longer, the snake bug thumped its tail against the table, hissing at the others to keep quiet. After scolding its companions, it turned its gaze back to Lin Shi and his team, realizing that their training seemed to have concluded. Yes, it should be over. After all, that foolish dragon is lying on the ground, smoking. The bear cub remarked, "I overdid it." "Ah, old Carp, old Carp." Lin Shi sprang up to inspect the Gyarados, and after a moment's concern, he sighed in relief. It had only sustained minor injuries, which were attributed to the Gyarados' eagerness in overestimating its own endurance. Soon, the Gyarados stirred and gracefully soared into the air a few times, feeling unprecedented vitality. Nevertheless, Lin Sure decided against employing such methods for training in the near future. One cannot expect to achieve greatness in a single bound. Gradual progress is essential to enhance its abilities without inflicting harm upon its body. Besides, there was still another creature needing training. The snake bug felt a chill creeping over it, sensing an impending threat. Observing the fervently competitive snake bugs playing cards, Lin Sure couldn't shake the feeling that his honeycomb snake was anything but ordinary. As he approached, a snake bug with a single horn had just snatched the role of the dealer, exuberantly flicking its tail to send a card flying. But before it could play another, Lin Sure captured it. The seized snake bug blinked in confusion, gazing at Lin Sure with intelligent eyes. Lin Sure examined the creature closely and tentatively inquired, "You are Old 6? Hastily shaking its head, the snake bug replied, "I'm Old 3. Lin Sure fell into a contemplative silence. "From this moment onward, you shall be called Old 6. Old 3. At that moment, another snake bug emerged from an apple, looking perplexed at Lin Sure and Old 3. "I'm Old 6. Lin Sure then produced 2 fruits, the apricot and the carambola, offering them with a warm smile to the honeycomb snake. "Come, big snake, enjoy the fruits." The honeycomb snake hesitated, recalling how the Gyarados had ended up in such a state after consuming what Lin Sure had provided. However, several snake bugs emerged, surrounding the fruits and sniffing eagerly. Delicious aroma. After a moment of contemplation, the honeycomb snake could no longer resist the temptation, opening its mouth to devour both fruits in a few greedy bites. Witnessing this, Lin Sure nodded with satisfaction, a smile gracing his face as he waved his hand backward. With frost accumulating on the bear cub's hands and icy fangs emerging from the Gyarados' mouth, the 2 Pokémon grinned menacingly as they approached the honeycomb snake. After several days of training, the abilities of the 3 Pokémon had significantly improved. However, the effects of the tree fruits had yet to be fully absorbed, with some remnants still concealed within their bodies. Lin Sure began to review the information on the 3 Pokémon. Pokémon, Bear Cub Level, LV25 status, healthy gender, male type, normal ability, pickup height, 0, 9 meters weight, 22, 0 kilograms held item. Evolution stone skills, lick, yawn, scratch, tackle, quick attack, rock smash, brick break, body slam, metal claw, dig, protect, aerial ace, ice punch, fire punch, thunder punch, earthquake, rock slide. Pokémon assessment, slightly above average. The bear cub had reached level 25 and was integrating well with the new evolution stone. Most importantly, it had finally mastered the rock slide skill, diversifying its offensive strategies. Lin Sure felt a sense of pride, knowing the bear cub was no longer just a reckless brawler, but a more strategic combatant. It was likely that Zhang Jingyin had noticed this development and thus entrusted him with the rock slide TM. Pokémon, Gyarados level, LV31 status, healthy gender, male type, water, flying ability, overconfidence height, 10 meters weight, 360 kilograms held item, mysterious water drop skills, thrash, whirlpool, hurricane, bite, waterfall, ice fong, flamethrower, dragon pulse, brine, dragon dance, protect, earthquake, aquatail, rain dance, dragon tail, thunderbolt. Pokémon assessment, slightly above average. Chapter 73, Fierce Battle, Waterblade Euro. Pokémon, Honeycomb Serpent level, LV32 status, healthy gender, male type, grass, dragon ability, nectar of honey height, 2, 0 meters weight, 96, 0 kilograms held item, dragon tooth skills, withdraw, sweet scent, dragon tail, growth, dragon breath, protect, seed bomb, syrup bomb, dragon pulse, curse, leaf storm, dragon voice, random light, Euro ball, grassy terrain. Pokémon identification, slightly noted. Due to unknown factors, the multi-body state of this honeycomb serpent has undergone changes, with each individual possessing enhanced autonomy. Despite only being part of Lin Sure's team for just over a month, the honeycomb serpent's leveling speed has surpassed even that of the bear baby, elevating 4 levels in a short span, thus becoming the highest level Pokémon under his command. This is evidently a result of the surging energy within it, Therefore, training focuses primarily on enhancing its skills and abilities to mitigate the rapid leveling. Like laying a foundation, if one solely pursues speed without establishing a solid base, it could pose significant risks in the future. Buzz. Lin Shu's phone suddenly buzzed with a message. After glancing at it, he smirked and made his way towards the door. At the entrance stood a tall girl with short hair, clad in a long down coat. The deep blue fabric accentuated her curvaceous figure, while cute rabbit ear earmuffs added a touch of charm to her demeanor. Sister Qiuning, you finally have a break. Lin Shu teased, eliciting an eye roll from her. As the two entered the room, Lin Shu inquired while sipping the freshly brewed tea. Given how you look, does that mean things have settled? Don't rush. It's been a long time since we last met. Let me first see if your skills have improved, Qiuning replied, her eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. Lin Shu understood the implication in her words. Is this the assessment from Northern University? He asked. Qiuning shook her head, gazing intently at Lin Shu. Not at all. Actually, I wanted to battle you last time, but time was too tight. I can't let this opportunity slip by. All right, enough chit-chat. After the match, I'll tell you what the school wants. She winked playfully, urging Lin Shu. Naturally, their battle was to take place in a professional training arena. As soon as they positioned themselves, Qiuning eagerly released her Pokémon. With a flash of light, a massive, bipedal turtle Pokémon appeared on the battlefield. Its deep blue body, with short and stout limbs, sported two water cannons protruding from its shell. It was none other than Blastoise, one of the original starter Pokémon. Pokémon, Blastoise level, LV40 status, healthy gender, male type, water ability, torrent height, 1, 6 meters weight, 98. 0 kilograms held item, mysterious water drop skills, withdraw bite, hydro pump, water pulse, muddy water, protect, rain dance, shell smash, hydro cannon, heavy slam, ice beam, water oath mist, water jet. Pokémon identification, Blastoise, the shellfish Pokémon, the evolved form of Wartortle. The water streams emitted from its shell cannons possess tremendous power, capable of piercing through thick steel plates. Huh, what does this note mean? Without further contemplation, Lin Shu also took out a Pokeball and released his Pokémon. Roar! Gyarados emerged, its body undulating in midair like a fluttering banner. Flames continuously erupting from its mouth. Despite facing a higher-level opponent, it remained full of fighting spirit. Is this your shiny Gyarados? Qiuning remarqued. Seeing Lin Shu's Gyarados for the first time, noting its robust physique and condition, a testament to his training. You go first, Qiuning gestured to Lin Shu. With that, Lin Shu seized the opportunity. Given that Blastoise held a significant level advantage, gaining the upper hand was crucial. Gyarados, use Dragon Dance, Lin Shu commanded, opting for an enhancement before engaging. As he commanded, the dragon energy enveloped Gyarados, invigorating its physical prowess and increasing its attack and speed. Qiuning refrained from interrupting Blastoise's enhancement, wishing for a more balanced confrontation. Otherwise, it would be rather dull, wouldn't it? Soon, Gyarados completed its Dragon Dance, and a smile crept onto Qiuning's lips. Now the real battle begins. Blastoise, use Mist. As the mist enveloped Blastoise, Lin Shu furrowed his brow. Realizing that his sight was obscured, attacking recklessly was not a wise choice. Then we shall respond in kind, he declared. Gyarados, use Rain Dance. With Lin Shu's command, Gyarados gracefully swam through the air, summoning rain clouds that gradually gathered, pouring down incessantly. The dense rain clouds entirely enveloped Gyarados, its slender figure only faintly visible within. Large raindrops coalesced and fell from above, drenching the battlefield as the water energy intensified. Instantly, the arena was divided, one side shrouded in mist, the other drenched in rain. A stark contrast. Indeed, something is happening, Qiuning murmured, nodding in acknowledgement of Lin Shu's maneuver. Prepare to attack. Blastoise, use Water Pulse. With a commanding cry, Blastoise began to concentrate energy within its cannons, unleashing several water pulses that shot forth like projectiles. Gyarados, use Water Tail to shatter them. Enveloped in water energy, Gyarados swung its tail fiercely, effortlessly breaking through Blastoise's assault. Not done yet. Blastoise used Rapid Spin. Seeing that one attack had failed, Xiaoning swiftly commanded the next offensive. Blastoise began to spin rapidly, creating a vortex that swirled up the surrounding mist, forming a tornado of fog around it. A combination move? Lin Shi recognized at once that this was no ordinary skill. It resembled a combination move akin to Gyarados' Water Dragon Drill. It was clear that Xiaoning was not to be underestimated. The fact that she could undertake tasks related to the Polaris stronghold likely stemmed from her own formidable abilities. Now, Blastoise, use Water Jet, Xiaoning commanded decisively. Blastoise was suddenly engulfed by the water flow, which elongated and sharpened as it spun, forming a Water Blade Euro. In an instant, the Water Blade Euro shot upwards, propelled by the mist, hurtling towards Gyarados with fierce intensity. In that fleeting moment, the mist obscured vision, and the Water Blade's sharpness posed a formidable threat as it surged toward Gyarados. Chapter 74, Clash, Thunderbolt. Lin Shi, pay close attention. This is a combination technique that may seem a bit distant for you at the moment, but rest assured, with your talent, you will grasp it in no time once you reach university, Xiaoning stated with a hint of pride, eager to impart wisdom to the future junior. Lin Shi felt a twinge of embarrassment. Striking back at his opponent did not seem quite right. Yet, remaining passive against the Gyarados felt equally unwise. Without hesitation, he commanded the Gyarados to counterattack. Since his opponent employed a combination technique, it would be impolite not to respond in kind. Gyarados, use Hydro Pump. The Gyarados, brimming with excitement at Lin Shi's command, roared defiantly at the sky. The dense water energy around it caused the rain clouds nearby to swell, standing in stark contrast to the encroaching mist, creating an atmosphere of fierce rivalry. In that moment, the Gyarados seemed to transform into a tempestuous dragon, as the winds and rain converged around it, swirling in a powerful vortex, rapidly forming a massive water drill. In an instant, the colossal water drill, imbued with tremendous force, shot forth from the heavens, colliding violently with the water turtle's hydro cannon, creating a cacophony of explosive sounds in the air. Xiaoning gazed incredulously at Lin Shi, her heart racing as fiercely as her chest. A combination technique, Xiaoning recognized, understanding that Lin Shi's Gyarados was indeed utilizing a form of combination attack, and its proficiency appeared to rival that of her own water turtle. How could this be? She had spent considerable time mastering it only after entering university, and that was with her water turtle's exceptional talent. Many had failed to learn it all. Xiaoning regarded Lin Shi as if he were an anomaly. As she was lost in thought, the two Pokémon collided midair. The intense impact caused the surrounding mist and rain clouds to disperse, forming a circular ring, with the Gyarados and water turtle locked in a fierce struggle at the center. The powerful water energy surged around them, as the swift water drill and sharp water blades clashed repeatedly, neither gaining the upper hand. Finally, with a thunderous explosion, the layers of water enveloping both Pokémon erupted in a mist, scattering like confetti. The two Pokémon were forcefully propelled apart. The Gyarados struggled to regain its balance midair, while the water turtle landed firmly on the ground, staring intently at the airborne Gyarados. At that moment, both Pokémon acknowledged each other's strength. I had intended to show you a lesson, but it seems I am the one being taught, Xiaoning remarked with approval, her expression one of newfound respect for Lin Shi. Indeed, I underestimated you, Lin Shi replied with a smile, offering a courteous bow. Humph, the battle is far from over. Today, I will demonstrate the true prowess of a student from Northern University, Xiaoning declared, determination gleaming in her eyes. Water Turtle, use cannon. With a click, the water turtle's cannon extended, radiating a brilliant light that coalesced into a powerful steel projectile, which it launched fiercely at the Gyarados. Gyarados, use Dragon Pulse. Lin Shi commanded immediately, and the Gyarados summoned draconic energy, forming sharp blue scales that shot forth towards the water turtle. Simultaneously, the Gyarados' speed surged, though its defense began to wane. The dragon scales collided violently with the steel cannonballs. While the projectiles possessed greater power, the sheer number of dragon scales was overwhelming. The air crackled with the sound of explosions as the two Pokémon engaged in a fierce aerial duel. Water Turtle, use Water Jet. Gyarados, Waterfall. As one wave of attack subsided, the two Pokémon charged at each other again, their bodies cloaked in mist, relentlessly colliding in a test of strength. This marked Lin Shi's first encounter with such a formidable opponent. Not only was she at a higher level, but her skill and physical prowess surpassed any he had ever faced. Lin Shi glanced at Xiao Ning, recognizing the formidable reputation of the 6 prestigious universities. As their battle intensified, the mist thickened, and the Gyarados began to show signs of fatigue, revealing several wounds, yet it glared defiantly at the water turtle. Lin Shi understood that prolonging this confrontation would not be beneficial. Gyarados, use Hydro Pump once more. With renewed intensity, the Gyarados summoned the swirling storm once again, rapidly forming a massive water drill that charged toward the water turtle. Xiao Ning, sensing the urgency, quickly commanded, "Water turtle, use cannon to intercept it." The water turtle adjusted its stance, aiming its cannon at the Gyarados. Steel projectiles struck the water drill, but the rapidly spinning drill possessed formidable defenses, deflecting the incoming attacks with ease. The Gyarados exerted all its strength, crashing down toward the water turtle. Water turtle, seize it! Seeing the Gyarados so close, Xiao Ning ordered the water turtle to brace itself. The water turtle stomped firmly, raising its arms with a fierce expression, channeling all its strength into resisting the oncoming water drill. The immense impact forced it back as the spinning drill bore down upon its chest plate, causing a grimace of pain to surface despite its robust defense. Witnessing this, Lin Shi felt a momentary relief, then quickly directed, "Gyarados now, use Thunderbolt." The Gyarados, locked in its struggle with the water turtle, halted upon hearing Lin Shi's command. The encircling water dissipated, replaced by surges of electric energy that surged toward the water turtle. The crackling currents surged like a ferocious beast, penetrating the water turtle's defenses and delivering a tremendous blow. Lin Shi exhaled slowly. He had kept his thunderbolt in reserve for the perfect moment, and now was precisely that moment. He scrutinized the battlefield, intending for the Gyarados to capitalize on its advantage, but suddenly noticed something amiss, furrowing his brow as he murmured, "Something feels off." At that moment, the water turtle, previously engulfed in the electric attack, erupted with newfound vigor. Lin Shi's expression shifted to one of concern, realizing that Xiao Ning was now smiling. The target has changed. Chapter 75, Cautious. The Torrent of the Blastoise. The fierce clash between the Gyarados and Blastoise on the battlefield raged on. Lin was perplexed as he observed the position of the Blastoise, from which an immense surge of water energy erupted, enveloping it in a torrent of power, elevating its aura to an extraordinary level. Was this the Torrent ability? At that moment, the Blastoise seemed to have awakened its Torrent trait, a characteristic that amplifies the potency of water-type moves when its health falls critically low. So, had its health indeed dipped below 1/3? Lin furrowed his brow as he gazed at the seemingly unscathed Blastoise, which bore no visible signs of severe injury. "Lin, my Blastoise is no ordinary creature. It is cautious and fears injury above all. Thus, even if it has not sustained grave wounds, it instinctively activates its trait to enhance its power upon sensing overwhelming attacks," Autumn Ning remarked with a self-satisfied smile, enlightening Lin about the Blastoise's condition. Understanding this revelation, Lin took a deep breath, recalling a novel he had once read in his past life. "I'm sorry, Lin, but this battle is about to conclude." With the activation of the trait, Autumn Ning exuded confidence in securing victory, promptly commanding Blastoise execute the combination move, Hydro Blade Spinner. With a commanding shout, the Blastoise began to spin rapidly in place, forming blades of water around its shell that sliced through the air with a deafening whoosh. Lin, licking his parched lips, fixed his determined gaze upon the Gyarados hovering above, his resolve solidifying. In response to Lin's words, the Gyarados roared defiantly, its eyes brimming with unwavering determination rather than panic or fear as it focused on the poised Blastoise below. It danced in the air, its eyes shimmering with golden light, as a radiant glow began to envelop its form. "What is this?" The transformation of the Gyarados momentarily left Lin bewildered, though he found the scene oddly familiar. Unfortunately, this state was fleeting, and as Lin attempted to scrutinize it further, the Gyarados shed the golden glow, reverting to its original appearance. Yet, Lin was certain he had not misperceived. The Gyarados unleashed a combination of moves, Hurricane and Aqua Tail, summoning the Water Dragon Drill, marking the first occasion Lin had witnessed the Gyarados utilizing such a multitude of combination moves in a single battle. However, this time, the Water Dragon Drill differed from its predecessors. Instead of launching immediately upon completion, it amassed energy at an unprecedented speed, revealing flickering strands of electricity dancing across the water surface. "It must succeed," Lin silently chanted, recalling that this combination move was a fusion of the Water Dragon Drill and the power of Thunderbolt, employing Dragon-type energy as a neutralizer to temporarily blend water and electricity into the Gyarados' might. "Now is the time, charge," Lin and Autumn Ning echoed in unison. Similar to their initial confrontation, yet distinct in its intensity, the clash of the Water Drill and Hydro Blade unfolded once more. However, this time, the Hydro Blade was swifter and sharper, while the Water Drill was charged with electric energy. With a thunderous boom, the two Pokémon collided midair, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. In an instant, mist enveloped the arena, and arcs of electricity illuminated the scene as colossal energy surged across the battlefield. In the aftermath, both Pokémon sustained significant damage, plummeting to the ground with a heavy thud, leaving them momentarily incapacitated. The battlefield fell into an eerie silence, seconds ticking by until one Pokémon stirred first. The Blastoise, with great effort, managed to rise, its body weighed down but resilient. Ultimately, the Blastoise emerged victorious, bolstered by its superior defense. "I've lost," Lin exhaled slowly, this being one of the few defeats etched in his memory, marking the first loss since his Magikarp evolved into Gyarados. He promptly assessed the condition of his Gyarados, relieved to find it merely fatigued and on the verge of recovery. Turning to Autumn Ning, who was also examining her Pokémon, he offered a rueful smile. "I lost. You truly are formidable, Autumn." Rolling her eyes at Lin's demeanor, Autumn replied, "Oh, please, given my high level, tying with you feels like a disgrace. By the way, Autumn, may I inquire about something?" Noticing the intent in Lin's gaze, Autumn crossed her arms, her expression playful. "You wish to ask about the torrent ability of my Blastoise, don't you?" "Yes," Lin nodded, continuing, "Logically, an ability like Torrent should not be controllable by the Pokémon itself, yet your Blastoise has managed to do so. That seems illogical, doesn't it?" Lin's reasoning held merit. According to his knowledge, abilities such as Torrent, Blaze, Overgrow, and Insomnia, which activate under critical health, should function as passive abilities rather than ones that can be consciously controlled. What do you think is the principle behind a Pokémon like Blastoise activating such a trait? Autumn inquired. Pondering her question, Lin stroked his chin thoughtfully. It is likely a self-preservation mechanism, akin to adrenaline in humans, which triggers a surge of power when the Pokémon sustains significant injuries. Autumn nodded approvingly at Lin's insight. "Precisely, you are correct. Thus, the power of the Torrent ability is not a novel force, but rather a latent potential that has always resided within the Pokémon, waiting to be unleashed." As she spoke, she tenderly patted the shell of her Blastoise. "My Blastoise, having experienced a mishap, harbors a profound fear of injury. Whenever it faces an attack that poses a genuine threat, that fear compels its body to preemptively unleash the Torrent power for self-defense. This is my Blastoise's secret weapon." Autumn's explanation alleviated Lin's confusion, yet simultaneously ignited contemplation within him regarding the applicability of such a trait in his own Pokémon. While it might not suit his Cubchoo or superior, the overconfidence trait of his Gyarados bore similarities to the Torrent ability of the Blastoise, potentially offering valuable insights for training. Suddenly, Lin recalled the unusual golden glow that enveloped the Gyarados just before it executed the Water Dragon Drill. That moment mirrored the activation of its overconfidence ability. Thus, Lin gazed at his now rejuvenated Gyarados, inspiration for a new training regimen blossoming in his mind. Chapter 76, Polaris, the Mystery of the Secret Realm. Old Koi, it's perfectly normal to experience wins and losses in battle. Haven't you heard the saying? Failure is the mother of success. In the training ground, Lin Sure was comforting the Gyarados after its first defeat, which seemed to have left it somewhat disheartened. Although we lost this time, it wasn't solely due to the failure of our final combination move. We shall return next time. Indeed, aside from the overwhelming level difference, Gyarados' ultimate move, Water Dragon Drill, had not truly been executed. A combination technique is not merely a haphazard amalgamation of skills thrown together. To achieve a synergy that results in an effect greater than the sum of its parts, the mastery of skills and attributes by the Pokémon is paramount. In that moment, Gyarados had hastily fused Thunderbolt and Water Dragon Drill, which did enhance the move's power but fell far short of Lin Shu's expectations. If one were to categorize it, that move could only be dubbed Water Dragon Drill. Foe. Upon hearing Lin Shu's words, Gyarados regained some of its spirit. Yet with its tenacious resolve akin to a koi leaping over the Dragon Gate, Lin Shu had no need to worry about it feeling defeated. Lin Shu, come here for a moment. A melodious voice called out from behind. It was Xiaoning, beckoning him from afar. Upon hearing her voice, Lin Shu turned and walked towards her. What is it, Sister Xiaoning? Although he had anticipated this, Lin Shu still asked earnestly, with a squint and a smile. Xiaoning gazed at him. Congratulations, Lin Shu. The school has agreed to your request. Her words lifted a weight off Lin Shu's heart. Are you saying the school has decided to entrust me with the cultivation of the semi-divine Pokémon? Xiaoning nodded with a smile, stroking her smooth chin as she continued. Not only that, if you agree to enroll, the school is willing to grant you access to the school treasury. The school treasury? Lin Shu was taken aback. It was a term he had never heard before. Xiaoning looked at him with envy and explained, after many years of establishment, Northern University has naturally accumulated a plethora of unclaimed treasures, many of which are invaluable, all stored within the school treasury. Lin Shu raised an eyebrow. It certainly sounded appealing. However, he quickly turned to Xiaoning, inquiring with intrigue. Why has the school suddenly bestowed such generous benefits upon me? What have you done, Sister Xiaoning? Lin Shu was well aware that initially, without his insistence, he wouldn't even have been considered for the semi-divine Pokémon. Now, not only had they allowed him to select one, but they were also offering what appeared to be a remarkable opportunity. Hehe, Xiaoning took it softly. I didn't do much. I merely showed the school the video of our recent battle. With a significant look, she continued, I heard even those old fellows at the school were astonished. This was also Xiaoning's ulterior motive. She knew perhaps no one understood Lin Shu's true capabilities better than she did. She feared that the individuals at the school might overlook Lin Shu's potential. If such a promising talent were to slip through their fingers, they would surely regret it. Now I understand, Lin Shu said, realization dawning upon him. He then looked at Xiaoning and asked, So, Sister Xiaoning, now that the battle is over, can you tell me the school's requirements? Lin Shu was well aware that since Northern University was willing to invest such significant advantages in him, he would have to deliver commensurate results. Xiaoning smiled softly. Of course, there are two conditions set by the school. The first is that you must become the champion of this year's Baishui City Pokémon Battle Assessment. As she spoke, she glanced at the training Gyarados and added with a smile, that shouldn't be a problem for you. Lin Shu remained non-committal and inquired. And the second condition? At this, Xiaoning's expression turned serious, and after a moment of contemplation, she said, the second condition pertains to the Baishan Secret Realm. The Baishan Secret Realm? Lin Shu was puzzled, not expecting such a connection. Isn't that set to open in over a year? Indeed. Xiaoning confirmed Lin Shu's question with a nod and continued. Do you remember a few months ago when we dismantled that Polaris stronghold? Lin Shu nodded. Such events were hard to forget. While it was generally true that different Polaris strongholds did not communicate, this time was different. From the manager of the D9 stronghold, we received some information regarding other strongholds. Xiaoning's voice lowered suddenly, as if the matter was not meant for public knowledge. According to Lu Wangkai, the manager of D9, they had entered the Baishan Secret Realm as assistants during its first appearance. Assistants? Lin Shu quickly grasped the implication of Xiaoning's words. So, there exists a higher echelon, at least capable of commanding the D-class strongholds of the Polaris organization, and they had recently been in Baishan City, even entering the Baishan Secret Realm. Lin Shu realized the gravity of the situation. This was akin to placing a ticking time bomb in Baishan City. You're right. Although we don't know their exact purpose for entering the Secret Realm, Lu Wangkai indicated that their last operation was unsuccessful. Xiaoning affirmed Lin Shi's statement and then turned to him. Thus, the Alliance speculates that when the secret realm opens next time, there is a significant likelihood that Polaris will return. Therefore, the school hopes that once you gain entry to the Baishan secret realm, in addition to searching for the speed deity, you will also assist the Alliance and the school in investigating the movements and intentions of the Polaris organization and, if necessary, help eliminate them. As Xiaoning articulated the second condition imposed by Northern University, it felt less like a condition and more like a request for Lin Shi's assistance. After all, as Xiaoning had mentioned, by that time, Lin Shi would have already secured his Pokémon and enrolled smoothly. Lin Shi, you must understand that opportunities to pioneer elite secret realms like the Baishan secret realm are exceedingly rare. The school will certainly honor its promise to you, but it also hopes you can contribute to the downfall of Polaris. While it may be dangerous, I sincerely hope you will consider it carefully. Xiaoning's expression was serious as she spoke earnestly to Lin Shi. You needn't worry, Sister Xiaoning. I had no intention of declining. The Polaris organization, as a force of malevolence, deserves to be eradicated by the Alliance. After all, I have grown up under the Red Banner, and I possess this awareness. Moreover, Lin Shi did not articulate his thoughts aloud. He sensed something amiss about Polaris's sudden appearance in the secret realm and had a vague feeling that it might be linked to the legendary Pokémon. After all, aside from the Bear Apprentice, there was also the feathered Cresselia, and even the volcano seemed to harbor deeper mysteries. He felt compelled to see it all with his own eyes. Lin Shi silently resolved. Chapter 77. Happy New Year. Come here, Bear Baby, pass me that couplet. Lin Shi commanded from atop a stool, surveying Bear Baby from his elevated position. Igu. Bear Baby immediately stretched up on tiptoe, clutching the vibrant red couplet and handing it to Lin Shi with great effort. Thank you. Lin Shi accepted the couplet, meticulously affixing it in place, wiping the sweat from his forehead and nodding in satisfaction. All right, it's all done now. Lin Shi, have you finished? All set. Lin Shi signaled with an okay gesture. Perfect. Then go out and buy a bottle of soy sauce for cooking later. Understood. Lin Shi leapt down from the stool, clasped his fists, and waved. Bear Baby, let us go. Teacher, are you also out shopping? On the roadside, a middle-aged man was purchasing something from a stall, his distinctive hairstyle immediately catching Lin Shi's attention. This man was none other than Lin Shi's homeroom teacher, Zhang Jianjun. Upon seeing his teacher, Lin Shi instinctively approached to greet him. Zhang Jianjun turned at the sound, his face lighting up with a smile. Ah, Lin Shi. Yes, with the new year upon us, I plan to buy a piece of calligraphy to hang in our classroom to inspire the students. He proudly displayed the newly acquired artwork before Lin Shi. What do you think? Quite nice, isn't it? Lin Shi leaned in to examine the calligraphy closely. Can Du Fu move? Zhang Jianjun rolled his eyes, tucking the artwork away while continuing to lecture Lin Shi. It's all about diligence compensating for lack of talent. The college entrance examination is just around the corner. I'm not worried about your combat scores, but you must not neglect your academic performance either. Listening to his teacher's admonishments, Lin Shi sighed. Here we go again. All right, teacher, rest assured, my grades are absolutely fine. I still need to buy soy sauce, so I'll take my leave now. Wishing you a happy new year in advance. Lin Shi quickly interrupted Zhang Jianjun's tirade and bid him farewell. Continuing on his way, Lin Shi felt a sudden twitch in his nose, catching a delightful aroma. Is that steamed buns? Lin Shi followed the scent and discovered translucent skin buns adorned with sesame seeds in a steamer. He glanced down at Bear Baby. Are you hungry? Igu? Bear Baby shook his head. Then let us go have a few buns. Bear Baby looked puzzled. Lin Shi led Bear Baby into the bun shop, skillfully placing their order before finding a seat to wait. The shop was not devoid of other patrons. Nearby, a short-haired girl was hungrily devouring her meal. Her back turned to Lin Shi. As he observed her silhouette, Lin Shi felt a sense of familiarity. After a moment of contemplation, he couldn't resist tapping her shoulder. The girl immediately turned around. Ning. It was indeed Xiaoning, who appeared startled upon seeing Lin Shi. After swallowing her food with some effort, she spoke. Is there something urgent you need to attend to right now? Xiaoning's expression bore a hint of helplessness. Oh right. Suddenly, She seemed to recall something. You're practically halfway into Northern University now. If you have the chance, you could join me in completing some tasks to familiarize yourself ahead of time and even earn some task points. Xiaoning began to regale Lin Shi with tales of past tasks, her enthusiasm so vibrant that she didn't even notice her meal growing cold. After bidding farewell to Xiaoning, Lin Shi exited the bun shop, feeling a twinge of anxiety. He had been gone for too long in pursuit of soy sauce. As he turned a corner, Lin Shi collided with someone. The impact was jarring. Lin Shi, why are you in such a rush without looking where you're going? On the ground was Meng Wan, rubbing her head. Upon recognizing Lin Shi, she expressed her displeasure. Lin Shi, also feeling the sting from the encounter, helped Meng Wan to her feet. Well, what about you? Why are you in such a hurry? Hearing Lin Shi's words, Meng Wan suddenly slapped her forehead, her face fraught with urgency as she recalled her earlier intention. The skill machine is missing. She spoke frantically, her hands flailing. The skill machine? What skill machine? Lin Shi inquired. The phosphorescent skill machine I bought at the last assembly. I was planning to give it to my sister today, and it was just here a moment ago. How could it vanish? Meng Wan frantically rummaged through her bag, even emptying its contents onto the ground. But the skill machine was nowhere to be found. Seeing the tears welling in Meng Wan's eyes, Lin Shi sighed. Let's put the soy sauce on hold for a moment. Do you remember the way you came? System activate. Under Lin Shi's adept guidance, the two soon arrived at a towering electric pole near mine. Gazing up at the dark Murkrow perched atop, a skilled disc clutched in its beak. We really found it. Bear baby, use star attack on Murkrow. Wait. Before Lin Shi could finish, Meng Wan interrupted, her eyes ablaze with determination as she stared down Murkrow. Let me handle this. She produced a Pokeball, releasing a star-shaped, pink Pokémon with tiny wings. Clefairy use sing. Clefairy sans gently. Its fairy-type charm causing the dark-type Murkrow immense discomfort, causing it to drop the disc and flee in disarray. Lin Shi caught the skill machine, inspected it for damages, and returned it to Meng Wan. Thanks, Lin Shi. I just realized you're not so bad after all. If you ever need help, don't hesitate to ask. I've got your back. All right, aren't you supposed to find Manga? Shouldn't you hurry along? Prompted by Lin Shi's reminder, Meng Wan snapped back to reality, quickly bidding him farewell as she rushed away. Watching her retreating figure, Lin Shi stretched lazily. By the way, Bear Baby, what are we out here for again? Lin Shi and Bear Baby exchanged glances, the air suddenly thick with silence. Oh no, may I inquire where you have been procuring the soy sauce? Our meal is ready. Lin Shi, feeling somewhat guilty, offered a sheepish smile. Just a minor hiccup. Enough of your nonsense. It's New Year's. Su Qiming's mother emerged, addressing both of them. Come now, it's time to eat. Hooray. Lin Shi rose and entered the house, where everyone gathered around the table, several Pokémon joining in the lively commotion. As the old year bid farewell and the new year welcomed in, Zhang Jianjun admired the calligraphy in his hands, explaining its significance to his wife and children. Menggu and Meng Wan were enjoying their meal, with a phosphorescent skill machine beside Menggu and a moonstone gleaming beside Meng Wan. Let me make a toast. Lin Shi stood up, raising a glass filled with beverage. Wishing everyone a happy new year. Chapter 78. The Mist, Shadows of Spirits. The formation of fog is typically a result of water vapor saturating the air, condensing into minuscule droplets or ice crystals. In northern regions, influenced by monsoons and topography, humidity and temperature fluctuate, fostering the emergence of fog. On a mist-laden mountain path, a young man clad in mountaineering gear was imparting knowledge about fog to the girl beside him. They stood at the periphery of a remote mountain village in Baishan City, known as Mist Village. This village is perpetually shrouded in fog, particularly dense during the winter and spring seasons, where visibility is severely compromised. Ahead lies Mist Village. The young man, naturally Lin Shi, wiped his forehead, unsure whether the moisture was sweat or mist, and gazed into the distance at the village, speaking up. In the thick fog, the contours of the village became indistinct. The distant houses, trees, and hills were enveloped in mist, rendering them ethereal and mysterious. We have finally arrived. The girl stretched languidly, revealing her exquisite, alluring silhouette. Stay alert. Let's enter the village. All right, Ning. Lin Shi responded with an okay gesture, as they oriented themselves to proceed into the village. Once again, he had skipped class to accompany Ning to this secluded, mist village, and his intentions were far from leisure. Lin Shi had resolutely intended to refuse any unnecessary reckless behavior until he heard about the task and its clues from Ning. Owing to its geographical conditions, Mist Village is perpetually cloaked in fog, and with economic development, many young inhabitants have opted to work elsewhere and settle down, leading to a gradual decline in the village's population. One night, several villagers claimed to have seen someone waving at them through the fog, but upon approaching the spot, they found it deserted. Initially, people thought they had merely misperceived, but as more individuals experienced similar encounters, the villagers felt compelled to take the matter seriously. Rumors of hauntings began to spread like wildfire. A few daring villagers planned to uncover the truth behind the apparitions, yet they all vanished that night, only to be found the following day in the woods outside the village, unconscious, with no recollection of the previous night's events. After this incident, more villagers came to believe in the haunting rumors. Given its severity, they opted to report it to the authorities. The police bureau swiftly dispatched personnel to investigate, but curiously, since their arrival and subsequent investigations over several nights, no further incidents occurred. The ghostly figures seemed to disappear without a trace. Just as the villagers thought they could return to their normal lives, on a night thick with fog, another villager spotted the waving specter. Unlike before, this time, the apparition was accompanied by a soul-stirring tolling of bells, resonating from an unknown distance, its sound booming and solemn, echoing throughout the village. Since then, villagers sporadically reported sightings of the beckoning shadow, and each encounter was invariably accompanied by the haunting chime. Lin Shi, what is your perspective on this matter? As they drew closer to the village, Ning inquired about Lin Shi's thoughts. There is nothing supernatural at play. Given this description, it is likely the work of ghost-type Pokémon, Lin Shi replied dismissively. With such a plethora of eerie elements, thick fog, spectral shadows, beckoning gestures, and tolling bells, if this isn't a fabricated tale, it is most probably the result of Pokémon abilities. Moreover, had it not been for the suspicion of ghost-type Pokémon activity, Lin Shi would not have consented to accompany Ning on this task. Lin Shi's words prompted a nod from Ning, aligning with her own thoughts. In a world inhabited by Pokémon, all supernatural occurrences could be attributed to them. Yet, this necessitated greater caution. Compared to ghosts, Pokémon could be far more perilous. Each year, countless individuals fall victim to wild Pokémon attacks, and their immense power can inadvertently pose unimaginable dangers to humans. This time, Ning's mission was to ascertain the truth behind these events and, to the best of her ability, assist Mist Village in resolving the issue. Soon, as the sun rose high in the sky, the dense fog began to dissipate, and the two ventured into the small village. The village comprised a few houses, primarily single-story brick structures, many of which were covered in moss, clearly having been uninhabited for quite some time. Shortly after entering the village, they encountered an elderly man wielding a hoe, preparing to leave. Upon spotting Lin Shi and Ning approaching, he walked over. "Children, are you here to hunt ghosts as well?" he asked. "Hunt ghosts?" Ning and Lin Shi queried in unison. The old man nodded and continued, "Indeed, just this morning, shortly after dawn, two young ones who looked about your age arrived, claiming they were searching for some ghosts." Lin Shi and Ning exchanged glances. Could they be from the League? Ning furrowed her brow. Lin Shi remained silent, more concerned that these individuals, like him, were there to capture ghost-type Pokémon. "Sir, we are here to investigate the haunting in the village. Could you share any information with us?" Ning asked sweetly, adopting a demure demeanor. "Not a chance." The old man shook his head vigorously. "I must hurry to the fields before the sun sets. Once night falls, it becomes unsafe to venture out. If you wish to inquire further, go to the first house on the east side of the village. That is the village chief's home, and he knows everything." He pointed in the indicated direction before hastily departing the village, his steps quickened by urgency. Observing the old man's demeanor, Lin Shi felt that the rumors circulating in the village were likely true. "Let us go, since the old man suggested it. We should visit the village chief and inquire about the situation," Lin Shi proposed to Ning. She readily agreed, and together they walked side by side into the village. Chapter 79. Malice. Legends of the village. As the afternoon sun radiantly pierced through the lingering fog, the true visage of the village was unveiled. The village, adorned with red bricks and white walls, presented a charming disarray. Nestled deep within the mountains, it boasted adequate facilities to satisfy the needs of its inhabitants. Upon arriving at the doorstep of the village head, they encountered a neat and tidy courtyard. Out of courtesy, they knocked on the door. With a thud, the door swung open, revealing an elderly grandmother with wispy white hair and clouded eyes, who stared blankly at the two visitors. "Good afternoon, ma'am," Autumn began, but her greeting was abruptly cut short as the door slammed shut, as if they were a pair of monstrous intruders. The two exchanged bewildered glances. "What is happening? Leave? You must leave. Our village does not welcome you. You will bring calamity upon us." The old woman's voice, dry and raspy, echoed from behind the door. Her words bizarre and incomprehensible. "Who are you? What do you want?" Just as they stood there, uncertain of their next move, a voice called out from behind them. "Auntie, we are here to investigate the haunting in the village. We spoke with an elderly gentleman at the village entrance, who directed us to the village head's home." Autumn hastily explained, fearing they might be mistaken for suspicious characters. The woman muttered under her breath, "Yinfang, hurry, send them away. They are not welcome here." At that moment, the old lady's impatient and hoarse voice rose again from within. "Mother, please do not speak to guests that way." Upon hearing the elder's plea, Yinfang furrowed her brow, placing her basket down as she approached the door. She opened it wide, ushering Lin Shi and Autumn inside. Strangely, the elderly woman, who had just moments ago shouted in frenzy, remained quiet upon their entrance, seated calmly in a chair, mumbling incoherently to herself. Observing their expressions, Yinfang sighed. "Please do not mind her. Rest assured, she means you no harm." She poured 2 glasses of water while explaining the old woman's condition. "Aunt Yinfang, could you share what has transpired in the village? We wish to investigate." Holding the warm cup, Autumn inquired, "When was the last sighting of the ghostly figure?" Lin Shi stroked his chin, pondering. "Perhaps 3 days ago. The individual in question was my husband. That night, due to a fault in the village's electrical system, he had to venture out to assess the situation." As she spoke, Lin Shi noticed a flicker of fear in Yinfang's countenance, her body trembling slightly, evidently shaken. "And then what happened?" "It was the sound of a bell." "A bell?" Yinfang nodded, relief washing over her as she continued. "My husband said that as he approached the shadowy figure, he suddenly heard a loud ringing, as though the bell was right beside him. It startled him, but then he realized he could control his body again, and the figure beckoning at the village entrance had vanished. Since that night, we have not dared to step outside after dark. Even for farming, we hastily complete our tasks before sunset. Thankfully, the apparition never appears during the day. Otherwise, life would be unbearable." Yinfang sighed once more. "God, it is God who saved us from calamity." The elderly woman, previously silent, suddenly became animated, her lips moving incessantly. "Mother, not again." Yinfang rushed to comfort her, turning apologetically towards Lin Shi and Autumn. "I apologize. Ever since she heard the bell, she has been muttering about gods, as if she were traumatized. It seems futile to reason with her." "The bell? So, the old lady's mention of a deity relates to the bell?" Lin Shi inquired, curiosity piqued. Upon hearing his question, Yinfang's brow furrowed as she contemplated. Finally, she nodded. "It seems there are indeed legends in Misty Village related to the bell, but I am not well versed in them. Not just me, but many of the longtime villagers are unaware. The tales are too ancient. Those who might know have passed away or moved away. The only elder left who might remember is my grandmother, but her mind is often clouded, so her words should not be taken too literally. In my opinion, there are no supernatural beings. It is likely the work of wild spirits. I implore you to capture it swiftly, so our village can find peace." Yinfang clearly scoffed at the notion of deities, aligning her views with those of Lin Shi and Autumn, a common reaction to such phenomena. "Thank you very much." Autumn said, "Oh, by the way, we have another request. Could you assist us in finding a place to stay? We wish to reside here for a few days, and rest assured, we will compensate you." After expressing her gratitude, Autumn revealed their ulterior motive for visiting. Regardless of the truth, they could not uncover it all in one day and needed a place to rest. Money is of no concern. It's just a matter of 2 extra pairs of chopsticks. You are welcome to stay at my home. We may not have much, but we have plenty of food and space. Feel free to make yourselves at home. Yinfang extended a heartfelt invitation, embodying the rustic hospitality of rural folk. Thank you, Aunt Yinfang. The two replied in unison, smiling. Okay, here's the refined and edited version of the text you provided. Focusing on elegance and advanced vocabulary. Chapter 80. The village chief's nocturnal excursion nonsense. There's no need for such formalities. Dear Aunt, I responded. Aunt Yinfang chuckled, glancing at the clock on the wall, a sudden realization prompting her to rise. Shaolin, Xiao Qiu, make yourselves comfortable. I must attend to my bufflant. It will raise a clamor if I delay. Consider this your home, and do not stand on ceremony. With that, she bustled out. In these remote locales, the villagers often prioritize the economic utility of captured Pokémon over their combat prowess. A buffalant's labor can supplant that of 10 oxen, making it a favored creature to raise. Of course, being a Pokémon, it cannot be fed solely on bovine fodder. Specialized provisions are required. Though this elevates the cost somewhat, a buffalant's capacity for tillage, guardianship, and even serving as a deterrent renders it an exceptionally worthwhile investment. Once Aunt Yinfang had departed, I discreetly positioned myself next to the elder, settling in gently. Rest assured, grandmother, we harbor no ill intentions. Would you indulge us with the tale of the village's deity you mentioned earlier? I modulated my tone to be as soothing as possible, wary of agitating her. The deity, the searing drought, the conflagration, then the deity arrived. The chimes resounded, followed by a tempestuous gale and torrential rain. The old woman rambled, her words a soliloquy as much as an address to me. I massaged my temples, piecing together her narrative. It seemed that in bygone days, the village had suffered a devastating drought, leading to famine and a catastrophic fire. At this juncture, the deity she spoke of materialized, heralded by the ringing of bells, and conjured a storm that extinguished the flames and quenched the parched land, delivering the village from its plight. It was a legend easily deciphered, akin to the divine benefactor lore prevalent in many rural communities. I scratched my head, musing that if this deity were indeed a Pokémon, it would possess formidable power to accomplish such feats. I mentally cataloged the likely candidates, the chime-bearing Pokémon being foremost among them. However, it seemed tangential to our present objective, as we were in pursuit of specters, not gods. Furthermore, the elder's narrative only referenced the chimes, with no mention of the beckoning shadow. The connection between the two appeared tenuous at best. Why then, were the chimes now accompanied by the spectral apparition? I suspected there were underlying factors at play. I took a pensive sip of tea. Any insights? Xiaoning inquired, observing my demeanor. None, I admitted, spreading my hands. First-hand observation is paramount in these matters. I am confident that a mere glimpse of this so-called specter will reveal its true nature under the scrutiny of the system. In any case, we shall be lodging here for a few days. Perhaps an opportunity will present itself. She concurred. Time passed swiftly. The afternoon was spent exploring the village and questioning its inhabitants, but their accounts mirrored Aunt Yunfang's, yielding little of value. We must rely on the night for a stroke of fortune. Bang! The door swung open, admitting a wiry man of modest stature, who paused, evidently surprised to see us. You are? Hearing the door, Aunt Yinfang hurried in from the kitchen to introduce us to Bai Sholi. More of them? Bai Sholi exclaimed, before extending a warm welcome. As village elder, he was duty-bound to greet those who came to aid in resolving the village's troubles. Uncle Bai, you mentioned more. Does this imply that others have arrived before us? After the initial pleasantries, I cut to the chase. Oddly, despite learning of predecessors from the old man upon our arrival, we had not encountered any suspicious individuals throughout the afternoon. Indeed, Bai Sholi confirmed, gulping down a glass of water. They were quite generous with their remuneration, he added, patting his pockets with a satisfied grin. Do you know what specific Pokémon they seek? Q. Ning Preset. Alas, I am unfamiliar with most Pokémon. However, they frequent places of somber ambience, such as dense woods and caverns. I would not venture there were it not for the monetary incentive. As a lifelong rural dweller, Bai Sholi was clearly unversed in Pokémon lore. Ah, Yinfang, let us dine early tonight. I must guide them later. What? Yinfang exclaimed, emerging from the kitchen, spatula in hand. Venture out after nightfall? Who dares do so in these times? She was aghast. In Mistvale Village, no one dared venture out after dark, not even on rainy days. Alas, it is at the behest of these guests, Baisholi explained, reaching for a cigarette, only to retract it upon remembering our presence. They insist on searching at night, despite my warnings. Then we shall not go, Yinfang declared, still haunted by Baisholi's prior brush with the supernatural. Nay, I must. They have been exceedingly generous, and we must amass funds for mother's care. Moreover, they seem earnest and harmless. It is our duty to assist them. Baisholi shook his head, his gaze fixed on his wife's anxious expression. Fear not, he added. They appear to be accomplished trainers. Nothing untoward shall befall us. But Yinfang remained unconvinced. Yinfang, we also intend to venture out tonight. Perhaps we could accompany Uncle Bai for mutual support, I interjected. My colleague is a student at Northern University and a formidable trainer, capable of ensuring our safety. Yinfang regarded Xiaoning with astonishment. Even as a rural woman, she had heard of Northern University. Perhaps the university's reputation swayed her, for she ultimately relented. Chapter 81, Separation, the Waving Spectre. The night in Misty Village bore an unusual ambience. The dense fog that dissipated under the sun during the day gradually re-emerged after sunset, enveloping the entire village once again. Gazing at the thick mist before him, Lin Shi furrowed his brow. In such density, one could hardly discern even a distant Snorlax, let alone a specter. Uncle Bai, or shall we wait for them? Lin Shi inquired, leaning closer to Baisholi. Right at the village entrance. Look, beneath that great locust tree, Baisholi replied, pointing towards the distance. Indeed, even shrouded by the thick fog, the vague silhouette of the tree could still be discerned. Lin Shi recalled the tree. He had passed it several times during the day. It was so grand that it would take 5 or 6 people to encircle its trunk. As they walked, Lin Shi asked Baisholi about the deity mentioned by the elders regarding the salvation of the village. Unfortunately, as the village chief, Baisholi was not well informed either. He vaguely remembered hearing the elders speak of a guardian spirit in his childhood, one that would appear in times of peril to save the village and its inhabitants. Upon hearing Baisholi's words, Lin Shi pondered deeply and refrained from further questioning. The trio hastened their steps, soon arriving at the locust tree at the village entrance. Awaiting the arrival of their guests, the expressions of the group grew somber as they cautiously observed the village obscured by the mist. As time ticked by, the figures of the guests Baisholi mentioned remained elusive. The night deepened, the moonlight completely obscured by the fog, casting the village into deeper darkness. Lin Shi, Uncle Bai, do you sense that the fog seems to have thickened? Xiaoning remarked, frowning as she gazed towards the village. Lin Shi, are you there? Xiaoning's eyes darted around, searching for the two, but darkness enveloped her, leaving her empty-handed. Damn it, where are they? Xiaoning bit her lip, pulling out a pokeball. Come fort, Cool Leopard. Upon its emergence, Cool Leopard crouched low, scanning the surroundings with a fierce gaze. Seeing Cool Leopard, Xiaoning felt slightly reassured, as a dark type. It had an advantage over ghost types, and could prove useful in this situation. What is that? At that moment, Xiaoning noticed a figure standing quietly amidst the fog, and its silhouette seemed vaguely familiar. Lin Shi, is it you? Xiaoning's demeanor shifted to one of caution, her expression growing grave. Lin Shi would not jest in such a manner. So, this is the rumored specter? Cool Leopard. On alert, she commanded, taking a battle stance. Cool Leopard? Cool Leopard? After calling out several times without response, Xiaoning anxiously looked down, only to find that Cool Leopard had vanished without a trace. This sudden turn of events terrified Xiaoning. The ability to render Cool Leopard silent indicated that her opponent was at least a level above her. Her heart raced with anxiety. At that moment, the previously still figure began to move. It silently extended an arm, the palm bending slightly, beckoning Xiaoning closer. Witnessing this eerie scene, Xiaoning swallowed hard. She sensed a strong sense of dissonance emanating from the beckoning specter, yet she could not pinpoint the source of her unease. Taking a deep breath, Xiaoning exhaled gently and retrieved another Pokeball, hesitating to summon it. She feared that calling forth her Pokémon might lead to another loss of contact, opting instead to hold it tightly and release it only in case of danger. I should distance myself from this ghostly entity, Xiaoning thought, cautiously beginning to retreat. However, after stepping back several meters, she was compelled to stop, her expression heavy with concern. For despite her movements, the distance between her and the specter had not increased at all. Damn it! Xiaoning felt increasingly helpless, unsure of her course of action. Should she confront it? Before she could formulate a plan, the specter began to exhibit new movements. Xiaoning observed the frequency of its beckoning increasing, and whether it was an illusion caused by the fog, she felt the space between them seemingly diminish. As time slipped by, the night deepened and the fog thickened further. A cold wind swept through, causing Xiaoning to shiver involuntarily. She had confirmed it. This was no mere illusion. The distance between them was indeed closing. Realizing this, Xiaoning instinctively tried to retreat, but soon discovered she could not control her body, as if bound by invisible threads, rendering her immobile in place. Move! Move now! She urged her fingers to respond, but they remained unyielding. While Xiaoning struggled against this unseen restraint, the figure within the fog gradually advanced. This time, she could see clearly. The distance between them was visibly shrinking. As the distance closed, the hazy shadow became increasingly distinct. Xiaoning's complexion turned pale, beads of sweat trickling down her forehead as she finally grasped the source of her unease. Normally, when a person beckons, they would extend their arm, slightly swaying the forearm toward their body. However, this shadow was different. Its arm remained rigidly straight. Only the hand moved awkwardly. The sensation was akin to. Xiaoning's eyes widened as a terrifying thought surged through her mind. Why is it facing away from me? Could it be that its head is actually turned around? With that thought, a chill shot through her, and fear crept in her heart. She began to struggle more fiercely against her restraints. But just then, she furtively glanced at the specter's position and abruptly froze. Where did it go? The specter has vanished? Has it left? Unable to move her body, Xiaoning could only pivot her eyes, scanning the area ahead, her mind racing with speculation. A cold breath brushed against her neck, and instantly, goosebumps covered her entire body. She felt something was watching her intently from behind. She didn't know what it was, nor did she wish to find out. Yet a torrent of horrifying thoughts flooded her mind uncontrollably. A suffocating silence enveloped the village. Summoning her resolve, Xiaoning cautiously shifted her gaze to the side, attempting to discern the situation behind her. Suddenly, a dark shadow obscured her vision, and her eyes widened in terror as she beheld a blood-red eye. Chapter 82, Ghostly Shadows, Jengar. Where on earth am I? Is this still within the borders of our country? Lin Shi crossed his arms, straining to discern his surroundings. The unexpected disappearance of Xiaoning and Bai Sholi leaving him startled. Come fort, Gyarados. Without hesitation, Lin Shi released Gyarados from his Pokeball. Unleash a tornado to disperse the fog, he commanded, recognizing the urgency of the situation. Clearing the oppressive mist was paramount. With a fierce roar, Gyarados erupted with emerald dragon energy, causing the air to stir as the tornado began to rise, engulfing the thick fog. Yet, despite the formidable power of Gyarados' whirlwind, the mist seemed infinitely dense, showing no signs of dispersal. Is it impervious to the wind? Lin Shi's heart sank at the sight. Is that the ghostly figure the villagers spoke of? He squinted, for the apparition before him bore an uncanny resemblance to a humanoid shape, resembling a balloon with arms, vaguely reminiscent of Geodude. Lin Shi focused intently, but the fog obscured his vision, rendering his identification system futile. Gyarados, direct your tornado at that entity. He resolved to probe the being while using the wind to momentarily part the mist, hoping for a clearer view. Upon hearing Lin Shi's command, Gyarados unleashed its power, sending a gust toward the figure. As the wind swept through, Lin Shi observed the ghostly shape sway as if it were indeed a balloon. Just as he was about to glean more information, the entity vanished without a trace. What was that? A piercing scream suddenly echoed, prompting Lin Shi to turn towards the source, but the layers of fog obscured his sight. That voice sounds familiar. Is it Xiaoning? He murmured, his brow furrowed, sensing the gravity of the situation. Suddenly, a shadow darted past him, fleeting and lost to the darkness. Lin Shi summoned his bear, cub Pokémon to stay at his side for protection while he surveyed the surroundings with a calm demeanor. Another shadow flitted by. Gyarados, unleash the most extensive whirlwind to reveal that creature. Seizing the moment, Lin Shi commanded Gyarados to strike. A colossal tempest spiraled upwards, swiftly expanding outward, lifting the surrounding fog, while the ghostly figure was irresistibly drawn into the vortex. Lin Shi looked up, finally catching sight of the entity. Without the need for his identification system, he recognized it instantly. Is that a Gengar? The purple Pokémon, round in shape, possessed detached hands and triangular white eyes with black pupils. Floating eerily in the air, undoubtedly a Gengar. Is this the source of the village's strange occurrences? Lin Shi pondered, recalling legends of Gengar, the evolved form of Ghastly, known for cursing humans from the shadows. Such tales were likely the reason why few trainers opted for ghost-type Pokémon. Just as Lin Shi contemplated this, another shrill scream pierced the night, unmistakably a woman's voice. No, that scream belongs to Xiaoning, he realized. But who was the first voice? Why does it seem so familiar? The two screams were closely spaced, and Lin Shi discerned their distinct tones. Something must have happened to Xiaoning. I must hurry to her aid. Anxious, Lin Shi glanced back at the Gengar, preparing to capture it. Just then, a series of blue flames arced through the air, colliding violently with Gyarados' whirlwind, dissipating it in an instant. Another skilled trainer? Lin Shi thought, alarmed. He quickly scanned his surroundings, recognizing the power of the flames as being from the Will-O-Wisp move. This is not good. Lin Shi's expression shifted as he realized Gengar had vanished amidst the thickening darkness. Breathing deeply, he resolved to search for Xiaoning, concerned for her safety. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from behind him, cutting through the stillness of the night. Lin Shi braced himself as Gyarados' eyes glimmered with a faint golden light, and the bear cub Pokémon's paws flickered with flames, both on guard against the approaching sound. Meow, a cat's cry. As the figure drew closer, Lin Shi discerned the sound of a meowing feline. Gradually, the silhouette took shape, revealing itself as a girl. As she neared, Lin Shi's eyes widened in recognition. Mengwan, what's she doing here? He felt a surge of disbelief, questioning whether he was hallucinating. Mengwan, what brings you here? Lin Shi called out tentatively. He noticed that upon hearing his voice, Mengwan did not stop. Instead, she raised her hands to cover her ears, quickening her pace to pass by him. I can't see, she murmured, her face betraying unease and terror. Beside her, her elegant feline companion ran alongside. Unlike its unreliable trainer, it kept its eyes open, glancing up at Lin Shi as if to warn Mengwan. Shoo, elegant cat, do not make a sound. If I keep my eyes closed, I can't see the frightening things, Mengwan whispered softly, not once looking down. Observing Mengwan's frightened demeanor, Lin Shi concluded it was unlikely a mere illusion. Grabbing her arm as she was about to brush past him, he insisted, I need to know why you're here. Wandering blindly with your eyes shut is a recipe for disaster. A sharp, piercing scream suddenly assaulted Lin Shi's ears, causing him to cover them in distress. This confirmed for him that it was indeed the first scream he had heard. Chapter 83, Convergence Blood Eye. This was the first time Lin Shi witnessed someone lose their composure. The moment he grasped Mengwan's arm, he distinctly observed her shudder violently, her hair standing on end, and her entire being trembling uncontrollably. Mengwan, open your eyes. It's me, Lin Shi, he said helplessly. Lin Shi? No, it's impossible. Don't try to deceive me. I saw it on television. Once I open my eyes, who knows what will appear before me? Mengwan shook her head vigorously, resolutely refusing to open her eyes. It seemed that keeping them shut alleviated her fear. Taking a deep breath, she attempted to comfort herself. Bear Cub, use Thunder Punch to calm her down, but be gentle, Lin Shi instructed. Igu, the bear cub nodded, its palm crackling with electricity as it gently tapped Mengwan's arm. Instantly, a jolt of electricity coursed through her, the sharp sting compelling her to open her eyes. As she realized the desire to close them again, Lin Shi had already positioned himself in front of her. "Lin Shi, what are you doing here?" Meng Wan exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. This was a remote village deep within the mountains, far from the city. She never anticipated encountering Lin Shi here. "I was about to ask you the same thing," Lin Shi responded, equally perplexed, sharing a sense of absurdity akin to meeting a neighbor in an uninhabited desert. Meng Wan began, but Lin Shi interrupted her. "Did you hear the bell?" he said, straining his ears to listen intently to the sounds around them. "The bell?" Meng Wan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly fell silent to join him in listening. Suddenly, a dark shadow zipped through the air, swiftly fleeing. "Ghastly!" Meng Wan shouted in a mixture of surprise and urgency upon spotting the spirit. "Could that be your sister's evolved Ghastly?" "Yes, that's it. We came here to find it." She nodded vigorously, pointing at the Ghastly in mid-air, eager to pursue it. Before she could move, Lin Shi grasped her firmly. In this fog-laden night, locating a ghost-type Pokémon would be akin to finding a fish in a vast ocean. Meng Wan, her short legs flailing, saw the Ghastly vanish from sight and hurriedly said to Lin Shi, "We need to find it, or you won't know how you lost it." "Let us first regroup with the others," Lin Shi suggested, leading Meng Wan towards the direction where Qiao Ning had screamed moments earlier, concerned for her safety. With the Ghastly now out of sight, it was entirely unwise for Meng Wan to wander alone in such an environment. She had no choice but to follow Lin Shi closely, reaching out to grasp the hem of his sleeve. Another round of bell tolls resonated, the sound growing louder. Boom! A brilliant flash from a nearby explosion illuminated the fog, and the two exchanged glances, quickening their pace. "Blastoise Water Pulse," Qiao Ning commanded from behind her Blastoise. The creature aimed its cannon skyward, gathering energy, unleashing several water pulses that collided with a blue fireball in the air, resulting in a spectacular explosion. "It's Qiao Ning," Meng Wan exclaimed, realizing that Qiao Ning appeared to be engaged in battle. The two hurried towards her, with Lin Shi glancing up at the sky, vaguely making out a dark silhouette. "This is the place. It seems someone is fighting." Just then, a light flickered from another direction, and they could faintly hear voices. "Is it you, Xiaowan?" Someone called out loudly. At this moment, Lin Shi also noticed that, besides himself and Qiao Ning, others were approaching. Upon closer inspection, the leader was none other than Meng Gu, followed closely by Sholi and a plump middle-aged woman. "Sister, I'm over here." Upon hearing Meng Ji's voice, Meng Wan leaped with joy, waving her arms enthusiastically. Meng Gu and her companions quickly noticed Meng Wan and hastened towards her, soon reuniting everyone. "Lin Shi, are you all right?" Qiao Ning inquired immediately about Lin Shi's condition. "I'm perfectly fine," he replied, shaking his head, then looked up at the dark shape in the sky. "Sister Qiao Ning, what is that thing?" "I have no idea," Qiao Ning responded, shaking her head. After the sudden appearance of the ghostly figure, she feared she might not survive. Upon regaining her senses, she promptly summoned Blastoise to launch an offensive. Lin Shi, catching sight of the vague shadow in the fog, surmised that the phosphorescent burst from earlier must have been its doing. At that moment, Qiao Ning's expression shifted, and she warned everyone loudly, "Everyone be careful." No sooner had she spoken than a white light erupted from the sky, the Tyndall effect caused by the dense fog enveloping them in a blinding whiteness, disorienting the group. Lin Shi suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head, and the surrounding scenery began to blur and shift. He realized they had fallen under the influence of a skill. Damn it! Lin Shi gritted his teeth, struggling to remain conscious, yet felt himself being dragged into a dark, bottomless abyss. In that perilous moment, the bell tolled once more, its sound reverberating like thunder, resonating through their souls. With the bell's assistance, Lin Shi managed to shake off the illusion, clutching his aching head as he slowly raised it to gaze at the sky. "What is that?" He squinted, seeing a massive blood-red eye flicker in the air. With great effort, he stood up, noticing several others nearby were similarly pained, clutching their heads but suffering no other injuries. He let out a sigh of relief. He bent down to help Qiao Ning to her feet. "What about that ghostly creature?" she asked. "It seems to have already departed," Lin Shi replied. glancing at his phone and realizing dawn was approaching. "Sister, are you all right?" Meng Wan helped Meng Ge to her feet, expressing her concern. Meng Ge shook her head, standing up and curiously regarding Lin Shi. "How did he end up here?" Understanding Meng Ge's confusion from her expression, Lin Shi waved his hand dismissively. Hearing this, the others nodded in agreement and began making their way towards Bai Shouli's home. As dawn broke, Lin Shi observed the fog gradually dissipating. Chapter 84, The Assistant. Gym Leader Level. TSK. If you are unwell, seek treatment. Do not linger beside me. Lin Shi cast an irritated glance at Meng Wan, who was incessantly clicking her tongue near his ear. Deeply concealed, aren't you, Lin Shi? Even in this secluded mountain forest, you managed to encounter girls. Is this yet another serendipitous meeting? Meng Wan leaned closer to Lin Shi, speaking in a hushed tone. Lin Shi rolled his eyes dramatically before leaning toward her ear. I wish to encapsulate it in 4 words. Not listening, not listening. Meng Wan covered her ears, shaking her head as she distanced herself from Lin Shi. Do you know Lin Shi? Are you classmates? Meanwhile, Xiaoning walked alongside Meng Ge. Yes, Meng Ge nodded. Not classmates, but rivals. Meng Wan sprinted to catch up with them, waving her fists emphatically. Rivals? Xiaoning chuckled, recalling her own battle against Lin Shi. She doubted anyone in their generation for Bai Shan could rival him. Bai Shouli was fortunate. After losing contact with Lin Shi and Xiaoning, he encountered neither spirits nor illusions, but merely lost his way due to heavy fog. Thankfully, he soon met Meng Ge and others who were searching for Meng Wan. He then accompanied them until they encountered Lin Shi and Xiaoning. Upon returning to the house, the elderly man was asleep in another room, while Yinfang thoughtfully prepared hot water for everyone. Slurp. Lin Shi took a sip of water and turned to Meng Wan. Pray tell, what brings you here? I mentioned it before. We are here to find Gizatong. Meng Wan glanced at Meng Ge, who had already informed her about encountering Gizatong. Then why did Gizatong go missing here? And what is your purpose in coming? Lin Shi continued to inquire. It is not that Gizatong vanished after our arrival. Rather, we came only after Gizatong had gone missing. Meng Ge spoke with a cool voice that always left Lin Shi in awe. Are you implying Gizatong disappeared in the city? Precisely, Meng Ge affirmed with a nod. Yesterday, during training, I noticed Gizatong acting quite strangely, appearing anxious and gazing at something inexplicable. At the time, I paid no heed. But who could have predicted that just last night, Gizatong would suddenly vanish? Fortunately, due to its elusive nature, I had previously installed a locator on it. Once I discovered its absence, we hurried here based on the locator's signal. As she spoke, Meng Ge furrowed her brow, brushed her hair back, and continued. However, perhaps due to the fog, the locator lost its function shortly after our arrival, and we lost our bearings. With no other option, we sought the village chief as our guide, asking him to lead us to places where Gizatong might have appeared, hoping to find any trace of it. After listening to Meng Ge, Lin Shi and Xiaoning understood the reason for their presence. According to Meng Ge, Gizatong must have arrived only last night, and the events preceding its disappearance likely had no connection with it. Xiaoning gazed at Meng Ge and Meng Wan. It seems you only learned about the village's ghostly rumors upon arriving here. Meng Ge nodded and added, Indeed. I believe Gizatong's inexplicable presence here is undoubtedly linked to this ghostly apparition. Her tone was gentle yet resolute. Today, we encountered that ghostly being, yet its motives remain shrouded in mystery. With no signal here, effective communication with the outside world is impossible. Should any issues arise, we would be rendered passive. Currently, the most prudent course of action is to send someone to summon the Security Bureau. Lin Shi pondered, stroking his chin. It was evident from earlier that given their abilities, subduing the ghostly apparition would not be an easy endeavor. With this thought, Lin Shi turned to Xiaoning. Sister Xiaoning, if we consider this merely an investigation, have we completed our task? Xiaoning raised an eyebrow, contemplating before slowly shaking her head. No, although we encountered the ghostly apparition, we did not clearly see its form nor ascertain what kind of Pokémon it truly is. Therefore, this task cannot be deemed complete. How troublesome, Lin Shi muttered, echoing his earlier sentiments. Meng Ge and the others exchanged glances, ultimately nodding in agreement. So what shall we do now? Meng Wan pouted, looking at Lin Shi. Our immediate priority is to ascertain the strength of this Pokémon. It appears that this creature only manifests at night, so it would be wise for us to set a trap during the evening. However, I worry that given our current capabilities, this strategy might not be a mere ambush, but rather a trap for ourselves. Lin Shi frowned with concern. Regrettably, the fog was too dense at night to discern the ghostly entity's appearance. Otherwise, utilizing the system would easily determine its level of strength. Fear not about that, Meng Wan said with a cheerful grin as she approached the plump woman who had accompanied them, affectionately draping an arm over her shoulder. Aunt Song is an exceptionally skilled trainer. Ha! Little Wan is jesting. I am hardly formidable, just someone who has trained her Pokémon a few more years than you. The plump woman replied with a warm smile, exuding humility. Oh! Hearing Meng Wan's words, Lin Shi shifted his gaze to the plump woman. Since their initial meeting, she had remained by Meng Ji's side, quietly listening to their discussions without uttering a word, appearing as an unassuming caretaker. Indeed, Aunt Song was a genuine gym leader-level trainer, so her strength should pose no issue. Meng Gun nodded in affirmation. Upon hearing this, Lin Shi and Xiaoning were taken aback. This seemingly unremarkable woman, who appeared utterly mild, was actually a gym leader-level trainer. It was important to note that to become a gym leader-level trainer, one must possess at least 6 Pokémon achieving that level, with each Pokémon being no less than level 50. Her strength was indeed formidable, and it seems she was assigned by the Meng family to protect the two sisters. With a gym leader-level ally, Lin Shi felt a wave of reassurance. Since we have such a powerful trainer like Aunt Song with us, let us meet this beckoning ghostly apparition tonight. As for determining Gizaton's location, leave that to me, Lin Shi declared with a confident smile to the group. Chapter 85, Collaboration, Confronting the Phantom. Help, help! Lord God, save me. Is the old lady always like this? Upon hearing the elderly woman's murmurs drifting from another room, Xiaoning turned to Bai Sholi and his wife for clarification. Sighing, Bai Sholi's expression turned somewhat bitter. Ever since my mother heard that strange bell sound, her condition seems to have worsened. She has been plagued by nightmares almost every night. Has the old lady mentioned the contents of her dreams to you? They seem to be related to the village's deity, Lin Shi inquired, intertwining his fingers pensively. The couple exchanged glances. Bai Sholi scratched his head in contemplation before responding. She hasn't spoken of her dreams, but I do recall her telling me a story from her childhood. It seems there was a significant incident in the village, and my mother once faced a life-threatening danger. But fortunately, she was saved by the legendary deity of the village. We all thought it was merely a tale to frighten children. He glanced toward the room opposite, where the elderly woman remained ensnared in her nightmare, oblivious to her surroundings. With a sigh, he continued, but now, it seems that this may indeed hold some truth. Lin Shi rubbed the rim of his cup, taking a sip. The bell, the deity, the phantom. He then turned to Bai Sholi, asking, Village Chief, I find myself intrigued by the old lady's account of the village deity. Besides the grandmother, are there others in the village who possess knowledge about it? Bai Sholi paused, contemplating Lin Shi's words carefully before shaking his head. There are so few people left in the village now, and those who might know such things are mostly elderly. Those who have not passed away have moved away with their children. The remaining villagers likely have no understanding of these matters. However, as he spoke, Bai Sholi seemed to recall something. I have heard from the village elders that not far from the village, in the back mountain, there seems to be a small temple dedicated to the deity that once protected the village. A small temple? Lin Shi asked. Yes, Bai Sholi confirmed, nodding earnestly. It is located within a cave in the back mountain, but many years ago, due to a landslide, the entrance has been blocked by rocks and soil. Since I was born, I have never seen anyone enter. If that is the case, then the small temple should contain information related to this deity, Lin Shi remarked, nodding. Hey, so what does this have to do with the phantom we are searching for? Meng Wan interjected, unable to suppress her curiosity. It may be connected. Last night, we all felt it. When we were on the brink of falling into hallucinations, it was the sound of the bell that brought us back to our senses. This at least indicates that the bell's master is an ally rather than an enemy. Furthermore, the bell only tolls after the apparition appears, suggesting a potential connection between them. Lin Shi explained. However, Lin Shi shifted his tone. At this point, we cannot uncover any more clues about it. If we manage to resolve this matter, there will be no need to concern ourselves with deities or bell tolls. The village can return to its former tranquility. He gazed at the village, where the thick fog was gradually dissipating. As night fell, a chill breeze swept through, and the fog once again enveloped the village, denser than before. Whoosh! A phantom swiftly glided through the village, its once vibrant white eyes now devoid of life, floating like a marionette. Suddenly, two thick vines emerged from the mist, rapidly ensnaring the airborne ghost and tugging it down with increasing force. Lin Shi's voice echoed through the fog. Whoosh! Several clusters of blue flames abruptly ignited in the air, racing towards the entwined phantom. Just waiting for you. Water Arrow Turtle, Wave of Water. With a crack, Water Arrow Turtle was summoned, its cannon gathering power as water bullets were launched toward the phosphorescent flames. The air filled with a wailing cacophony, clearly indicative of the phantom's anger at Lin Shi and the other's actions. From the mist emerged a shadow, two appendages resembling arms flailing in the air, followed by clusters of energy gathering like small black holes, scattering toward the group. Shadow balls, everyone be careful, Xiao Ning shouted to her companions. Water, Arrow, Turtle, Cannon, Cool Leopard, Wave of Evil, Ninetails, Fire Blast. Xiao Ning commanded, simultaneously directing 3 Pokémon to unleash their attacks against the shadow balls in the air. Boom! The explosions resulting from their attacks resonated through the air. Electro Dragon, Thunderbolt, Venusaur, Leaf Storm, Rhyhorn, Rock Smash. At that moment, Ansong also commanded her Pokémon to attack. 3 Pokémon stood resolutely before her, emanating a formidable aura. Lin Shi, utilizing the identification system, noted that they were all above level 55. Truly, a gym-level trainer, Lin Shi mused. Yellow currents danced in the air, converging into a yellow dragon that, propelled by the leaf storm, launched a fierce assault on the shadow above. A sudden chill radiated from the shadow, and the fog began to crystallize into frost. Snowflakes swirled within the massive storm, howling as they met the oncoming attacks. This appears to be a blizzard. Lin Shi recognized the skill as the white storm surged forth, the cold waves relentlessly assaulting the group. A haunting, chilling wail echoed as a blood-red sphere emerged from the shadow, glowing like a crimson moon. Simultaneously, the power of the blizzard intensified, the bone-chilling cold sweeping towards the group. Altogether now, in an instant, everyone commanded their Pokémon to retaliate. Electric Light Leaf, Fiery Evil Light, Rock Frost. All manner of elemental skills emerged to confront the icy tempest above. The Cubchoo utilized Rock Slide. Igloo. Cubchoo pounded its fists into the ground, gathering robust rock energy that howled as it struck the shadow above. As the red moon's eye flickered, 2 fireballs materialized, colliding with the rocks and sending up clouds of dust. Cubchoo charged forward, employing Shadow Claw. Minfu used Foul Play. As Lin Shi initiated the attack, Ansong released a Minfu to join him. Cubchoo and Minfu used the debris from the rock slide as stepping stones, racing toward the shadow. Cubchoo crossed its arms, shadowy claws forming from its ghostly energy, while Minfu's blood-red eyes flashed with a malevolent glow, emanating a dark aura as a sinister blade materialized in its grasp. Go! The 2 Pokémon unleashed their full power, cleaving toward the phantom, parting the fog with their sharp assault. Let me see your true form. All eyes were fixed on the sky. Thank you to all the readers for your kind reviews. I am deeply moved. Upon the new ratings release, I will increase the updates immediately. Chapter 86. The True Form, the King Approaches. The bear cub and the mongoose struck like twin blades, their skills infused with ghostly and malevolent energies, slashing towards a shadow in the sky. A chilling wail echoed as the dark figure emitted a cry, while the crimson full moon flickered ominously. What is this creature? As the mist dissipated, a mass of black, gas-like substance materialized before the onlookers. At its center, a single, glowing red eye. The sight startled everyone, for they had never encountered such a Pokémon before, save for Lin Shi. At that moment, data about the ghostly figure surfaced in Lin Shi's mind. Danger! Everyone be cautious. His complexion shifted as he urgently warned the group. Suddenly, the shadow above dissipated like smoke, and before they could grasp the situation, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A powerful pressure descended from above, causing several Pokémon to feel as though they were being crushed by an immense, invisible hand. It's a gravity move, Lin Shi thought sharply, feeling the weight, but under the protection of the Milotic, he remained unharmed. What was that ghostly entity? Mengwan knelt on the ground, with Pippi shielding her with a barrier. That was a clone created using the substitute technique, Lin Shi quickly explained. Everyone, stay alert. The real enemy has yet to reveal itself. A haunting scream echoed from nearby, and despite knowing a Pokémon was at fault, a shiver ran through the group. It's here, Lin Shi said gravely, gazing into the sky. Above the swirling mist, a colossal dark figure resembling a pagoda slowly emerged, with a gigantic red moon at its center, watching them like a baleful eye. The shadow enveloped them, and as Lin Shi looked up, he finally recognized its identity, his heart sinking like a stone. Oh no! Lin Shi's expression grew increasingly serious. Pokémon, Wandering Night Spirit level, LV78 status, abnormal, half-evolved, gender, male type, ghost ability, pressure height, 2.0 meters, original height, can increase size with power, weight, 44. 4 kilograms held item, spirit world cloth skills, disable gravity, strange light, phosphorescent fire, misfortune, shadow ball, psychic, curse, dark gaze, shadow punch, icy wind, blizzard, black fog, substitute. Trick Pokémon identification, wandering night spirit, the beckoning Pokémon, evolved form of Night Watch spirit. It can consume anything regardless of size, using bizarre hand gestures and the power of its single eye to hypnotize and control opponents. Due to the effect of the spirit world cloth, it is currently in a half-evolved state, its power limited. Do not gaze at its hand movements for prolonged periods. Lin Shi inhaled sharply, a storm of emotions swirling within him. A king-level Pokémon. Since arriving in this world, he had only encountered one other king-level Pokémon, the legendary Metagross from the Zhou family, whose cataclysmic power still haunted him. Now, they were to confront a foe of such magnitude. This felt like a cruel jest. The others also looked up at the colossal wandering night spirit with grave expressions. Although they lacked a system, the overwhelming aura emanating from the creature made it clear that they faced an incredibly formidable adversary. Milotic, sweet scent, Lin Shi commanded, observing the anxious expressions of Ning and the others. Instantly, a red syrupy mist wafted through the air, merging with the surrounding fog to create a blood-red barrier that concealed the wandering night spirit's form. Do not look at its hands or eyes, Lin Shi reminded the group after executing his plan. We must find a way to retreat. This is not an opponent we can handle. If we continue like this, we risk total annihilation. His tone was resolute, and everyone understood he was not jesting. A frigid wind howled as icy temperatures caused the mist to crystallize into frost, transforming the world into a white expanse. Witnessing this, Ning clenched her teeth. It seems we cannot leave at will. Milotic Dragon Pulse, Lin Shi commanded, and Milotic opened its mouth wide, unleashing a blue dragon-shaped energy beam to counter the storm above. The others quickly organized their Pokémon to retaliate. Blastoise Water Blade, Gyarados, Water Drill. Simultaneously, Lin Shi and Ning instructed their Pokémon to execute a combination attack. Crack! Blastoise roared at the sky, a torrent of water surging forth as it activated its torrent ability in this life-or-death moment. Gyarados, undeterred, glowed with a faint golden light, unfazed by the gravitational pull that sought to hinder its movement. In an instant, the drill and blade coalesced on the ground, erupting skyward with unstoppable momentum, charging towards the wandering night spirit. Wow! Mengwan gazed in disbelief at Gyarados' combination attack, momentarily frozen in awe, while even the typically composed Mengu looked astonished at Lin Shi's command. Buzz! The wandering night spirit waved its hands, its blood-red eye glowing ominously. An invisible wave of psychic energy erupted from its gaze, targeting Blastoise and Gyarados. Is that psychic? Lin Shi observed the unfolding battle from the ground. The intense psychic wave clashed with a water drill and water blade, momentarily holding its ground before surging forward, overwhelming the combined assault of Blastoise and Gyarados. Both Pokémon were struck and fell to the ground, injured. The disparity in strength was insurmountable. I will cover everyone's escape. Aunt Song, her usual jovial demeanor vanished, bit her lip and spoke gravely. Electrode, use Cotton Spore? Electrode extended its long neck and let out a roar. Its body enveloped in a white glow as fluffy spores formed from its yellow fur, floating into the air. As expected of a gym-level Pokémon, the entire sky was soon filled with these cottony spores. The wandering night spirit waved its hands, summoning a blizzard once more, freezing everything in its path as it surged towards the group. Hiss! It's so cold. Mengwan hugged her arms tightly, frost accumulating on her hair and eyebrows. Ninetales, use Fire Spin, Xiaoning commanded, as Ninetales' tails danced in the air, radiating heat. Taking a deep breath, it unleashed a torrent of flames into the sky. A fiery vortex formed in the air, counteracting the biting cold and improving the situation for the group. Everyone, let us join forces and attack the wandering night spirit. Xiaoning called out, and the group nodded in agreement, urging all their Pokémon to unleash their skills together. Chapter 87. Oath, Escape from Death. With a resounding boom, the combined assault of the elves collided with the raging blizzard in midair, unleashing a violent explosion. Now is the moment. Aunt Song's gaze sharpened, a fierce glimmer passing through her eyes as she commanded loudly, Electro Dragon, deploy the electric net. The Electro Dragon, the only creature that had refrained from attacking until now, had been gathering energy. Upon hearing Aunt Song's command, it raised its arms high, the red orb on its tail radiating a brilliant light. Yellow lightning intertwined in the air, forming a colossal electric grid, which the Electro Dragon propelled upward with a forceful push. The crackling electric net encountered the floating cotton spores in the air, and due to static electricity, the like charges of the spores repelled each other, causing the fibers to separate and allowing the spores to become even fluffier. The electrostatic attraction between the charged net and the surrounding objects caused the cotton spores to adhere tightly to the electric grid, creating a massive white sheet that enveloped the wandering night spirit, obscuring the sky. In an instant, shadow orbs coalesced before the wandering night spirit, shooting like pellets toward the encroaching white fabric. Yet, the fluffy cotton demonstrated astonishing defensive capabilities, softening the impact of the shadow orbs and momentarily thwarting the wandering night spirit's fierce attacks. Everyone, upon hearing my command, do not hesitate. Run swiftly. Seeing the successful defense against the assault, Aunt Song let out a slight sigh of relief before turning to the others with a serious tone. As the strongest trainer present, her words were met with unwavering agreement. All right, Electro Dragon, prepare yourself. Aunt Song bit her lip, her expression fierce as she gazed skyward, addressing the Electro Dragon beside her. The white canvas in the sky had gradually formed a hemispherical shape, encasing the wandering night spirit overhead. Aunt Song remained motionless, her eyes fixed on the sky, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Suddenly, her eyes flashed. Now, Electro Dragon, unleash the electromagnetic wave. A faint white current flickered across the Electro Dragon's body, darting swiftly upward and plunging into the white cloth. The addition of this current seemed to disrupt the previous order, causing the white fabric to swell like boiling water. Sparks ignited from the friction of the currents, and within the flammable cotton, these feeble sparks transformed into a raging inferno. In the blink of an eye, the entire expanse of the white fabric ignited, forming a colossal fireball that enveloped the wandering night spirit in a fierce blaze. Good heavens! Lin Sure exclaimed, taken aback by the apocalyptic scene of flames. Aunt Song is truly formidable. Now, everyone run. Witnessing the effectiveness of the attack, Aunt Song immediately directed the group to flee, fully aware of the terrifying power of a champion-level Pokémon, something they could not withstand. The ignited cotton exhibited overwhelming adhesive properties, clinging tightly to the wandering night spirit, causing it immense pain as it emitted agonized cries. However, a tremendous surge of black, ghostly energy erupted from it, extinguishing the flames in an instant. The wandering night spirit then began to wave its arms erratically, forming a colossal shadow orb larger than a tire, which hurtled toward the group like a meteor. Electro Dragon. Use Thunder Punch. Ant Song urgently commanded, directing the Electro Dragon to defend. The Electro Dragon halted, its palms crackling with intense electricity and with a surge of momentum. It swung its fist backward with great force. Boom! The electric punch collided with the shadow orb, and the Electro Dragon grimaced, exerting all its strength to withstand the assault. The impact of the shadow orb exploded before the Electro Dragon, sending it flying several meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. Electro Dragon. The realization struck that the Electro Dragon had been decisively defeated by the wandering night spirit in a single blow. With a rumble, the earth trembled as the wandering night spirit descended, its massive form raising clouds of dust. A sudden flash of red light emanated from its single eye, and an invisible force of gravity descended, leaving each person struggling to move, their steps faltering under the immense pressure. Damn it! Yet, despite all efforts, the disaster orb remained unresponsive. The wandering night spirit advanced slowly toward them, its overwhelming presence and fear creeping into the hearts of the group. The tolling of a great bell resonated once more, its sound piercing the stillness of the night in the village, ringing out with a clarion call. In an instant, the wandering night spirit seemed momentarily affected, pausing as the oppressive gravity dissipated, leaving the group feeling lighter. This mysterious bell had once again come to their rescue. Ant Song. Xiaoning called out loudly. Ant Song turned, their eyes meeting in a moment of understanding, and they nodded in unison, commanding their Pokémon. Venusaur, Oath of the Earth. Blastoise, Oath of Water. The two Pokémon exchanged a knowing glance, and simultaneously unleashed powerful waves of energy. The colossal flower atop Venusaur bloomed with even greater vibrancy. As the power of grass coalesced within it, green energy beams rising before it. Meanwhile, Blastoise braced itself, unleashing blue energy columns brimming with water's force, which surged upward to join the green beams in their assault on the wandering night spirit. As the two beams struck the wandering night spirit, they fused, unleashing an extraordinary force that increased the humidity in the air and turned the ground to mud. The combined water and grass attack transformed the battlefield into a swamp, all transpiring in the blink of an eye. By the time the wandering night spirit realized what was happening, its legs had already become ensnared in the mire, immobilizing it. The attack was effective. Let's take this opportunity to escape, Xiaoning urged, rallying the group and their Pokémon toward the village, hastily distancing themselves from the wandering night spirit. Crack! The ground beneath them, now frozen, caused the wandering night spirit to struggle as it shattered the ice to free its legs. One blood red, I followed the fleeing group, wavering uncertainly, yet ultimately chose not to pursue. It attuned itself to the direction of the bell's toll, momentarily disoriented before vanishing into the dense fog. Chapter 88. Desperation. Enveloped in darkness. On a night shrouded in thick fog, the village appeared as a forsaken ruin, with lights struggling to penetrate the haze within the homes. Quick, get inside. What has transpired? The Bai couple, observing the breathless and disheveled state of the villagers, inquired with concern. Since earlier, a resounding bell had been tolling relentlessly, yet the apprehensive villagers dared not venture outside to investigate. It hasn't followed us, has it? Lin Shermu silently activated the search system to trace the elusive, wavering night spirit's whereabouts, and, upon finding no trace, breathed a sigh of relief. It should be fine. With a collective exhale, the group sank to the ground, grateful to have temporarily escaped disaster. How could a king-level spirit appear in our village? Xiaoning said, still shaken. Lin Shi, seated comfortably, expressed gratitude to Aunt Yin Fong for the hot tea before speaking slowly. Who knows? I've never heard of such a phenomenon. However, Lin Shi took a sip of tea and glanced at Mengu. I now understand why the wavering night spirit manifested. Mengu, who was diligently polishing the spirit ball, nodded in agreement, realizing the truth upon witnessing the wavering night spirit. The fabric of the spirit realm, she murmured softly. Moreover, I wonder if you noticed. During the battle, just now, it seemed the wavering night spirit did not exert its full power. If it were not for its benevolence, it likely refrained from wasting energy, as it is likely at a critical moment of digesting the fabric of the spirit realm to evolve. Conversely, should the wavering night spirit complete its evolution, it would not only gain immense power, but also lose any constraints, leading to unimaginable consequences. Lin Shi's words plunged the room into silence, until Meng Wan, unable to contain herself, broke the stillness. What should we do now? Lin Shi, do you have any plans? Meng Wan gazed at Lin Shi, her eyes filled with anxiety. Not just her, but all present turned their eyes to Lin Shi, clearly looking to him as their pillar of strength. Given the current circumstances, we cannot hope to contend with the wavering night spirit. The best course of action is to wait until dawn and swiftly leave the village to report our situation to the outside world. While we may be powerless against it, the Shenzhou Alliance can intervene. After all, it appears that for some unknown reason, the wavering night spirit only prowls at night. Lin Shi paused, then turned to Bai Shouli. Continuing, listening to Lin Shi's words, Bai Shouli nodded seriously, grasping the gravity of the situation from Lin Shi and the other's conversation. Indeed, his suggestion is currently the best course of action. Lin Shi raised his voice, striving for a tone of calm. So, let us not panic, but maintain our composure. His words provided a slight relief to the others. Truly, while the wavering night spirit was formidable, it was insignificant compared to the Shenzhou Alliance. As the tension eased, Lin Shi turned his gaze towards the dark sky outside the window, his heart gradually sinking. He glanced at the wall clock, running his fingers along the rim of his cup, lost in thought. Did you lie just now? A clear, melodious voice interrupted from beside him. Lin Shi looked up slightly, meeting Meng Ji's gem-like black eyes. Why do you say that? Meng Ge, gazing out the window alongside Lin Shi, continued. The wavering night spirit is at a critical juncture of evolution. It should not let us go so easily unless. Meng Ge paused, her expression turning serious. Unless it has something more important to attend to, and is certain we will not obstruct its evolution, meaning it wouldn't allow us to leave the village readily. Upon hearing Meng Ji's words, Lin Shi silently tapped the table, his voice steady yet somber. It is too dark. What? Meng Ge momentarily failed to comprehend. It is nearly 4 o'clock. Even with the fog enveloping the village, the sky should not be this dark, Lin Shi continued. Meng Ge grasped Lin Shi's implication and immediately recognized the severity of the situation. Is it the wavering night spirit's doing? But why? It could easily. Meng Ge suddenly paused, quickly realizing it merely wants to trap us. Lin Shi shook his head slightly, his gaze serious. It's likely not just us. The entire Misty Village has probably been ensnared by the wavering night spirit. Look closely at the fog in the sky outside, Lin Shi urged, pointing outward. Following his gesture, Meng Ge peered intently, and her brow furrowed. Suddenly, her pupils constricted. The color of the fog is wrong. Under normal circumstances, the water droplets in fog scatter all visible light, rendering the fog white. Yet now, though the fog bore its typical texture, it was unnaturally black. This was not natural fog. It was a vast prison woven by the wavering night spirit's black mist, enveloping the entire Misty Village. Thus, if we do not take action, it is unlikely we will see the dawn. Lin Shi inhaled deeply. He had sensed the oddity of the darkness from the beginning, yet refrained from voicing it to maintain morale. What troubled him more was another matter. According to the system's appraisal, the wavering night spirit should be in dire need of energy, and the reason for isolating Misty Village was not merely to prevent them from alerting others. It was more probable that it intended to consume the souls of everyone in the village, including them, as a means to replenish its energy and achieve complete evolution. This also explained why it had refrained from attacking for so long. Beyond its wariness of the village's guardian deities, it awaited the optimal moment. When that time arrives, Misty Village would inevitably transform into a desolate wasteland. Chapter 89, Dream Eater, the dream reappears. The clock ticked steadily, while the dark sky continued to cast a pall over the hearts of all. It seemed that the dawn had no intention of breaking. Were we still to proceed with our original plan to leave the village? Meng Wan sat by the window, her brow furrowed as she gazed into the shadowy world outside. and she voiced her concern. No, Lin Shi replied, shaking his head. The outside is shrouded in dark mist. Venturing out under such circumstances is far too perilous. Moreover, it is likely that the wandering night spirit will not permit our departure easily. Meng Wan, feeling anxious, raked her fingers through her hair, aware of the gravity of their predicament. Are we to be trapped here, doing nothing? What difference does that make from waiting to die? I refuse to perish here in my youth. Well, there may still be a way, Lin Shi pondered, slowly articulating his thoughts. What we need is an opponent capable of matching the wandering night spirit, and with our assistance we might not only defend ourselves but also possibly triumph. But where are we to find such an adversary? Meng Wan inquired, perplexed. Have you forgotten the chime that has aided us time and again? Meng Gu interjected suddenly. Upon hearing this, Lin Shi nodded and continued, if it indeed serves as the protector of the village, it may represent our sole hope of escape. However, thus far, we have never seen its form, nor do we know its identity or how to summon it. Xiao Ning reflected for a moment and expressed her worry. Currently, the only person in the village who has encountered it may be the old lady. But the old lady... Her words trailed off as she turned her gaze toward the adjacent house. Lin Shi's brow furrowed in concern. This was precisely the issue that troubled him. Even with the system at his disposal, he needed more information. Earlier, at the village chief's home, he had exhausted all possible Pokémon, including the Bronze Bell, but none were within the search parameters. Given the current state of affairs outside, he could not afford to wander aimlessly. Thus, he needed to narrow down the search, at the very least, to a general direction. Yet at this moment, the only informed individual could not communicate effectively with them. Should we perhaps investigate the small temple on the back mountain? Lin Shi mused, gazing into the enveloping darkness. I have an idea, Meng Gu replied thoughtfully. Really? Sister, please share your idea. Meng Wan urged eagerly, producing a new Pokeball. Lin Shi was puzzled. He had never seen Meng Gu summon this particular Pokémon before. Come forth, Dream Eater. A flash of red light appeared, revealing a Pokémon resembling an oval-shaped creature, adorned in a delicate shade of pale pink, with a snout reminiscent of a tapir. Lin Shi's eyes sparkled as a stream of data materialized before him. Pokémon, Dream Eater level, LV-18 status, healthy gender, female type, psychic ability, dream prediction height, 0, 5 meters weight, 20. 0 kilograms held item, none skills. Round, confusion wave, lucky chant. Yawn, hypnosis, Dream Eater. Pokémon identification, Dream Eater, the dream Pokémon. It appears beside pillows in the deep of night, and while consuming dreams. Its patterns emit a soft glow. Dream Eater is a recently captured Pokémon of mine, Meng Gu explained gently, stroking its head. Although its level is still low, it possesses a unique ability as a dream Pokémon. It can project the dreams of those asleep in a manner akin to projection. Perhaps we can utilize this power to directly project the old lady's dream, allowing us to gather valuable information without needing to inquire. Meng Gu shared her thoughts, observing the reactions of her companions. I believe that is a viable plan. It is currently our only means of extracting divine knowledge from the Elder, Lin Shi affirmed, giving Meng Gu a thumbs up. Indeed, I concur wholeheartedly with my sister's suggestion, Meng Wan added enthusiastically. Meng Gu turned her attention to the Bai couple, assuring them, rest assured, this method will not adversely affect the old lady's health. Given that they were her family, it was essential to first seek their consent. Fortunately, the Bai couple were reasonable individuals. They understood that, in this dire moment, the old lady's knowledge about the deity might hold the key to their escape. They nodded earnestly in agreement. Without delay, the group approached the elder's room while she was still asleep, forming a circle around her. Dream Eater, let us witness the old lady's dream. Dream Eater called out, gently touching the elder's arm. Its delicate purple patterns began to emit a soft glow. Tendrils of black mist emerged from its nostrils, gradually coalescing into a cloud, within which fleeting images danced, yet ultimately failing to form a coherent vision. Dream Eater appeared to be in distress, trembling as though it were experiencing something unpleasant. Dream Eater, are you all right? Meng Gu inquired, concerned as she caressed its body. Dream Eater's low level hindered its ability to project effectively, and the old lady's dream was too intricate and fragmented for it to convey. The creature's expression grew increasingly pained, its luminescent patterns intensifying as it yearned to assist Meng Ge in any way possible. Seeing Dream Eater straining itself, Meng Ge felt a pang of sympathy and continued to soothe it with gentle strokes. Suddenly, the bear cub that had been trailing Lin Shi called out. Immediately, the crescent-shaped pattern on the bear cub's forehead began to emit a faint glow, which grew ever more radiant, resembling a new moon in the sky. What is happening with the bear cub? Lin Shi noticed the anomaly, recognizing the familiar glow radiating from its forehead. This was reminiscent of the light from the feather of the dream deity that he had placed at home. As the light enveloped them, Dream Eater's expression shifted from agony to comfort. With the intensifying glow, Lin Shi observed the surroundings begin to undulate and transform. A sound akin to shattering glass echoed. And as Lin Shi gradually lowered his shielding arm from the blinding light, he surveyed the altered landscape around him. Where are we? Chapter 90, The Echo of the Divine. A gentle breeze swept through, caressing the newly sprouted branches of a large locust tree, while several children chased and frolicked beneath its shade, their laughter ringing in the air. Are we within the dreams of our grandmother? Meng Wan gazed incredulously at her pristine palms, pinched her cheek, and uttered in disbelief. Dream Eaters should not possess such capabilities. As she felt the refreshing wind, Meng Gu stared at the vivid world before her, astonished. Was it the bear cub belonging to Lin Shi that caused this? She directed her gaze towards Lin Shi, then slowly shifted it to the bear cub at his feet. Lin Shi, glancing around, also found the situation quite novel. Has the projection transformed into a virtual reality? A bold thought crossed my mind. Buzzing. Do I hear a vehicle approaching? Xiaoning said, straining to listen to the sounds from afar. Soon, several heavy pickups slowly drove into the village from outside. Following this, the space around them began to distort, but soon the blurry surroundings gradually sharpened into focus. Meng Wan shook her head, observing the changing scenery, and inquired. This phenomenon is known as dream disintegration. Influenced by individual emotions, experiences, and stress, leading to temporal jumps or scene transitions within dreams. Mango pondered for a moment and replied, having conducted considerable research on dreams after subduing the Dream Eater. Look, Xiaoning gestured for everyone to be silent and pointed ahead. A new scene was unfolding. At the village entrance, several large trucks had come to a halt, and villagers clustered together, engaging in a heated discussion. Village chief, we cannot. There are shrines and ancestral graves on that mountain. They must not be disturbed. If the mountain is altered, our village will face dire consequences. Several suntanned rural men spoke urgently. That's not how it works. In today's society, we champion science, and we must eradicate superstitions. All those supernatural beliefs must be dismantled. A middle-aged man in a gray-blue Zhongshan suit, sporting a small mustache, asserted, his eyes gleaming with shrewdness. Moreover, the benefits from a mine discovered beside your village will certainly be shared with you. Do you not wish for your village to prosper? Hearing the mustachioed man's words, the village chief felt a flicker of temptation. Misty Village had been impoverished for generations. Perhaps, as he claimed, this could lead to a prosperous life for the villagers. No, village chief, this is absolutely unacceptable. We cannot agree to their plans. The villagers protested vehemently, their expressions resolute against any development of their ancestral mountain. Observing the situation, the man with the mustache snorted coldly, producing a vintage-style Pokeball. With a loud bang, a Pokémon resembling an anteater, its body of vivid red adorned with orange-yellow patterns, materialized among the crowd. Instantly, scorching flames erupted from the Pokémon, causing the surrounding villagers to gasp and retreat in shock. Let me make this clear. Our mining operations are sanctioned by the Alliance. If you refuse to cooperate, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. The mustachioed man's demeanor turned aggressive, casting a disdainful glance at the onlookers. This man is utterly detestable. Were it not for the dream, I would teach him a lesson, Meng Wan exclaimed, her fists clenched in indignation at witnessing the villagers being bullied. It seemed the scene was about to shift again. Just as she spoke, Lin Shi noticed the surroundings becoming hazy once more. After a brief transformation, a new scene emerged. This time, the first figure to appear was a little girl, seemingly 7 or 8 years old, with 2 ponytails. "That's my mother. I've seen her childhood photos," Baisholi exclaimed excitedly, pointing at the girl. "What's she doing?" The group noticed the girl cautiously peeking into the mouth of a cave, glancing around to ensure no one was watching before quickly darting inside. The scene changed once more, stabilizing to reveal the little girl kneeling before a small shrine within the cave, repeatedly bowing her head in prayer. "Please, let my father recover swiftly," she beseeched the shrine, her head bowing fervently in supplication. "Grandmother was truly adorable as a child," Mengwan remarked with a smile. Just then, a violent tremor echoed from a distance, causing the little girl to raise her head in fear, uncertain of what was unfolding. Coughing and choking, dust and debris began to fill the cave, and at that moment, she noticed something within the shrine emitting a faint glow. The girl stood up, approached the shrine, and with curiosity, lowered her head to peer inside. She reached out and grasped a glowing azure object, examining it with intrigue. This scene did not escape the attention of the onlookers. Linshur looked to Bai village chief, who shook his head in confusion, indicating he had never seen such an object. "Look, the scene is about to change again." The group turned their attention to her voice. This transition was particularly tumultuous, leading Linshur to speculate that it might be due to the elders' intense emotional fluctuations. It seemed they were approaching a critical moment. The rapidly shifting scenes finally stabilized, revealing a pitch-black sky filled with the echoing cries of distress. "Help! Help!" A throng of shirtless individuals rushed down the mountain, their bodies smeared with soot, unmistakably miners from the mountain. "I told you that things should not be disturbed. Hurry! We must flee. Did you not see the horrific fate that befell Basu?" From the miners' words, it was evident they had encountered dire trouble during their excavation, resulting in fatalities. The little girl, fearfully hiding behind a tree, clutched the azure fragment she had retrieved from the cave. Linshur observed closely. It appeared to be a shard of some peculiar material. "Look, something is happening in the sky," Mengwan shouted, pointing upward. Everyone turned their gaze skyward to see a blood-red eye suspended in the air, followed by a colossal shadowy arm extending downwards, seizing one of the miners. With a sudden release, the miner collapsed, appearing unscathed. Yet upon closer inspection, it was evident he had ceased to breathe, his soul extracted. Aunt Song, recognizing the familiar arm, spoke gravely, "It's the wandering night spirit." Indeed, the dark shadow in the sky was their old adversary, the wandering night spirit. Grandmother is in danger. They then witnessed the wandering night spirit descend to the ground, extending its hand toward the little girl. Paralyzed with fear, the girl trembled. Yet as the ominous hand drew closer, she emerged from behind the tree and dashed forward in a panic. The wandering night spirit approached steadily. The girl's face streaked with tears. She slipped and fell heavily to the ground, rolling forward as the shadow loomed ominously above her. At that very moment, the azure fragment clutched tightly in the girl's hand emitted a radiant glow once more. Chapter 91. The Bronze Bell, Guardian Deity. A resounding chime echoed, and the fragments in the little girl's hand erupted with intense energy waves, their azure radiance dispelling the encroaching darkness. Linshur lifted his gaze to the sky, silently proclaiming, "It has come." A luminous object, emanating a cerulean glow, streaked swiftly across the heavens. Before the wandering night spirit could react, it was struck and sent hurtling away. What kind of sprite is that? Mengwan squinted, peering through the brilliance at the Pokémon in the sky. "Is the Bronze Bell?" She marveled. "Is this the deity that guards our village, as the legends from Mist Village claim?" As she gazed at the hovering Bronze Bell, she spoke in a daze. The Bronze Bell Pokémon has always been shrouded in mystery. It possesses the ability to summon rain clouds, ushering down torrents, which is why many places have revered it as a symbol of abundance since time immemorial. At this moment, the little girl sat slumped on the ground, entranced by the glowing bronze bell above. "O divine spirit, please save me," she recalled the tales whispered by the village elders. Grasping at this semblance of hope as she called out to the sky, a furious and haunting roar erupted from the wandering night spirit, as if it had encountered its nemesis. Its blood-red eyes glowed ominously, and dark smoke billowed around it as it charged directly at the bronze bell. The solemn and majestic chime rang out once more, with the bronze bell radiating a bronze sheen, meeting the oncoming force of the wandering night spirit with unparalleled might. The collision produced a thunderous sound, capturing everyone's attention as they focused on the clash between the two entities. Suddenly, the world was engulfed in darkness, rendering everything invisible. The abrupt turn of events left Meng Wan startled, prompting her to question in the void, "Is this a movie?" Clearly, the shock had caused the elderly woman to faint, oblivious to what transpired thereafter. Lin Shi, arms crossed, commented dryly, "The grandmother is unaware of the unfolding events. Everyone, pay attention. It seems the dream is about to awaken," Meng Gu said, glancing at the dream eater, which was once again emanating a gentle glow. "What? Is it waking up now?" At that moment, the elderly woman opened her eyes, staring blankly at the sky outside, surprisingly silent. As reality returned, everyone regained their composure, and Xiao Ning continued her unfinished thoughts. The women exchanged glances, realizing the truth of the situation. Was it in vain? No, it was not in vain. Only Lin Shi slowly smiled, for he had gathered enough information for the next crucial step. "What? Are you heading to the back mountain?" In a tranquil village, a faint candlelight flickered from a nearby house as the others looked at Lin Shi in disbelief. "To be precise, I'm not going to the back mountain itself, but rather to the small temple within the cave there," Lin Shi clarified with a nod. "Why? Do you suspect the bronze bell is hidden there?" Qiu Ninging Guidet, her brow furrowing in confusion. Hearing her words, Lin Shi nodded and then shook his head, finding it difficult to explain at that moment. Yet, it was the only glimmer of hope. The location of the bronze bell was undoubtedly significant, but for Lin Shi, equipped with a search system, it did not hold the same weight. His journey to the temple was not merely to locate the bronze bell. "In any case, I must visit the temple," Lin Shi stated earnestly, his gaze fixed on the group. But Baisholi pondered aloud. "The cave in the back mountain has been buried under collapsed stones and is currently inaccessible." Lin Shi smiled, replying, "That may be true for humans, but we are trainers." He then turned to Aunt Song, continuing, "Aunt Song, you have a Rhyhorn among your Pokémon, correct? It should be a simple task for it to excavate a path to the cave. A Rhyhorn of the gym leader level is akin to a bulldozer, albeit a more agile and quicker one." Aunt Song chuckled, nodding confidently. "For it, digging is a piece of cake. But in such circumstances, will we be safe outside?" Meng Wan pointed to the pitch-black world outside, expressing her concern. Lin Shi glanced out the window, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "Have you noticed how the black mist outside has thinned significantly? This indicates that the wandering night spirit may have reached a critical moment of evolution and is compelled to restrain its power for the breakthrough. There could be no better time than this." Indeed, Meng Wan observed the dissipating fog with excitement. Well then, after a moment of hesitation, the group unanimously chose to agree. "As the village chief of Mist Village, it is my duty to protect the villagers and the village itself. I am willing to accompany you, Lin Shi, to the back mountain." Just then, Baisholi stepped forward, sincerity etched across his face. "Sholi," Aunt Yinfang anxiously grasped his arm, hesitant to speak. "It's all right," Baisholi reassured her, moving beside Lin Shi. "There is no time to waste. I must set off immediately." It was early April, and the northern mornings were still somewhat chilly. Lin Shi, along with Baisholi and Aunt Song, cautiously emerged from the village, heading straight for the back mountain. "Be careful," Lin Shi whispered, and the three adeptly took cover behind a tree. Meanwhile, a black eye, glowing with a crimson hue, scanned the ground from the sky. This was the malevolent gaze of the wandering night spirit, and should they fall under its scrutiny, escape would become exceedingly difficult. "The black gaze has passed. Let us move quickly." Once the eye had moved on, Lin Shi urged them from behind the tree. "It's just ahead," Baisholi pointed towards a small hill. Lin Shi peered closely and discerned the cave entrance, obstructed by rubble. "Aunt Song, it's time to rely on your Rhyhorn." "Understood." Without hesitation, Aunt Song produced a Pokeball, summoning forth a dinosaur-like Pokémon, standing on 2 feet with sharp horns. As soon as it emerged, its horn began to spin rapidly. Enveloped in energy from the earth, and it dove headfirst into the cave. Seeing this unfold, Lin Shi breathed a sigh of relief, then gazed skyward, hoping the wandering night spirit would take its time. I never expected such a fluctuation in the rating data. He glanced at his hands, nearly startled into cramping. Please, give me a moment to catch my breath. Currently overdue by 10 chapters. Chapter 92. The light of evolution coughing filled the air as dust swirled around them. Finally, we've entered, Lin Shi declared, illuminating the darkness of the cave with his flashlight. According to the old lady's dream, the small temple should be deep within the cavern. Let's proceed, he urged, leading the way into the cave. The pitch-black cavern was strewn with debris, and the trio cautiously ventured deeper, feeling a cool breeze wafting through the crevices. It appears there are some patterns etched on the walls. Aunt Song observed closely. It resembles our village. Upon hearing her words, Baisholi turned to examine the wall. The drawings indeed bore a striking resemblance to Mist Village. Lin Shi directed the beam of his flashlight onto the wall and discovered vibrant murals depicting a story. Slowing his pace, he scanned the illustrations, which mirrored the tales the old lady had once rambled about. Long ago, Mist Village suffered from a devastating drought, with crops failing and corpses littering the fields. At that moment, a bronze bell mysteriously appeared, summoning rain clouds that brought down torrential rains, alleviating the drought and saving the villagers. As the mural reached its conclusion, Lin Shi caught sight of the small temple situated deep within the cave. Without hesitation, he hurried towards it, peering inside with his flashlight. Suddenly, something caught his eye, prompting him to crouch down and reach in to investigate. Eureka! Lin Shi exclaimed, a smile spreading across his face as he slowly stood. Have you found something? Aunt Song and Baisholi approached him, curiosity evident in their eyes as they gazed at the object in his hand. It was a piece of dark bronze, unlike the one from the old lady's dream. This fragment was dull and nearly devoid of energy. I found it, Lin Shi said, his tone tinged with excitement as he examined the identification details. Just as he suspected, it was a fragment of the Copper Realm monster, a dropped item that could be used to create a skill-learning machine or assist in learning specific skills. Indeed, this fragment is the key to awakening the bronze bell. The old lady inadvertently used it in her youth to summon the bell, warding off the wandering night spirit and protecting the village. As time passed, the cave was buried under fallen stones, and people forgot their rituals, leaving this fragment concealed until now. We must leave quickly and awaken the bronze bell, Lin Shi declared, clutching the fragment tightly as he prepared to exit the cave. Suddenly, a deep rumble echoed through the earth, causing the walls of the cave to tremble and debris to cascade from above. The tremors threw the trio off balance. Baisholi's face blanched with fear. We must get out now, Lin Shi commanded resolutely, leading the way through the tunnel, with Baisholi and Aunt Song close behind. Upon reaching the cave's mouth, Lin Shi leapt outside, immediately captivated by a radiant object hovering in the sky, a brilliant white light emanating powerful energy waves. Lin Shi's expression turned grave. He recognized that light all too well. The light of evolution, he murmured, realizing he had arrived too late. The wandering night spirit had already evolved. In the next moment, a black arm burst forth from the light, which gradually dissipated to reveal a Pokémon, predominantly black, with a ghostly tail and no feet. Hovering in the air, it possessed a single red eye atop its head, and yellow patterns formed a menacing grin. This was the evolved form of the wandering night spirit, the Dark Night Demon. Pokémon, Dark Night Demon level, LV79 status, weak, energy depleted, gender, male type, ghost ability, intimidation height, 2 meters weight, 106, 0 kilograms held item, none skills, bind gravity, strange light, phosphorescence, misfortune, shadow ball, psychic, curse, black gaze, shadow punch, ice wind, blizzard, dark mist, substitute, trick Pokémon identification, Dark Night Demon, a grasping Pokémon. It absorbs lost souls into its elastic body and takes them to another world. Is that the Dark Night Demon? Lin Shi pondered, taking a deep breath as he gazed at the formidable shadow in the sky. The Dark Night Demon floated, glancing at its hand in confusion before unleashing a furious roar towards the heavens, its single eye glowing crimson, then turning to drift towards the village. A tangible ghostly energy enveloped the Dark Knight demon as it faced the village, and a colossal shadow loomed over it, casting an ominous shroud across the land. Vile plume, solar beam, right on rock slide. At that moment, a piercing beam, accompanied by a torrent of massive rocks, surged from the ground towards the Dark Knight demon. Boom! The collision of light and shadow erupted in a cacophony of explosions. We made it! Aunt Song gasped, struggling to catch her breath. Seeing its attack thwarted, the Dark Knight demon emitted an even more anguished roar, extending its hands as space warped slightly, coalescing a massive shadow ball that hurtled toward Aunt Song. Everyone together! We must block it! Aunt Song commanded fiercely, directing her Pokémon to defend. Responding to their trainer's orders, the 5 Pokémon, excluding the Electrode, channeled their energies and launched a combined assault that finally intercepted the attack. Aunt Song's expression darkened. It took the full strength of her Pokémon to withstand a single attack from the Dark Knight demon, and this was while it was in a weakened state. If it were to absorb the souls of the entire village and regain its full power, the consequences would be dire. With that thought, she gazed into the distance. Lin Shi, it is all up to you now. Once more, she turned her attention to the Dark Knight demon hovering above. Meowth, use Night Slash. Right on Bite. Jengar, use Iron Head. As her commands echoed, the 3 Pokémon radiated different waves of energy, racing towards the Dark Knight demon. Vile Plume, Leaf Storm, Lickitung, Blizzard cover them. Aunt Song issued commands, aware that even as a gym leader, her experience in coordinating 5 Pokémon in battle was limited. The Dark Knight demon exuded a powerful aura of intimidation, shadow balls the size of soccer balls swirling around it. With a mere flick of its hand, the sky was filled with howling shadow balls, hurtling towards them. Chapter 93. Battle against the shadow. The shadows of the shadow balls descended rapidly, while Aunt Song's few sprites leapt and dodged with agility. Suddenly, the meerkat Slash seized the opportunity to leap behind the night demon, its right claws elongated, infused with dark energy, striking fiercely towards the night demon's vital points. Just as the black blade was about to pierce its body, the night demon blurred and vanished from sight. By the time the meerkat Slash reacted, the night demon had already materialized behind it. Before it could respond, it was struck by the night demon's frosty punch, crashing heavily to the ground. Aunt Song gasped in concern for the meerkat Slash, but soon after, the night demon appeared behind Gala, its fists clenched, delivering 2 swift black punches that sent him sprawling. In an instant, both sprites were knocked to the ground, and the battle tilted overwhelmingly in favor of the night demon, causing Aunt Song's heart to sink. Meanwhile, Lin Shi rode the Gyarados at high speed, clutching the bronze fragment tightly. Without employing the system, Lin Shi resolutely flew towards the village entrance. Time was of the essence. He couldn't afford to search inch by inch, so he decided to take a gamble. Lin Shi had noticed long ago that the mist within the village was far denser than that outside, and its intensity increased whenever the night demon appeared. It was precisely this thick fog that allowed many villagers to escape the night demon's grasp. The mist was not a harbinger of doom accompanied by specters, but rather a protective veil against calamity. Thus, Lin Shi speculated that the bronze bell must have been nestled within the village all along. When the night demon reappeared, it passively summoned the fog in its own way, ringing the bell to shield the villagers. Whether it feared the bronze bell or regarded the villagers as livestock, it ultimately refrained from harming them. Although Lin Shi was convinced it had always slumbered within the village, it was only after discovering the mural in the cave that he realized its location. Old Carp, speed up. We are almost there, he urged, hastening towards the village entrance. There, a massive locust tree loomed like an ancient elder, silently standing tall. Lin Shi compared the village depicted in the mural to the real one in his mind, and was astonished to find that this grand locust tree had only appeared later, and that it was also the area where the mist was thickest every day. Almost there, Lin Shi calculated the distance in his heart. Suddenly, the search system altered, and a red dot appeared at the edge of the radar. Search successful. Found it. Lin Shi commanded the Gyarados to halt before the grand locust tree and quickly approached it with the fragment in hand, intent on awakening the bronze bell. Before Lin Shi reached the base of the tree, the Gyarados seemed to sense something, letting out a roar that alerted Lin Shi, while simultaneously unleashing a dragon-shaped blue wave towards the sky. Boom! An explosion echoed above him, prompting Lin Shi to pivot and take shelter behind the Gyarados, warily gazing upward. Amidst the dense branches and leaves of the locust tree, a shadow stood silently, its red single eye emanating an eerie glow, as if it had been waiting for Lin Shi for a long time. Another stand-in, Lin Shi murmured, his expression growing grave. The stand-ins of the Night Demon were formidable, and now that it had evolved, it would undoubtedly be even more challenging to confront. The shadow stand-in roared furiously, launching a punch that hurtled towards Lin Shi with astonishing speed. Is that the Shadow Punch? Lin Shi recognized the technique and immediately commanded the Gyarados to defend. A light green protective shield rose, blocking the punch's trajectory. Bear Cub, use Shadow Claw. Gyarados crunch. Lin Shi promptly directed his two sprites to attack, while summoning the Majigi snake for additional protection. The bear cub nimbly leapt, enveloping its hands in ghostly energy as sharp spectral claws began to form, while the Gyarados roared, gathering dark energy into a massive, gaping maw. The two sprites struck swiftly, launching their assault at the suspended shadow stand-in. A piercing scream erupted from the shadow, followed by a chilling wind emanating from its body, a blade-like coldness and snow assailing the bear cub and Gyarados. The abrupt drop in temperature caused the mist in the air to freeze, quickly spreading towards the two sprites, encasing them in frost, their expressions reflecting the pain of the frigid assault. The Gyarados unleashed a torrent of flames to melt the ice. Breathing forth high-temperature flames, the Gyarados spun, creating a fierce fire vortex that dissolved the icy mist surrounding them. Bear Cub, get on Gyarados! Lin Shi commanded, and the bear cub leaped onto the Gyarados' head, who then soared into the air. Bear Cub, use Rock Slide. Gyarados, use Whirlpool. Enormous boulders materialized in the sky, merging with a colossal whirlpool summoned by Gyarados, creating a waterstone vortex that cascaded down upon the shadow stand-in. Faced with a massive waterstone vortex, the shadow stand-in slowly extended its right hand, unleashing a formidable surge of ice energy that met the vortex head-on, instantly freezing it. The frozen vortex plummeted to the ground, shattering into shards of ice. But when the shadow stood tall again, it was suddenly struck by the realization that both sprites had vanished. Boom! The Gyarados descended from the sky, its tail wrapped in water, crashing down upon the shadow's head, sending it tumbling to the ground. Now's the time. Use Earthquake. Lin Shi seized the moment, swiftly issuing commands. Both the bear cub and Gyarados emitted powerful ground energy, striking the earth simultaneously, creating intense shockwaves that radiated outward. Concurrently, the Majigi snake enveloped Lin Shi in a protective green light. The double earthquake effect inflicted great agony upon the shadow stand-in, causing the dense black mist surrounding it to thin considerably. Gyarados, bear cub, press the attack. Majigi snake, use random light. Lin Shi urged, determined to capitalize on the opportunity. The bear cub concentrated its ghostly claws once more. The Gyarados gathered dark fangs, and the Majigi snake unleashed a turquoise beam from its mouth. All three sprites launching a coordinated strike against the shadow below. A chilling cry echoed as their moves connected. Chapter 94. The Power of Fury. A shroud of darkness enveloped the sky, accompanied by a chilling wind. The Dark Knight Demon unleashed another shadow punch, sending Gala flying. Yet, Ansong had no time to assess its injuries, for the Dark Knight Demon was already conjuring a colossal shadow ball before her. A flash of crimson light flickered in its singular eye, and the shadow ball surged forth, hurtling towards Venusaur with unstoppable momentum. A wave of helplessness washed over Ansong. The chasm of disparity in strength could not merely be bridged by numbers. Blastoise Hydro Pump. At that moment, a massive water blade spiraled into existence, intercepting the airborne shadow ball. The collision resulted in a violent explosion. Ansong, we have been informed of the situation. We are here to assist. Xiaoning emerged from the darkness, followed closely by Meng Wan and Meng Ge. Blastoise, Cannon, Cool Leopard, Dark Pulse, Ninetales, Flamethrower. The barrage of attacks soared into the sky, targeting the Dark Knight Demon. With a flash of red in its eyes, the Dark Knight Demon unleashed an icy gust that froze all incoming assaults mid-air. Subsequently, clusters of blue flames materialized around it, swirling ominously. The Dark Knight Demon extended its hands, and the flames descended upon the gathered crowd like a torrential blaze. Everyone, charge forth. Do not let the will-o'-the-wisp strike you. Xiaoning commanded, her voice steady. Meng Gu and Meng Wan nodded gravely, rallying their Pokémon to counter the threat. Be cautious. The Dark Knight Demon seems to have vanished. Ansong suddenly realized that the demon, once hovering above, had lost its form. In the next instant, the shadow of Blastoise elongated, and a razor-sharp claw emerged, viciously ensnaring its neck and flinging it away. Blastoise! Xiaoning gasped, rushing to examine its wounds. Although it was alive, it had evidently succumbed to incapacitation. Xiaoning, watch out! Suddenly, a shadow materialized behind her, hands raised, gathering frosty energy to strike. Gasps echoed among the crowd. Should Xiaoning be struck by this assault, the consequences would be dire. Boom! At that moment, a spherical object hurtled from afar, colliding fiercely with the Dark Knight Demon. Kangaskhan, malicious pursuit. Following closely, a mighty Tauros charged in, its horns exuding dark energy as it aimed to pierce the Dark Knight Demon, momentarily forcing it back. How could the protection of the village rely solely on these children? Are there no adults left? An elder donned in a straw hat emerged from the village. Xiaoning recognized him as the grandfather she had encountered upon entering. Indeed, the village chief has informed us. Safeguarding the village is our duty. Another villager stepped forward, and soon more villagers joined, each accompanied by their Pokémon. Everyone, summon your strength. Let this fiend witness the might of Misty Village. We are no longer the defenseless villagers of yesteryear, the elder proclaimed with vigor, directing the Pokémon that had previously aided Xiaoning. Big Milk Tank, roll out. The enormous milk tank morphed into a rolling mass, its body enveloped in a yellow glow, resembling a solid, round boulder as it charged towards the Dark Knight Demon. Villagers commanded their Pokémon to launch attacks, and though their Pokémon were generally of lower levels with moderate skill and power, the collective determination of the crowd began to push the Dark Knight Demon back. Teddy Ursa, with keen eyes, swiped at the shadow, but it merely sidestepped, countering with an ice punch that sent Teddy Ursa crashing to the ground. Roar! Gyarados lunged from the side, jaws agape, its malicious fangs sinking into the demon's form. The shadow effortlessly caught its fangs, flinging Gyarados to the ground with a powerful shove. As a shadow ball spiraled toward Linshur, who was stealthily approaching the great Sephora tree, the Dunsparce immediately unleashed a wave of green energy to shield him. Yet, the shadow pursued relentlessly, swiftly appearing behind Dunsparce, its icy fist gleaming with lethal intent. Hiss! The 4 times weak Dunsparce let out a piercing shriek. Buzz! Witnessing this, Gyarados soared into the air, enveloped in a swirling torrent, skillfully executing a hydro pump. The shadow turned, crossing its arms to withstand the attack, then forcefully batted Gyarados away. Gasping for breath, Linshur crouched low to observe the unfolding chaos. Teddy Ursa and Dunsparce had sustained considerable injuries, leaving only Gyarados with the strength to fight. However, if this continued, their fate appeared grim. Linshur recalled the training sessions with Gyarados over the past 2 months, despite never succeeding. He resolved to give it one last effort. MD, we must treat a dead horse as if it were alive. Let us go for broke. Old Carp, it's time to unleash your fury. Upon hearing Linshur's words, Gyarados instantly grasped his intent. It began to spiral through the sky, its eyes emanating a soft, golden glow that intensified into a fierce red, exuding an overwhelming aura. Yet, that very aura began to wane, resembling a deflating balloon, as the crimson light in its eyes dimmed. Old Carp, you're the hope of the entire village. If you fall here, not only will I perish, but Teddy Ursa, Dunsparce, and everyone in the village will be consumed, becoming sustenance for the Dark Knight Demon. We would then be destined to reunite in the underworld. Summon your fighting spirit, your will to battle, your fury. Destroy it, Lin Shi fervently urged, igniting the flames of emotion within Gyarados. Unlike ordinary Pokémon, Gyarados was profoundly influenced by its emotions. Its evolution from Magikarp to Gyarados was intricately tied to its feelings. With each surge of anger, it could unleash flames that incinerated all. Its unwavering belief propelled it to rise time and again, overcoming obstacles. Lin Shi sought to empower Gyarados to harness its emotions, to ignite its anger, to summon its unwillingness to yield, to manifest an indomitable force capable of shattering all barriers. Thus, Gyarados, unleash your wrath. Roar. Gyarados, upon hearing these words, writhed with fervor, spewing forth flames from its maw, its scarlet body radiating a faint luminescence. Slowly it closed its eyes. Chapter 95. I am a Kingler, I am a Kingler, a fish of my kind that deviates from the norm. Before me hovers a spiny pufferfish, glaring with malevolence, its green spikes erect and elongated, emanating faint yellow energy waves. Suddenly, it propels its tail towards me with alarming speed. I recognize this as a bug-type move, the deadly needle strike, a technique I detest for the fear it instills within me. In that moment, as the needle pierces my body, my fear eclipses the pain, and I feel an unexpected lightness envelop me. At that instant, a fellow Kingler swims towards me from afar, radiating a soft white glow, and collides with the pufferfish like a torpedo. The needlefish spins in the water before fleeing in disarray. How impressive! This Kingler is unlike any I have encountered before. It is vibrant, brimming with determination, and possesses a clear sense of purpose. It confides in me its aspiration to one day leap over the Dragon Gate and evolve into a Gyarados, leading other Kinglers alongside it, thus elevating them from being the weakest Pokémon. The ambition it expresses is one I had never contemplated. Can a Kingler truly harbor such grand aspirations? I am uncertain, yet its conviction is palpable. Oh, and this Kingler is golden. I must seize it, for it may fetch a handsome price. On a rainy day, a human adorned with a conical hat spots me, exclaiming with excitement as he brandishes his fishing rod, the hook whistling through the air as it aims directly at me. In a flash, my fellow Kingler intervenes, forcefully pushing me aside, while the sharp hook grazes its tail, leaving a crimson mark. Run. Why are you dawdling? Are you not afraid? Afraid? I am well acquainted with that sensation. We swiftly dart towards the riverbed, carried downstream by the current. You cannot escape. The man pursues us relentlessly, casting the hook repeatedly in our direction. Ahead looms a waterfall. There is no path to retreat. My companion urges me to jump, but as I peer down, jagged stones await. One misstep could lead to our demise. Nowhere to run. Fire spin. The avian foe's beak elongates as it retracts its wings, striking toward me like a blade. It leaps high, using its body to shield me from the assault. Yet the force sends it soaring towards the waterfall's edge. Watching it plunge into the depths, disappearing from sight, I am at a loss for how to express my feelings. Can I even feel anything at all? Should I be enraged? Or should I grieve? Why am I merely a Kingler? How does one truly grasp anger? What does sorrow entail? I leap from the precipice of the waterfall, a fire igniting within my heart, yearning for release. The flames surge, and my body begins to heat up. I open my mouth, unleashing a wave of azure energy that spirals in the air, slowing my descent and allowing me to land gracefully in the water. At that moment, I begin to comprehend what it means to be enraged. The Gyarados awakens. The chilling wind howls as Gyarados kindles the fire of fury within, its form radiating a soft golden light, with its pupils glowing faintly red. Now, Gyarados, unleash Crunch. Seizing the opportunity, Lin commands with urgency. Gyarados is enveloped once more by swirling waters, coalescing into a malevolent water dragon that swiftly takes shape, gliding through the air in a rapid Z pattern. Its jaws, sharp and menacing, reveal themselves as a monstrous black dragon with a gaping maw. Gyarados roars, the dark dragon surging downward like an arrow towards the shadowy figure below. The shadow, raising its fists, conjures a massive black silhouette behind, crossing its arms in a futile attempt to counter Gyarados' onslaught. The collision is thunderous. The dark dragon descends, its fangs voraciously consuming the shadow, which now flickers with pain, its crimson eyes dimming under the weight of the dark energy. It cannot fathom why the Gyarados, previously no match for it, now exudes such formidable power. As the shadow struggles against the onslaught, the golden light in Gyarados' eyes intensifies, its fangs growing ever sharper. It lunges forward, jaws snapping shut with a resounding explosion that kicks up a cloud of dust. Did it succeed? Lin swallows hard, fists clenched in anticipation. After 2 months of relentless training, Gyarados has finally achieved a breakthrough. Emerging from the dust, Gyarados soars through the air, exhaling waves of flame, while the shadow's form dissipates entirely. Meanwhile, in the direction of the village's rear mountain, the night spirit looms like an unstoppable war deity. A fierce blizzard swirling protectively around it, freezing one Pokémon after another. Sensing the shadow's demise, its blood-red eye emanates a terrifying glow, incredulously fixated on the direction of the big locust tree. Impossible! My shadow has been vanquished. Instantly, a dreadful aura radiates from the night spirit, sending nearby Pokémon reeling. It levitates, hastening towards Lin's position. That cursed creature must not be allowed to emerge. The night spirit regrets its greed for the Ancient One's power. It should have eliminated it while it still slumbered. At this moment, Lin has managed to breach the big locust tree. Glimpsing the bronze gleam emanating from within, the slumbering bronze bell. I've got it, Lin exclaims with excitement, as he retrieves the tightly gripped bronze fragment and gently affixes it to the bell. The night spirit, witnessing this, unleashes an intangible psychic wave, hurtling towards Lin with alarming speed. In an instant, the great locust tree illuminates with a vibrant green glow as a cerulean light coalesces. Rising to confront the approaching night spirit, the guardian of the village has manifested. Has Lin truly succeeded? Has he found the location of the bronze bell and awakened it? Xiao Ning and her companions watch with elation as the bell materializes, yet their surroundings reveal the chaos wrought by the battle, their Pokémon now incapacitated. Continuing this fight, the consequences could be dire. Is that truly the deity of the village? So, Mother spoke the truth. Bai Shouli, cradling his fractured arm, gazes in awe at the glowing bronze bell, murmuring to himself, while behind him stands a battered Tauros, one of the injured Pokémon fighting for the village. Many others have tragically lost their lives in this conflict. The night spirit bellows in fury, its form flickering as its fists become enveloped in ghostly light. A massive black fist striking towards the bronze bell. The clang of the bell resonates. An epic showdown is about to commence. Chapter 96, The Super Psychic Wave. Pokémon, Bronzong level, 81 status, healthy gender, none type, psychic, steel ability, levitate height, 1, 5 meters weight, 300, 0 kilograms held item, none moves, psychic, ancient power, weather ball, sunny day, seal, Euro ball, hypnosis, misty terrain, telekinesis, Psyshock, heavy slam, future sight, rain dance, gravity, psychic terrain, cannonade, Pock dex entry, Bronzong the bronze bell Pokémon. Evolved from Qingling. It is said to summon rain clouds and emits a chilling bell-like sound to intimidate its foes when angered. Indeed, it is another Pokémon of the elite level, surpassing even the evolved form of Dusknoir in strength. Dusknoir let out a piercing roar, emanating a powerful ghostly aura. It raised its right fist, and a shadowy punch swiftly approached, striking towards Bronzong. Bronzong's crimson-ringed eyes glowed ominously and with a resonant chime. The sound waves of its psychic energy expanded outward to meet Dusknoir's attack. With a resounding crash, the moves collided, creating a violent explosion in midair. Dusknoir swiftly vanished, employing phantom force, cloaking itself in darkness before appearing behind Bronzong. Its hands, akin to scythes of death, swung towards Bronzong. Bronzong shimmered with a metallic sheen, beginning to spin rapidly, utilizing Euro Ball to deflect Dusknoir's assault. Following this, a brilliant white light enveloped it, solidifying into a metallic layer as Bronzong unleashed heavy slam. charging powerfully toward Dusk Noir. Dusk Noir ignited flames in its palms, thrusting forward, intertwining fire and shadow as it struck back at the oncoming Bronzong. Lin Si, Hu Ning, and others hastened to his side. "Well done, Lin Shi," Meng Wan exclaimed with delight, patting his shoulder. "Thanks to you," he replied. "Can Bronzong truly overcome Dusk Noir? Its type seems to be at a disadvantage." Observing the fierce clash between the two Pokémon, Mengu furrowed her brow, expressing concern. "It should be fine." Despite the type disadvantage, Dusk Noir's prolonged slumber, along with its forced evolution, has left it drained and somewhat weakened. Bronzong, although it too has slumbered for a long time, is inherently suited for extended rest. For Bronzong, even a century is but a fleeting moment, so its energy remains largely intact, Lin Shi assured them. Dusk Noir's cry echoed ominously, aware that prolonging the battle would only worsen its predicament. Its eyes flashed red as it enveloped itself in a surge of ghostly energy, dissipating like smoke. Bronzong's bells rang with alarm, but before it could react, a shadowy arm emerged from the darkness, grasping it. Shadow Sneak? Lin Shi recognized the technique, a swift maneuver utilizing shadows to gain the upper hand against a similarly matched opponent. Once it seized Bronzong, Dusk Noir materialized from the shadows, its form elongating and coiling around Bronzong like an insidious parasite. Its elongated body, shrouded in ghostly energy, constricted tightly around Bronzong, the sharp force slicing into it, causing furious chimes to resonate in response. For a moment, Bronzong found itself unable to escape Dusk Noir's grasp. "Bronzong used Sunny Day." In a moment of crisis, Lin Shi called out without hesitation. Bronzong began to emanate a soft glow, flames coalescing into a sphere that soared like fireworks into the sky, erupting into a miniature sun above the village. With the sun's emergence, the thick fog and darkness that hung in the air dissipated under the searing sunlight, illuminating every corner of the village once more. Dusk Noir roared in fury. Though sunlight bore no direct threat to it, the brightness was unwelcome. Additionally, the sunlight diminished the range of shadows Dusk Noir could utilize, leaving its form exposed. "Now use Psychic Terrain," Lin Shi commanded. Bronzong's crimson-ringed eyes radiated light, and potent psychic waves spread with the chime of its bells, enveloping the area in a purple haze. Dusk Noir sensed impending doom, tightening its grip, channeling ghostly energy to conjure shadowy orbs that frantically battered Bronzong. Pain only fueled Bronzong's fury, as a cerulean glow enveloped it, accentuating its markings. The psychic energy surged within it. With a thunderous chime, an enormous bell sound erupted from Bronzong, a resonance that felt capable of shaking one's very soul, prompting Lin Shi to cover his ears. "Ouch! This giant seems unable to distinguish friend from foe." The others echoed similar sentiments, the overwhelming noise inducing headaches. Meng Wan grimaced, clutching her ears and gritting her teeth. If it couldn't tell friend from foe, we'd have already collapsed. Lin Shi knew this was a deliberate control by Bronzong. Otherwise, humans could not endure such a sound. Fortunately, at that moment, Gyarados descended from the sky, rapidly erecting a green barrier to shield them. This must be Metal Sound. With Gyarados' protection, Lin Shi's expression eased as he continued to observe the aerial battle. Metal Sound is a technique capable of disrupting an opponent's special defense. Moreover, Lin Shi noted that within the cacophony, a potent psychic wave intertwined, suggesting a combination of Metal Sound and Psyshock. The noise crashed like waves, relentlessly battering Dusk Noir, decreasing its special defenses while simultaneously inflicting substantial damage. Under the influence of Psychic Terrain, the psychic wave intensified, soon propelling Dusk Noir away from Bronzong, followed swiftly by another psychic wave that slammed it into the ground. Bronzong's markings pulsed with waves of psychic energy, the purple-tinged atmosphere replenishing its strength, and soon, a projectile of psychic energy was unleashed from its eyes. Boom! The projectile struck Dusk Noir, creating a deep crater in the ground, sending dust and debris flying into the air. Chapter 97. Departure from the village and harvest, had they truly triumphed? As the resonant chime faded into silence, Meng Wan gracefully rose from the ground. standing on her toes to gaze at the dust-laden horizon. It seemed that Lin Shi too was uncertain. That fellow had indeed been vanquished. At last I have survived. Elated, Meng Wan leaped with joy, tears cascading from the corners of her eyes, etching two trails down her soiled cheeks. Meng Ge and Xiaoning also bore smiles, a reflection of their relief from the calamity they had endured. As the dust gradually settled, the night demon lay motionless on the ground, evidently stripped of its combat capabilities. Upon confirming the foe's defeat, Lin Shi exhaled deeply. The bronze bell in midair slowly turned, emanating a faint azure glow, and rang once more. Lin Shi understood its intent and waved in response, cheerfully stating, "No need for thanks." Soon, the radiance from the bronze bell intensified, and a pale white vortex emerged beneath it, generating a powerful suction that drew the inert night demon into its depths. What was the bronze bell doing? Q Ninging Guidet. Her brows furrowed in confusion as she turned to Lin Shi, with others also casting curious glances in his direction. However, Lin Shi too was somewhat perplexed. He could discern that the bell was utilizing a sealing technique, yet the nature of the vortex that ensnared the night demon eluded him. Could it be that the bell had actively opened a portal to another realm, sealing the night demon within? Another chime resonated, prompting Lin Shi to lift his gaze towards the bell. Two luminescent orbs, one green and the other black, emerged from within the bronze. They then floated gently towards him. Lin Shi extended his hand to receive the orbs, glancing down with a subtle smile, curving his lips before looking up again. "Thank you." This time he comprehended the bell's response. No need for thanks. The vortex beneath the bronze bell expanded further, gradually engulfing the entire bell, until it vanished from sight, dissipating into the air. "Where has the bronze bell gone?" Meng Wan exclaimed in astonishment as she beheld the scene. Lin Shi smiled at the spot where the bell had disappeared, then turned to Meng Wan, raising his hands in a gesture of nonchalance. "Village Chief Bai, please remember my number. When you arrive in Bai City, feel free to call me directly. I will arrange for the best hospital in Bai City to examine and treat your aunt. You need not worry about the expenses. Our Meng family will cover everything." Meng Ge handed a business card to Bai Sholi, having settled the guide fee for the village chief and pledged to assist in the treatment of the elderly woman. Naturally, Bai Sholi and his family expressed their heartfelt gratitude, repeatedly thanking Meng Ge. "You are all benefactors of Misty Village. Should you not mind, you are welcome to visit our village anytime." Bai Sholi clasped Lin Shi's hand and spoke to the others. "We certainly will. Farewell, village chief." After exchanging farewells, the group departed from the village. On the other end of the phone, Su Qi's exasperated voice echoed. "There's no signal here in the village. It's impossible to make a call." Lin Shi explained in agreement. Upon reaching an area with coverage, his phone was inundated with messages, nearly all from Su Qimeng and Zhou Pongzi, aside from a few from his parents. Lin Shi pushed aside the dense branches and addressed Su Qimeng. "All right." The moment she heard his voice, she visibly relaxed. "Oh, by the way, you need to come to school tomorrow. The principal seems to want to speak with you about something." "The principal? Old Zhang?" Lin Shi queried, a hint of confusion in his tone. "What did he want?" "I'm not sure. Perhaps it's regarding the college entrance examination. In any case, it shouldn't be anything bad. You'll find out tomorrow." "Okay, see you at school then, right?" After ending the call, Lin Shi contemplated the mountain path ahead, calculating the remaining time. He decided to switch to a faster mode of transport, a violent dragon. "Lin Shi, do you still have battery on your phone? May I borrow it to make a call?" Meng Wan approached from behind, tapping his shoulder. "Here." Lin Shi tossed the phone to her. "Just finish a call with Su Qimeng." "Huh? What's going on?" "Reporting in." As the crisis passed, her true nature resurfaced. "I can't believe you agreed to come to the village with a beautiful senior. Hey, what are you doing? Do you need it or not? Why all the chatter?" Meng Wan closed her mouth, mimicking a zipper gesture, signaling her silence. Sighing, Lin Shi handed the phone back to her. He then reached into his pocket, retrieving two items. One was a bronze fragment taken from the small temple in the cave, now gleaming with restored luster and exuding a faint azure glow. The other was a piece of tattered black cloth, swirling as if shrouded in dark mist. With a thought, the identification results for both items appeared before his eyes. Fragment of the copper mirror, A drop from the bronze bell, usable for crafting skill-learning devices or assisting in the acquisition of specific skill techniques. Fragment of the Night Watch Spirit. A drop from the Night Demon, containing a portion of the energy from a king-level Night Demon, imbued with potent ghostly energy, capable of accelerating the growth of ghost-type Pokémon. These 2 drops of king-level treasures were invaluable, not only for crafting skill-learning devices or aiding in skill acquisition, but also akin to 2 elixirs that could expedite the growth of lower-level Pokémon of specific attributes without any side effects. Steel and ghost types, huh? Lin Shi mused, resting his chin on his hand. Now that he possessed these elixirs, he naturally aimed to consider capturing Pokémon from this perspective. I think the Sai Fu Hao fits perfectly. He chuckled to himself, lost in thought. Chapter 98, Skill Machine, Earth Power. In the office of the principal at, by Shan, 3rd High School, Zhang Jingyin stroked his graying beard and jested with Lin Shi, who stood nearby. Aren't you diligently preparing for your exams? Lin Shi chuckled in response. I wonder why you summoned me today, Principal. Are you perhaps inclined to offer me further assistance with my studies? Lin Shi playfully remarked, recalling how the previous skill machine for rock collapse had greatly benefited him. Zhang Jingyin let out a hearty laugh. Indeed, you've guessed correctly. As he spoke, he retrieved a pale yellow skill machine from a drawer, resembling the earthquake skill machine Lin Shi had previously acquired. Oh, Principal, I can't possibly accept this, Lin Shi said, eyeing the machine. Although its type was discernibly earth or rock-related, anything from Zhang Jingyin would undoubtedly be valuable. While smiling, Lin Shi naturally extended his hand to grasp the skill machine. Patience, young man, Zhang Jingyin said, lifting his hand just out of reach of Lin Shi's eager grasp. I shall grant you the skill machine, but first, you must divulge your aspirations for the upcoming college entrance examination. Raising an eyebrow, Zhang Jingyin continued. Lin Shi understood that with the considerable investment Zhang Jingyin had made in him, the principal hoped for him to represent their school with distinction during the exams. Coincidentally, Lin Shi also needed to meet the admission criteria for Northern University. He confidently thumped his chest and declared, "Rest assured, Principal, in this year's by Shan College entrance competition, if I say I will secure 2nd place, no one will dare claim 1st. Haha, well said. Such youthful bravado. You remind me of my own glory days." Zhang Jingyin chuckled, his beard shaking with delight as he grew increasingly pleased with Lin Shi. However, Lin Shi abruptly shifted the conversation, fidgeting with his hands as he looked at Zhang Jingyin. I've heard that other high schools are providing ample resources for their students' preparations, and it has left me feeling somewhat uncertain. What do you think about this? Lin Shi's gaze glimmered with anticipation as he rubbed his fingers together, fixating on Zhang Jingyin. Ah, I see what you were getting at. Zhang Jingyin replied with a knowing smile, and with a swift motion, he tossed the skill machine to Lin Shi. This is the skill machine for Earth Power. I know you possess a powerful Gyarados. It would be ideal for enhancing its capabilities. Lin Shi's eyes brightened at the mention of Earth Power, recognizing the value of the skill. Zhang Jingyin pondered briefly before continuing. Our school has not achieved commendable results in the college entrance battles for several consecutive years, which has somewhat impacted our student enrollment. I see in you the most gifted and capable individual in recent years, one who could potentially restore our school's former glory. Therefore, I wish to extend my support as much as possible. He then looked at Lin Shi earnestly. You must strive to bring honor to our school. A common saying goes, one who accepts favors must be prepared to fulfill their obligations. Having received assistance from the school, Lin Shi understood the responsibilities that accompanied it. You need not worry. I comprehend, he replied, placing the skill machine into his backpack and winking at the principal. Oh, by the way, Principal, there's a small matter I hope you could assist me with. Lin Shi suddenly recalled, lifting his gaze to Zhang Jingyin. Oh, what is it? Zhang Jingyin inquired. I remember you are from Majiang, correct? Are you familiar with the Majiang secret realm? Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside. Someone's causing trouble. It seems Jiang Yu from Class 19 has already been defeated. Let's go take a look. Lin Shi exclaimed. Darn it. They really don't hold our 3rd high school in high regard. What happened? Lin Shi called out as he leaned out of the window, addressing a passing student. Upon hearing him, the student looked up. ISNT this the principal's office? I heard that students from 4th High School have come to stir up trouble and have already defeated several of our top students. It appears they are currently battling Gao Xingyang from Class 23 in the gymnasium. I must hurry, otherwise there won't be any space left. With that, the student dashed towards the gymnasium, excitement radiating from him. Oh, causing trouble? Lin Shi grinned at this news. What a coincidence. He turned to Zhang Jingyin, a smirk playing on his lips. Principal, today I shall show you what true value looks like. The gymnasium of the 3rd High School was abuzz with the fervent voices of the spectators on either side. Go, Gao Xingyang, showing the prowess of our 3rd High. Despite the raucous atmosphere, Gao Xingyang's expression was less than favorable. The opponent's yellow-haired figure was rather formidable. Fiery monkey, unleash your flame burst, Gao Xingyang commanded. And the fiery monkey inhaled deeply, its belly swelling like a balloon before releasing a torrent of fire. The yellow-haired opponent, witnessing the impending assault, merely smirked in disdain, directing his own Pokémon. Zubat create a gust. The bat Pokémon, with its gaping mouth, emanated a soft white glow before flapping its wings, sending a fierce wind to collide with the fiery onslaught. Guided by the wind, the flames dispersed into the air. Huh, brother, you're not up to the task. At this rate, victory is impossible for you, the yellow-haired boy taunted, then turned to instruct Zubat. Zubat, use Air Slash. The bat flapped its wings violently, launching sharp blades of wind towards the fiery monkey. The fiery monkey countered with a flame vortex, exhaling to form a swirling wall of fire that successfully defended against the air blades. Gao Xingyang is impressive. His control over flames and mastery of skills is remarkable. A boy in the audience asserted confidently. I predict he will undoubtedly secure first place in our school's next Pokémon battle, defending against a single skill. And you think he has first? Have you forgotten how he fared against Lin Shi last time? Someone countered. Do you even understand Pokémon? The past is the past. Now he has a starter Pokémon. Can Lin Shi's bear cub even compare? The boy clearly bristled at the rebuttal. Huh. You say I don't understand Pokémon, but it seems you don't grasp Lin Shi's capabilities. Who doesn't know he possesses a powerful Pokémon that shines in practical assessments? In my view, defeating Gao Xingyang would be a mere matter of moments. Wait, who are you? Is Lin Shi your father? Why are you so obsessed with him? Does he even know you? The defender of Gao Xingyang was evidently flustered, raising his voice. Let Lin Shi come out. Wouldn't he be first? He has been challenged, yet where is he? I reckon he's hiding like a coward. The boy sneered, his disdain evident. Most infuriating are these mindless fans. The student engaged in the argument paused, a bemused smile forming as he prepared to respond. Lin Shi, what are you doing here? Su Qimeng approached from behind, having noticed Lin Shi in a heated debate. Lin Shi? The boy stood in shock, realizing that the very person he had been fervently defending was indeed present. Seriously, dude, do you have no shame? Chapter 99. The Battle. Zubat Lin Shi? Is that really you? Moreover, Su Xiaohua is here as well. Su Qimeng's words drew the attention of those around them. With both the top grades in the school and their striking looks, the two were immensely popular at 3rd High School. At this moment, the boy who had argued with Lin Shi for quite some time was blushing, having spoken ill of Lin in front of everyone. Isn't this just to see if Xiao Gao has improved in strength? And to earn some prestige for our school? Oh, Su Qimeng gently tucked her hair behind her ear, gazing towards the battlefield. Are you saying that Gao Xingyang will definitely lose? Why else? Look at him. Does he seem like he can win? At that moment, Gao Xingyang was drenched in sweat. The Zubat's speed was astonishing, and it had the advantage of flight, making it impossible for the Monferno to even graze its fur, leading to a relentless depletion of its stamina. The Monferno was now battered and bruised, just a step away from triggering Blaze. Damn it, Gao Xingyang gritted his teeth. I have no choice but to go all out. Monferno, use flamethrower. Monferno let out a cry and unleashed a stream of fire. Back to this move again. Zubat conjured up a gust of wind. Just like before, Zubat whipped up a whirlwind that scattered the flames into the air. Monferno, use acrobatics to get close. Taking advantage of the flames to obscure its vision, Monferno emitted a faint blue aura of flying-type energy. It spread its arms and leaped into the air, gliding like a bird, skillfully reaching Zubat's side. Zubat, gain altitude. Don't let it touch you. Huang Mao understood the importance of height for Zubat, immediately commanding it to ascend and evade. Trying to escape? Not so easy. Monferno, use Fire Spin to trap it. Seizing the opportunity, Gao Xingyang commanded Monferno to attack. In midair, Monferno unleashed a fiery vortex that flew towards Zubat like a cage. Seeing this, Huang Mao remained unfazed. Zubat, use Air Cutter to slice through the flames. A surge of powerful flying-type energy enveloped Zubat, forming a massive air blade that soared forth, cleaving the fire vortex in two. What? Gao Xingyang exclaimed in shock. It's over. Bro Zubat, use Wing Attack to finish it. Zubat spread its wings, swiftly appearing before Monferno and striking with a powerful blow. Monferno, caught off guard, was unable to evade and was knocked to the ground. Monferno, Gao Xingyang shouted as he rushed towards it, only to find it had lost the ability to battle. What is Gao Xingyang doing? Does he even know how to play Pokémon? Seeing their fellow student lose, the audience erupted in discontented boos. This is unacceptable. It's so boring. Is there no one left? If not, I'm done here. Huang Mao tapped his ear, then raised his hand, pointing provocatively at the students from 3rd high school. I can't hold back my temper anymore. You, go show him what you're made of. Me? Why don't you go? Of course, I can't take him on. If you can't, do you think I can? Huang Mao's words ignited the crowd, with students in the audience shouting in indignation. Look, someone else is coming up. It's really Lin Shi, and Su Goddess is right beside him. At that moment, Huang Mao noticed Lin Shi slowly walking onto the stage. Since he dared to challenge 3rd high school, he surely knew a thing or two about its top student. You're Lin Shi, the one who scored the highest in the last field assessment? Huang Mao scrutinized Lin Shi, clicking his tongue in disdain. You look rather ordinary. Let me tell you, the only reason you topped the last assessment is that I had other commitments and couldn't participate, allowing you to take advantage. Remember my name. I'm Han Xiaoyin, the top student of 4th high school. 4th high school? Lin Shi recalled a bit about this institution. It seemed that the infamous Ha brothers were from there. Looking at the blonde-haired Han Xiaoyin adorned with flashy gold chains, Lin Shi shook his head, sighing. Is there something wrong with this school? I suggest the Education Bureau take stricter measures. Why do these people always talk so much before a battle? Just as I like it. With a snort, he released Zubat again, as it had sustained little to no damage in the previous battle. Lin Shi raised his head, observing Zubat soaring through the air, a data prompt appearing before him. Pokémon, Zubat level, LV28 status, healthy gender, male type, flying, poison ability, inner focus height, 1. 6m weight, 55. 0 kilograms held item. Sharp beak moves. Supersonic, Scare, Leech Life, Wing Attack, Strange Light, Air Cutter, Gust, Quick Attack, Shadow Clone, Mud Bomb, Roost, Protect. Pokémon Assessment. Zubat, the Bat Pokémon, evolved from Golbat. It has a strong affinity for the blood of living creatures, especially active at night, flying through the night sky in search of fresh blood. This Zubat is well-trained, Lin Shi mused as he reviewed the data. He then produced another Pokeball, a flash of red light revealing a figure on the battlefield, instantly filling the air with a sweet aroma. This was Lin Shi's Mismagius. It seemed to be its first battle. This Pokemon is so cool. Someone tell me how to get one. The appearance of Mismagius sparked excited chatter among the audience. Mismagius? Han Xiaoyin was encountering this rare domestic Pokemon for the first time, yet he remained unfazed, confident in Zubat's capabilities. Let us test the waters, Zubat. Use Air Cutter. Han Xiaoyin initiated the attack, choosing a cautious approach despite having the type advantage, a stark contrast to his flamboyant appearance. Mismagius, Dragon Pulse. Mismagius opened its mouth, unleashing a spiraling azure wave that devoured the Air Cutter and continued towards Zubat. Dodge it. Han Xiaoyin's expression changed drastically as he realized Mismagius possessed formidable strength. Zubat flapped its wings vigorously, swiftly gaining altitude to evade the Dragon Pulse, narrowly escaping the attack. Mismagius, sweet scent. Noticing Zubat's ability to evade, Lin Shi was somewhat surprised, commanding Mismagius to emit another cloud of sweet fragrance. Instantly, a thick, red, sugary mist enveloped Zubat, which felt the air around it becoming viscous, causing its movements to slow. Chapter 100, Dual Random Light. Utilizing the magic leaves, the Majiji Great Snake concentrated its grass-type energy, conjuring a flurry of green leaf blades that soared through the air, piercing sharply towards the Zubat. The Zubat countered by flapping its wings, generating a gust that deflected the incoming barrage. Han Xiaoyin, aware that the magic leaves would automatically pursue the enemy, decided to employ his skills to eliminate them. A fierce wind howled as the Zubat flapped its wings rapidly, creating a storm that surged towards the green leaf blades. However, to his astonishment, these blades were extraordinarily sharp, radiating a faint green glow as they effortlessly sliced through the wind. How could this be? The potency of his skills is so disparate. Han Xiaoyin found it hard to believe. Based on their previous encounters, the Majiji Great Snake's abilities far surpassed those of the Zubat. The relentless magic leaves continued their assault, cutting into the Zubat and eliciting a pained screech. This time, Han Xiaoyin was drenched in sweat, realizing that Lin Shi's strength far exceeded his expectations. He could only rely on speed now. Han Xiaoyin mused that the Majiji Great Snake's speed appeared to be its weakness. By leveraging the Zubat's speed advantage, perhaps victory was still within reach. Zubat, use odd light, Han Xiaoyin commanded. The Zubat emitted a soft blue glow from its eyes, condensing into a beam that shot towards the Majiji Great Snake. The Majiji Great Snake responded by retracting into its shell. The odd light traveled through the air, only to be thwarted by the hard apple, failing to hit the snake itself. Zubat, use Shadow Clone, then deploy Mud Bombs. Taking advantage of the opponent's momentary blindness, the Zubat flickered, creating multiple illusions that spiraled above the Majiji Great Snake, each infused with purple toxic energy as a barrage of mud bombs was unleashed. Lin Shi observed this with a slight smile before issuing his command. Majiji Great Snake, utilize Spinning Apple. Hissing, the Majiji Great Snake flicked its tongue, radiating a pale metallic sheen as the massive apple began to spin in place, transforming into a steel apple. The spinning steel apple launched into the air, deflecting the mud bombs like a bowling ball, colliding with the Zubat's illusions. With a resounding thud, the spinning steel apple struck a Zubat illusion directly, sending it crashing away. The spinning apple skill was intriguing. Its damage output increased the slower it moved. Han Xiaoyin gritted his teeth, realizing that the Majiji Great Snake had become an incredibly tough opponent, presenting a significant challenge. Lin Shi nodded in satisfaction, reflecting on his recent training with the Majiji Great Snake. Aside from honing its ranged offensive capabilities, he had also devised a set of close combat mobility skills. The spinning apple was merely one of them. It seemed that no further gains could be achieved from this encounter, and it was time to conclude the battle. Majiji Great Snake unleashed dual random light. The Majiji Great Snake emanated a surge of dragon-type energy, opening its mouth as a cyan beam shot towards the airborne Zubat. Han Xiaoyin felt a surge of panic. He could not allow this attack to connect, for the Zubat, already injured, would surely be unable to withstand such an assault. The Zubat, however, displayed remarkable agility, swiftly ascending to evade the wave of random light. Han Xiaoyin wiped the sweat from his brow, relieved. Is that so? Lin Shi smiled, observing the battlefield. At that moment, another serpent emerged from the apple, and the Majiji Great Snake transformed into a two-headed form. It unleashed a second beam of random light, following closely behind the first. The Zubat, narrowly escaping the first attack, was unable to dodge the second, which struck it effortlessly. The light pierced through, enveloping the Zubat in smoke as it plummeted to the ground, clearly incapacitated. Lin Shi stretched lazily, easily dispatched. Han Xiaoyin stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom how swiftly he had been defeated. He glanced once more at Lin Shi, questioning if he was some sort of monster. Cough, consider yourself lucky. My Zubat has faced too many challengers today and is exhausted. Just wait until the official exams. If we cross paths, I shall show you my true prowess. Watching Han Xiaoyin retreat in disarray, Lin Shi shook his head, feeling a tinge of pity. It was not that he was weak, but rather that he was simply overshadowed by Lin Shi's strength. The crowd erupted in thunderous applause, chanting Lin Shi's name in waves. With a smile, he waved as he departed the arena alongside Su Qiming. So, have you decided which university to apply to? Lin Shi inquired casually during their walk. Given Su Qiming's grades, she could excel in either the regular or Pokémon studies, and if she desired, she could easily gain admission to a prestigious university, with the top 6 institutions within her reach. Still considering, but I am leaning towards the Pokémon archaeology major, she replied. Lin Shi nodded, aware that Su Qiming had long aspired to this path, which also aligned with her parents' wishes. Archaeology had gained popularity in recent years. Many universities offered such programs. If one were to choose the best, it might be Central University. With the continuous emergence of Pokémon realms, numerous ancient Pokémon relics have been uncovered, leading to the rise of Pokémon archaeology as a burgeoning profession. Their primary task was to explore various ruins, seeking traces of Pokémon civilization, such as those found in the Mahjong realm and the Qinhuang realm. However, thus far, no excavations had yielded evidence of a technological civilization. It seemed that Pokémon civilization remained quite primitive and ancient. Central University, Su Qiming murmured, aware of its prestige and the difficulty of gaining admission. Worry not. As the daughter of Professor Su, you must leverage your identity. Which university's archaeology program would be eager to recruit you? Lin Shi winked, whispering in her ear. Is that so? Su Qiming rolled her eyes. Do I really need to rely on connections? Indeed. Go, Miss Su. Lin Shi encouraged playfully. Chapter 101. The final lesson. Whose skill device is this? Which snake critter will step forward to claim it? With that, a snake emerged, effortlessly taking the skill device from Lin Shi's hand. Lin Shi's honeycomb serpent had undergone astonishing transformations through the Polaris organization's experiments. The 7 snake critters living within the apple had each acquired remarkable autonomy. They could even team up to play Dodiju and Mahjong. This was evidently quite unscientific. For a multifaceted entity like the honeycomb serpent, such behavior was akin to a person's left and right hands developing minds of their own, wanting to venture out for soy sauce. This unique transformation endowed the honeycomb serpent with an exceptional ability, which Lin Shi termed multi-position casting. This ability allowed each snake critter to unleash skills simultaneously, provided that the energy within the honeycomb serpent was sufficient and the skills did not conflict. Imagine, during an offensive, all 7 snake critters simultaneously using Dragon Pulse. The combined might would be terrifying. Of course, the current capabilities of the honeycomb serpent were insufficient to sustain such energy consumption. Yet Lin Shi believed that with increased levels and enhanced skill proficiency, that day would not be far off. Similarly, if all 7 snake critters could simultaneously unleash 7 different skills that mutually enhanced each other, the resultant effect would be extraordinary. Just the thought of it ignited his enthusiasm. Therefore, to better develop the honeycomb serpent's abilities, Lin Shi assigned different attributes and skills to each snake critter for training. The eldest snake critter, the one that had encountered Lin Shi, possessed the highest talent and the strongest physique, so Lin Shi entrusted it with learning dragon-type skills, such as Dragon Pulse and Random Light. The second snake critter, being only slightly less talented than the first, was responsible for the crucial training of grass-type skills, such as Grassy Terrain and Syrup Bomb. The third was tasked with learning transformation and support skills, excluding dragon and grass types, such as Withdraw and Spellcasting. The fourth was in charge of physical attack skills outside of dragon and grass types, like Euro Ball and Tackle. In contrast, the exceptionally talented fifth critter handled special attack training, including the learning of earth power. The sixth and seventh snake critters were rather special. They were the smallest in stature and lacked the innate talent of the other 5, with their autonomy also somewhat diminished. Their current focus was primarily on enhancing their physical strength. Through collaboration, the honeycomb serpent could learn multiple moves in a short span. But this did not imply that the other snake critters would refrain from learning skills. They remained interconnected, and if one learned a skill, the others would too. Just as when Lin Shi fed them tree fruits, even if only one consumed it, all the snake critters would benefit. This was the innate gift of a multifaceted entity. As Lin Shi watched the fifth critter take possession of the earth power skill device, he did not forget to motivate it. Study hard. I recall you lost quite a bit in our last game of Dodiju. If you learn this skill successfully, I might reward you with a stash of treasures. Lin Shi leaned closer to the fifth critter and whispered, The fifth critter's eyes widened, shimmering with hope. Really, adoptive father? I keep my promises, work hard today, sleep on the floor tonight, and become the boss tomorrow, Linsha replied. The fifth critter nodded vigorously, determined to earn the reward, lest it be left out of the next mahjong game. Subsequently, Linsha's days became significantly simpler. Preparing for the college entrance examination became the primary focus. The schedule for this World S examination was not vastly different from that of his previous life, but due to the presence of Pokémon battle subjects, the ordinary subject would take place slightly earlier. A gentle breeze heralded the arrival of summer, and students began donning summer attire, embodying vitality and youth. Classmates, the date of the entrance examination is rapidly approaching. I trust that by now, you have a fair understanding of the rules regarding Pokémon battles. In classroom 24 of the third year, Zhang Jianjun was conducting a pre-battle briefing for the students. However, to prevent any issues, he felt compelled to meticulously reiterate the details. He tapped the blackboard and stated, "There's no need to elaborate on the ordinary subjects. I will primarily discuss the rules pertaining to the Pokémon battle assessments. Within 2 weeks following the completion of the ordinary examinations, you must engage in 10 one-on-one Pokémon battles. During these 10 battles, evaluators will comprehensively assess your Pokémon's training status, your command abilities, and your capacity to adapt to unexpected situations during combat, among other factors. The scores from this evaluation will be combined with your ordinary subject scores to determine your final entrance examination results. It is imperative to note that many university programs require a certain standard in battle subject scores, so those aspiring to become advanced trainers should invest effort in this area." Zhang Jianjun, aware that many students in his elite class aim to become advanced trainers, offered this reminder. These 10 battles would be conducted through random selection. The more victories you achieve, the stronger your opponents will be. Conversely, if you lose frequently, your opponents will match your level. As he spoke, Zhang Jianjun paused for a moment, glancing at Lin Shi, and continued, "It has been years since Baishan produced a student with 10 consecutive victories. I have heard that this year, Jin Yao from First High is in excellent form, and I hope our class can also display some fighting spirit. Securing 10 victories, if nothing else, guarantees a perfect score in the battle subject." Zhang Jianjun's gaze remained fixed on Lin Shi, as he believed Lin Shi could perform just as well as Jin Yao. Moreover, students who may lack talent in battles need not feel disheartened. The final evaluation will be based on your overall strength. He pointed to the words hanging on the wall. Diligence can make up for inadequacies. It was evident that he was quite pleased with the artwork. Remember the training content, C's scoring techniques. If your Pokémon is slower, consider learning skills like rollout to increase speed. It might just impress the evaluators. These techniques have been discussed numerous times in training, and the students should be quite familiar with them. Focus on every detail. Even if you ultimately lose, you can still achieve commendable results. Listening to Zhang Jianjun's words, Lin Shi couldn't help but smirk. The winds of exam-oriented education had indeed reached this place. All right, enough with the formalities. Zhang Jianjun stood at the lectern, wearing a smile. As the melodious sounds of birds and fragrant flowers filled the air outside, bathed in glorious sunlight. "I wish all students great success, with a bright future ahead. Thank you, teacher." The students rose in unison, their voices echoing throughout the campus as cheers erupted from every classroom in the third year. This was their final lesson of high school. Chapter 102, the college entrance examination. The initial battle son. Have you prepared everything for the exam? Rest assured, I've got it all covered. Time flew by, and soon the day of the college entrance examination arrived in the Shenzhou region. In the Lin household, both Lin's father and mother appeared somewhat excited, repeatedly reminding him not to forget anything. Yet, Lin seemed remarkably calm, having already experienced the examination once before, albeit in a different world. "Today, your mother and I will be cheering for you outside. Just do your best, and afterward, we will treat you to a grand feast," Lin's parents encouraged him. "Let us go," Su Qiming announced as she entered the room, a tall lady accompanying her. Lin's mother, surprised and delighted, rushed over to grasp the woman's hand. The lady was none other than Su Qiming's mother, the renowned elven archaeologist, Luo Wenjun. Unfortunately, old Su was deeply engrossed in excavating the Qin Emperor's secret realm and could not spare the time to join them. Luo Wenjun lamented her husband's busy schedule. It's understandable. Professor Su is quite occupied. Lin's father interjected on behalf of his old friend. Enough chit-chat. Today's college entrance examination is paramount. Let us send these two off to school. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The hands of the watch continued to move as Lin's father frequently glanced at it. Also looking towards the teaching building, where an unusual silence enveloped the surroundings. Is it almost over? Suddenly, a clear bell rang, echoing throughout the campus. The exam is over, someone shouted. With that, the doors of the teaching building swung open, and students emerged with expressions of joy, gradually forming a throng as they rushed towards their parents and friends. Xiao Shi, Qimeng, over here. Upon spotting Lin and Su Qimeng, Lin's mother waved enthusiastically. The two hurried over. By the looks on your faces, you performed well? Luo Wenjun remarked, deducing from their cheerful demeanor that the examination had been relatively manageable for them. Just played normally. Quite easily. Let us go eat. I'm starving. Lin urged eagerly. The group chattered animatedly as they made their way to a restaurant. The first Pokémon battle should be tomorrow, right? Are you two prepared? Luo Wenjun inquired while serving Su Qimeng some dishes. The first battle shouldn't be too challenging. With our strengths, we should manage just fine, Su Qimeng replied earnestly after taking a bite. Let us not speak too soon. We'll see what happens in practice. Lin remarked, gnawing on a piece of pork knuckle. Though he said this, his demeanor did not betray any hint of worry. Lin sure? Just as Lin was enjoying his meal, a voice called from behind. He turned to see a robust young man standing there. Jin Yao? Lin immediately recognized him. The favorite to win this year's championship. Is this the master you mentioned? Someone interjected before Jin Yao could speak, a smaller figure in black leather, appearing quite flamboyant in comparison to the burly Jin Yao. Feng Qi, speak respectfully, Jin Yao scolded him. Hey, don't be mad. I'm just too thrilled to meet a master. Feng Qi retorted. Lin sure, right? Don't take it to heart. I'm from the first high school and look forward to meeting you on the battlefield. As he spoke, Feng Qi extended his hand. Lin glanced at Feng Qi's greasy hand, opting not to shake it. Instead, he smiled and said, I do advise you not to expect too much. All right, we just came to say hello. We won't disturb you any longer. Enjoy your meal, Feng Qi said, and Jin Yao quickly pulled him away from the restaurant. Is this really the son of the Master Jin? He indeed carries some of his father's charm, Lin's father commented as he watched Jin Yao leave.